Alright, stick with me. Because we are watching a billionaire tycoon who possesses the greatest wealth in Korea, yet refuses to make a move without consulting a 10-year-old boy. From picking the next presidential candidate to timing heavy industry investments, this young boy manages to hit the mark every single time. This genius child is none other than Do-jun, a boy gifted with the incredible power to see into the future. In his past life, he was just a poor man who worked his way into the prestigious Sun Yang Group, the largest conglomerate in Korea. His father even threw a massive party to celebrate the achievement, but the reality was harsh. His actual job was just a janitor. He was a simple cleaner who dealt with the filthy secrets and scandals that the powerful elites wanted to keep buried from the world. Because of that, he knew everything, and suddenly, he was promoted from a despised nobody to the high-ranking position of chief financial officer. His first mission? Take $700 million of the chairman's secret funds and flee the country before a major investigation hits. He truly believed his life was finally turning around thanks to the absolute trust given to him by the Sun Yang family. Now watch closely, because this was not a promotion, it was a calculated death trap designed to wipe him off the face of the earth. It was too late. A gunshot rang out. And then gasp. A child wakes up screaming from a nightmare. Eyes wide and drenched in cold sweat. He has been reborn into the body of this young boy named Do-jun, the youngest grandson of the very family that killed him. It has been 3 months, but the memory of his death haunts him every night. Do-jun, are you okay? His mother asks with concern. He stares in shock, but stays silent. This woman sitting before him is the mother of his current body, and she is stunning. She was once a legendary movie star who reached the peak of fame after starring in just one single, iconic film. She vanished from the spotlight overnight after accepting a proposal from his father, who was her most devoted and persistent fan. His new brother sits nearby, grumbling at his phone about being woken up from a good sleep by all the noise. Did you have another nightmare? You look very pale, his mother asks while checking his forehead with deep, motherly concern. Do-jun tries to stay calm, telling her he just got a little startled and not to worry. She finally smiles with relief. Thank goodness. Sometimes you act so mature that it actually worries me, she says. Is that so? He responds with a stammer. He understands her fear because he is currently drowning in pure panic over the impossible situation he has found himself in. Today is June 26, 1987. Exactly 30 years from today would have been the date of his funeral in his past life. Here is the crazy part. The person who ordered his execution back then was Jin Do-jun, the very grandson whose body he occupies now. Historically, the original owner of this body would not even be born for another 3 days from this specific date on the calendar. He still cannot wrap his head around the mystery of why he was reincarnated into this specific child at this exact time. During his years as a loyal hound for the company in his past life, he never even met this specific branch of the family. The reason was simple at that time. They were completely erased from the family tree and banned from ever coming near the group. All he ever heard were scandalous rumors about a chaotic marriage that caused a massive rift within the billionaire family years ago. The youngest son defied the chairman to marry for love, and the old man only gave in because of the baby in her womb. Immediately after the wedding, this entire family was stripped of their inheritance rights and cast out of the inner circle forever. But thinking about it now, he actually feels a deep sense of respect for his new parents and their brave choices. While the other siblings were busy clawing at each other like hungry animals for shares, they chose a life of quiet peace. They stayed far away from the brutal cycle of power and greed, a truly admirable and rare way to live in this world. And now, carrying all his past memories, he is reborn as their son. Their car stops before a massive, heavily guarded estate. Do-jun cannot help but gasp at the sight. This place is huge. This is the legendary residence of Chairman Jin Yang-chun. He is the mythic founder of the Sun Yang Group and a man who holds the entire country in his hands. It is a massive fortress sitting on over 3,600 square meters, with multiple levels of parking and heavy security surrounding it. As they arrive, the guards bow deeply to the car. This image triggers a wave of bitter and painful memories for him. In his past life, his first job here was pulling weeds. He ended up spending more time here than at his own home. After the chairman eventually passes away, this entire massive mansion will go to the eldest son, Jin Young-ki. Today, the whole family is here for the chairman's birthday. The courtyard is packed with powerful elites laughing and making fake deals. But as Do Jun's family walks in, the atmosphere shifts instantly. The guests start whispering with eyes full of pure, cold contempt. Do Jun watches it all silently. He realizes that in this den of lions, everyone looks down on his family with total disdain. Trust me, you and I are about to see these arrogant elites regret every single look of contempt they just gave him. We have finally arrived, his father announces, pushing open the heavy doors to enter the heart of the legendary mansion. You and I are diving into a den of vipers. The Jane family is all here, their cold glares fixed on the newcomers. His aunt and uncle offer the most fake greetings imaginable. Are you finally here? On the other side, more greedy relatives are waiting. In his eyes, every single one of them is a vulture. They are just waiting for the old patriarch to pass away so they can tear apart the massive Sun Niang group. Do Jun stands there quietly, observing every micro-expression and hidden agenda in the room. The silence is shattered by a piercing shriek from his aunt. Why are you just showing your faces now? Think you are some big stars making everyone wait? All that makeup just to show up late in the end? Do Jun squints at the woman screaming. That face looks incredibly familiar to him. As he digs through his memories, his father bows humbly. I am sorry. I thought arriving exactly on time was enough. The aunt just huffs in annoyance. Whatever, it is already late. Suddenly, past life memories flood back. Do Jun finally remembers exactly who she is. Even at 70 years old, this woman was scandalous, swapping lovers like clothes and ruining the younger generation. Her bitter, sharp-tongued personality has not changed a bit from her youth to her old age. She caused him so much misery in his past life. While he is thinking, her eyes suddenly snap toward him. You just got here too? Do Jun acts totally naive. Yes, he mumbles. She glares at him. How can you be smiling when things are this tense? Suddenly, every hateful eye in the room is locked onto a child. Do Jun calmly replies, I was not smiling at all. She explodes in rage. You little brat. How dare you lie to my face? An uncle nearby tries to calm her down. Stop it. That is enough. Why are you making such a scene during a family gathering? But she will not let it go. Now pay attention, because this is where the power shifts. A deep, commanding voice suddenly cuts through the bickering. Who dares to shout in my house? The entire room falls into a deathly, terrifying silence. Everyone turns to look at the majestic man in fear. Every heavy step he takes down the stairs feels like he is stomping on their very hearts. Everyone keeps their eyes glued to the floor, barely daring to breathe. Even Du Jun's family bows deeply. That is Jin Yang Chul, the chairman of Sun Niang Group. A living legend and the most powerful man in the clan. Their fear comes from his authority and massive fortune. They are terrified of losing their inheritance, being outplayed by siblings, and losing their status as elite chibols. All those fears combined turn him into a king that absolutely nobody dares to disobey. In his past life, even though Du Jun worked like a dog, he never got a chance to be this close. Father, we have arrived. Du Jun's parents greet him timidly. Grandpa's ice-cold gaze makes the older brother tremble in fear and hide behind their mother's back. He does not say a word, just stares intensely at his youngest grandson. Du Jun realizes his brother's cowardice was the real reason Grandpa hated their parents' marriage back then. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. Grandpa's piercing, bullet-like gaze has shifted directly onto him. The old man marches closer, radiating a terrifying pressure. Du Jun is shaking inside, holding back tears while waiting for the blow. Then, the unthinkable happens. That terrifying face suddenly softens, changing 180 degrees in an instant. He beams a bright smile, his voice turning incredibly warm. Oh, my little puppy. It has been too long. I told you to visit more often. Du Jun is frozen, completely stunned by this sudden kindness. The chairman gently pats the boy's head. I have something for my puppy. Are you curious? While Du Jun stands there dazed, the rest of the family is practically exploding with jealousy. The aunts and uncles are gritting their teeth in disbelief. Even Du Jun's parents are totally speechless. I know what you are thinking, and Du Jun is thinking it too. What the hell is going on? Why is he only being nice to me? Du Jun wonders if the old man has been possessed. Then, attention shifts to a massive 3-tier cake with the number 66 glowing in candlelight. The chairman blows them out, and a wave of applause immediately fills the room. Everyone is clapping louder than the next person to score points. Happy birthday, Chairman. We wish you all the best. The guests start piling on the empty flattery. Happy birthday, Father. May you always stay healthy and live 100 more years. The annoying relatives are sucking up fast. Happy birthday, Grandpa. The grandkids join in too. Only Do-jun's father stands there, sighing quietly in silence. Do-jun himself feels exhausted, just standing there amidst this crowd of desperate sycophants. As he is looking for a way out, he hears a sharp command. Sister-in-law, bring more food over here. Do-jun looks over to see his mother struggling with a heavy tray of wine. Even though she is treated like a servant, she just smiles patiently. The mean aunt keeps pushing. Put those drinks on ice. Trust me, we are both going to want to see how Do-jun handles this. All right, let's dive into a story where a mother is treated like a servant. Even though she is working non-stop, these sisters-in-law just won't let her rest. Hey, why are you so slow? Can't you see everyone here is waiting for you to finish up? After snapping at her, they just go back to laughing and eating like nothing happened. Watching this, Do-jun is literally shaking with rage. There are dozens of professional servers standing right there. Yet his mother is still the one forced to wait on these people hand and foot. He is furious, but he is stuck in a child's body. Suddenly, memories of this morning come flooding back to him. His mother was so gentle, buttoning his shirt and touching his cheek while telling him how handsome her son looked. Even though he is still getting used to living in this new body, that warm motherly love is exactly what helped him adapt so quickly. That peaceful memory is shattered by a shrill, nasty voice. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? After the food is out, get in there and wash the dishes. Even Do-jun's mother is stunned, but with no power in this family. She just bows her head and obeys them. Now pay attention here. Do-jun clenches his fist, vowing that one day, he will make everyone treat his mother with the respect she deserves. He turns away and looks toward the center of the room. There, a crowd is buzzing around his grandfather, the powerful chairman holding a wine glass. Every bit of this misery comes from the old man's cold and heartless treatment of Do-jun's parents. Do-jun recalls their earlier meeting. So, what do you think? I prepared this gift for you just like I promised I would. Do you like it? Grandfather asked him. At that exact moment, Do-jun was completely caught off guard by the gesture. Before him was an incredibly expensive and detailed toy horse. He wondered if the original kid had actually begged for a gift like this. The weird part was seeing the ruthless chairman actually smiling kindly at him. This sudden warmth felt totally suspicious and out of character. Did his conscience suddenly wake up after he threw his own son away like trash? Or maybe he is trying to forgive the father by being extra nice to the grandson instead. It seemed like a solid theory. Since he is in this body now, Do-jun decided to see how far he could push the old man. He put on his best kid voice and called out, "Grandpa." The chairman responded with a surprisingly friendly grunt. Do-jun continued, saying he liked real horses much better than plastic ones. The chairman's eyes widened in total shock. What did you say? He added that he liked real cars and real ships that float on the ocean, not just toy ones in a bathtub. Now watch this. As soon as Do-jun finished, the chairman's eyes turned sharp, not just cold, but like a cannon ready to fire. Do-jun felt a chill, realizing he might have pushed a bit too far. His grandfather growled, asking if he even knew what real things were. Knowing he could not hesitate now, Do-jun decided to play the part of a clever 5-year-old with a hidden agenda. Yes, I mean the things you make, Grandpa. You build real cars, real ships, and even real televisions. I like those things. The chairman listened seriously and then leaned in very close to the young boy. He stared deep into his grandson's eyes, trying to figure out if this kid was actually brave or just completely insane. Being stared down like that, Do-jun thought he was finished. Would he actually pass this high-stakes test from the chairman? Suddenly, the chairman's mood shifted. He warned Do-jun that wanting real things leads to a life of misery and pain. If you want the real world, you will face terrifying things that could even cost you your life in the end. But if you stick to toys, you won't have to suffer like that. Internally, Do-jun just laughed at the old man. Didn't you treat me like a slave and then kill me in my past life? You think I am scared of a little threat? Seeing the boy was not backing down, the chairman offered a deal. Fine, let's do this instead. If you want those real things, you must get perfect scores in every subject for a whole year. Do that, and you get your wish. Dojun was stunned. Was this old man seriously looking down on his intelligence right now? Even if he only graduated from a countryside college in his past life, it was still a very prestigious school. He had climbed the ranks of the massive Sunyang group by working so hard he barely ever slept. And now his only challenge is elementary school? What? Are you not confident in yourself? Grandfather asked with a squint. Dojun was already smirking inside. Ha, this is going to be a walk in the park. He politely replied. So all I need are perfect scores, right? Exactly. I will be waiting for your results. After making the deal, Dojun headed back to the party, planning his next move carefully. He was lost in thought when a strange man walked up and interrupted his thinking. Come with me, kid. Your grandfather told me to take all the children to the playroom now. The moment Dojun saw the man's face, his heart stopped. Memories of his past life came screaming back in slow motion. Trust me, you and I are about to see why. On that fatal day, this exact voice and face ordered his death. All right, you and I are diving into a cold-blooded revenge story. It starts here trusting nobody but you, because this man ordered your death in your past life. Dojun stands frozen, glaring at the back of that piece of trash manager. He tells himself to stay calm. I am Jin Dojun now, not Yoon Hyun Woo. No room for reckless mistakes. He follows the kids to the playroom. His cousin, Kang Jun, screams with joy, move it, that wooden horse is mine. The brat shoves everyone aside, charging forward to claim the toy for himself. He laughs like a king on a throne. Run, horse, run. Dojun's blood starts to boil at the pure arrogance. He clenches his fist, ready to step up, but his older brother catches his hand. Don't do it. Dojun looks at him, confused. It's clear his family is used to just taking this kind of abuse. But this version of Dojun? He's built different. He smiles, shakes off his brother's hand, and marches forward. Facing his cousin, Dojun has a plan. Let's watch how he teaches this brat a lesson while trying to impress the chairman. He needs to make a massive impact on his grandfather, and he needs to do it right now. Coldly, he speaks, this horse belongs to me. Kang Jun stops laughing, looking at him with pure defiance. Get off. It's mine, Dojun growls. But the cousin just keeps on mocking him with a smirk. So what if it's yours? I'll play with it however I want. The other cousins all join in the laughter. Without another word, Dojun grits his teeth and delivers a devastating kick straight into that wooden horse. The toy snaps in half, collapsing directly onto Kang Jun's leg with a heavy thud. It happens in a flash. The room goes silent until Kang Jun lets out a blood-curdling scream of pain. The kids who were laughing a second ago are now pale with terror. Only Dojun remains chillingly calm. He casually assesses the damage while the other children scramble to go find the adults. While the brat wails on the floor, pay attention to Dojun's warning, don't you ever touch my things again, understood? The boy is fuming with rage, but the pain is too much for him to even sit up and fight back. A woman's scream echoes through the hall. Hearing his mother's voice, Kang Jun starts crying even louder than before. His mother, Dojun's aunt, rushes in and loses her mind when she sees her precious son on the floor. All the other arrogant aunts pile into the room. Soon, the corner of the house is filled with chaotic sobbing. Dojun sees his own mother enter last. She looks completely stunned by the scene. He gives her a quick, playful wink to celebrate his victory, but suddenly crack. A heavy slap sends him reeling. Have you lost your mind? Kang Jun's mother hisses. Before he can even blink, she swings again for a second blow. Dojun takes both hits full on, his cheek burning and swelling up like a bruised peach. The aunt is in a blind rage, raising her hand for more. How dare you touch my son? But then, Dojun's mother lunges forward. She doesn't strike back, she just pulls Dojun into her arms, using her own body as a human shield. The aunt screams at her to move, but his mother holds on tight, begging for forgiveness with a trembling voice. Dojun is stunned. His kind-hearted mother is trembling just to protect him, and it makes his heart ache with guilt. The aunt grinds her teeth, cursing under her breath as she prepares to attack them both again. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoes like a crack of lightning. What on earth do you think you're doing? The grandfather stands there like a mountain, his cold eyes scanning every single person in the room. The aunt's hand drops instantly as she stammers out a pathetic excuse. Father, please, let me explain. Grandpa doesn't want to hear it. Guests are everywhere. Stop this noise and get that boy to a hospital now. Under his iron authority, the aunts have no choice but to scurry away, carrying the injured boy with them. The room falls deathly silent. Now, it's just the grandfather and Do-jun, who is waiting for his final judgment. Do-jun, stay here, he commands. His cold gaze shifts toward the boy's terrified mother. She hesitates, clearly scared to leave her son alone with such a notoriously strict man. Sensing her fear, Do-jun gives her a reassuring smile. It's okay, Mom. Go ahead. I'll be out in a second. She reluctantly bows and slips out the door without a word. As soon as it shuts, Grandpa's voice rings out. Did you cause all this? Yes, Do-jun answers simply, looking him straight in the eye. Why do something so dangerous to your own blood? Stick with me, because you and I are about to see what a genius Do-jun really is. All right, you and I are watching a kid play a dangerous game. Because it's mine, grandfather. You gave it to me. Do-jun's voice is young but firm. Sang-run tried to steal it, so I broke it. Now, nobody can play with it. You did that so he couldn't take it? The old man asks. Yes, Do-jun replies, staring him down on purpose. He's gambling on how the king of Sunyang will react. He looks him in the eye, and suddenly, the old man laughs. The laughter is loud and booming. Do-jun smirks. He knows Chairman Jin Yangyun has no room for weak, soft grandchildren. What he loves is a predator's instinct, the cold determination of a king who won't let anyone take an inch of territory. This is the exact mindset needed to survive in this dog-eat-dog world. The instinct of a true, ruthless ruler. Grandfather stops laughing and turns serious. You injured your brother, even if you didn't mean to. You must be punished. Do-jun bows his head respectfully. The old man turns and gives a sharp command, follow me. Do-jun follows like a repentant child, head down, but inside, he's cheering because his plan is working perfectly. As the door to the room opens, Do-jun can barely keep himself from shouting in pure, unadulterated shock. Look at this room. This is where the real power hides. A massive table, surrounded by the country's most powerful elites. Do-jun can barely believe his own eyes. While Sunyang's official office is on the 27th floor, this mansion right here, this is the true empire's sanctuary. This is where the decisions of life and death are made. Only the most powerful directors are ever allowed inside. Grandfather enters with total authority and sits in the chairman's seat at the very head of the long table. For a moment, Do-jun flashes back to his past life, 10 years spent slaving away for the Sunyang family like a dog. He'd been to this mansion many times before, but never inside this room. Today, he finally broke that barrier. Forced to kneel in the corner as punishment, Do-jun realizes this is actually a golden opportunity to watch everyone closely. He spots his eldest uncle and his son sitting right in the front row. The prime seats for the heirs. That seat should have been his father's, but instead, Jin Seong-run is sitting there, looking smug and very comfortable. Even at 20, that kid is already treated like the chosen successor. Suddenly, the entire room's atmosphere turns ice cold. Grandfather breaks the silence. Well, how do you all plan to handle this? A director speaks up, sounding incredibly cautious. Chairman, he's a man who knows when to yield, but since his term is ending, he won't be easy to topple. So you're saying this family is afraid of a little trouble? Grandfather asks back, his voice thick with heavy sarcasm. No, that's not it. The director stammers. Grandfather stares him down, ready to tear his weak argument apart. That faction has always been solid. Is it true the government is considering bringing in the military? Yes, that's correct. Mentioning the military makes the room go silent. Grandfather sinks into thought while the directors start whispering in panic. Now, this isn't just business. Do-jun pieces it together, the term end, the military, he realizes this is about the entire nation's fate. Another man in the room speaks up, sounding worried. We have to consider a different plan. This is too risky. Protests are breaking out everywhere. If the military gets involved, the resistance from the people will likely double overnight. Unlike his panicked subordinates, Grandfather stays completely calm, analyzing the situation with the sharp eyes of a hawk. Do those protesters really not fear the spear? The anger of the people is burning like a wildfire right now. If we want them to learn fear, we have to know exactly how to extinguish that fire properly. Using the army is just pouring gasoline on a flame. Even the current government doesn't understand that simple logic. He slams the table so hard it shakes the whole room. Jin Young-chun glares at them, shouting at their faces. And then what? Are you suggesting I hide just because the government might fall? Do you think I'm a coward? Do you really think the next president will come from the opposition? The director trembles, barely able to answer. Yes, there is a chance of that, sir. As soon as he finishes, grandfather slams the table again. The directors go completely silent. Nobody dares to make a sound. Grandfather screams at them, a chance? It is either yes or no. Do you think I'm here to listen to your useless, half-hearted guesses? The whole room bows in unison. We are sorry, Chairman. He waves them off, still sounding absolutely furious. I just need one answer. Which side do we back? He suddenly calls out the vice chairman, who nearly jumps. Grandfather points a finger right at him. You go first. Who is it? The vice chairman stammers. I think. Then stops, sweating buckets. He and the son both look down in shame. And there he is, the man who framed and killed Do-sun in his past life. This just got very personal, didn't it? The killer is right there. Let's dive in. Finally, regaining his cool, he stands up to speak with total seriousness. Not just the current administration, but even the successor is facing major trouble. Protests have rocked the nation for 7 years, and I fear things will only get worse from here. Once he speaks up, the crowd starts chirping like a flock of ducks. I agree. I think so too. Those too cowardly to join just keep their heads down in silence. Do-jun sighs internally, knowing that in just 3 days, the president will officially announce his resignation. With such a massive shift coming, the Blue House surely has a plan. Is the powerful Sunyoung group really this clueless? Do-jun realizes this is the true face of the corporation in 1986. Instead of planning real business strategies for the changing times, they're only obsessed with gambling on the right political side. It's narrow-minded and completely lacks any real vision. Do-jun expected these supposedly genius minds to think much bigger. Suddenly, Grandpa loses patience and waves them all off. Enough. Get out and find me some actual facts for once. The group looks relieved, bowing quickly before scurrying out like mice. Now, pay attention. This high-level meeting is just a tragic comedy of political side-picking. Once the room is empty, Grandpa settles into his chair and calls out in a low voice, "Come here." Do-jun tries to stand, but his legs are totally numb from kneeling. Damn, my legs are dead. I can barely stand. He groans internally while forcing himself to walk steadily. To his surprise, Grandpa starts praising him. Do-jun, you've got guts. You knelt for so long without making a single sound or complaint. Even the adults were fidgeting and shifting around. But your back stayed perfectly straight the whole time. In reality, Do-jun was just so focused on the gossip that he forgot the time, unintentionally scoring major points with Grandpa. But there is one thing I have to ask. Grandpa narrows his eyes. Why have you been acting so different lately? Do-jun freezes for a second before jumping into character, sounding deeply frustrated. It is because I just cannot take it anymore. Grandpa's eyebrows shoot up in total surprise. My parents are always so patient and letting others take advantage of them. I tried to follow them, but now I am just too angry to stay quiet. As he speaks, Do-jun is calculating his next move. He needs to sell this performance. If he could just squeeze out one tear right now, it would be a masterpiece. But before he can start the waterworks, Do-jun is left stunned. Wait, you saw that too, right? This cold-blooded chairman suddenly pulling him into a hug is a reaction totally out of nowhere. Is this cold-blooded tycoon actually feeling pity for his little grandson? Thinking fast, Do-jun decides to deliver the final blow and give Grandpa another shock. He looks up and says, "Grandpa, why don't you just become friends with all 3 of them?" Startled, Grandpa gently pushes Do-jun back and looks him in the eye. What are you talking about? Friends with those 3? The men you were talking about earlier. The presidential candidates. Grandpa stares at his grandson, waiting for an explanation. Do-jun continues with a fake innocent face. The president is the most powerful person in our country, right? Since we do not know who will win, let's just befriend them all. Any one of them could end up having the power of the presidency. What is there to lose by making friends with everyone? Hearing this, Grandpa freezes like a stone statue. Am I right, Grandpa? Do-jun asks again. This time, Grandpa bursts into a huge laugh, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Of course, you are right. The more friends, the better, right? He laughs with pure delight, his eyes glowing with absolute satisfaction. Do-jun breathes a secret sigh of relief. Mission accomplished for today. Grandpa tells him to head out and sends Sung-jun in to see him. Do-jun quickly agrees and turns to leave. Watching his grandson's small back disappear through the door, Grandpa sinks into deep thought. Do-jun flashes a triumphant smirk. He just outsmarted the most legendary old fox in all of South Korea. Immediately, Grandpa picks up the phone to call a mysterious contact. His voice turns cold and sharp. From now on, keep a close eye on all three of them. The person on the other end hesitates. You mean all three candidates? That's right, even the VIP. And tell them Sun Yang wants to help resolve the current political mess. Once the subordinate confirms the order, Grandpa finally hangs up. He leans back, deeply impressed. He never expected his young grandson to suggest such a brilliant, high-level move. Suddenly, a knock at the door cuts through his thoughts. Sung-jun walks in, asking timidly, "Did the chairman ask to see me?" Grandpa responds with an unusually gentle tone. "I have always been your grandfather, haven't I?" Sung-jun lets out a relieved breath. "Ah, yes, Grandpa." The old man continues slowly. "You were just listening today, but I'm sure you have your own thoughts on the matter?" With a bit of youthful confidence, Sung-jun answers quickly. "Well, the protests are definitely intensifying right now, but I think if the president deploys the police and military, the situation will surely be suppressed soon. So you think we should support the current administration?" Sung-jun begins to stammer. "Yes, trust me, you and I really need to see what happens next. Does this successor actually have what it takes to win the election? All right, you and I are diving into a masterclass in power moves." Grandfather smiles, agreeing to stand by the person Do-jun chose. Sung could not believe his ears, asking in total shock, "Is it true? Is that really what you are saying?" Grandfather stared him down in total silence. Fear washed over Sung, leaving him frozen and trembling at the door, completely unable to move or find his words. Seeing that, Grandfather felt a wave of disappointment. He had only asked an opinion. Yet the boy was already terrified to his very core. Images of his boldest, youngest grandson flashed in his mind, making this even worse. "Just go out," he said, waving him away. Sung had no idea what was actually happening, first the weird questions, and then suddenly being kicked out of the room. He slunk away with a miserable look on his face. Meanwhile, Do-jun was hiding just around the corner, watching everything unfold with a satisfied smirk. Grandfather leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. Why does it have to be the youngest grandson who has all the talent? That sharp instinct should have belonged to the firstborn. Later that night, a heavy and pensive silence filled the family car ride home. Do-jun's mother whispered to her husband, asking what grandfather had discussed with him during their private meeting. Keeping his eyes on the road, he replied that father wants him to focus much more on the children's education and studies. He looked at Do-jun through the mirror. "I will not scold you for what happened today, as you have already been punished enough." "I am sorry, father," Do-jun muttered in a small voice. His father remained calm and spoke with a gentle tone. "It is fine. Knowing your mistakes is good. Grandfather told me he is hiring a private tutor to teach both of you." At the mention of a tutor, the older brother Sang-jun practically exploded. "What? A private tutor? If you do not want to, you do not have to study." Then he turned to his youngest. "And what about you, Do-jun?" Do-jun thought to himself that he already knew this material better than any tutor ever could. He could probably teach them instead, but he knew better than to cross grandfather right now. "I will do it," he said firmly. His father looked a bit concerned. "If you truly do not want to, it is okay." "No, I really want to study," Do-jun insisted with absolute determination. His father looked out the window, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, Sang-jun nudged his brother and whispered a very rare compliment. "You did a great job today." Do-jun was confused until his older brother explained exactly what he meant by that. "You made that brat, Kang-run, cry his eyes out earlier. Nice work." Sang-jun smiled and looked back out the window. Do-jun just shook his head at his brother. It seemed the boy was holding on to a lot of hidden resentment and bitterness. June 29th, 1987. The president's voice boomed over the radio, reaching every single household across the entire nation. Fellow citizens, our country is currently facing deep and painful divisions that threaten our very foundation as a people. Inside the car, Doo-jun relaxed with some banana milk, listening intently to the words of that legendary and historic speech. Now pay attention. This is the famous June 29th declaration that finally triggered the era of direct presidential elections. Sipping his milk, he wondered how Chairman Jin would play his hand on this complicated and dangerous political chessboard. The car finally stopped at the gates. Doo-jun stepped out, hands in his pockets, and strolled casually toward the house. Suddenly, a servant rushed over and whispered frantically, "Doo-jun, your grandfather is already here inside the house." He froze in shock. He did not expect the old man to arrive so fast. Then, an earth-shattering roar echoed from inside. "What on earth are you saying to me?" Then, his mother's trembling but remarkably firm and determined voice rang out. "I have never wanted shares in this group, and neither has my husband. Our position on this will always remain exactly the same." "What?" Grandfather bellowed in a state of pure, unbridled rage. She looked down, terrified, but forced herself to continue. "I know you want to groom Doo-jun to take over the company, but he is only 10 years old. I want him to grow up and be able to decide his own future. Do you even understand the weight of owning Sun Yang's shares?" he shouted, his face turning red with anger and frustration. "It means I have finally accepted your family as my official kin. How dare you refuse this final chance I am giving you?" His mother collapsed to her knees, sobbing. "Please, we just want to live a quiet, peaceful life and let our children choose. I know what you are thinking. How is a kid going to stop this storm? Well, you and I should watch this." He walked right in and stood calmly in front of the old man. Grandfather's terrifying mood suddenly flipped in an instant. "Oh, my special little puppy is home." He laughed, lifting Doo-jun high into the air. "Are you home from school already?" Doo-jun was startled by the lift, thinking the old man was surprisingly strong. Then he looked down at his mother. She was always so timid, yet today she stood her ground against the most powerful man in the entire country for him. "You and I just saw a mother's love face off against an empire. Truly incredible, right? Grandpa, are you angry? Stick with me. You and I are about to watch a kid play a genius game of manipulation with his own family." Doo-jun whispers that Grandpa's voice was so loud he got scared. Seeing this, his mother quickly jumps in to explain everything. "He's not angry, Doo-jun. Your grandfather was just having a serious discussion with me," she says, trying to calm the boy. Doo-jun thinks to himself, "Do these people really think I'm just a child?" But on the outside, he keeps playing his part. "Please don't fight over me. I won't grow up to do what mom wants anyway." This sudden statement leaves both of them stunned. Grandpa looks annoyed for a moment after hearing that, but inside, Doo-jun is secretly smiling with total satisfaction at the reaction. Wow, even a man who fears nothing like him can get his feelings hurt by a simple comment from a little kid? Seizing the moment, Doo-jun boldly declares, "I'm going to grow up and become a great chairman of a massive group, just like Grandpa." Grandpa freezes for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into a loud, booming laugh that echoes throughout the entire room with pure joy. "Ha ha, you really are my own flesh and blood. The legends are true. My grandson inherited the full spirit of our family." Only Doo-jun's mother stands there in total shock after hearing her son make such a massive, unexpected declaration to the chairman. Grandpa turns to her, his gaze finally softening. "What do you think, daughter-in-law?" There's no use arguing against the truth anymore. Doo-jun said it himself, he wants to be a businessman. The mother stares in disbelief as her eyes start to well up. She bows her head slightly, her voice trembling with emotion. "Father, let me go and pour you a fresh cup of hot tea." She rushes to the kitchen to hide her tears. Grandpa then signals to the boy, "Doo-jun, come to my room. We have business." Doo-jun watches his mother walk away, wondering why she got so emotional all of a sudden. It seemed like she might cry. Was it because he called her daughter-in-law? It's a rare moment of recognition instead of using cold, distant titles like he usually does. While mom stays busy in the kitchen, the two of them step into Doo-jun's private room to talk in complete secret. As soon as the door closes, Grandpa gets straight to the point. "Doo-jun, do you remember what I told you the other day?" "Which story, Grandpa?" the boy asks, pretending to be clueless. The one about the three powerful friends. You remember, don't you? Grandpa smiles. Oh, I remember now, Dujun replies, laughing secretly inside. How could he possibly forget such a massive part of the plan? Grandpa is definitely here for that reason. He whispers that he sent gifts, which are actually secret funds to those three people. Exactly as suggested. Dujun is impressed. He didn't expect the old man to move this quickly on such a risky political investment like this one. Now, pay attention here because this is where the main character's simple advice starts moving millions of dollars in secret funds across the country. Grandpa continues solemnly. The situation has changed. Those three don't want peace anymore. They've started fighting each other for the top spot. Candidate number 2 and number 3 have teamed up to take down number 1. Now Grandpa is forced to choose only one side. Dujun politely interrupts, steering the whole conversation in the direction he wants by using a simple, childish school metaphor for him. But Grandpa, all three of them want to be president, right? Just like when we picked the class president in my school. Exactly. They're fighting for that top spot. The boy blinks. If 2 and 3 win together, will they share the president job? Grandpa shakes his head. No, my boy. A country can't have 2 kings. There is only ever one winner at the very top. Dujun pretends to think hard. If there's no second place prize, why would number 3 agree to help number 2 at all? That's so strange. Only one person gets the job, so why would anyone give up their own chance to help a rival? Grandpa freezes at the child's words. He asks urgently, "Are you saying you think their cooperation is impossible?" Dujun just nods, simply. Unless they get something huge in return, why would they help? Even the kids ranked 20th in my class wouldn't work for free. Number 3 definitely won't help unless there's a massive profit involved. They all want to be number 1. After all, Grandpa. Chairman Jin stands there like he's been hit by a bolt of lightning. He mutters. So an alliance between them is actually impossible. Dujun, with his memories from the future, knows this alliance is just a fake cover. Those two are definitely not on the same side. Let's pause for a second. Look how easily he plants that seed of doubt, using nothing but common sense and child logic. That's all it takes. With his own experience, Chairman Jin will figure out the rest of the political puzzle on his own now. The chairman starts calculating rapidly. Even his top advisors and political experts didn't suspect the truth behind this handshake until this moment. Only this child, Dujun, was able to see the glaring flaw in the plan that everyone else in the country missed. He might not understand complex politics, but he understands the deepest parts of human greed and desire better than any grown adult. Looking at his young grandson, Grandpa can't hide his pure admiration. He reaches out to pat the boy's head, praising him endlessly. How are you so brilliant? What's going on inside that little head of yours? Dujun just responds with a perfectly innocent smile. And trust me, you and I are about to see this power play get even more intense as the game continues. All right, you and I are watching a kid who holds every secret of the future. Dujun recalls yesterday's talk with his parents. They were shocked he insisted on visiting Gangren. He made up a perfect, studious excuse. The textbooks say it is the only place touching the North Sea, so I want to see it myself. It sounds like a perfectly logical reason for a studious child. But Dujun's real motive is hidden in deep sadness. He isn't there for the sea. He is here to confirm a painful truth. Now pay attention, this is where his past and present collide in the most heartbreaking way. Dujun stops before a familiar gate, emotions surging. This is it. He finally found his old home. But then, hesitation creeps in. If he meets his parents, what can he even say? What if he accidentally calls them Mom and Dad? While worrying, his eyes catch a familiar sight through the window. His father and mother are hanging laundry together, smiles of happiness lighting up their faces. This simple scene makes his eyes sting. Tears are ready to overflow. He softly whispers, "Dad, Mom, you are both still here and safe." Suddenly, the iron gate lets out a sharp creak as it swings open, and his past-life mother steps out. She sees the strange boy standing there and kindly asks, "Little one, is something wrong?" Dujun bites his lip hard to stifle a sob. The mother he misses every single day is right there, but she looks at him like a total stranger. Then his father walks out, asking his wife, "What is it, dear?" His mother says a boy is crying at their door. The father, with his usual gentle look, leans down to ask, "Are you lost, kid?" Do-jun wipes his eyes. "No, I am just looking for a friend's house." "A friend?" The father is surprised. "Yes, Hyun-woo's house." Hearing that name, the couple looks at each other, confused. Hyun-woo? There is no kid by that name in this neighborhood, the father wonders. You and I both know the name, but let's see how this reality is starting to shift in a way he never expected. Do-jun freezes. Hyun-ji? Who is that? He asks desperately. The mother simply answers, Hyun-ji is our daughter. A cold shiver runs down Do-jun's spine. In his past life, there was no Hyun-ji. Worse, his parents have no idea who Hyun-woo even is. Has the name Hyun-woo been erased from this world? Cut to Chairman Jin Yong-chun's majestic office. On the desk lies the latest newspaper announcing the new president of South Korea. Chairman Jin sits in deep thought, eyes fixed on the headline. His grandson, Do-jun, was exactly right. Months ago, when the government surrendered, every major group rushed to flatter the two Kims. Nobody doubted their victory. But luckily, he followed Do-jun's advice and gave the biggest gift to the ruling party. As for the two Kims, he only sent some spare change. Chairman Jin lets out a triumphant smile. He never expected a child's vision to protect the group's status so spectacularly. In his private room, Do-jun places the same paper down. History is flowing exactly as he remembers. But the appearance of Hyun-ji instead of Hyun-woo has sounded a major alarm. It means the future is no longer fixed. The butterfly effect began the moment the chairman believed him. Do-jun realizes his prophecy weapon is fading. He must act fast. From now until he turns 20. He must build massive capital to seize Sunyang Group. In 10 years, Chairman Jin Yang-chun will fall critically ill. Before then, Do-jun needs to hoard as many shares as possible to hand over to his father. This will be the spark for the war between his father and his eldest uncle, Jin Young-ki. More importantly, he must stop the horrific traffic accident that killed Jin Do-jun at age 20. When he was the cleanup man, Hyun-woo, he remembered this family died in that crash. Ironically, because they were outcasts back then, he never bothered to learn the details. Now, that lack of information is a deep regret. His priority is avoiding that fatal destiny. He wonders if saving Jin Yang-chun would shift the future in a positive direction. While deep in thought, while changing clothes, a knock at the door breaks his focus. It is his mother from this life. She smiles, saying it is time to go. You and I know the real battle is just starting. All right, you and I are about to dive into a world where every single move is a dangerous gamble. Every single day, he lives under constant, heavy surveillance at the Sunyang skyscraper, forced to face his grandfather's radiant and doting expression as usual. Look at his puppy. Do-jun rushes over immediately, throwing his arms around the old man and shouting with fake joy, "Grandpa." But deep inside he is swearing, still unable to get used to this sickeningly sweet, two-faced acting. But what choice does he have? To survive, he has to play along with this old fox. The old man waves him over with a rare, cheerful tone. "Come sit here, boy." Do-jun sits obediently. The room is vast and luxurious. Just the two of them. No secretaries, no spies. It is completely quiet. He must want a private talk. Do-jun thinks. The old man has been on edge all morning, after all. But as soon as the election results came in, he was ecstatic because his political gamble was a total success. Looking at that rare, gentle smile on the face of the Iron Chairman, Do-jun plays the innocent child, asking why his grandfather is in such a fantastic mood today. The old man snaps out of his victory lap, still hearing the president's grateful voice ringing in his ears. "I will never forget your help, Chairman Jin. My sincerest thanks to you. Now pay attention. Because here is where the real power play begins between this grandfather and grandson." Grandpa promises treats and toys, but Do-jun realizes the old man completely forgot his test score reward. His entire mind is occupied by the massive political deal that Do-jun helped him arrange. It is a move that secures Sun Yang's dominance for 5 years. Still, the boy keeps acting his part. "I got perfect 10s in every single subject." The old man is shocked. "Really? All 10s? "Yes, I am the only one in class with perfect scores," Do-jun says proudly. The old man laughs, then looks regretful. "Well, what should we do? It is too late to go out and buy that horse I promised you." Do-jun scoffs internally. Who cares about some horse? He is going to use this moment to get something much bigger. He acts understanding, suggesting they wait until after his winter riding lessons are over to buy the animal. But Grandpa, if it is not for the horse, why did you call me here? Grandpa looks at him with satisfaction. Thanks to Do-jun, his company will grow and make a mountain of cash. Seizing the chance, Do-jun strikes. Then you can buy me something more expensive than a horse? Grandpa rubs his chin. Of course, it has to be something bigger and better than a horse. Do-jun leads the conversation, asking if a horse would need to live on the family farm in Jeju. But it is too far. I cannot fly to Jeju Island every day just to ride it. The old man nods. You have a point, kid. So what is the solution? Suddenly, there is a knock. A team of servants wheels in carts overflowing with gourmet food. It is a feast of rare delicacies, enough to feed a village true ultra-rich style. Let us eat and think. Thank you, Grandpa. As they start eating, a sudden idea strikes the old chairman. How about I buy you a private farm? Then you can ride every day. How is that, Do-jun? You and I both know this is exactly the moment the kid was waiting for. Grandpa confirms he will give him a farm in writing. You can go whenever you want. Do-jun acts ecstatic. Wow. Thank you so much. He hugs him, knowing the rich do not mind the cost when they are happy. But for him, this is the most important moment to build a foundation for his future. Do-jun looks up. But where is this farm going to be located? It is not far from North Seoul, in a place called Bundong. There is already a ranch I can buy for you. No, that is not the spot. He needs a place with infinite potential for the future. Seeing the boy's face fall, Grandpa asks if he dislikes it. Do-jun uses his prepared excuse. I like it, but I live in Gangnam. Going north is just too far. Grandpa laughs. You are quite the picky one. But there are no farms in the south around Gangnam. Do-jun's eyes sparkle with a hidden intent. Then just build one there, Grandpa. Trust me, you and I just saw a legendary businessman get totally caught off guard by a child. Build a new one? All right, you and I are watching a legend in the making as the old man bursts into a roar of laughter. Do-jun just stares at him, wondering what on earth is so funny. Why the sudden outburst? Did he say something wrong? Or did the old man realize something? Grandpa slowly begins to speak. Out of 48 subsidiaries in the Sunyang Group, currently, only 18 were actually built by his own two hands. The rest? Those were all businesses he snatched up through aggressive takeovers and mergers. Do-jun doesn't quite grasp the hidden meaning yet, so Grandpa continues. Most of his self-made companies were born during the group's early startup phase. His point is simple: only when you lay the very first bricks yourself, do you form a blood bond with the company and the burning desire to see it thrive. That's when it finally clicks for Do-jun. Did this old fox really take his simple comment about building things and turn it into such a deep philosophy? Surprisingly, Grandpa is totally sold. He places a heavy, trusting hand on the boy's shoulder. He's impressed by that builder mindset. He promises to personally support Do-jun's very first steps in business. Do-jun plays along, but his mind is racing. Is this man really about to teach him business through hands-on lessons like this? He wonders to himself. Suddenly, Grandpa shouts for someone outside with a voice of pure authority. He orders an employee to bring in a map of the Seoul and Gyeonggi regions immediately. Do-jun's heart starts pounding. Is he finally about to get some land as a reward? Now pay attention, because Grandpa is about to test his grandson's vision under these expensive chandeliers. The map is spread wide across the table. He hands Do-jun a brush and gives him his first big assignment. Mark the spot where you want to build your farm. Do-jun's brain goes into overdrive. He wants dozens of farms all over the country. If he can secure the areas where land prices will skyrocket in a year or two, he'll have a massive advantage in the coming war for Sunyang shares. Seeing him hesitate, Grandpa gives him a tip. Choose carefully. Avoid the expensive heart of Seoul and the southern urban areas of Gyeonggi province. After some serious calculating, Do-jun makes his move and points decisively to a single spot on the map. Grandpa narrows his eyes at the location and points out it's quite far from home. Do-jun plays the innocent child perfectly. Oh, really? Despite his curiosity, Grandpa turns to his assistant and barks out an order. Go find out the current status of this land and bring me every single detail about it. The employee scurries off with the map. Dujun breathes a sigh of relief that the old man didn't grill him on why he chose it. Silence returns to the room as the two of them go back to their meal. Dujun tries his best to act like a polite, obedient grandson. Grandpa sips his premium tea and asks how school is going. Does he have many friends? Dujun answers smoothly, but how could a 40-year-old soul have any real friends there? There's no way he can just go play with a bunch of snot-nosed little kids. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. The employee is back with the map in hand. Well, what's the verdict? You and I both know something's up here. The report says the land is part of a restricted greenbelt zone where development is strictly forbidden. It's just a rural countryside filled with nothing but cucumbers and melons. The roads are a mess, making it hard to reach, and it's mostly home to low-income families. Experts say the growth potential here is basically zero. Hearing this, Grandpa falls into deep thought. He mutters that it's a fine place for a farm, but his eyes are sharp with a much deeper calculation. His fingers tap rhythmically against the wooden table. The pressure is so intense that Dojun starts breaking into a cold sweat. The tapping finally stops. It seems the old man has finished his mental math on the profit margins. He gives a sharp order to find out exactly how much land they can buy up in that area. Buy every single plot larger than 50,000 pyong for me, the assistant bows and rushes out. Hearing that number, Dujun is celebrating inside. The only word in his mind right now is jackpot. Once they're alone, Grandpa speaks gently. This land you picked is currently an undeveloped wasteland with zero value. If it were him, he'd never touch it. Dujun feigns confusion and asks why. Because it'll take way too long for the value to rise. He might even be dead before it happens. So for him, there's no profit. But Dujun is different. Why is that? He asks. Trust me. You'll want to remember this. Grandpa explains that in 20 or 30 years, this land will be worth a fortune. You and I are about to see a kid play the long game against a titan. Grandfather tells him he has time to watch the world change, so consider this land a gift for his future. Dujun nods his head like a little bird pecking at grain. Yes, Grandfather, I will cherish every single word of your wisdom. He says all the right things. But inside, Dujun is laughing his head off. Keep the land for 30 years? Not a chance. In just 2 short years, he knows this place will be transformed into the ultra-modern city of Bandung. By then, he will be holding over 165,000 square meters of prime real estate. Dujun can barely hide his joy as he enjoys his meal, savoring a victory he already owns. Meanwhile, over at Chairman Jin's office, you can cut the tension with a knife, sitting tall in his expensive chair. Chairman Jin glares down at his 2 children standing nervously before him. You want my help with the election in Dongno? He asks, his voice sharp and suspicious. His daughter, Se-yun, quickly speaks up. This is our first run. But if my husband wins a high position, it will be huge for you and the company. But all she gets in return is a cold, mocking smirk from the chairman himself. He coldly states that the current official in Dongno already follows his every command one call, and that man would come running in the middle of the night. So, you should just be happy with the position in Suwon instead. Suwon is packed with our power plants and contractors, so winning there will not cost a single cent. Se-yun actually has the nerve to talk back. Are you just too stingy to invest in my husband? She asks, as the chairman's anger explodes. I already cleared the path for him to become the chief prosecutor, but he was the one who refused to be a congressman. Her husband, Choi, can only look at the floor and mumble an apology while Se-yun tries to defend him. You think he is not worthy? His family background is one of the best in South Korea. Even without the Sunyang name, he would easily get elected because any political party would put him at the top of their list. The chairman lets out a sarcastic laugh that cuts right through his son-in-law's pride. The best lawyers in the country? Ridiculous. I used my money and power to make Choi's father the chief prosecutor in the first place. Even your current position as head of inspections is only because of me. Do you even know why? Se-yun goes dead silent, terrified, as the chairman's words hit them like a bucket of ice water. Now, here's where it gets brutal. Pay attention. I need your family to be loyal dogs that guard and protect Sunyang, understood? Choi's face goes pale as he bows even lower, his fists clenched in hidden rage, yet he says nothing. He knows that with one phone call, his entire family would be kicked out of the legal profession forever. Do you hear me, son-in-law? Stop dreaming and just eat what I give you while staying in your lane. Tell your family what I said, one more greedy move, and I will make sure you are all bankrupt. Choi trembles and obeys, so Chairman Jin turns his focus back to his beloved daughter. Se-yoon, do you really not want to run the department store I set up for you? She freezes in terror. Her real secret goal was to push her husband into politics for power, then come back later to crush her brothers and seize Sunyang for herself. Terrified by how easily he sees through her, she bows and begs for his forgiveness. Be satisfied with what you have, because if the mall's revenue drops even a little, I will replace you immediately. The couple slowly walks out, dragging their feet after such a humiliating defeat. You and I see Do-jun in the corner, acting like he heard nothing. He sips his milk, but his sharp mind is already analyzing everything. Their ambitions were just crushed. They must be terrified of being cut out of the inheritance right now. He decides to let them stew for a bit. As soon as the door closes, the chairman's cold attitude completely flips. He looks at his young grandson, and his voice suddenly becomes incredibly gentle and sweet. My dear Do-jun, have you been bored sitting here all this time? Do-jun looks up with innocent eyes. No, I was just reading my book. Reading is a great habit, the old man says, so always keep one with you. Grandpa nods happily and hands him a thick envelope. What is this? Do-jun asks, looking totally confused. These are the land deeds for the area. You wanted 265,000 square meters in total. Do-jun is stunned. He only asked for 165,000. So why is there an extra 100,000? Grandfather lets out a massive laugh. You actually remember the exact numbers? Do-jun is secretly thrilled. He calculated this to score points. In the world of business, knowing your numbers is everything. And clearly, Grandpa is impressed. The land was fragmented with too many owners, so he just bought everything to round it up as a gift. Trust me, we just witnessed a legend in the making. Alright, you and I are about to watch how a kid uses future knowledge to build an absolute empire. With the current city planning, he knows that in just 2 or 3 years, this massive land will be worth 16 billion won. Grandpa asks if he likes the gift. Without a second thought, Do-jun shouts, yes. I mean, who wouldn't be thrilled with that? Right now, a luxury apartment costs 75 million won. With his future fortune, he could easily snatch up 200 of them. Dreaming of his bright future, Do-jun rushes over to give Grandpa a huge hug, showering him with thanks and cute acting. But inside, he's wearing a sly smirk. If playing the part of the adorable grandson gets him 16 billion, he'll give an Oscar-worthy performance. 1988 truly was a massive turning point for the country. The new constitution officially took effect, finally allowing the people to elect their president through a direct vote. That same year, the president pushed for new policies to improve relations between the North, the South, and the United States. Local government autonomy returned after 38 years, and state inspections were restarted after a 16-year gap, shaking up the whole political scene. Even though the exchange rate hit $600, the economy entered an era of the 3 lows. Low interest, low oil, and a low dollar. People flooded into Seoul, causing property prices in the capital to skyrocket like crazy. In a desperate move to stop the real estate fever, the government announced plans to build 2 million new homes. Despite massive projects being announced in places like Pyeongchang and Sanbondong, the hunger for housing showed no signs of slowing down at all. Then 1989 arrived. The final locations for the new towns were set: Songnam City, Bundong District, and Ilsan District. Now pay attention here, because this is where Do-jun's big gamble finally pays off for everyone to see. Looking at the city plans, Chairman Jin bursts out laughing in total shock. He turns to his aide, asking if he knows exactly where that land I gave Do-jun is. Secretary Lee confirms he knows. Chairman Jin points to the map, his voice booming with pure, unfiltered excitement. Look at this. Isn't this exactly where they just decided to build the new city? Secretary Lee is stunned. It couldn't be. Yes, the land the boy chose just jumped 100 times in value in 1 year. The chairman laughs loudly, full of admiration. But you know what the most interesting part of this is? I originally told him no, but the kid insisted on this specific spot. He lets out a massive roar of laughter, completely impressed. After a moment, he gets serious. If Do-jun grows up to be talented, make sure you keep a very close eye on him. Because if I divide Sunyang between my other children, they will just tear each other apart for more. We have to stop that, and Dojun might be the wild card we need. Secretary Lee bows deeply, promising to remember those exact words. Chairman Jin stares back at the map, unable to stop his triumphant laughter from echoing through the office. That night, Dojun stares at his bank book in his room, unable to wipe the grin off his face. He sees the current number, 14 billion won. He quickly calculates his next move: sell most of the land now, but keep a portion for later. Just like that, his total assets are now worth an estimated 20 billion won. Absolute madness for a kid. Remembering Grandpa's promise that he could use the money however he wanted, Dojun is absolutely over the moon. Let's pause for a second. In 30 years, this land could hit 100 billion. But then, a sudden knock at the door kills the vibe. His parents walk in, looking pretty serious. Dojun, we need to have a little talk with you for a moment. Dojun instantly hides his excitement and acts polite. Sure, what is it? The two sit down. His mother asks seriously what he plans to do with all that money. He calmly decides to use Grandpa as his shield. Grandpa said I should just put it in a savings account for now. His parents share a relieved smile. Dojun gets it. They were just worried about a child holding that much cash. Don't you want anything for yourself? No, everything I need, you've already bought for me, Mom. He gives her the most innocent, perfect answer. But then, a thought strikes him. Is there something you and Dad wanted to buy with this money? The question hits them like a massive lightning bolt. They look at him, eyes wide and completely flustered. Suddenly, his father stands up with a dark expression and walks out of the room without saying a single word. Dojun stares at his father's back, totally confused by the reaction. He has no idea what he said wrong to make his dad react so harshly and walk away like that. Only his mother's sigh remains. She takes his small hand, saying his dad was just surprised and they'll talk later. Dojun just nods quietly. His mom gets up and leaves too. Outside in the yard, she finds her husband standing alone, lost in the shadows. The boy is young and innocent. He meant well. Don't take it to heart, she says, trying to comfort him. And that's where we leave it. The father admits he's not angry, just ashamed of himself. Pretty heavy, right? Stick with me. When Dojun asked that, his heart raced. He briefly thought this was his big chance, yet felt pathetic as a father for wanting his son's savings. But his wife just smiled gently and took her husband's hand in hers. She admitted the amount was just too massive, and she felt exactly the same way he did. She thought that with such a massive amount of money, their whole family could live abroad and finally escape this constant struggle, making them both laugh in relief. Standing together, they shared the heavy burden of being poor parents facing such a massive temptation. Dojun was hiding behind the door the whole time, overhearing their conversation, and he realized that their love and self-respect for their child was truly greater than he imagined. A moment later, Dojun walked over to his father on the sofa and apologized to him in a very tiny, quiet voice. His father looked up in surprise, saying he wasn't angry at all, just a bit shocked, before asking what Dojun planned to do when he grew up. Looking straight into his father's eyes, Dojun firmly declared he would do whatever he truly wanted. When asked for specifics, he said he wanted to own a group even bigger than his grandfather's. Hearing that bold answer, his father, Yoon-ki, couldn't help but burst into a loud laugh. The laughter exploded out, becoming a joyful roar, as if he had just heard the world's funniest joke. Dojun just watched calmly, knowing why. Sunyang was the undisputed #1 empire in Korea, a peak no one could touch. A little kid claiming he would build something greater than Sunyang sounded like pure science fiction to him. Once the laughter died down, Yoon-ki looked at his son with a playful glint, noting how massive Dojun's dream was. Watch closely now. Dojun seized the moment, asking for his father's help while the man's smile slowly faded into a very deep and pensive thought. Sighing, he said he couldn't help, repeating that he had zero interest in the family's business world. Even though he studied business, his heart belonged to the world of cinema, not corporate power struggles. Dojun interrupted with glowing eyes, reminding him that his UK classmates must be incredibly talented experts. Yoon-ki froze. He looked at his 10-year-old son in total shock, feeling as if the person he was talking to wasn't a child at all, but a professional partner looking for talent. Meanwhile, at Sunyang headquarters, the atmosphere in the vice chairman's office was thick with pure tension. He couldn't believe the boy received 14 billion in compensation and would pocket another 10 billion if he sold the rest of the land. The uncle roared as his face turned bright red with rage. while his son sat on the sofa and spoke up with a voice full of envy for Doo-jun. He marveled at how jealous he was, noting that the interest alone would be $2 billion a year if the money stayed in a bank. He calculated the kid could buy 20 Gangnam apartments every single month, until the uncle slammed the desk and screamed at his own son's face. "That is not the point, you idiot," the uncle shouted, making his son instantly shrink back in silence. Gritting his teeth, he hissed that the grandfather was never one to just throw money away so easily. Yet he built a farm for that kid, even transferred the ownership to his name, and spent an absolutely massive amount of money just to handle everything quietly and smoothly. You and I see it. The grandfather is clearly playing favorites here. The son began to sweat, finally sensing the danger, while the uncle continued to vent his burning frustration. He pointed out that the son had never received a single piece of land or even a savings account. He told his son to look at himself, asking if the grandfather ever gave him land or a bank book. He hasn't, because he doesn't find him worthy, yet here the son is, calculating pathetic interest. After yelling, the uncle leaned back exhausted, his eyes gleaming with cold, calculating schemes for the future. "From now on, I want you to closely monitor every single move that Yoon-ki's family makes." A few days later at home, Yoon-ki brought back a strange man and introduced him to his son as an old classmate from his university days in England. The man stood there with a confident and very free-spirited aura surrounding him. He introduced himself as Ose Hyun and immediately asked for a private moment to speak with Do-jun. Though surprised, Yoon-ki respected his friend's wish and gave the two of them some space. Do-jun observed them, unable to believe his father knew such a legendary figure, a future investment shark, who then asked if the boy really wanted to become a businessman. "Yes," Do-jun replied with absolute confidence. Ose Hyun raised an eyebrow, asking if he meant like his grandfather. "No," Do-jun said calmly, explaining he wanted an empire even bigger than his grandfather's, making Ose Hyun laugh. He noted that in Korea, Sun Yang was already #1, so Do-jun's ambition was truly staggering. Do-jun calmly corrected him, stating that this wasn't just simple ambition, it was his true dream. Oh Se-hyun nodded, seeing a mix of the grandfather's ambition and the father's romantic spirit. Do-jun asked if he led a big company, and Oh confirmed he did, but he's different from the grandfather. "Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." "All right. You and I are about to see what happens when a billionaire is reborn in a 10-year-old body. So, can you help me grow my money?" Do-jun doesn't waste any time and gets straight to the point. Oh Se-hyun is genuinely stunned by the kid's boldness. "Listen, kid, I am only here today because I respect your father. You cannot be my client. Why? Because my clients are all members of the super wealthy elite. A child's allowance is not in my portfolio." Do-jun stares him down, his voice turning cold and serious. "And now pay attention, this is where the power dynamic shifts. Hasn't my father told you about my funds yet? I have 14 billion in cash now. Once I sell the remaining land, I'll have 10 billion more. That's 24 billion total. Is that enough to qualify as your client?" The entire room falls into a heavy, suffocating silence. Oh Se-hyun is paralyzed, his smile frozen. As a finance expert, he knows exactly what that money represents. But 24 billion coming from a 10-year-old? That is beyond anything he could have ever imagined. In his past life, rich heirs had fortunes, but that was in the future. This is different. In the 1980s, this cash is legendary. Decades later, this will be worth trillions of won. He is truly one of a kind. Every passing second feels heavy, putting an invisible, crushing pressure on Oh Se-hyun's shoulders. He mumbles to himself, clearly unable to process the insane information he just received. Do-jun doubles down to drive the point home. "You heard right. I will have 10 billion more this year." Oh Se-hyun finally snaps back. He takes a deep breath and looks at Do-jun differently. Now, he sees an equal partner. "Fine. With that much money, we can talk." Do-jun slides a notebook over. "This is my investment plan." Oh Se-hyun freezes in surprise. He opens the book, and the first page alone makes his eyes bulge with shock. He flips through page after page, and cold sweat begins to pour down his forehead. Every number and every strategy is so sharp it leaves him completely speechless and checkmated. Meanwhile, Do-jun keeps his innocent face, while calmly sipping on a carton of banana milk. You and I see through the act, but Oh Se-hyun is losing his mind, watching the boy's calm expression. Oh Se-hyun closes the notebook with deep respect and looks up at the young boy. How could you know these things at your age? Do-jun smiles. I am just very smart, uncle. But Oh Se-hyun is still skeptical, shaking his head. There is just no way this is possible. He does not believe a 12-year-old wrote this. Surely, someone else must have drafted these plans. Even a top business student from a prestigious university couldn't come up with strategies this advanced. Do-jun gives a sharp, mysterious smile. Those students aren't the chairman's grandson, and they don't dream as big. For 3 years, I have visited grandfather every week. I even followed him all summer. I listened and tried to understand everything he said. Oh Se-hyun realizes he was studying Chairman Jin. The plan must be influenced by the chairman's vision. It mimics the old fox's brilliant mindset. He asks directly, were you influenced by Chairman Jin? Do-jun knows he has won this round. Even for a genius, this is too much for a child. Using his grandfather as a shield is perfect. He hides his secret with a mysterious smile, pretending to be naive while reaching his goal. I was always by his side, so he told me many important things. He confirms the lie easily. After the meeting, Oh Se-hyun prepares to leave. The father sees his serious face and asks what happened. Why didn't you tell me about the 14 billion? Oh Se-hyun asks, his voice trembling slightly. The father hesitates. Oh, that? I didn't want you to be biased about the boy's money. It's not about the money. Your son is definitely not a normal child at all. I think your son is a genius. The father just laughs. Is he really that good? No. It's not just about school. The two men share a silent, heavy look for a moment. Suddenly, Oh Se-hyun turns to leave. I need to go and think about this some more. He marches straight toward the gate, leaving the father standing there confused, wondering if his son is actually a genius. Upstairs, Do-jun watches from the window. Seeing his father look up, he quickly acts like a child. Looking at that silly smile, trust me, you and I know the real game is just beginning. All right, you and I are back with Do-jun as he starts making his big moves in the investment world. So you're saying since you got secret intel from your grandfather first, you want me to follow this investment plan, right? Do-jun nods firmly. Both stay silent for a moment, weighing the gravity of the situation. Se-hyun nods makes sense. If it's a plan based on Chairman Sun-yang's vision, it's worth way more than some ordinary pitch. Standing up, the uncle says this basic investment guide is trash now. We don't even need it. Do-jun thinks to himself to get a pro like this to listen to a child, using his grandfather's shadow was the only way. Oh Se-hyun continues. By the end of this year, we can set up an investment firm in the United States. You will hold 100% of the shares. The capital stays in the States until you're ready to pull it out. Of course, you'll pay the operating costs from your own pocket. Do-jun smiles, satisfied. Just do it my way, uncle. Now watch this. Because even the pros are starting to get scared of this kid's next move. How much more is this kid going to shock me? He looks at Do-jun's innocent smile, feeling totally uneasy. After the meeting, Se-hyun rushes out. Walking down the stairs, he lets out a deep sigh as Do-jun's father approaches. Did Do-jun cause trouble? Se-hyun pats his friend's shoulder. I'm so jealous you raised an absolute genius of a son. The father is clueless. Why are you saying that? Se-hyun leans back on the sofa to explain. I talked to him. Do-jun agreed to invest, but he's only putting up 10 billion won for himself. The father is shocked. 10 billion? What about the other 4 billion? What is he planning to do with that? Se-hyun sighs and turns to the man. You once said you wanted to start a movie production company, right? If that company starts, you'd definitely be the #1 candidate for the chief executive officer position. Do-jun's father's eyes go wide. Before he can even ask, Oh Se-hyun smiles and continues calmly. Currently, the average cost to produce a Korean film is 150 million won. With 4 billion, you could make 10 movies. Hearing that massive number, the father feels dizzy. Oh Se-hyun calmly explains that this was all Do-jun's calculation. If you bring in outside investors, the number of films you could produce would explode even more. His father would have all the freedom to create art. Ending the story, Se-hyun can't stop praising the kid. He's incredibly thoughtful. He knew you'd refuse cash out of pride, so he thought of building a film company instead. Now, even if you don't want to, you're basically forced to take over the company. As he listens, Do-jun's father hangs his head, both embarrassed and deeply moved by his son's brilliant kindness. You saw that coming, right? While the dad is moved to tears, the big boss is watching closely from his mansion. Chairman Jin stares at a folder and coldly asks his secretary, "Who is this person?" "Sir, that is Oh Se-hyun, the representative of PowerSys Korea," the secretary replies. Chairman Jin glares. "Yoonki's friend?" "Yes, he and your second son were classmates while they were studying abroad in England." Pausing for a bit, the secretary cautiously remarks that little Do-jun is truly frighteningly smart. Instead of just chasing low-bank interests like other kids, he thought about handing capital to a professional firm. Chairman Jin puts the folder down. "Go meet this guy and check him out. He might just be a fly buzzing around, trying to steal Do-jun's money." The secretary bows and hurries out. Alone, the chairman thinks about his youngest grandson. He thought the kid would play it safe, but he's taking huge risks. Instead of worrying, he's actually amused. That ambition that's never satisfied with small interest payments. It's exactly like him. By May 1989, the entire world was witnessing massive historical shifts. 2 million people from 3 Soviet nations joined hands in a 600-kilometer human chain for democracy. This event was famously called the Baltic Way. By the autumn of that same year, while Koreans celebrated a warm Chuseok holiday, over in the West, the government of Hungary finally opened its borders. East Germans began escaping in waves, signaling the total collapse of the Eastern Bloc. While the world watched these political shifts, Do-jun was silently building his own empire in New York City. He established his investment headquarters there, holding 98% of shares, while the rest went to Se-hyun and partners. On November 1st, 1989, Do-jun and Oh Se-hyun finally set foot in the United States. Standing before a Manhattan skyscraper, Do-jun whispers, "This is my company. Trust me. You and I should get ready for what's next. All right. You and I are about to see a crumbling office turn into the birthplace of a legend. But looking through our main character's eyes, this place looks perfect. It radiates the golden glow of the future." Even next to Manhattan skyscrapers, this humble building is where his massive dream begins. A company called Fantasy Investment, where miracles happen. Oh Se-hyun thought the name was too childish, but Do-jun insisted. He will use this very spot to create impossible miracles. The two of them step inside. While Oh Se-hyun inspects the equipment, Do-jun walks into the wide main office. He can hardly believe it. Here, he is going to raise a monster. A monster strong enough to devour the massive Sunyan Group whole. Just then, the door swings open, and a group of foreigners rushes in, excitedly greeting Oh Se-hyun after a long time. Now pay attention, here comes the moment that leaves everyone in the room absolutely speechless. Meet Jin Do-jun, the chief executive officer of Fantasy Investment. The staff stares at the young Asian kid. "These are your new partners. I've already told them a bit about you," Oh Se-hyun whispers. The staff quickly straightens their suits and bows in respect. Do-jun just smiles and introduces himself in flawless English with a perfect accent. The entire room goes dead silent. Everyone's jaw drops. "You actually speak English?" Oh Se-hyun stammers out in total shock. "Just some self-study?" Do-jun replies humbly. Oh Se-hyun breaks into a cold sweat that is native-level fluency. They do not know that in his past life, he fought 10 times harder because of his second-rate degree. To survive and climb the ranks inside the Sunyan Group, he studied day and night, determined to outspeak even the most prestigious Ivy League graduates. That hard work is now his deadliest weapon. "First, I need you all to investigate this specific company." Director O's eyes go wide. He is panicked, having no clue what his young boss is planning. The office is buzzing with confusion. Finally, Oh Se-hyun just has to ask, "Which company are we talking about here? You and I both know this name, the legendary Dell Computer." And the staff? They are nearly falling over. "A computer company?" Do-jun keeps that mysterious, confident smirk. "Yes, and it will be our very first investment." He starts speaking like a seasoned pro. At 12, Michael Dell was already gaming the system in stamp auctions to connect sellers and buyers directly. He expanded into multiple businesses and found massive success through targeted marketing strategies. Later, he built Dell Computer into a global tech empire. Hearing this presentation, even a veteran investor like Oh Se-hyun is sweating bullets. "Do-jun, how do you know so much about this guy?" Do-jun responds with an eerie maturity. He made $2,000 from stamps at 12. In high school, he made a fortune selling newspapers. That is the Dell spirit. Oh Se-hyun is still skeptical. You are ready to invest a fortune just because of some childhood stories? He did not have a rich grandpa. He made his own money. Isn't that genius worth our bet? His sharp logic leaves the veterans speechless as the office starts whispering. With no other choice, Se-hyun orders the staff to dig up everything on Dell computer. The team scatters to work, while Do-jun watches the busy scene with satisfaction. Days later, Do-jun is surprised to find out Michael Dell wants to meet at a burger joint. Se-hyun is pessimistic about their chances. I know they just secured $30 million from another firm already, Do-jun says calmly. Oh Se-hyun is visibly startled. You knew that too? Last year, they would have rolled out the red carpet. In investing, timing is everything. We are a step behind on this one, uncle. Se-hyun nods. A fast food meeting means we are not a priority to him at all. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss his next move. All right, you and I are about to watch a kid outsmart the biggest billionaires in history. Do-jun sighs, looking a bit disappointed as Oh Se-hyun urges him inside a packed, noisy fast food joint. Suddenly, someone calls out to them. Looking over, they spot a young man waving from a nearby table. Do-jun watches him carefully. This is Ma Bell, the legendary figure who becomes a top 500 billionaire by age 27 and eventually the fifth richest man in America by 34, with a massive worth of $21.4 billion. After some quick greetings, Bell points at Do-jun and asks who he is. Se-hyun quickly comes up with a cover story. He claims the kid is just a huge fan, making Bell burst out into a satisfied laugh. They sit down, and Bell skips the small talk entirely. He tells them to be quick, he only has 15 minutes before heading back to the office. Se-hyun starts presenting Fantasy's investment plan, but before he can even mention the numbers, Bell shuts him down. He claims they have enough capital and don't need more investors. Do-jun knows Bell is just being cocky after recently pocketing $30 million. Without hesitating, the boy speaks up, laying out a plan to use $15 million to become the majority shareholder of Ma Computer. Hearing a child talk so fluently about such massive financial figures, Bell is stunned. He asks Se-hyun if the kid is his son, but Se-hyun just shrugs and says, "No, he's actually my boss." At this point, Bell's head is spinning with 1,000 questions. Now, pay attention here, this is where the power dynamic shifts completely. Bell laughs, slams the table, and tells Do-jun he has 2 questions. First, how did he know about Bell's secret profit from selling stamps? Despite the sudden pressure, Do-jun remains perfectly calm and delivers a sharp response. He asks if Bell really thinks he would just show up with $15 million without doing any deep research first. Bell nods, impressed, and asks his second question. You want to be a majority shareholder? I told you, we aren't taking investments. How do you plan to pull that off? He reminds the boy that he controls over half the voting rights on the board. His word is essentially law. Do-jun looks him right in the eye and drops a bombshell. He predicts that the company will go public with an initial public offering in about 6 months. That statement hits Bell like a physical blow, leaving him speechless. Internally, the boy just smirks. Bell is clearly in shock, wondering how this kid knows his deepest secrets. Do-jun continues, making a bold and direct offer. He declares he will use cash to buy up every single share of the company currently circulating on the stock market. $15 million should be enough to make him a major shareholder. But there is one more thing. He mentions he can mobilize another $10 million in cash within the year. Ma Bell literally feels a chill running down his spine. You and I can see it, his brain just can't keep up with this kid. Before he even recovers, Do-jun hits him with more demands. As the major shareholder, he demands a seat on the board and the right to participate directly in business strategy. It is a non-negotiable condition. Both grown men sit there in total silence, hanging on every word from this child. Do-jun grins. He adds that if Bell accepts the investment, I'll authorize all my voting rights back to you until I sell the shares. Plus, I promise you'll have first priority to buy them back at exactly the market value when I decide to sell. Hearing that, Se-hyun panics and interrupts the conversation. He apologizes to Bell and pulls Do-jun aside, whispering if he's lost his mind to make such a deal. Usually, buyback prices are higher to cover risks and protect business rights, so why sell at market price? Seeing Se-hyun's panicked reaction, Belle bursts out laughing and slaps the table. It turns out it's true after all, this little kid really is the one calling the shots as your boss. He admitted he had his doubts, but now he's genuinely intrigued. He looks at Do-jun and asks for his name. The boy smiles and reaches out a hand, telling him his English name is Wajin. Belle nods to remember it, then slams the table decisively. He tells Wajin they should dive into the details. Do-jun lets out a subtle, knowing smile. He knows this game is won. Only Se-hun is left confused, unable to understand why Do-jun is being so strangely generous. On the first-class flight back to Korea, Se-hun still can't let it go. He realizes they'll be busy finalizing the deal, but Belle won't actually take the full 15 million. When asked what to do with the extra cash, Do-jun calmly reads his newspaper and tells the team to find more potential spots for him to finalize. Se-hun just shakes his head in absolute wonder. He tells the kid the negotiation with Ma was unbelievable, even trying to imagine himself as a child genius. The logic just doesn't add up. Suddenly, Do-jun turns to him with a very mysterious smile. He points to his head and says, "Actually, I'm from 30 years in the future, reincarnated back into this life." Inside this kid's head, the memories of a 40-year-old expert. You and I definitely need to see what he does next. All right, you and I are about to watch a kid play a dangerous game with the most powerful people on Earth. Oh Se-hyun is frozen, staring at Do-jun as if trying to see into his soul before letting out a frustrated sigh. Stop messing around, kid. You have watched way too many sci-fi movies lately. I am really not in the mood for these lame jokes of yours. Do-jun just laughs and asks if he finds it funny. Oh Se-hyun gets quiet for a moment and mutters that it is strange, especially if that crazy theory is true. If you really have the mind of a 40-year-old veteran businessman, then every insane move you have made finally makes perfect sense to me. Hearing that, Do-jun just gives a quiet, awkward smile to move past the topic. The plane cuts through the sky towards Seoul. At Sunyang headquarters, the secretary is cautiously reporting the results of the New York investigation. Sir, according to the report, they were just there for basic sightseeing and some shopping. Chairman Jin Yang-chun flips through the documents with a cold snort. That old fox Oh Se-hyun was with them. Which means business, not sightseeing. The secretary bows quickly, promising to look deeper, but he starts stuttering as if he is hiding something else. Chairman Jin gives him a sharp, piercing glare. Why are you acting so timid? Just say it. The secretary finally gathers his courage. Sir, young Master Yoonki is starting a film production company. The paperwork is almost finished. I heard he plans to start shooting 2 movies at the same time next year. Now pay attention to the chairman's reaction here. He growls. This is Do-jun's doing, isn't it? Yes. The boy gave his father 4 billion. 4 billion? The chairman's hand shakes with pure rage, but he takes a deep breath, his eyes turning cold and ruthless. Fine. Do-jun needs to taste failure once to finally open his eyes. If he wants respect, he cannot just buy people's loyalty or use family emotions for business. The secretary is shocked. Do you mean Do-jun? Jin confirms it. Yoonki is his father, but the boy must learn a bloody lesson himself. He needs to understand you never throw money out the window unless you see a clear path to profit. Think of that 4 billion as a cheap tuition fee to make him more decisive. He needs to stop this desperate need to prove himself to the family. The secretary asks, but what if the movies actually succeed? Chairman Jin just sighs and waves him off. Yoonki is just a dreamer who has never done a day of real work. He has never run a business. If making movies was that easy, why are so many people going bankrupt in cinema? The secretary stays quiet, not daring to argue, but deep down, he is starting to wonder. If even one movie hits it big, we will all have to rethink Do-jun's incredible investment instincts. Back at the house, Oh Se-hyun is giving a progress report to his tiny boss. We are putting $9 million into M. I have also picked some potential targets for the remaining 6 million. He slides the documents over. Scanning the list, Do-jun's eyes suddenly light up when he sees a very familiar name. He shouts in excitement. Microsoft. Oh Se-hyun immediately tries to stop him. Sounds totally unknown, right? Honestly, I do not know much about them. Word is, investing there is extremely risky. The old man is being cautious, but you and I know the truth. As a time traveler, Do-jun knows Bill Gates' Microsoft will become a global empire. The word danger is not even in his dictionary for this name. What is the reason for your worry? Do-jun asks, testing him. Oh Se-hyun explains that they keep launching operating systems, but the market reaction has been pretty terrible. My sources say they will release version 3 next year, but after so many failures, the future looks dark. Plus, IBM is ditching them. Do-jun racks his brain. Was it Windows 3.0 or 3.1 that changed everything next year? It doesn't matter. Being off by a year or two is a small price for total dominance. He turns and asks, what do you really think? Oh Se-hyun admits he is actually a little interested in them too. Do-jun smiles, realizing this man has a bit of a gambler's soul. Then let's do it. It is a deal. I believe our luck will hold out. Se-hyun agrees. Suddenly, Do-jun switches topics. Oh, can you help me sell my land in Bundang? Oh, Se-hyun's eyes pop out. What? Why sell now? We should wait for the price to hit the absolute peak. Do-jun just smiles. I cannot neglect our New York office. If we put 15 million into those companies, we need cash for other moves. Realizing the kid's plan, Oh Se-hyun just nods in agreement. Fine, but we only use half the land money. We have to save the rest for a rainy day. Once Se-hyun leaves and the door shuts, Do-jun collapses into his chair, feeling the weight of the world. I am just using pieces of knowledge from the future. I am not some brilliant investment expert. And that is the secret you and I have to keep. In his past life, he was just a regular guy who never even touched a stock. All right. You and I are about to watch how our main character uses 30 years of future knowledge to conquer the one industry that becomes an unbeatable legend, the world of cinema. Among the thousands of Hollywood films, he knows every single record-breaking blockbuster by heart. Investing in movies now is a guaranteed win with zero chance of failure. With that thought, Do-jun flashes a calculating smile. These films are the keys that will turn him into the king of Hollywood. A few days later, Oh Se-hyun brings more documents to Do-jun's home. He doesn't get why the kid wants this stuff, but he delivered it. He places the files regarding movie production and current investment status on the table. Do-jun dives into the research immediately. Se-hyun asks curiously if he is showing this to his father, since this movie sector could eventually be imported into the country. Yeah, I am thinking about that, Do-jun replies dismissively, his eyes still glued to the pages in front of him. Suddenly, he stops. A silent curse echoes in his head, because a future billion-dollar blockbuster already found its distributor. Damn, what a waste. If his father's company had handled the local distribution for that one, it would have been a massive hit, paving the way for his father's other films to hit theaters easily. Just as he is losing hope, his eyes land on another title. Which movie? Do-jun shows him the file. Now watch closely. It is a small project that everyone else thinks is absolute garbage. The director and lead actor are total rookies. Wait, the lead is actually a child, just about the same age as Do-jun himself. Se-hyun shakes his head and tells him to skip it. But Do-jun wants to know exactly why his partner is so against it. The studio approved $14 million, but costs skyrocketed, so they dumped it onto Fox. Now, everyone is looking at it with massive skepticism. Even if I am not a movie expert, a project this messy from the start has no way of becoming a success. But despite his uncle's pessimism, Do-jun remains firm. Uncle, I want to invest in this movie. We need to put in as much as possible. This time, Se-hyun's voice turns sharp as he frowns. Do-jun, investing in stocks and investing in movies are two completely different things. If stocks drop, you can see the damage and cut your losses. But if a movie misses its break-even point, you lose everything instantly. He wraps it up with a final, stern warning. I'm opposing this because it isn't an investment anymore, it is pure gambling. Do-jun starts begging, even though he's the one technically in control. Just this once, uncle. After this, I promise I won't talk about movie investments ever again. But Se-hyun refuses to budge. Oh Se-hyun. The name booms through the room, making even Do-jun jump. His face hardens, brows furrowed in extreme annoyance. Do-jun knows his partner's reaction is fair, but he also knows this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Fantasy investment absolutely cannot afford to miss this golden opportunity to put their name on the Hollywood map. The returns on this deal won't just be double or triple. We are looking at profits of 10 times the original investment. He looks his partner straight in the eye and says calmly, "If we lose money, it is mine to lose anyway. You promised my parents you would let me do whatever I wanted." Se-hyun just gapes at the kid's stubbornness. Even though he is fuming, there's nothing he can do. Then, Do-jun delivers the final, crushing blow. "Besides, even if I blow every cent of the company's capital, it doesn't really matter. My grandfather is the richest man in South Korea, right? You saw that look on his face, right?" Nothing shuts down a heated argument quite like having the richest grandfather in the entire country. Finally, he lets out a defeated sigh and gives in. "Fine, fine, have it your way. I admit defeat on this one." Do-jun smiles triumphantly and adds one more thing. "Make sure the distribution rights for South Korea go to my father's company. That's easy. We might be the only crazy people actually willing to put money into this ridiculous project anyway. Is that all?" As soon as he hears yes, Se-hyun grabs his briefcase and stands up to leave immediately. He bluntly says he'll handle the details quickly and report back later. Do-jun's mother walks out from the kitchen, kindly inviting him to stay for dinner. But Se-hyun is too annoyed to accept. "Sorry, but I'm really not in the mood to eat right now. I'll take my leave." His mother watches him go, totally confused. She turns to her son and asks if everything is okay. "Don't worry about it, Mom. I am perfectly fine." Do-jun smiles to reassure her. Just wait. Once those box office numbers come in, his uncle's anger will melt away like spring snow. Holding the script documents in his small hands, he wears the mysterious smile of someone who has already won. On the cover is the title, Home Alone. Time passes, and everything unfolds exactly according to Do-jun's master plan. After Microsoft launches Windows 3.0 and invades the personal computer market, tech stock prices start skyrocketing across the board. Ma computer stocks break every record. And trust me, you and I are going to see massive profits for fantasy investment. All right, you and I are watching a kid turn a simple business deal into an absolute empire. He even generously told Do-jun not to worry about the $8 million loss on that little movie called Home Alone, claiming it would take years to recover. He acted so magnanimous, but Do-jun, with his 40-year-old soul, just laughed silently at the old man's ignorance. Now pay attention, because Do-jun knows this guy is about to eat every single one of those condescending words. Reality hit Oh-hyun like a truck. He sprinted to Do-jun, his face glowing with a level of excitement that was almost scary. "Did you know? Net profits just from that one film hit $33 billion, 6 times what we put in. And that is only the American box office. Imagine the numbers once it hits the global market, they will be historic. Compared to every other elementary student on Earth, you are now the wealthiest kid alive." Do-jun just kept it cool. "But uncle, I am in middle school now." Oh Se-hyun froze, realizing he completely lost track of how fast time flies. "You saw that too, right?" He is terrified that if the kid goes to school, the money stops. Just then, Do-jun's father walked in looking miserable. Oh Se-hyun asked if his movie was still struggling to find a theater. The father sighed deeply. "Do not even mention it. The theaters are empty, but they keep turning me down for some reason. They said every screen is reserved for some movie called Home Alone that is exploding this Christmas and New Year." Oh-hyun held back a laugh, acting shocked. "Really? Is that movie so hot that they are clearing the schedule?" "Yeah, apparently it is a family comedy breaking every record." The father spoke sadly, unable to even look them in the eye. "They said my movie does not stand a chance until Home Alone finishes its run." Do-jun and Oh Se-hyun shared a sly look. They both knew exactly who owned that blockbuster. Do-jun spoke up with a suggestion. "Why don't you set a condition, Dad? Tell them any theater that shows your movie gets exclusive rights to Home Alone 2. Bundle them together as a package deal. The new year is the golden time for cash, after all." Do-jun's father stood there, stunned for a moment, then snapped awake. He looked at his son like he was staring at a literal gold mine. "Of course. Why didn't I think of that?" He grabbed his documents and sprinted out the door, shouting back that they would talk more once he handled this brilliant move. Do-jun watched his father disappear like a whirlwind, leaving the two business partners sitting there laughing at the chaotic energy. Oh-hyun suddenly remembered something huge that he had completely overlooked in all the excitement. He turned toward the boy. "Let's pause for a second. This kid knows exactly which contracts will win before they even exist." Using his memories of the future, Do-jun decided to go big. Uncle, help me list every movie starting production this year. This time, I am planning to invest around $200 million. Hearing that insane number, Oh Hyun tried to stop him, thinking one big win was enough, and this was too risky. But Dojun stayed calm and asked what the average return for the best investment firms in New York was. Oh Hyun calculated it quickly. 600% a year, and that is actually the lowest return on any deal you have picked. After saying that, the uncle realized he had just completely proven himself wrong. It was obvious he had been totally outsmarted by a child. Dojun just smiled gently at the man who was now speechless. Oh Hyun nodded in defeat. Fine, I get it. I will make the list and report back to you soon. Once Oh Hyun left, Dojun collapsed onto his bed. His body was resting, but his brain was still running at full speed. In middle school, he had to stay at the top of his class to keep Chairman Jin from being disappointed in him. Maybe the next 3 years would be a bit more relaxed since the investment work was already set in motion. All he had to do was pick the blockbusters that were guaranteed to succeed. Simple enough, right? A knock came at the door, and his mother peeked in, asking if he was finished talking. Dojun sat up politely. Seeing her son was free, she suggested they go out for a meal. Dojun happily agreed to the invitation immediately. The next day, Dojun was at home when he heard heavy footsteps thundering down the stairs. It was his honest father, rushing somewhere. Dojun asked where he was going. The father put on his shoes, sounding incredibly nervous. Today is the premiere. I'm running to the theater to check the situation, and I will be right back. Seeing his father so flustered and excited, Dojun couldn't help but laugh at how adorable he was acting. With his father gone, the middle schooler sat down and crossed his legs, reading the economic newspaper like a seasoned expert. He searched for hot tips or news on new celebrities to invest in. Suddenly, a world-shaking headline caught his eye. Trust me, you and I are not ready for the absolute chaos this Hazen Motors news is bringing. Stick with me. You and I are watching Dojun realize this 1991 event never happened in his past. Hajin was meant to collapse after the 97 crisis and get bought by Deong in 98. He starts to sweat. Could his presence alone have accidentally rewritten the entire timeline of history? Is this just a rival's dirty trick, or is it a calculated move in the government's massive restructuring plan? He rushes to find his mother. Seeing his frantic face, she asks what is wrong. She assumes he is just asking for money again, but he demands to visit Grandpa immediately. She says tomorrow, but Dojun shakes his head. He cannot wait another second. Giving in to his persistence, she agrees to go after breakfast but warns him sternly, "Do not upset your grandfather. If he loses his temper, our family will lose everything." Then he remembers and asks why she isn't at the theater for Dad's movie premiere. She sighs heavily, confessing she is terrified that no one will show up to watch it. Dojun knows he cannot reassure her. She has no idea how huge this film will become. She probably thinks it is a total disaster or just a waste of time. He gave them the opportunity, but their lives are theirs alone to live and experience. Watching from the sidelines without interfering too much now, that is a real luxury. At the mansion, the maid says the chairman is busy. Dojun waits in the parlor. He spots 2 pairs of strange shoes and can't stop staring. He sits, piecing the puzzle together. Now pay attention, this attack on Hajin was timed perfectly right before this secret early morning meeting. The scattered facts are a mess. He can't find the thread connecting them all. He is burning with anxiety, wondering what these old foxes are plotting behind closed doors. Inside, Chairman Jin looks at his eldest son. "Are you confident enough to take over Hajin Motors?" Hearing the question, the uncle shouts his answer like a soldier on parade. "Yes, Chairman. This is our greatest chance to reach second place. I will take Hajin to number 1. The chairman nods, satisfied. "From this moment on, I am leaving this mission to you. Work closely with your managers and take over Hajin this year. Success means you get the whole motor division." The uncle and secretary are frozen in shock. But a heartbeat later, the eldest son breaks into a smug grin, imagining the mountains of gold coming his way. You and I see the trap. Giving him the cars is basically handing over the entire company. Secretary Lee watches, his mind racing as he looks at the powerful chairman. Has the successor finally been chosen? His thoughts are cut short by a booming voice. The chairman asks if he's scared or incompetent. The vice chairman bows, his voice trembling. "Thank you so much, Father." The chairman gives him a cold look and waves him away. "Leave now. Business is a battlefield. so do not make any more pathetic mistakes. Don't come early tomorrow, just show up for the ceremony. Now go work, time is money. Jin Young-ki nods frantically like a chicken, bowing as he scurries out the door. He looks so thrilled that the chairman and the secretary just watch him go. Lee whispers that the vice chairman got a massive gift. The chairman just raises an eyebrow. He assumes the succession plan is official, but the chairman flashes a dangerously clever smile. He sneers. Did I ever say a single word about giving him the entire Sunyang group? I only promised the cars. The secretary is stunned by the old man's absolute cunning. Chairman Jin sips his tea, calmly explaining that controlling those shares allows him to protect the whole group. That was the real strategy. The car division is nothing but a shiny little distraction. The secretary sighs in awe. The vice chairman is going to be crushed by the truth. The old fox laughs. Disappointed? No. He will only get greedier and fight even harder. And that's where we leave it, trust me. In this family, greed is the only language they speak. You and I are about to see why Chairman Jin is the ultimate chess master, always 10 steps ahead of everyone else. That afternoon, once all the guests had finally left, Do-jun quietly stepped into the private study. Finding his grandfather still buried in work, he asked, "Grandpa, it is the holidays. Why are you still working?" Chairman Zin looked up, seeing his grandson Kwang, and his expression softened. "I have no choice. There's just too much to do. But I am finished now." Do-jun walked in, his eyes quickly scanning the luxurious room. His gaze stopped on a newspaper sitting on the desk, the very same one he had read earlier this morning. Just as I thought, Down told himself. Today's meeting was definitely about the Hajinomoto situation. He put on an innocent act, saying, "You seem very happy today, Grandpa. I just saw my eldest uncle leaving," and he was smiling from ear to ear. Chairman Jane just hummed, saying he was probably just happy because of the holiday, while quickly hiding the folder on his desk, as if afraid the boy would see. But he could not fool Do-jun, who carried the sharp soul of a 40-year-old man. He pressed further. "Grandpa, I have a question." "What are you curious about?" Chairman Jane remained calm. Meanwhile, Do-jun stared intensely at the folder regarding the automotive industry that had just been hidden away. Now, watch closely, because this realization changes everything. Is his own grandfather the puppet master behind this entire massive scandal? Seeing his grandson frozen in thought, Chairman Jin finally spoke up. "Do-jun, why have you suddenly gone so quiet?" Do-jun snapped out of it and quickly made an excuse. "Oh, I just found it strange, because the news has been talking about one thing all day." "Is it about Hajinomoto, Grandpa?" Chairman Zin nodded in confirmation. "And why do you think that is strange?" he asked back. Down replied with a look of pure innocence. "Well, normally, whenever the press writes articles about Sunyang, you get furious and demand to find out exactly who wrote them. But today, you are incredibly calm." Chairman Zin burst into a satisfied laugh. "Exactly. You certainly have a very long memory." He began lecturing his grandson. "Do, you must remember that a newspaper is actually just a place that sells words to make money." "Sell words?" Do pretended to be confused. "That is right. Many articles might look like they have absolutely nothing to do with money or business on the surface. For example, a report complaining about traffic jams in Seoul is actually just clearing the way for construction companies to start massive road expansion projects." Do-jun stood still, hanging on every word. Chairman Jane pointed at the paper. "So, tell me, who will make money from these articles attacking Hajinomoto?" Do-jun replied instantly, "I do not even have to think about it. It is the rivals who want to see Hajinomoto completely collapse." "Haha, you are brilliant." Chairman Zin laughed with delight, beckoning Do-jun over to pat his head in praise. But inside, Do-jun's heart was racing. Damn it, he realized. His own grandfather was the one behind it all. He never expected that the first person to strike a blow against Hajinomoto would be his own grandfather. He started to feel worried. In his past life, Deungmoto was the one who took over Hajinomoto, not Sunyang. Did his grandfather fail in the original timeline, giving Deung the chance to profit? The next day, the festive atmosphere of the new year completely filled the massive Zin family mansion. From early morning, the sounds of knives on boards and clinking dishes echoed loudly from the busy kitchen area. Chefs and maids rushed around, placing gourmet dishes on a table stretching 8 meters long. It was packed with every single luxury imaginable. A display of wealth that was truly staggering. The entire Jin family gathered together. Chairman Jane Wai-chun sat at the head of the table in silence, radiating an aura of absolute power. Everyone else around him ate quietly, not daring to make even the slightest noise that might disturb the peace. His only daughter and her husband sat nearby, followed by the eldest son Jin Yangyi and the second son Jin Dongqi at the end of the table. The family of the youngest son, Yunqi, also sat perfectly still, not daring to utter a single word during the meal. You can feel the tension, right? Despite all the delicious food, the atmosphere at this table is suffocating and incredibly tense. Du Jun's parents, who held the most humble status in the clan, sat huddled together, looking nervous and very hesitant. In contrast, Do Zun, the wealthy favorite grandson, enjoyed his meal calmly. He did not seem the least bit afraid of anyone there. Suddenly, the eldest uncle seemed to remember his brother and asked Du Jun's father about the performance of his movie that premiered yesterday. It had been a long time since anyone in the house acknowledged him, so Du Jun's father looked a bit flustered and struggled to answer. Hearing mention of his useless youngest son, the chairman just scowled in silence. But Du Jun's father kept his cool, looked up, and finally spoke with real pride. It is doing quite well. At that one theater alone, nearly half of the tickets have already been sold. The eldest uncle replied with fake kindness. Oh my, you are so talented, little brother. Your very first movie is already such a massive success? Du Jun's father smiled humbly. Today is only the first day of the release. We will have to wait until it leaves the theaters to know the exact final results. Sitting nearby, Du Dun was thrilled to see his father finally standing up for himself. He just kept eating, a small, satisfied smirk growing on his face. Just then, the arrogant aunt barked out an order. She shoved an empty bowl toward Du Jun's mother and commanded her to go back to the kitchen for more soup. The gentle mother just bowed her head in patience and prepared to stand up and do exactly what she was told. Du Jun felt his blood boil. This woman never changes, always bullying his mother. And trust me, you and I are about to see what happens when she goes too far. Stick with me, you're about to see a family dynamic that is absolutely toxic and full of hidden rage. Suddenly, the chairman's powerful voice rings out, slicing through the suffocating tension as he demands his second daughter serve him a bowl of soup. Both Du Jun and his father are completely stunned, while his aunt stands frozen in place like she just can't believe what she is hearing. The chairman gets annoyed, shoving the bowl toward her while barking. Are you going deaf in your old age? I said, get me some soup. His daughter jumps in shock, stammering out a quick response to her father. She frantically grabs the bowl, not daring to waste a single second, because she is terrified of doing anything to upset her family's human bank account. The other aunts breathe a sigh of relief as Du Jun's parents just sit there in total disbelief, staring at the chairman like a stranger. But the most powerful man in the room just continues his meal as if nothing happened at all. Du Jun realizes his grandfather just publicly validated his parents' status in front of the entire greedy family. From now on, no one will dare look down on them. He hides a knowing smile behind his calm face. He should be moved to tears by this, but he's already too busy calculating his secret plan to betray the old man who just saved him. After the meal, Du Jun quietly sneaks toward his grandfather's private office alone. He scans the hallway and slips inside, aiming for that crucial report his grandfather left on the desk last night. Now, pay attention here. He needs to know every detail of this plan if he wants to stop it. He frantically flips through the pages, getting completely lost in the data as he searches for a weakness. Forgetting to stay alert, he sits on the floor, scattering papers everywhere, until he realizes something is very, very wrong with this data. This isn't a simple strategy report about taking over Hajin Motors like he originally thought it would be. It's a massive proposal for restructuring the entire auto industry, complete with specific government backing and support policies. The documents argue that letting Daeyoung Motors take Hajin would create a dangerous monopoly in the current market. Therefore, Sunyang Motors is framed as the only logical choice. Du Jun clenches his fist in pure frustration. The chairman literally wrote the script for the government, and they're just playing the roles he assigned them. This is deep-level manipulation. In other words, the Sunyang Group and the government are working together way more closely than he realized. Du Jun bites his finger, realizing there are no loopholes here. He starts wondering what his next move is. If he fails to stop this, Hajin will fall to Sunyang, and his entire plan will be ruined. He's so deep in thought, he doesn't hear the footsteps approaching. What exactly are you doing in here? You saw that coming, right? Do-jun freezes as he's caught red-handed by that familiar, terrifying voice. He slowly looks up, praying for any kind of miracle to get him out of this mess. But standing there is his grandfather, the ruthless chairman, his face turning a deep shade of angry red. From the chairman's perspective, it looks like Do-jun is kneeling on the floor, desperately begging for some kind of mercy. Do-jun looks him in the eye, trying to stay calm. Sorry, Grandpa. I just wanted to find some study materials. The tension is thick. But then the chairman's angry expression softens into a slight smile as he looks at him. He asks if the boy found his answers. And Do-jun just scratches his head. I only glanced at them, so I don't really understand much yet, he says, acting like a totally innocent child. The chairman turns serious again, telling him it's a shame he didn't learn anything from the top secret files. I like your curiosity, but never come in here without me again. Understand? Do-jun is finally off the hook as he cleans up. Relieved, he quickly organizes the papers and apologizes before rushing out of the office as fast as possible. The immediate crisis is solved, but the future is still messy. He expected to find a takeover plan in that report, but it wasn't there. As he walks away, he's already deep in thought, trying to find a new way to flip the table. He stops at the door and looks back at his grandfather, who is sitting there with a gentle smile. Chairman Jin looks so kind, hiding the fact that he's a cold-blooded schemer who manipulates everything. Do-jun bows politely, but a light bulb goes off. He doesn't need to stop his grandfather, he needs to stop the government from ever moving forward. He has to figure out a way to distract the government from this auto industry restructuring plan entirely. Now, you and I are about to watch him dig into his past life memories for a major event coming soon. The next day, a heavy atmosphere fills the boardroom. Chairman Jin leans back in his chair, listening to his secretary give a report with a serious expression. Sir, according to my investigation, all the rumors are true. Chairman Deng Tae-shu of the Hano Group secretly bought land, and the politicians involved received massive bribes. The secretary hesitates, then warns this scandal will cause a massive shock that won't die down easily. We should probably keep our distance from the Blue House for now. The Hajin Motor takeover might need to stop. Trust me. You and I are about to see how this power move unfolds. Chairman Jin's fingers tap rhythmically on the desk, each beat like a hammer striking the secretary's nerves, making him break into a cold sweat. What a bunch of useless fools. The chairman roars. I warned you not to buy land under this administration. He instantly orders a total withdrawal from that risky investment venture. His eyes drift toward the folder, proposing the government-backed auto industry takeover, sitting on his desk. Now, it looks like nothing but a massive eyesore. In a fit of pure rage, he slams the folder straight into the trash bin. Meanwhile, Do-jun sits at home, calmly sipping milk. He gives himself a quiet little pat on the back. Good thing he remembered this Hanbo scandal. Leaking that information to the press anonymously is finally paying off big time. He sets the empty milk carton down with a triumphant smirk. With a scandal this big, the government will be stuck cleaning up the mess for months, with zero time to care about Sun Yang's proposal. Hajin Motor is safe at last. Now watch closely, because this kid is about to make an offer he can't refuse. The next day at Oh Se-hyun's office, Do-jun says, Uncle, it's time you worked for me full-time. Oh Se-hyun stares back in shock, having no idea what this kid is actually talking about. Do-jun acts like a true boss. Quit Power says, and put all your focus into fantasy investment instead. You already hold 2% shares, and my company is making a killing right now. I can easily pay you a massive salary. Se-hyun laughs and asks, what if I don't want to? Do-jun looks confused. But why? Why would you turn down such a perfect opportunity? Look at me. Se-hyun answers seriously. You hold 98% shares and make every major call, and you're always 100% right. What is left for a man like me to do? Do-jun realizes it's professional pride. Time to set a better trap to catch this talent. He quickly pivots, offering to open a Korean branch. He's setting aside startup capital just to run this office. Plus, his grandfather has a secret slush fund that needs a professional manager. This sentence completely catches Oh Se-hyun off guard. Do-jun knows that during the investigation, his grandfather recognized Se-hyun's talent and secretly assigned him some high-level tasks. Se-hyun freezes, wondering, Did Chairman Jin actually tell this kid about those top-secret matters? Or did the boy dig it up himself? Dojun delivers the final blow. I'm pulling our investment out of Martin Computer. Those profits, plus my grandfather's slush fund, all of it will be under your total control. Se-hyun gasps in horror. What? You're pulling out of Martin Computer? Yeah, I plan to liquidate everything early next year. Dojun answers casually. You and I both know that sounds insane, and Se-hyun is about to lose it. He jumps up and yells, Are you crazy? Martin Computer is our golden goose. Why quit? While we're ahead. Since they went public, the stock price has never dropped once. That's a diamond tier stock. Are you just throwing money away? Dojun acts like it's no big deal. We can discuss that later. What do you think of my offer? Don't misunderstand, this isn't an order. I'm sincerely asking for your help. The more Se-hyun hears this bratty tone, the more his blood starts to boil. He glares out the window, cursing this annoying kid in his head. Even so, he suppresses his anger to respond. Fine, I'll get my terms in order and let you know. Then we'll talk details. Dojun is thrilled. He'll agree to any condition, because he needs a partner like Oh Se-hyun more than anything. He needs an adult who doesn't treat him like a child, someone smart and seasoned. More importantly, Se-hyun is a business fox. He won't be bullied or lose out in the market. He's the perfect veteran for the job. From now until I finally reach adulthood, Oh Se-hyun is the only person who can represent me. Suddenly, Se-hyun turns back and asks, Dojun, where do you plan to invest the Martin Computer profits? Is the Japanese market next? Dojun gives a short nod. The moment he hears the word Japan, Oh Se-hyun's eyebrows knit together tightly. He stomps in protest, nearly screaming, No way! Didn't you read the news? If the bubble bursts, Japan is the danger zone. Dojun maintains his rich air composure and answers calmly, Stick with me to find out if this risky bet actually pays off. All right, you and I are about to see that the most dangerous place holds the best opportunities. Don't you know that better than anyone else, uncle? Oh Se-hyun is furious but can't do anything to this kid. He tries explaining that success like that is only theory for the lucky few. Out of 100 people who rush into certain death, maybe only one actually manages to grab the opportunity. The other 99 end up bankrupt. Dojun just smiles and asks why he wouldn't be the only one out of those 100 people. His arrogance is so over the top that Oh Se-hyun just stands there, completely speechless and unable to say a word. Seeing Dojun keep that mysterious smile, he finally blurts out, Stop smiling like that. That smile is terrifying. Meanwhile, you and I need to look at the Sunyang mansion, where things are far gloomier than the weather. The eldest uncle, Jin Young-ki, is questioning his son. How did your meeting with Grandpa go? Grandpa told me to stay in Europe until I turned 30, the son replies. The uncle explodes with rage. You didn't dare talk back to him, did you? The son grimaces. Who do you think I am? I'm not stupid. I smiled and promised to do my absolute best. Hearing that, the uncle finally calms down and praises him. Good. He turns to his 3 children and warns them to remember his words carefully. Grandpa definitely has people monitoring your every move. One wrong sound and it won't just be you, even I will be dragged down with you. The younger 2 listen with bored expressions, tired of hearing another one of their father's lectures. The uncle then turns his attention toward his daughter, Yoon. Look, you graduate next month. I am finding a high-status family for you to marry into immediately. Then you can study abroad. But she cuts him off before he can finish. Oh my God, Dad. Who gets married right after graduation these days? Please. Just wait a few more years. The uncle shouts, You brat. You had better do exactly as I say. After that scolding, the daughter hides her stubbornness and sits quietly, fearing her allowance might be cut off. He points at them, saying, You only live this well because you are the grandchildren of Chairman Jin Yang Cheol. If Grandpa abandons you, your royal lifestyle will be cut in half. The oldest son asks why he is saying this suddenly. The uncle stares at them in frustration. Are you all blind? Pay attention here, Grandpa's attitude has changed. You and I can see, he is now showing massive favor to that kid, Dojun. The son argues that while Dojun is liked, Grandpa never truly considered the youngest uncle his own flesh and blood. Grandpa isn't the type to care about the whole family just because he dotes on one grandson. The other two stay silent, watching the argument with gloomy faces. The uncle lets out a long, heavy sigh. Listen closely. Despite being incredibly busy, Grandpa still makes time to watch the movies the youngest uncle produces. The entire family is stunned, their faces turning stiff as statues after hearing that news. Think about Grandpa's age. He really doesn't have much time left. From now until that moment, don't you dare cause any more trouble. Once the Sunyang group is officially mine, you can live however you want. Do you understand me? Thinking about their future freedom, the kids' eyes light up and they quickly agree. The uncle then kicks them out. The three siblings escape before they get yelled at again. Alone in his room, the uncle starts feeling a massive headache. He blames himself, thinking he should have successfully taken over Hajinomoto last year. Ever since that failure, major company decisions are happening behind his back without him knowing a thing. Problems he struggled with at the subsidiaries are now being solved smoothly under his father's direct orders. Now, rumors about changing the inheritance order are spreading. Some branch managers are even ignoring him to report directly to my father. It's clear that Grandpa is changing. He slams his hand down on the desk in a fit of rage. He realizes Grandpa has zero defenses up against Dozun. Just one grandson is shaking the order of the entire family clan. He wonders if Grandpa thinks his own children are incompetent and should just be cast aside. The more he thinks, the more he feels a mixture of extreme anger and intense fear. Fantasy Investment in New York just used 10% of its capital to open a branch in South Korea. Oh Se-hyun is now the legal representative for both headquarters. His bond with the young shareholder, Dozun, is growing tighter. Oh Se-hyun's attitude toward Dozun remains respectful, just as it was before. But now, he no longer argues against the boy's ideas. Dozun is glad the veteran finance expert is finally listening. Whenever they disagree, instead of dismissing him, you and I should watch this. Oh Se-hyun is bringing in some heavy analysis today, and you and I are about to watch another intense brain battle between these two geniuses. Oh Se-hyun is facing a really tough choice here. He sincerely warns Do-jun to take a second and think this through. Do you really want to dump every single share of Martin Computer? Nothing left at all? Do-jun just sips his tea calmly. Look, uncle, 100 times profit is more than enough. We have to know when to stop before we get too greedy. Seeing the kid won't budge, Oh Se-hyun finally agrees. But as he's leaving, a specific file on the desk catches his sharp eye. He flips through it, completely shocked. Wait, were you actually looking into this specific company too? This is one massive target. Their revenue last year hit 100 billion, nearly 800 billion in today's currency exchange rates. At that scale, they're already in the big leagues. Do-jun just nods along. Yeah, a giant like that can't be ignored. Oh Se-hyun's eyes light up as he dives deeper. This company has an incredibly solid foundation within the entire information technology sector. And as we know, the bigger the IT boom gets, the more they'll grow. Their future potential is literally through the roof. Do-jun smiles at the folder labeled S-Bank. He'd actually targeted them ages ago, but asked Oh Se-hyun just to show respect. Now here's the wild part. These two geniuses were actually thinking exactly the same thing. He asks, why is it so hard to swallow? Oh Se-hyun frowns. He's worried they don't even need more investors. Plus, the founder of this company is definitely not some amateur. He is a third-generation Korean-Japanese businessman, a real powerhouse in the industry. Do-jun knows exactly who he is. Masa Iosasan, the living legend of venture capital, who's about to rewrite global technology history. Are they planning to go public yet? Do-jun asks. Oh Se-hyun shakes his head. Not yet. Do-jun celebrates internally. Perfect. The window is still wide open. Suddenly, memories from his past life come rushing back. He only remembers fragments of the news. But one crucial detail is permanently burned into his mind. After S-Bank hits the market, their value will skyrocket 100 times over. Everything has a price, he says calmly. It just depends on how people value it. If we hit their expectations, they'll sell that stock in a heartbeat. Oh Se-hyun listens closely, waiting for the next move. So, how much are you actually planning to offer them? Do-jun cleverly tosses the responsibility back to his uncle. Well, what do you think? Put on the spot. Oh Se-hyun thinks and holds up 5 fingers. 5 times their current estimated market value. With that, after they IPO, we could easily clear a 30% profit during the very first wave. Do-jun just shakes his head. At 5 times, they wouldn't even look at us. Oze Hun is confused. That's already huge. Most investors wouldn't dare go higher. Anything more is a massive risk that just isn't worth the investment. That's when Dujun shows the absolute confidence of someone who already knows the future. Then we just have to pay more than anyone else. Getting impatient, Oz Hun asks, so, how much is it? Dujun looks him in the eye. I predict they'll grow 100 times. So I'm offering 50 times right now. What? Oz Hun looks like he just got struck by lightning. He's completely speechless. You and I both know that 50 times valuation sounds totally insane, but Dujun stays perfectly calm, like he's just discussing the weather. Don't be so shocked. Martin Computer grew 100 times. So why wouldn't a future giant like S-Bank do the same? Hun is genuinely terrified now. He tries to stop him, but what if this whole thing fails? SoftBank isn't like Martin Computer. They're just distributors and investors. 100 times growth? That sounds totally impossible. If we're wrong, we lose everything. This isn't investing anymore. It's just reckless gambling. Dujun smiles, picturing the future billionaire, and speaks with deep meaning. You can't force an opponent to the table without holding cards that carry real weight. If we're playing the game, we need to see the end result, right? Nobody plays cards alone. Hearing such deep philosophy from a 12-year-old boy, Oz Hun can't believe his own ears. How can a kid think this far ahead? Is this really just the power of his family's bloodline? Trusting that legendary Jin family business instinct, Oz Hun finally decides to let go of his doubts. He stands up with a heavy sigh. Fine, since you're clearly blessed by fortune, I'll bet on you this time. We'll do it your way. He heads for the door, but stops and turns back with a serious look. Just remember, Dujun, a passion for gambling can destroy a man. Keep that close to your heart. Dujun is stunned. He's never gambled in this life. Trust me, you and I can see the irony is perfect. All right, you and I are about to watch the ultimate power play. Chu Yentom, stay calm, uncle. This is my final reckless gamble until I am an adult. Se Hyun smiles with pure satisfaction and turns to leave, leaving Dozun alone to architect the blueprints for his future empire. The next morning at the private residence, Oz Hun walks in holding a massive stack of thick legal documents in his hands. He smiles and announces the deal is done. 5 million shares purchased, 35 times the original amount. Now, it all comes down to luck. Oh Se-hyun looks totally relaxed while Dozun responds with a confident grin, telling him everything will turn out perfectly. Watching Dozun sip his glass of milk, Oh Se-hyun asks if he really plans to sell every single share in Martin Computer. Dozun nods calmly. We have already made 100 times our investment, so there is nothing left to regret. Once the Martin Computer exit and Power Hand investment are settled, you have my full permission to manage the remaining capital. I start high school next year, and I want to dedicate the next 3 years entirely to my studies. Oz Hun is stunned to see a student walk away from that much money with such casual ease. He bursts out laughing, saying it is the first time a kid's promise to study hard actually sounded believable. Since you are always top of your class, you must be aiming for S University Economics or Business, right? But Dozun surprises him. Now, listen closely, because Dozun is about to catch everyone off guard. No. He says, I plan to enter the law department. He explains that he is already surrounded by the greatest business minds in Korea, like his grandfather and his uncle. If I study business too, what makes me different? So Oz Hyun asks what he hopes to learn from the law. Are you planning to become a prosecutor? Not at all. Dozun replies calmly, leaving Oh Se-hyun even more confused. I just want to prove myself. Prove what exactly? The older man presses for an answer. Dozun explains with total composure that he wants to show the world third-generation heirs can do more than just make money. Big families have plenty of S University graduates, but none have the brainpower for the law department. Oz Hun is chilled by his resolve. Truly, among all the elite Chaebol descendants, not a single one has been brilliant enough to pass the S University law exam. When the chairman hears his grandson's ambition, he is so shocked he nearly falls flat on his back. He recalls the bragging from the chairman of S Hun Group, whose eldest grandson getting into S University was huge news. Everyone knew dirty tricks were used behind the scenes, but the man kept boasting until everyone was sick of it. Word is that aside from his private secretary, he even mobilized dozens of reporters from the Ministry of Economy. They found the department with the lowest competition just 6 hours before the deadline. The kid ended up in Eastern philosophy or Oriental history, something like that. In a fair fight, that boy would never have set foot in S University. But even as a chairman, he was still just a man who spent an entire year bragging about that meaningless achievement. It was honestly pathetic. But if Dozan actually passes the law exam, it is a completely different story, because you cannot cheat your way into law. Every victory there is absolute proof of talent. The chairman asks urgently, "Is this true? You saw that smile, right?" Dozan looks like an angel as he replies, "Of course it is. Did you think I would study law for any other reason? Why else would I tackle law school if I have no intention of ever becoming a prosecutor?" The chairman is deeply moved, realizing that while many people make him richer, no one has ever made him this happy. His youngest grandson has touched a part of his heart he did not know existed. He tells him with a shaky voice, "Get into S University, and I will give you any gift you desire." Dozun laughs out loud, agreeing to make him proud. But internally, he tells his grandfather to remember those words. "Because what I truly want is not just some fancy imported car, my real target is the absolute power of the Sunyang Group." July 1994 Power Hand stock hits 18,900 yen, raising an incredible 200 billion yen after listing. With global ambitions, Chairman Sun Dong-Yui announces a wave of aggressive and strategic business takeovers. Meanwhile, Dozan's initial investment of $230 million surged to $850 million in just 1 year, a profit of $620 million. However, he pulled his capital out just before the economic bubble burst and spent 3 years focused entirely on high school. Occasionally, he funded Hollywood movie projects, but for him, that was just a fun little hobby. If people thought investing in Titanic by James Cameron was a risky gamble, he was more than happy to take it. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see how his brother Sang-Jun finally finishes high school. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the life of a rich kid who failed his exams and fled to America. Since he was always ignored by the family, Sang-Jun used that lack of attention as a chance to chase his music dreams without any chains. He soon departs for the United States. And now, all the pressure of the Sunyang Group's third generation falls squarely on Dojun. Everyone is watching this 12th grader, expecting him to be the first to enter the prestigious law school at Seoul National University. The family watches with a mix of curiosity and cold suspicion, while only his parents and grandfather truly believe in his success. Just 1 day before the big results are released, the chairman is already on the phone, beaming with pride and shamelessly bragging away. "My grandson ranked 39th in the entire country. Not just in his school, the whole nation. He is top 10 in the humanities block. The max score is 400 and he got 367. Only 6 points away from first place. That is basically a tie. Right?" The chairman cannot stop showing off. After hanging up, he stares at the results in his hand and whispers to himself in pure awe. "Only SNU Law is worthy of such hard work. But I wonder if that school is even good enough to teach my grandson? It really should have been Harvard or Oxford. I promised to pay tuition for those without scholarships, but with these grades, he will definitely win one anyway." He sighs, acting like it is a problem. After another call, the chairman checks his contacts. He orders his secretary to bring the PR department to his office immediately. That afternoon, at the mansion, he hands the results to the PR manager. After a quick look, the man offers his deepest congratulations. "My sincere congratulations, Chairman." But the old man cuts him off coldly. "Skip the pleasantries. Get this news out now and arrange for reporters to come take photos of Dojun first thing tomorrow morning. Now, pay attention here, because the chairman is about to teach everyone a lesson in high-level reputation management. People whisper that my family only uses money and status to get into top schools. But with this score, can money or connections buy that? Make sure those nasty rumors vanish after tomorrow's article." The PR manager quickly bows and says he understands the plan perfectly. The chairman smiles with total satisfaction, looking at the results and feeling incredibly proud of what his youngest grandson has achieved. The next day, reporters swarm around Dojun like he is a global superstar, but the boy stays perfectly calm during the interview. "Over the past year, I have been coached by the absolute best private tutors for every single subject on the exam." He casually mentions that his tutoring costs equal 15 years of a reporter's salary, leaving everyone there in total shock and his parents embarrassed. Being born into such massive wealth, Dojun does not even realize his words just sucked the air right out of the room. He asks them, Why the silence? Did you expect the grandson of South Korea's richest man to only study from basic textbooks? A reporter stammers out a no, and the crowd starts whispering. Someone asks who actually took the top spot in the country this year. Another confirms it was a student from Jeju Island. Dojun tells the press to go there for the news, but write about him instead. Goodbye, everyone. I want to hear your answers. The reporters can only nod and obey as Dojun ends the session. It is obvious you all came here just to flatter me. My grandfather has spent a lot of time researching various books lately. He would be very happy to read an article praising how deeply I learned from all those reference materials. The reporters are left standing in total confusion. Only his father, Jin Jung-ki, stands quietly in the corner, unable to hide a small, knowing smirk at his son's cleverness. It is New Year's Eve, 1997, at the Sunyang Group. Amidst the loud, elite crowd, Dojun is quietly sipping fine wine when a familiar shadow approaches. Well, if it isn't my little brother, you and I both see right through that fake smile, don't we? It is his jealous older brother, Sung Run, approaching with mockery. I saw your interview. Congratulations on the big win. Sung Run reaches out his hand, offering a very insincere handshake to the younger boy. Dojun puts on a bright face and happily returns the gesture. Thank you, brother. And welcome back home to Korea after all this time. As their hands meet, Sung Run leans in close and whispers a calculated threat directly into his younger brother's ear. As the future prosecutor general, I will eventually hand the legal inheritance to you, so you better make sure you behave yourself. A prosecutor general should obviously support the man who will become the next Sunyang chairman. That would be you, big brother. As for me, I am going to be a ghost lawyer. Sung Run freezes, completely caught off guard. A ghost lawyer? Who told you that? Grandpa did. He said, if I study law, being a lawyer is actually better than being a prosecutor. Dojun takes a sip of water, secretly thinking his brother is quite pathetic. If he did not have supporters, he would be a joke. Sung Run seems to regain his energy and starts asking questions rapidly. Really? Did Grandpa actually say all of those things to you? Do you really want to be a lawyer? Dojun does not answer immediately. He's busy calculating his next move in his head. So, what do you and I take from this? Dojun is playing a dangerous game, and he is already 3 steps ahead of everyone. Let's see if this guy actually becomes a real rival. Chairman Jin is hinting at law school to support the group, making Dojun relieved. He wants a powerful tool, so Dojun acts hesitant. I'm still not sure. Being a judge doesn't really excite me. I'm leaning more toward becoming a prosecutor or a lawyer. I'll think it over while studying. He knows exactly what Sung wants to hear, but playing it slow is the better move. Sung Jun puts on a generous face. That's right. There's no rush. Just take your time. You just finished high school. No need to hurry. If you don't want those small roles, I'll find you a comfortable spot in the company. Dojun offers a polite thanks to keep him happy. But inside, he notices his brother has actually improved quite a bit. Staying this calm and relaxed after his time abroad? That's some serious growth for someone like him. Sung Jun keeps up the act, continuing to show off his fake concern for his younger brother. We've got to keep our studious little brother happy. After the party, follow me, I'll show you how exciting this world really is. Once the little drama ends, Sung Jun leaves. Dojun watches him go and mutters a warning under his breath. Go ahead, enjoy your world. Soon, all you'll have left are these memories of the life you lost. Pay attention now. Suddenly, a flattering voice cuts in. Oh, look at you. How did you get such amazing grades? His aunt pushes through the crowd. I wish my kid was even half as smart as you. The uncle joins in, claiming they finally have a legal successor. If you're ever confused while studying, just ask me, okay? Your uncle is here and ready to help you out. The aunt looks annoyed. Successor? Did you even graduate from S University? You haven't even seen the front gate, let alone studied there. The husband snaps back. I didn't say the same school. I meant we're both juniors in the Judicial Institute. Instantly, the aunt's mood flips. Oh, that's perfect. Dojun, you should hire your uncle as a tutor later on. He failed his election, so now he's just sitting at home all day doing nothing but wasting time. Dojun remembers now. This guy lost the April election because he was too stubborn to listen to Grandpa's advice about the district. The aunt even stole money from the department store to fund him. But it all went down the drain for nothing. Watching them bicker over money. Dujun smirks. Uncle, are you planning to run for office in soon again next time? The uncle looks full of life again and answers him firmly. Absolutely. How could I stop now? I'm going to finish this term and then climb straight to the top. Dujun is laughing at him internally, but he keeps the innocent smile of a child. I knew you'd be happy for me. He hints at the upcoming election with a greedy look. You see that? He's baiting the kid for campaign cash. Dujun cuts him off, surprising him. You need to win the next election, so I'll find someone to fund your campaign. The couple is thrilled. The aunt immediately starts praising her nephew for being so incredibly sharp and thoughtful. He understands everything. Since they're so happy, Dujun tosses out more bait. If it's hard for you, I'll fund the campaign myself. You're my senior, after all. The uncle is stunned. You? But where would you get that kind of money? Dujun just smiles. Did you forget? I still have a massive pile of cash from selling that farm in Bundang. Suddenly, the uncle remembers exactly how much money that was. His eyes practically turn into dollar signs right then. Dujun's plan is simple: get him into the assembly to gather allies. The uncle grabs his hand, overflowing with gratitude. Later that night, after the party ends, a luxury car carries Dujun through the darkness of the city. He asks where his cousin is taking him, but the guy just gives a vague answer. I promised we'd drink together tonight. The car pulls into a massive, secluded estate filled with expensive cars. Seeing Dujun's confusion, the cousin just laughs. First time here? This is just where my friends and cousins hang out. My dad rarely ever comes around. Come here whenever you want some peace. No one will bother you. But Dujun knows this is Vice Chairman Jin's villa. In his past life, he never had the chance to step foot in a place like this. A servant greets them. The cousin immediately asks if she's waiting inside. The servant starts stammering, yes, but actress Yoon Hae-kyung said she had a sudden location shoot and couldn't make it. Yoon Hae-kyung? He mutters the name. She's the lead in that weekend drama with record-breaking ratings. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp slap rings out. The cousin lands a heavy blow on the servant's face. I told you today was an important day. Then, he starts brutally punching and kicking the poor guy. Even when the servant collapses, he keeps going like a wild beast. I told you, even if you had to drag her by the hair, you should have brought her. Trust me, this is his real face. All right. You and I are about to watch Dujun's blood boil as he sees a reflection of his own painful past. I am paying you to do this stupid stuff? You are a curse on your house. Find a way now. He screams. Seeing his cousin ruthlessly tormenting the servant, Dujun decides to speak up and kill the man's rage. The moment he speaks, the violence stops. The cousin's voice drips with annoyance as he asks if they were not celebrating. Dujun says he has lost interest and wants to go home, catching a brief flash of guilt on his cousin's face. A heavy silence falls between the two brothers, broken only by the servant sobbing in the background. After a while, the cousin says he forgot Dujun's personality and that Dujun is the star today. He tells the servant to get lost thanks to Dujun. The terrified man runs but freezes when Dujun calls out sweetly. Dujun says he will only play for a bit then head home, asking the servant to drive him back. The servant nods frantically in fear. When the cousin asks why he is not staying, Dujun says he is leaving now. He claims the party crowd made him tired, and since the cousin did not object, he can leave as he pleases. Now, here is where it gets interesting. Watch as Dujun realizes this is his golden opportunity. He glances at the servant waiting in the car with a satisfied smile. Time to win over Jin Yanggi's loyal pawn. Inside the house, expensive bottles of wine are scattered all across the table. The cousin warmly invites Dujun to sit on the sofa, laughing as he picks up a bottle to start things light. He asks if Dujun has ever tried beer while pouring a bit into his glass. Dujun takes it calmly, drinking it down like plain water. It seems he is quite used to these kinds of drinks. Once finished, Dujun reaches for another bottle on the table. Impressed, the cousin praises his drinking limit and etiquette. Then, Dujun asks a question that leaves him stunned. By the way, I have a question. In your opinion, would I be more useful to you as a prosecutor or a lawyer? The cousin clearly does not catch the hidden meaning, but Dujun knows exactly what he is doing. No matter how much the man schemes, he just sees a kid trying to act grown up. He downs his glass of what Dujun calls barley smoothie. then starts talking with a fake, serious tone about his grandfather's men. He mentions his father has close allies too. But as he sets down the empty glass, he calls them outsiders. You and I both know what is coming. He claims they need to be united, while Do-jun just plays dumb. The cousin responds with an awkward, friendly smile and continues to pour more beer. While Do-jun tries to figure out his true intent, the cousin talks about his life back in Europe. He says that even with loyal subordinates, the truth is always the same. He smiles wickedly, saying everyone has their own calculations. Do-jun finds this hilarious. This guy tries to act like he is not suspicious, yet blames the world for his own nature. The cousin tells him to understand that the gap between the one giving money and the one receiving it is huge. He claims it is almost impossible to bridge that distance. But brothers are different, he says. It is not a transaction, but sharing the bitter and the sweet. Do-jun finds it pathetic. If this were the old Jin Do-jun from his past life, he might have believed it. But not this time. He knows this cousin threw his own brother, Jin Yun, into prison just to hog all the family wealth. The cousin keeps acting, saying he does not care about the exam results. Do-jun asks why he does not care. With a face of fake sincerity, the cousin says he will always be by Do-jun's side no matter what he does. He promises to help him become the number 2 of the group. Do-jun just gives a cold, subtle smirk. He claims Do-jun is the only one he trusts, calling the others useless and incapable of running a company. He says he needs someone smart, like Do-jun by his side. Do-jun wonders if the man sees him as a rival or if he just wants a powerful right-hand man. Suddenly, a voice calls out. Do-jun stays still, keeping his innocent face on, as 2 seductive women walk in. You are here? Do-jun recognizes them as famous faces from movies and music shows. The 2 girls act fake and sweet, saying it is their first time meeting him. Suddenly, Do-jun stands up, surprising everyone. He says he is feeling tired and asks for permission to leave early. The cousin acts understanding, but as Do-jun walks away, we can see the wheels turning in both their heads. All right. You and I are about to see just how cold-blooded our main character can really be. He has been holding it in too long. Since this is his first time drinking in this young body, the world is spinning. Fresh air helps. The driver is still waiting in the car, completely passed out. When Do-jun approaches, he sees the man's face still bruised and swollen from the beating he took earlier. Do-jun feels a flicker of pity. Making a living is never easy. He walks to the other side, opens the door, and climbs in. The driver jumps up in a panic, desperately apologizing for falling asleep on the job. Do-jun quickly apologizes for keeping him waiting. The driver insists he move to the back seat, where a young master should be. I am not some VIP or official, so sitting in the back feels wrong. Just drive, Do-jun commands. The driver is shocked, but obeys. He focuses on the road. The car slowly rolls away from the massive estate. It is a silent night as the car flies down the highway like an arrow piercing the darkness. The driver politely offers to turn on the radio, but Do-jun quietly declines. Now watch this, his personality shifts. Why call me young master? It is honestly a bit creepy. The driver is at a total loss for words after that sudden, cold question. Do-jun doesn't wait for an answer. You work in the strategy department, do you not? This sharp confirmation makes the driver nearly jump out of his skin. He explains calmly. I talk to my grandfather quite a lot. You see, I know the planning department is split into 2 groups. One is filled with the elite graduates who map out the entire group's strategy. Then there is the other group, those from humble backgrounds whose only job is to clean up the disgusting messes left behind by the family's spoiled children. Hearing this, cold sweat begins to pour down the driver's terrified face. His hands shake, nearly losing control. You definitely belong to that second group. Do-jun speaks with a voice full of hidden meaning, sounding exactly like he did in his previous life. This direct strike at the man's status and past makes the veins on his hands bulge with pure resentment. Seeing the man's suppressed shame, Do-jun suddenly switches to a voice of fake comfort. Actually, you're luckier than those elite students. The driver is now completely baffled by this bizarre praise. Just look at the chairman's age, Do-jun says, sounding like a macroeconomics professor. He is nearly 80. When he is gone, his children will tear Sunyang apart like a pack of wolves. And you can bet the vice chairman will use every dirty trick to seize control. The driver can't believe a child knows these secrets. Du Jun concludes, those family secrets you hold will become a priceless asset you can sell for a fortune. It is more money than those elite graduates could ever dream of making in their entire lives. And here's where the driver realizes he's not just talking to some kid. Who are you? What do you want? That sudden lack of respect immediately triggers Du Jun's fury. Do not use that tone of voice with me. It makes me very uncomfortable. Drive carefully. The driver's face goes pale as he falls into a terrified, submissive silence. I am tired and want to sleep. Wake me up when we arrive at the house. Thank you. Despite the burning resentment of being ordered around by a child, the driver has no choice but to obey. He hits the gas to get the boy home. 1997. The Hanbo Group, a titan of the steel industry, collapses in spectacular fashion. Once a legendary empire ranked 9th in credit and 14th in assets, the Hanbo Group has now crumbled into nothing but dust and ash. Over 70 financial institutions, including major specialized banks, are being dragged into this dangerous vortex. This season, the wounded predators are out for blood. The war for the remains has officially begun. Inside the chairman's office, the tension is suffocating. The chairman repeats the number, 2.37 trillion. He looks around at the frozen meeting room. Is this number correct? The absolute silence only makes him more furious. Will nobody answer me? It is accurate, the vice chairman stammers. If Hanbo is worth that much, Daeyang will surely bid that exact amount. Plus, Daeyang already has the steel technology. Their advantage in this race is massive. So how much should Sunyoung pay? Silence again. The chairman points at Jin Dongki. What is your take? 1.8 trillion, he replies quickly. Why? The chairman's voice is a low growl. Because that is the absolute maximum amount Sunyoung can balance right now. So you are telling me we should just hand victory to Daeyang? The room tries to intervene. We should not take on more debt. 1.8 trillion is reasonable. Do not let the rivalry with Daeyang blind us. The chairman slams the table. A public auction is a money war. Jin Dongki argues back. We have to prove that acquiring Hanbo will create the strongest synergy. Trust me, you and I are just getting started with this high-stakes power game. Sunyoung's synergy will be unmatched. All right, you and I are about to jump into this high-stakes power play. While the vice president stays silent, the chairman orders a massive report showing Sunyang's power in the HBO takeover. It has to be flawless enough to move the entire appraisal committee. Just like Director Zhane said, he gives everyone 1 week to prepare. Then he asks with a challenging voice, does anyone else have an opinion? Only 1.8 trillion? Suddenly, in the middle of a tense meeting room, a brave voice rings out and shatters the heavy silence of the board. 2.5 trillion. This shock leaves the vice president and his son frozen. The whole room falls silent. And nobody dares to say a single word. Chairman Jin's gaze turns sharp as he looks at the person who just bid. Where is your logic? That man is the CEO of a construction company under Sunyang. He quickly answers that there is no real difference between the Daeyang and Sunyoung bonds. Therefore, it does not even matter which group ends up taking over Hanbo. We need to spend more than necessary just to avoid any rumors about this deal being unfair to the other side. Hearing this, the vice president and his son cannot hide their total displeasure anymore. The chairman asks about the missing funds. The CEO explains that Sunyang Construction currently owns a very valuable plot of land meant for an apartment project. We can mortgage this land to get about 700 million. The chairman frowns deeply. Now pay attention, this gamble is getting real. Where is the other 700 million coming from? We cannot just sell half-built apartments. The construction company will handle everything quietly. You do not need to worry at all, Chairman. Inside, the chairman feels a quiet sense of satisfaction. This is the exact answer he wanted. This solution fixes the problem and speeds up the entire process. If any risks pop up later, all the blame falls on CEO Hong. The chairman stays completely clean. He will not even have to lie about not knowing anything, because that would actually be the truth. Still, the chairman tests him. CEO Hong seems very confident about finding that 700 million. That is not a small amount you can just pick up anywhere. CEO Hong immediately panics and waves his hands. What are you saying, Chairman? On the other side, the vice president is silently calculating his own personal gains. The next day, the secretary reports that Daeyang bid 2.3 trillion. Chairman Jin laughs proudly. That is classic Da Young style. Chairman Do never liked playing dirty tricks. The secretary hesitates. Are you really spending 2.5 trillion? Do you not want to? The chairman fires back. If we do this, the entire group's cash flow will be tight for a long time. The secretary warns. Chairman Jane turns to Do Jun with a mysterious, knowing smile. Do you think there is any other way besides using raw cash to solve this? He stops and waits for his grandson's exact answer. You and I both see the truth here. Do Jun smiles, knowing his grandfather's heart is dark despite the act. Still, he pretends to be polite. Can you give me a hint? Chairman Jane offers a metaphor. If you are selling a small branch, sell it to someone who wants to grow it. Nobody wants to sell to someone who just wants firewood. Do Jun suddenly realizes what is happening? The secretary catches on too and asks, does Dae-young just want to seize all the assets and sell the entire company off? What Dae-young does is not our concern right now, the chairman says, brushing it aside. Just think from the perspective of the grower and the seller. The secretary breathes a sigh of relief. Is that hint enough? Yes, Do-jun replies. If Dae-young buys it, they will just build apartments on HBO's land and export the machinery. If that happens, the Hano Steel Group will vanish completely. In contrast, Sun Yang is new to steel. We will fight to rebuild Hano just to prove ourselves to the entire world. Chairman Jin laughs with pride. Wow, maybe I gave too much of a hint. Do-jun silently calculates the plan. Dae-young's network is strong. Even if their goal is just to liquidate Hanbo, many people will still support them. He pretends to ask. So, how much do you think we should spend to take over Hanbo? The chairman is surprised. 1 trillion plus $1 billion. We cannot give a single cent more than that. The secretary warns that a 500 billion gap is too large. Chairman Jin is firm. Just find a good bait. Do-jun realizes the perfect bait is actually the media. The most effective tool to create bait is the press. He immediately thinks about leaking the information. The newspapers and TV must emphasize saving the steel industry as the nation's backbone. That will put massive pressure on the appraisal committee. But then he doubts himself. For this selfish old man, is not a 500 billion gamble way too dangerous? Right then, the image of an old fox appears in his mind. He hears the chairman's voice echoing back. And that's where we leave it. You and I just witnessed how this old fox uses the very employees he raised for decades as pawns. Absolutely cold, right? Do-jun suddenly grasps the full weight of his grandfather's cold and ruthless strategy. All right, stick with me, because we are about to see how a true mastermind plays the long game. As the meeting wraps, the chairman pulls Do-jun aside, mentioning he has already cleared the way with the university's top brass. He tells the boy to treat them to meals, turning powerful academics into allies who will back him up whenever necessary. Do-jun nods, absorbing every word. The old man adds that he has arranged for an assistant to wait outside for any errands. He promises the person is sharp and trustworthy. Do-jun plays his part perfectly, acting thrilled while showering his grandfather with gratitude. Stepping out of the boardroom, Do-jun finds a tall, imposing man waiting for him with a deep, respectful bow. The man introduces himself as Kim Yoon-seo from the Strategic Planning Department, humbly asking for the young master's guidance. Do-jun accepts his business card with a polite nod before stepping into the luxury sedan assistant Kim has waiting. The car glides smoothly down the highway without a single bump. Do-jun gazes out the window, lost in thought, before calling out to Kim. Kim answers immediately. Do-jun asks who exactly sent him. Was it the vice chairman pulling the strings behind the scenes? Now, pay attention, because this one name changes everything. Kim says it was actually Chief Lee Hak-ju. Do-jun instantly recognizes the name of his grandfather's most loyal shadow. This is the man who remained by the chairman's side through every storm until his final breath. Knowing that, this assistant might actually be worth his trust. Do-jun pushes further, asking if Kim reports to the strategy chief or to him. Kim flinches, looking genuinely caught off guard. He stammers that he has never been asked something like that before. Do-jun cuts right to the chase. He asks if Kim was sent to spy on him, so why act so shocked by the obvious truth? Kim quickly regains his cool, claiming he does not report directly to the chief. He then asks if Do-jun has any specific instructions. Do-jun studies him, realizing the assistant is quite sharp, but knows the man will still have to report every single detail. He decides to play it cool, telling Kim to just report the facts exactly as they happen without hiding anything. He acknowledges that spying is part of the job and tells Kim to follow the orders of his direct superior, Chief Lee. Assistant Kim is left speechless, completely blindsided by Dojun's blunt and incredibly calm response to the situation. You and I can see what Dojun is doing here. He's confident that by the time they get home, Kim will know exactly which side he needs to be on. The next day, Oh Se-hyun is pacing with worry. He thinks they should back off before Hano becomes too dangerous to handle. Dojun explains that he has no interest in running the business. He plans to break it up and sell it off, even if it takes time. The upcoming auction could take a whole year just to find a buyer, and there is no guarantee it will even sell then. Dojun cuts him off, explaining he is not skipping the deal, he just wants to throw the entire bidding process into absolute chaos. Oh Se-hyun points out this is a head-on collision between the giants, Sunyang and Daeyoung. Hearing this, Dojun just gives a mocking smirk. He tells Oh Se-hyun that he wants to lend his grandfather a hand. Sunyang must win this. Oh Se-hyun is once again left stunned by the kid's ambition. With a heavy sigh, Oh Se-hyun agrees to follow the major shareholder's lead. He asks Dojun what his next move should be. By the next morning, the news is already buzzing about Fantasy Investment entering the fray with a massive move. The American-backed firm has officially jumped into the battle for control over HBO with a shocking bid of 2.5 trillion won. The news anchor introduces the CEO of Fantasy. On the screen, Oh Se-hyun prepares to give his official statement to the press. He calmly states that many corporations rise and fall. Hano is no different, and they feel no obligation to keep it running forever. He emphasizes that they see the true core value of HBO and are fully confident in their ability to complete the massive buyout. A reporter shouts out a question about their future plans. Oh Se-hyun coolly replies that they are investors, not business managers. He explains the steel plant will go to whoever needs it, while Hano's land will be liquidated and sold off to major construction firms. The reporter presses further, asking if this entire plan is designed to just turn the assets back into cold, hard cash. Looking annoyed, Oh Se-hyun points out that banks must choose the highest bidder if they ever hope to recover their massive bad debts. He warns that the banks themselves could be in jeopardy. Suddenly, the television is clicked off with a burst of pure frustration. In a separate room, the chairman's secretary and Oh Se-hyun are now sitting face-to-face in a tense, silent standoff. The secretary speaks first, asking if they really dragged the HBO acquisition into this mess, just for a bit of fun. Oh Se-hyun asks if he was dragged out of his busy schedule for something so trivial. Hearing this, the secretary nearly loses his mind. He points a finger right at Oh Se-hyun's face, shouting about whether he realizes exactly who is furious because of his little stunt. He recalls the chairman smashing the TV remote in a rage, screaming to bring that brat in for daring to touch the meal he prepared. Oh Se-hyun just lets out a polite, social laugh before standing up to leave the room. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a masterclass. He tells the man to re-watch the interview to see how much the grandson is truly helping his grandfather. You and I are diving back into high-stakes corporate chess as the vice president watches Se-hyun leave for a meeting with lenders. The secretary starts piecing it together, wondering if the grandson involved is actually Jin Do-jun. He realizes Do-jun is secretly assisting the chairman, viewing Fantasy Investment as a surprise rival to Sunyoung. Everything changes once he understands that Oh Se-hyun is the one pulling the strings here. By following the chairman's vision, Se-hyun acts as a puppet master to manipulate public opinion in Sunyoung's favor. The secretary finally breathes a sigh of relief, leaning back as he mutters about this complicated three-way power struggle. Right then, his phone rings. It is the legendary Chairman Jin on the other end. Now watch this carefully, because the chairman realizes this isn't just a minor issue, it is the perfect spark for a massive fire. The secretary reports that Se-hyun wants to act as the bait, leaving the chairman shocked that he offered this personally. He confirms it, explaining that this whole setup is a collaboration between Se-hyun and Do-jun to protect the chairman's legacy. The chairman bursts into a joyous laugh, absolutely delighted that his grandson is stepping up to the plate like this. He is overjoyed that while his own children only want his money, his grandson is moving international investors just to help him. The secretary outlines the battle plan, preparing a wave of media attacks against Fantasy Investment to control the narrative. They will use aggressive terms like corporate predator, speculative risks, and the drain of national assets to rile up the public. What is the next move? The chairman asks, hungry for more details. He suggests sending experts to every major TV station to hammer these points home and sway the entire country. The chairman asks about mentioning Daehang, who already controls the steel market and has their eyes on more. Their goal is land for luxury apartments, and the secretary smugly notes that one small stone will create massive ripples. Over the phone, the chairman agrees, concluding that the timing for this strike is absolutely perfect. Even though exposing Daehang early was risky, Oh Se-hyun has handed them a golden opportunity on a silver platter. The next day, at University S, filled with elite students, Do-jun walks through campus with total confidence, hands in his pockets, and not a single book in sight. Inside the hall, a massive crowd of students is gathered around steaming hot pots of food. Despite the sweltering heat, the noisy room suddenly goes quiet as every single eye turns toward the entrance. Do-jun strides in like he is walking a fashion runway, completely unfazed by the sudden attention he is receiving. With his powerful Chiebol aura, it looks like a golden light is radiating from him, making everyone stare in awe. He takes the only empty seat at a table overflowing with lobster, expensive food, and endless bottles of alcohol. You and I know this isn't a normal college party, it is pure luxury. Do-jun thinks to himself that if he were just a spoiled third-generation heir, he would be totally lost in a place like this. An older student grabs the microphone and introduces himself as a member of the class of '95. After the senior representatives and professors finish their speeches, the new freshmen finally stand up to introduce themselves. First up is a humble-looking guy with a classic bowl cut, looking like he just stepped off a farm. He says he is from a small village, followed by a future lawyer, and even a student, all the way from Jeju Island. Do-jun realizes he is living through a rare golden era, where true talent actually had a chance to shine. This was a rare golden era, where elite college gates were still open to talent from all over the country, long before the rich families of Gangnam took over. In an era where anyone could become a legend. While he is reflecting on the rare fairness of this society, things take a sudden turn. A senior wearing glasses suddenly shoves a microphone right into his face, demanding he speak. Do-jun reluctantly takes the mic, mentally preparing for his big introduction to the student body. The entire room focuses on him as he politely asks if he can speak for a few minutes. The senior tells him to go ahead, giving him the floor as the atmosphere grows tense. Do-jun bows his head, starting with a calculated bit of humility by mentioning his tycoon grandfather. He admits that pure luck brought him here today, earning a few smiles but mostly curious stares from his peers. Everyone there knows that a reputation on this campus is something that money cannot simply buy. He expresses his desire to make friends despite the challenges, wanting to prove his true worth to everyone. He asks if giving gifts would be seen as bribery, making the senior laugh and explain that it is not quite that simple. Bribery needs specific material value. You and I are about to see him change the whole game. All right, you and I are about to see how a master strategist plays the long game. In this case, the gift you intend to give is just the abstract value of friendship. Do-jun blinks and pivots. What if I give professors expensive gifts instead? The professor standing nearby bursts into a huge laugh. Unfortunately, that is exactly how the real world works. Professors hold grades like weapons, and grades are definitely not abstract at all. Do-jun finally breathes a huge sigh of relief. Just then, the crowd's focus shatters as chaos erupts in the hall. Men in sharp black suits start pushing in massive stacks of cardboard boxes. A wave of whispers ripples through the auditorium. It is the unmistakable excitement of people who know they are about to receive a massive reward. Do-jun seizes the moment to win them over. The skill I learned from my grandfather is to always give gifts that exceed all expectations of value. The staff members begin handing out the gifts to every single student waiting in the room. They are frozen in shock as they see what is inside Sun Yang's unreleased laptop. This is the brand new Pentium series. Do-jun continues excitedly, explaining it is packed with a beastly Intel drum chip and an unbelievable amount of hard drive space. But as he dives into the specs, he realizes no one is listening, they are only staring at the hardware. Do-jun drops the mic in frustration and ends his speech. They only care about the machine itself, not his deep analysis of its core value or technical power. Now, watch this, the secret deal behind the scenes. Days ago, the chairman was horrified. Do you know how much 200 laptops actually cost? Each one is 3 million won, totaling 600 million. Dojun calmly replies that this is the price for total loyalty and extra promotion. Dojun stays composed. His grandfather scowls. Promotion? I do not understand what kind of promotion you are talking about here. Dojun explains with wisdom beyond his years. When S University students, the elite of Korea, carry our laptops everywhere, it creates a massive internal buzz. This sends a powerful message that our products are not just for office workers, but perfect for the younger generation too. The chairman is still skeptical, thinking that promoting only within a single school would have a very limited effect on overall sales. Exactly. That is why we need a follow-up punch, Dojun replies, leaving his grandfather even more confused than before. Since we launched late and missed the semester start, we need special student discounts and academic events to catch up. We will host academic events and take promotional photos right at S University. As the chairman hesitates, Dojun delivers the final blow. If you are worried about the cost, I will use my own money. 600 million is just pocket change to me. You brat, the chairman snaps. Are you trying to make me look like a cheapskate in front of my own grandson? Dojun just stays silent. Still worried, the chairman asks, why only 200 machines? My records say the law school has nearly 400 students. Dojun speaks politely. Grandfather, I heard that only half of the incoming freshmen were actually invited to this welcome party. This implies that only those who showed up should receive the reward. Loyalty is earned by those who are present. Chairman Jin asks about this distinction. Dojun lets out a small laugh and explains the situation with a cold, calculating composure. It is about the difference, grandfather. Those who participated and those who stayed away cannot be treated the same way. I need to show them that only those on my path get the rewards they deserve. Hearing this, Chairman Jin slaps his thigh in pure excitement. Despite the sting, he looks serious. Exactly. To win over talent, you must use a strategy of both the carrot and the stick. Dojun knows he has hit the mark perfectly. He just smiles back at his grandfather without needing to say another single word. Trust me, you are going to want to see the result of this move. Back at the party, the energy is absolutely electric. The brand new laptops are the center of attention. Everyone is crowded around, admiring the insane hardware specs of the machines. One student even shouts, I am sleeping with this thing tonight. They are beyond ecstatic over this massive gift from the heavens. Dojun watches with satisfaction. This was his plan all along. Suddenly, Assistant Kim approaches and respectfully places a file right in front of him. Young Master Dojun. He takes the documents and scans the content quickly. A sharp realization flashes across his brilliant mind. It turns out some people actually refuse the gift. These are the ones who will need some very special attention later on. A few days pass, and the atmosphere on campus has shifted completely, and it is not just because of the warm April weather. On the way to his lectures, Dojun is now greeted with massive smiles. Plenty of students are lining up just to walk beside him. He walks into the classroom like a returning superstar. But then, a familiar voice rings out, making him stop dead in his tracks. It is a friend, complaining, "This laptop is such a huge distraction. I spend all day dreaming about it instead of actually studying." Dojun lets out a polite laugh and delivers a calculated joke. Is that so? My actual plan was to distract my rivals with these toys. Another friend immediately fires back at him with a quick and playful retort. Then you should not have given them out. This causes a few bystanders to glare. Dojun scans the room, noticing one student sitting alone. The ones who did not get a laptop are staring with pure envy. Maybe he should organize another giveaway for the big May festival. And trust me, things are just getting started. All right, you and I are about to see our main character school someone on the true value of money and power with a vending machine coffee. He quietly approaches, watching the guy with glasses who was among the few to reject the free laptop gifts earlier. Dojun wonders, what kind of motivation is strong enough to reject 3 million won AA starting salary at Daeyang just to protect your ego? The student finishes his coffee and buys a drink, looking thirsty. Dojun steps forward and starts a conversation. I heard you rejected the laptop, which honestly surprised me. The guy turns around, looking completely annoyed. Fine then. Did you expect me to just grab it and thank you? Dojun keeps a humble, innocent expression on his face. In his head, He knows it's just pride. The guy explodes, yelling that he knows Do-jun is a rich third-generation heir. Are you trying to bribe your own friends with cash now? Do-jun counters him gently with cold, hard logic. If a senior bought you a 1,500 won meal, would you refuse and call it showing off? Or these two 100 won coffees? The guy is losing control of his temper now. Watch this part closely. This one sentence leaves his opponent absolutely speechless. Coffee and laptops are the same. Do-jun thinks to himself that seeing the guy's shocked face is actually pretty entertaining. At this age, pride feels like everything. But soon, he'll realize that in society, pride is just a useless obstacle. Those glasses seem to highlight every bit of irritation on the student's face right now. He snaps at Do-jun, asking what nonsense he's talking about. Do-jun responds with a cold, arrogant tone. I see things on one scale. You count every single penny, from units to thousands. But I only focus on the big milestones. 100 million, 1 billion, or 100 billion. Anything under 100 million is just spare change. A laptop or coffee, it's all the same. He acts arrogant on purpose. Do-jun knows that even if his words are heavy, this is the only way to establish authority and stop any future resentment from this guy. You'd take a cafeteria meal without hesitation, right? If you saw 101, you'd pick it up. Pride disappears in those small moments. Do-jun continues to press him harder. So why does it flare up for 3 million? If that's pride, then it's totally useless. Now watch closely, because Do-jun is about to put on a show. He tosses his empty cup into the trash with a perfect throw. The guy stares, eyes wide with shock. Do-jun turns and leaves him there. Outside, the campus is covered in bright, golden sunlight. Students are everywhere. Some groups are whispering about a rich girl they've seen around campus. Do-jun just finished talking with a classmate who walks away, leaving him alone in the noise. It's disappointing. Most reactions are the same. Nothing new or exciting to see here. Just then, a voice calls out, "Hey, Jin Do-jun." A tall guy in hip-hop clothes walks up and says that those gifts were actually a bribe. Do-jun remembers this kid rejected the laptop too. He asks, "Why do you think it's a bribe?" The hip-hop guy sits down and explains that bribes are just favors in disguise. Do-jun plays innocent. "But I'm not an official, and I haven't asked you for anything." The guy laughs. "Does a bribe have to happen right before you ask for the favor? What if you're just laying the first brick for years down the line?" He confidently declares he'll be a prosecutor soon, so the bribe needs to be clear right now. Do-jun looks at him like a strange creature and smiles mysteriously without saying a word. "Did your grandpa teach you that?" Do-jun answers that he's the youngest and gets no lessons. He only teaches the older cousins. The hip-hop guy actually starts to feel some sympathy. "So you're basically an outsider in the Sunyang family?" Do-jun responds dramatically that it's true. He speaks bitterly about how his father, the chairman's youngest son, was sidelined early, which is why he makes movies. Hearing Do-jun's story, the guy feels bad. "So you've just got the name and nothing else?" And that's where we leave them, trust me. This unlikely friendship is going to get wild. Suddenly, the hip-hop guy scratches his head, admitting he totally misread the situation. Stick with me here. Do-jun finds this guy hilarious, especially when he suddenly asks if it is too late to get that free laptop. Do-jun is genuinely amused. After all, someone who is not looking for a handout is unlikely to ever become an enemy. Noticing the guy looks a bit older than the others, Do-jun asks point blank if he failed the exam 3 times already. The guy gets annoyed, asking if Do-jun is calling him old, so Do-jun quickly tries to smooth things over with a bribe. He offers the laptop as a sincere apology, but the hip-hop guy just stands up and tells him to save it for next time. As he walks away, he adds that since this was their first meeting, he will let the insult slide for now. Do-jun realizes the guy is just dodging the gift. He calls out, asking for an answer about his actual age. The hip-hop kid doesn't even look back. He just throws up a middle finger to tell Do-jun to shut his mouth. The next day, in the lecture hall, students are rushing to class, while one girl chats away with her friend in glasses. Do-jun leans over and asks his neighbor if that girl is Selin Yang, and his friend confirms that is her. Meanwhile, Minong is busy fixing her hair and adjusting her outfit, clearly enjoying the attention and acting quite poised. Do-jun is momentarily speechless by her beauty, but his friend warns him not to even think about making a move. Do-jun is confused, but his friend just scowls, telling him he needs to leave some girls for the rest of them since dating celebrities is standard for a rich heir anyway. Do-jun just bursts out laughing at such a ridiculous suggestion. He tells his friend to stop talking nonsense, noting that he did not see the girl at the freshman welcoming party last night. His friend explains that she only stayed for a moment and vanished the second everyone started fighting over the free laptops. Hearing that, Do-jun flashes that signature, cunning smirk of the wealthy. Was he just asking for no reason? In the middle of the lecture, the professor announces he is replacing the final exam with a brand new assignment. The project will be a deep dive into controversial social events, specifically looking at issues that clash with constitutional values. Students must dig deep and present a fresh perspective before the semester ends. Do-jun thinks to himself that this is far too advanced for freshmen and would be better suited for senior students. The professor continues, saying it is too much for one person, so they must work in groups of 5 using the pre-printed list. As students start searching for their partners, Do-jun is slightly panicked to realize his group has already been chosen for him. He scans the names and stops dead for 5 seconds. One name on that list really hits him hard. Now, watch this. A girl is staring right at him, and yeah, it is Selin Yang. Looks like we found our female lead. Do-jun gulps again, feeling the weight of her gaze. Later in the car, he hands a mysterious note to assistant Kim. He tells Kim to investigate these 2 people secretly. Kim hesitates, asking if he should involve the corporate intelligence team. Do-jun cuts him off, asking if he can handle it alone. Kim says if it is just basic info, he can manage. Do-jun nods as the harsh sunlight hits the windows of Oh Se-hun's building. Se-hun walks in, looking exhausted, but before he can even catch his breath, a relaxed voice calls out to him. Do-jun is casually holding a baby milk carton, asking if there are any rumors about the Hajin Motors deal. Se-hun is baffled, asking why he is working instead of being in class. Do-jun's response is cryptic. The country is falling apart, so he does not have time to sit around reading law books. Se-hun asks if he is worried about the Southeast Asian financial crisis or planning to dump all his American dollars. Do-jun plays innocent, but Se-hun deduces that the foreign exchange crisis is definitely weighing on the boy's mind. You and I both know. Do-jun is playing chess here. He's about to drop a hint just to see how his mentor reacts. He tells Se-hun that Southeast Asia is basically a living hell right now. 4 major Korean corporations have already collapsed since April, yet we still brag about being the 4 dragons of Asia. We better prepare for the storm. While Se-hun is still processing that, Do-jun adds fuel to the fire, asking if even the great Se-hun is feeling uneasy. Do-jun knows Se-hun is someone who watches the global financial flow like a hawk. Se-hun finally admits there are rumors that Daeong is targeting Hajin, even though they are currently running out of cash. If a few big players join forces to drive the price down, they will go under instantly. Do-jun is relieved that history is repeating itself. His grandfather successfully blocked the Hajin deal 6 years ago, but 6 years have passed since then. The moment to change history is finally here. Trust me, you and I are about to see something legendary. Uncle, should we just devour Hain while we're at it? Trust me, you and I are about to see just how ruthless this kid can get. Do-jun has laid the trap. History is about to be rewritten. It won't be Daeong, but a foreign firm called Fantasy International that will take over this deal. Meanwhile, the meeting at Sunyang is pure chaos. Chairman Jin slams the table, his voice booming. That strategy we built for 6 years? Daeong is using our exact blueprint. What kind of game are they playing? His top executives keep their heads down, terrified to even breathe. The chairman's fury boils over. We fought for HBO Steel and we got it, but at what cost? We're financially drained and can't touch Hajin Motor. Is this all part of Chairman Do's grand chess match? Fine, there is no turning back now. Tell me, what happens if Daeong actually swallows Hain whole? The automotive director stammers his response. Our market share will plummet at a terrifying speed, Chairman. Chairman Jin screams for Director Ju to be brought to him immediately. The director pales, nodding frantically like a frightened puppy. Pay attention here, the chairman is backed into a corner, but he is not going down without a fight. Get out, all of you. He kicks them out. The leaders sprint for the door, fleeing his legendary rage. The chief secretary senses the lingering tension and asks his question cautiously. Chairman, should we quickly liquidate the 7% stake in Hain Motor we have hidden under other names? Chairman Jin shoots him a sharp look. Sell? Have you completely forgotten how to fight to the end? The secretary tries to explain that bankruptcy is inevitable if Diang wins. The chairman snaps back. Why? He growls. Because the plan Diang is using is the one we created 6 years ago. If not for that corruption scandal, Sun Yang would already own Hain. He grinds his teeth, remembering his perfect strategy from years ago. Can we use those shares? I refuse to just sit here and watch this happen. The secretary notes the shares are too scattered. They need a public representative to gather them. Chairman Jin flashes a calculating smile. I know the perfect guy. Ozhan. The secretary is shocked by the cruelty. The chairman continues. Let him be our face for the Hazen deal, using the stocks we hid. Plus, we have that massive slush fund currently sitting in Fantasy. This is the chance to reclaim it. The secretary is amazed trading billions for a 7% stake. Let's see how things look the next morning, because Osei Hun is in for a huge surprise. I just met Secretary Lee. Your grandfather is absolutely livid. Du Jun nods. It's about Diang, right? Exactly. The chairman wants Ozhan to represent his 7% stake to flip the script. He also wants that 100 billion won slush fund from Fantasy to buy more power. Du Jun remains calm. You turned him down, didn't you? No reason to buy stocks that are crashing. Ozhan isn't the type to repeat a failing strategy, but there is something else on his mind. Du Jun looks his uncle straight in the eye. Ozhan turns dead serious. Is taking over Hazen Motor really your true goal? Du Jun doesn't hesitate. Yes, absolutely. Ozhan continues. It's a massive group with 14 trillion in revenue. Buying the parent company, Hazen Motor, means we own the entire Hazen empire. If we actually pull this off, what's your plan? Du Jun asks. What would you do, uncle? Se-hun answers logically. We would have to restructure all 28 subsidiaries, cut the waste, balance the assets, sell off the scrap, and return everything to its true value. Du Jun is surprised. You'd sell even the most valuable assets? Ozhan's gaze is firm. Even for a profit of 10,000 won, I would sell it all. Du Jun knows this is just a gambler's talk. And if you weren't being logical, then what? Ozhan laughs with a mysterious glint. We do it right. Cut the rot, apply medicine, and inject the vitamins. What comes after that? Du Jun asks. A smile fades as Ozhan stammers. That's as far as I go. He lacks the confidence to run a giant conglomerate. He wants to, but it's beyond his reach. Du Jun stays composed. Once we actually reach that point, you and I can figure out the details together. Ozhan just sighs. First, we have to face the facts. Even if we jump into the bidding, the chance of winning is near zero. Actually, it is zero. Du Jun just smirks. Let's be real. You and I are probably wondering why he's suddenly so interested. He's not the type to sit at a table with such low odds. Caught off guard by the direct question, Osei-hen starts to look a bit flustered. If we get our hands on the 7% of Hazen Motor shares that belong to Grandpa, we can use them to investigate the company from the inside. And then what? Du Jun pushes. Osei-hyun glances toward the chairman and says, Chairman Jin, your grandfather. Du Jun immediately catches the point. Sure enough, without borrowing the strength of Sun Yang, this task is nearly impossible. Se-hyun continues. If it was just buying Hazen Motor stock, your money would be enough. But you know it takes more than just private cash. You need the power to influence the board of directors, the creditors, and even the politicians. Aside from Sun Yang, is there any group out there that can actually go toe-to-toe with Dae Yang? He looks at Du Jun like a child begging for a shiny new toy and asks softly, I see. So you've already got the green light, haven't you? Osei-hyun smiles, but Du Jun recognizes it as the smile of an elder, not someone holding the real power. Du Jun quietly counts it up: 28 subsidiaries, over 50,000 employees, 14 trillion in revenue. That is a massive fortune for the winner to swallow whole. Here's where it gets deep. That money is pure ammo. For a soldier in this fight, it could mean destroying the lives of tens of thousands. Instead of getting excited, shouldn't we stay calm when facing such massive casualties? Osei-hyun hesitates. I will go meet manager Lee Hak-jae. While you, before he can even finish, Du Jun cuts him off. I am going to meet Chairman Jin Yang-chel of the Sun Yang Group. Osei-hyun looks at Do Jun with total trust, and Do Jun meets him with absolute confidence. The sunlight floods the room, as if signaling a future without any storms ahead. Back at the mansion, The chairman is interrogating his grandson. Why on earth isn't this kid in school? Even the principal called me to complain. Do-jun calmly replies, my goal is to get in, not necessarily to graduate. Besides, I have been studying so hard lately. I figured I should take some time to actually play. The chairman explodes. Play? You dare lie to this old man? You think I don't know you went to Power Shares this morning instead of class? Do-jun is secretly relieved. Assistant Kim's report must have reached his grandfather's ears already. He says, to me, doing that counts as playing. The chairman is still smiling, but his voice turns sharp. If you miss too many classes, you'll be suspended. They even plan to pull funding from our Sunyang Scholarship Fund. You brat, why is your attendance record worth more than the tuition itself? Do-jun answers calmly. Well, donating scholarships is a good thing, right? He calculated that he'd be in university for 6 or 7 years, but Grandpa is ruining that plan. The end of this year will be incredibly busy. Maybe I should just apply for a leave of absence after this semester. The chairman continues the pressure. What were you doing at Power Shares all day? You and I both know something big is coming when the chairman asks, what did you learn from that Oh Se-hyun guy? Oh, you could say I learned a lot. I am currently researching Hazen Motor. What? Hazen Motor? Hearing Do-jun analyze that Hazen Motor is almost guaranteed to go bankrupt, Jin Young Cheol is shocked. The chairman asks, are you serious? Why on earth do you think that? Do-jun replies, first, when the financial sector fluctuates, and after Kwangsung Motor launched that massive promotion last year, Hazen Motor's sales crashed, and their cash flow is definitely bone dry. The Daeng Group has already started tightening the debt. The chairman asks, so what if they go bankrupt? Do-jun answers instantly. Whoever is strong enough will just reel them in, just like how you reeled in Hanbo Steel, Grandpa. Hearing his grandson speak so bluntly, the chairman freezes for a second before flashing the satisfied smile of a true tycoon. That answer gets you an 8 out of 10, he declares. Do-jun feels a bit slighted. Why didn't I get a perfect score? The chairman keeps smiling. You have to predict exactly who will catch it for a full 100 points. Right now, nobody knows that. Didn't you say it yourself? Daeyong is already tightening the noose. Do-jun smiles back at the chairman. Have you ever been so lost that you couldn't find your way home, Grandpa? It is hard to guarantee Daeng will take Hazen Motor until the deal is actually done. The chairman crosses his arms, looking skeptical. Then why is nobody buying Hazen Motor even though it is up for sale? Can't you see the business climate is completely abnormal right now? Do-jun nods. Yes. You mean the financial crisis starting in Southeast Asia? Exactly. We need to protect the group. Many tycoons have already fallen. Everyone is cutting costs or hoarding cash. Hazen Motor needs buying power equal to Sunyang or Daeyong. But we have used all our capital. Do-jun announces with total confidence. Aren't there still resources hidden beneath the surface? For example, me. The chairman bursts out laughing. We will see. Maybe so. But as the laughter dies down, it seems like he suddenly realizes something earth-shattering. Wait! The chairman almost screams in horror. Do-jun, what did you just say? You and I just saw a legend realize his grandson might be more powerful than him. Stick with me, we are diving into a high-stakes standoff. Do-jun stays calm. It is me, Grandpa. The chairman looks hit by lightning, stuttering in disbelief. In a cinematic slow-motion moment, the two of them lock eyes. Do-jun is the first to speak, trying to keep the situation steady for them. If you faint now, things will get complicated. You okay? The chairman is still spiraling, trying to process exactly what he just heard from the boy. Fine, fine. Just say that again. Tell me exactly what you just said to me. Do-jun boldly declares he has the power to buy the Hazen Group. Hearing this, the chairman looks like he is about to have a heart attack. Do-jun immediately acts panicked. Grandpa, are you okay? Should I get your medicine? Too loud, kid. The chairman snaps back. The chairman stops him. Think I am weak enough to need pills? Do-jun just smiles and awkwardly rubs the back of his head. I was just worried. The chairman shifts focus, asking if Do-jun wants Hazen Motors as an entrance gift instead of a car. I mean, I will use my own personal money to buy it. Suddenly, Do-jun asks, You do not seem that surprised, Grandpa? The chairman lets out a huge laugh. Why would I be surprised? Because you have a lot of money? Or do you want me to praise you for doing well? Do-jun stays cool. Let's save the praise for later. My funds are even bigger than the Sunyang group. Let's pause. I bet you and I are just as shocked as the chairman right now. Hearing this, a cunning smile spreads across the chairman's face. He says, "You want to brag? But buying Hazen takes massive resources. I was stunned enough just hearing you mention it today." The chairman continues, "I am curious where that money came from. But now is not the time to satisfy that curiosity. Satisfying curiosity is not the priority. Hazen Motors is the only thing that matters right now." Do-jun realizes the core truth. Curiosity is a temptation, but not a priority. At Sunyang, something new is born every single day. When you are standing at the top of the world, knowing what to prioritize is everything. Questions must wait until the urgent needs are met. So, he only asks what is necessary. Do-jun looks his grandfather in the eye. "Regarding the Hazen acquisition, how much do you estimate the cost to be?" The chairman crosses his arms. "I do not know." Do-jun is stunned. How can the man who built an empire not know such a critical number? Because I never planned on taking them over. 6 years ago, I knew every detail, but everything has changed since then. Do-jun quickly shifts gears. "Will you support me?" "I need time to think about it," the chairman replies. "I need to know why you want Hazen and what it does for Sunyang." Do-jun is caught off guard by the question. What is the old man hiding? Is this grandfatherly concern, or just him protecting the empire he built with his own hands? After a heavy silence, the chairman finally nods. "Fine, just this once, do it your way." Do-jun's shock turns into quiet joy, though he wonders if his grandfather will eventually go back on his word. The old man continues with a calculating tone. "Assuming my grandson Do-jun becomes the sole owner of Hazen Motors. Pay attention here, this is where the chairman drops a bomb. If you own Hazen and I own Sunyang Motors, we will merge them." Do-jun is terrified. Did the old man see through his plan to use Hazen to swallow Sunyang? What merger ratio did you have in mind? The chairman acts like the merger is already decided. Do-jun strikes back. "Why assume a merger? What if I refuse? You think you can protect Hazen from the Daeyoung Group for an entire year? Or do you think business is that easy? Do not worry about that, Grandpa. I have my own way of doing things." That confidence makes the chairman look closer. "Really? If you are such a great leader, then a merger would not lead to bankruptcy, right?" Do-jun realizes he is being lured into another trap. He tells his grandfather not to get too ahead of himself. The chairman shakes his head. "Everything is negotiable. If the scales are tipped, we just have to balance them out." He looks Do-jun straight in the eye. "Now tell me the merger ratio. How much do I need to put on the scale?" Do-jun blurs out a ratio of 1 to 0.2. "You thief," the chairman roars. Do-jun quickly tries to explain. "If you look at market share and technical potential, Sunyang Motors is only worth 20% compared to the massive power of Hazen Motors. These are evaluations from the experts, Grandpa, not just my personal opinion on the matter. You know nothing about technical specs." The chairman counters, asking about the hidden value that Do-jun is ignoring. "Have you not considered the stock price? Sunyang Motors is worth double Hazen because it holds the controlling shares of the entire Sunyang group right now. Controlling Sunyang Motors basically means you control half of the entire Sunyang group. I have to win over Hazen Motors." Do-jun thinks to himself. "Are you really not putting that hidden value on the table?" The chairman smiles, confused by my trap. "And trust me, you and I are about to see if Do-jun can find a way out. All right, you and I are about to watch a high-stakes chess match between two masters of greed and ambition." Even if it was not the perfect answer, Do-jun just gives a knowing, subtle smile. That is enough for now. Chairman Jin watches him closely, his curiosity finally reaching its limit. "This massive amount of money is way beyond our reserves. Where on earth did you get it?" Do-jun answers honestly, saying he invested his farm profits into overseas high-tech companies. Those stocks skyrocketed, bringing in unreal profits. The chairman laughs, imagining how satisfied Oh Se-hun feels. Do-jun quickly brushes it off, claiming it was all just a bit of luck on his part. "So, what exactly is your position in that fantasy investment firm?" The chairman keeps digging for answers. Do-jun confidently declares he is the majority owner with 98% of the shares. The chairman is stunned. 98%. And what about Oh Se-hun? He is just the CEO. Dojun says it casually. You already know how it works. Professional managers usually only hold a tiny slice of the pie. Hearing his grandson's achievements, the chairman is speechless. Both men sink into their own private calculations. Breaking the silence, the chairman asks if Dojun knows his money is also in that company. You mean that 100 billion? It has already grown quite a bit. Dojun replies calmly. If you give me 7% of Hanjin Motor, I will return every cent plus interest. The chairman just laughs. Dojun plays the innocent kid, saying he hoped his grandfather would call it an early graduation gift. Suddenly, the chairman gets dead serious. He lets out a loud, booming grunt of disapproval. If you want $100 billion island or a private jet, I will buy it. But trust me, you and I both know I am never giving you cash. Dojun asks if it is because cash brings true independence. The chairman's face turns dangerous. You hit the nail right on the head, he says. He teaches a survival lesson: always reward your people with indirect gifts, never with raw cash. Buy them expensive liquor worth millions of won, but never put money directly in their hands. Give them cash, and they will think they were only paid to drink with you. Dojun realizes it is the art of selling false hope, making them work harder for a bottle. The chairman is glowing with pride, seeing his grandson grasp such a cold, hard truth. Dojun flashes back to his past life, remembering how he was rewarded with drinks instead of bonuses. He realized how calculated the old man was. Back then, he had an unlimited corporate card. The chairman snaps him back to the present. Until Hanjin Motor is yours, act like you know nothing. Let Oh Se-hun take the spotlight. Dojun gives a wicked grin. I was thinking the exact same thing, he tells his grandfather. Even Lee Hak-jae is in the dark. They share a sinister smile, like a secret blood oath. Now watch this. The two of them just stare at each other in a slow-motion moment that feels straight out of a movie. Then the chairman asks, how much money do you actually have left in your pocket? Dojun shakes his head firmly. You should not go peeking into another man's wallet, Grandpa. But if you need some cash, just let me know. I will lend you some. The chairman can only gasp, huh? They stare at each other in a long, awkward silence. Suddenly, the chairman bolts upright, his face turning purple with rage. Dojun's heart skips a beat. Damn it. Did I finally push the old man too far? The chairman walks over slowly and grips Dojun's shoulder. His face transforms completely as his voice turns incredibly warm. You clever little dog. You have really grown up. Dojun is left spinning from the emotional whiplash. By the next morning, the tension at the mansion is thick enough to cut with a knife. The old fox orders his team to find the best minds to tear apart Hanjin Motor's finances after the meeting. The secretary warns that everything is ready, but their rivals at Daeyoung already have spies inside. It is an emergency. They need a winning strategy immediately to stay ahead of the game. The chairman sits as still as a statue, making everyone in the room sweat with pure anxiety. Suddenly, he slams his files onto the table and barks an order to get to work. He wants the same grit they showed 6 years ago when they first targeted Hanjin Motor. The staff panics. Are we really taking them over? Stick with me, because things are about to get wild. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when corporate war turns into an absolute bloodbath. The cold chairman delivers a final blow. We are not buying them out, just cutting off their lifeline. His lackeys stand there looking totally lost, unable to grasp their boss's lethal strategy. One brave soul asks, if we block them, who takes the prize? Is Kwang Mo the target? Others warn about American backing, making this a hard fight. Watching his idiots bicker, the chairman finally snaps. He grinds his teeth with pure rage, looking ready to chew them up and spit them out. He roars, you think I'm blind? Shut your mouths and execute my orders. 1 week, or you're all finished. The subordinates fall silent, bowing their heads in fear. As the meeting breaks up, everyone bolts to escape the storm. Still fuming, he calls his secretary to arrange a secret meeting with Ein Moto's chairman, Song Hui-jang. He wants to step out and deal with the man personally. The secretary obeys immediately, but his mind is racing with a million different questions. Why would a heartless tyrant like the chairman want to meet with someone who already lost? Now, pay attention, because we're about to see just how deep this old fox's schemes really go. Next day, the puppet director asks Do-jun if the deal with his grandpa is actually solid. Grandpa will provide the funds. We just need to finish the paperwork and meet the stakeholders. But Oh Se-hun is still uneasy about Do-jun. hiding in the shadows during this play. The kid sips his milk, mocking the idea. If he joins in, it becomes a circus with zero credibility. Still not satisfied, Se-hun asks if there's a deeper, more calculated reason for the secrecy. Do-jun explains the succession war is brutal. Enemies inside and out are already sharpening their blades. Se-hun realizes if Do-jun is exposed, the old foxes will claim he's just using Grandpa's favor. He urges that time is running out, and they need to move fast. They must control the situation before Ain Moto drops their final game-ending announcement. The accounting team is already scrubbing every document, while Se-hun checks the files with a happy face. Do-jun watches, thinking the man is too joyful, while his own mind is a total storm. You and I both know money can't buy peace when your past is literally trying to kill you. Memories of his previous life return vividly, like waking up from a never-ending nightmare. He's on this thorny path for more than just fear. Forget a life of lazy, rich luxury. He craves the adrenaline of the struggle, wanting to crush every enemy and build an invincible empire. He wants to see the glorious end, even if he has to stand alone at the top. Se-hun's voice cuts through his thoughts, dragging him back to the here and now. He asks what the kid is plotting while looking at his dazed and confused face. Do-jun lies, saying he's thinking about returning the 100 billion slush fund to Grandpa. Se-hun panics, shouting they've spent half already. Do-jun says it's just the rules of the game. Since Grandpa supported them, they have to settle the debt fairly and quickly. Se-hun is baffled. Has he still not told Grandpa he owns Miracle Investment? Is he still hiding? Do-jun admits he's keeping quiet to use the old man's power to clear his own path. Se-hun is horrified. Do-jun is the major shareholder but is still paying Grandpa back. This was a chance to pocket 50 billion legally. Do-jun stares off, full of hidden meaning. He explains that if Grandpa was easy to rob, Sunyang would have fallen years ago. Se-hun can only gasp in awe. The old man is truly a master of the game. Do-jun repeats that if Grandpa were careless with his slush funds, the eldest uncle would have won already. Oh-hun sighs, realizing the old fox is deeper and more ruthless than anyone imagined. Do-jun nods. He has to survive and navigate this pack of vicious, backstabbing wolves. Se-hun stays silent, completely stunned for a long moment by the kid's sheer intensity. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see how he survives these wolves. Cut to the D-hun group headquarters, where a thunderous roar shakes the entire building. Damn it. Why are the police still as stone statues? The secretary trembles like a leaf, replying, "Sir, the cops say it is hard to move in without clear evidence. Everything right now is just vague rumors." The chairman's blood boils. He screams, "We have a living witness standing right there. How can this be so difficult? All right. You and I are stepping into a high-stakes game where even the most powerful men start to panic. If these were just common nobodies, it would be easy. We could crush them in a heartbeat. But these are heavy hitters with serious influence. So the Supreme Prosecutor's Office warned us that we need to tread very carefully and be much more cautious." He bellows, "So what if they have influence? What about the media vultures? Why are their reactions as weak as dying kittens? I ordered you to leak those celebrity drug scandals. That should have been enough to distract the public and bury this whole mess." Every subordinate stays silent like a tomb. Not a single person dares to speak up or even breathe too loudly. Now pay attention, because this is where the mystery behind the scenes starts to unravel. Ain has a massive hidden power backing them. The newspapers are reporting, but they are being incredibly careful. It is like they are terrified of something hidden in the shadows. Another man jumps in to add fuel to the fire, confirming that the situation is exactly as they feared, especially the Hansung Daily. They are the most powerful voice in the country, yet they have gone completely silent. The chairman snaps back. "So what? Didn't you think to shove some ad money down their throats to shut them up? Didn't you tell them to praise us?" The man looks down and mutters that they refuse to print a single word. He is so furious he collapses onto the sofa. What on earth is going on? Is everything falling apart? Are the rumors true? Has that newspaper really teamed up with our rival, Sunyang? His men confirm that it looks that way. If we lose the Ain-moto piece, Sunyang will be the one to deal the final, most painful blow to our group. The chairman fuming as everything, the timing and the people turns against him at the worst possible moment. He growls about selling out his own nephew just to suck up to the other side. It is like a scripted play. Ain gets government protection to prevent a massive domino effect of bankruptcies across the entire business world. Ain officially became part of the Bankruptcy Extension Pact, issued by financial organizations on April 21, 1997. To make the cut for this rescue, Ain had to sign away their own rights to run the business. The union agreed to massive wage cuts and let an outside management team take over for 2 months just to delay the inevitable death of the company. And here's the part you and I need to watch closely. The secret slush fund operation is finally beginning. The masterminds pulling the strings are none other than Chairman Song and his sharp-witted advisor, Oh Se-hun. Inside the Grand Mansion, the old fox finally asks, "I have heard some very interesting whispers about your recent work. They say you helped Dujun turn his money into 100 times its original value. Is that true?" Oh Se-hun breaks into a cold sweat. He realizes the kid has not fully reported everything to his grandfather yet. It was not just 100 times, it was way more than that. But he keeps his cool and tries to answer. "I was just lucky, sir. Honestly, I am just relieved I managed not to lose the original investment. That is why I feel so lighthearted." The chairman smirks. "You are being way too humble. If only you would dedicate that incredible talent to me instead." Se-hun plays along with a fake smile. "You flatter me too much, sir. I am not that special." The chairman gets straight to the point. "This is dirty money we can hide. Dujun is currently holding 270 billion. Once the bankruptcy extension ends, the state will seize everything according to the law. We absolutely have to make all that money disappear before then. If we are caught, Chairman Song and the entire board of Ain will be spending the rest of their lives in prison." Looking over the report with a satisfied grin, he asks, "So, do you want to retire? Or do you want to launder?" Oh Se-hun replies shyly, "It is a bit embarrassing, but I think I would prefer the second option, sir." The chairman starts acting deep in thought, pretending to calculate his next big move on the board. Suddenly, Dujun speaks up. "Grandfather, shouldn't that massive sum be given to Ain's board members for their retirement?" The chairman laughs loudly. "Why worry about those guys? They are old foxes who have definitely already prepared everything for their own retirement." Then the tycoon turns to the director. "What do you think about moving all that cash to our fantasy branch in America?" Oh Se-hun's eyes go wide. He asks in total shock, "You mean we are going all in with the entire amount?" The chairman nods with a smug look. "What if we reinvest it into Ainmoto as foreign capital? And trust me, you and I just witnessed a masterclass on how much power a few well-placed bonuses can buy. All right, you and I are about to dive back into the high-stakes world of corporate war." He is silently calculating. Even as a way to clean the cash, paying out 270 billion requires a clear salary or bonus structure. This is completely unrealistic and pure madness. Dozun sits nearby, watching Se-hun's every move. He thinks his grandfather has already found a way to resolve this without touching a single cent of that money. Oh Se-hun nervously explains the problem. The employees over there are restless and demanding their cash payouts right now. Most of them have already handed in their resignations. They are all demanding a share of the profits before they agree to leave quietly. The chairman responds coldly to the situation. "Trust me. Pay attention here. Why would you be so naive as to offer a meal to a predator when everyone else is looking for an excuse to cheat their own staff?" He slams the file onto the table with a loud thud and growls. "The moment that money leaves your pocket, those people will turn into complete strangers instantly. They might even team up with your enemies to take a massive bite out of you. To those who just lost everything at Ainmoto, you are the most hated thief imaginable." Oh Se-hun's head is spinning and his stomach is turning in knots. He is just an employee, yet this old capitalist tycoon is pushing him to the absolute limit. Dozun remains silent, watching the drama unfold like a spectator. He realizes Se-hun only sees the dry numbers on the paper. He does not yet understand the treacherous hearts of those who blow with the wind. The chairman crosses his arms and delivers a brutal life lesson. Money in the hands of a ruler is both a whip and a bait. You must hold it tight and only release it bit by bit to tame those wild horses. If those employees knew you were reinvesting 270 billion to save Ainmoto, they would be kneeling at your feet begging for mercy. Se-hun grows more confused and terrified. His face turns pale, losing every drop of color. Dozun calmly sips his hot tea. He knows Se-hun needs to experience the cold cruelty of this old fox firsthand. After all, They will be facing each other in this brutal business world for a very long time. Finally, the young man speaks up to break the heavy tension. Grandfather, you are actually just using a delay tactic to avoid paying the debt, right? The chairman freezes for a few seconds at his grandson's blunt question. Then, he bursts into a hearty, satisfied laugh. He laughs loudly and asks if the boy is trying to turn his own grandfather into a shameless merchant who steals the hard-earned money of others. You and I can see Se-hun is totally lost. He stands between them looking completely confused by their cryptic talk. The chairman turns back and presses Se-hun for an answer. Does he want to empty his pockets or just put on a show for the public? Se-hun screams in a panic. He confirms that if there is a way out, he is definitely not stupid enough to just hand over the money. The chairman smirks. The truth of the world is that if a debt does not have to be paid, nobody is foolish enough to settle it. You need to find the right words to convince the chairman that this is the ultimate power move. He announces he will quietly handle the assets that Ayn is trying to hide. They must move fast to sweep it all into the fantasy treasury before the law notices. Oh-hun immediately jumps up and bows deeply, thanking the chairman for his immense favor. The chairman waves him off. He says he is only doing all of this to pave a smooth road for his precious grandson. Do-sun stands up to leave since the meeting is over. However, the chairman signals for him to stay behind for a private conversation. Se-hun senses the family atmosphere is shifting and quickly bows, looking for a fast exit. Without a second thought, he heads straight for the door. He does not dare to stay and eavesdrop for even a second. Once alone, the chairman asks about the rumor that Do-sun is pausing his studies. Do-sun flinches in surprise. He did not expect the news to reach the old fox's ears so incredibly fast. He only signed the application this morning, and now he is already being called in for questioning. Do-sun gives a polite smile and admits that he did indeed submit the application this morning. The chairman is furious and demands to know why. Do-sun respectfully explains that with all the constant family storms lately, he simply cannot focus on his books at school. The chairman dismisses the excuse immediately. He says nobody is forcing him to attend every single class like a normal student. Just show your face once in a while for the record. He has already ordered the school to tear up that resignation letter. Do-sun lets out a sigh of pure frustration, but the chairman remains stubborn, forcing the boy to follow his absolute command. He lowers his voice and adds that he knows exactly what the boy is really worried about. Do-sun looks back in confusion, wondering how the old man read his mind. The chairman exposes his true thoughts. He knows Do-sun is using the harmless student label to hide from the jealous eyes of his vulture relatives. And that is where we leave it. Do-sun cannot hide in his shell forever. He will have to face those wolves eventually. Trust me, it gets wilder. Grandpa taught him well when it is a fight for survival, grab a weapon and fight. But when an ally is down, you reach out immediately. Do-sun still puts on a confused face while listening to the chairman's lecture. He adds that once the time is right, your label as an inexperienced student will become a fatal weakness. Do-sun finally speaks up and asks, so what if it does? Because you are the one holding the handle of the knife. The chairman almost falls over, hearing his grandson's blind faith in his power. It was a shocking display of confidence. He scolds him, asking if he thinks the Sunyang Group is just some local corner store. My power has its limits. If the directors of the subsidiaries team up to support your oldest uncle, this entire Sunyang Empire will shake violently and fall apart. Stick with me here, because this is where Do-sun actually starts feeling the pressure. He realizes the old man is sharp. When he finally steps up to claim the throne, things will get ugly. The veteran board of Sunyang will still see him as a kid because of that student label. Power will shift to his uncle, not a kid like him. Understanding the situation, Do-sun bows and says, I understand and will follow your plan. The chairman looks at his obedient grandson and tells him, very good. But inside, Do-sun smirks and laughs to himself. He knows that the heart of this old man has officially tilted completely in his favor now. Now, sitting in his luxury car, Do-sun orders his assistant to drive him over to the Jingdong area immediately. As the luxury car glides past the Soon skyscraper, Assistant Kim hesitates like he is hiding something and says, I have something to discuss. Do-sun just replies, go ahead, speak your mind. Assistant Kim nervously admits, I might be paranoid, but I think someone has been tailing us lately. It feels like we are being watched constantly. Now, watch his reaction. Dojun's face goes cold as he asks, "When did this start?" Kim's voice trembles. "I am not sure when they started, sir. I only noticed them a few days ago." Dojun frowns and growls, "Tell me exactly what is going on." Kim stammers that while he cannot see who they are, a car is tailing them, tracking every move they make. "They are trying to get a hold on us." Dojun narrows his eyes, his mind racing as he tries to figure out who is in the shadows. Assistant Kim adds that the man works at the guest house and isn't trained for this. So how did he notice? He continues, Captain Shin warned me. He said there have been an unusual number of people lurking around lately." Dojun is genuinely surprised to hear Captain Shin's name come up right now. He is the manager of Strategy Room 1. When Dojun asks if it is reporters, Kim is certain no paparazzi have followed us since this morning. Dojun starts calculating his next move. "You and I are thinking the same thing. Is this his uncle's doing?" Kim looks at Dojun nervously and continues. "Captain Shin is silently hunting them down, but it seems they are starting to scout us out too. If you are not too busy, would you like to go and see for yourself?" Dojun's eyes light up. "Sure. Just make sure you drive carefully." Assistant Kim's face suddenly turns dead serious. "Put on your seatbelt. I am about to floor it." Without a second thought, he slams the gas. The luxury car roars and tears down the highway like a bullet. Later, in a secret meeting room lit up like an underground club, a mysterious voice echoes through the air. "We do not need to worry about the third son, Jin Sangi, or the youngest, Jin Junki. Sangi just sucks up to his older brother, while Junki is too busy making a name in the movie world. He does not care about Sunyang." A man reports this to a powerful woman, then asks, "So, is the second son, Jin Dongki, the real problem?" Someone replies, "Yes. Jin Dongki is far more talented than he lets on. He is the mastermind who pushed our heavy chemical industry to the top. Even the board cannot stop praising his results. He is truly a force to be reckoned with. Even though he is only managing hotels right now, he is getting massive support and respect from everyone under him." As the report ends, another man chimed in, agreeing that this is the current situation. If this keeps up, Jin Dongki will likely be the one steering the science and heavy industry divisions. The man in glasses then asks, "Well, what about the only daughter of Jin Chonjun? She has massive ambition but zero talent. She will probably only end up running the malls, golf courses, and hotels. And trust me, that did not go over well." The daughter screams nonsense, while the man tries to quiet her down. "All right, you and I are stepping into a world of corporate backstabbing where even a child is a deadly pawn." The subordinate continues, "Sir, during our investigation, we found an unexpected player, the youngest grandson, Jin Dojun." The man in glasses stares back, stunned. "Jin Dojun? That little kid?" he mutters. The subordinate confirms he is the youngest son of Jin Yun-ki. "So, what makes this boy so special? Isn't he just some quiet bookworm studying law over at Seoul University?" His assistant explains that the boy barely shows up to class. Instead, he is at the Daeyoung Group offices every single day. He is also a regular visitor at Chairman Jin's private estate. The man in glasses falls silent as the name John Group flashes through his mind. The report adds that he seems to have deep, hidden ties with a foreign investment firm called Fantasy. According to their tracking, the boy has already amassed a massive personal fortune. The man rests his chin on his hand and asks calmly, "How much?" The answer? Tens of billions, maybe even touching 100 billion. Hearing that number, the old man freezes, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. 100 billion? Did Chairman Jin really just hand that much cash to a child? The subordinate shakes his head. It was not exactly a gift. 10 years ago, the chairman gave a simple farm to Jin Dojun. Wait for it, this is where the genius of his plan finally comes to light. That farm is now the center of the Bundang development. He gasps at the sheer luck. A piece of land worth peanuts exploded in value to over 10 billion. The report continues that money was funneled into Fantasy, run by Oh Se-hun, a college friend of the boy's father. The old man crosses his arms, looking skeptical. He is deep in thought, asking if there is anything else. This report just sounds like a story about a lucky brat with a winning lottery ticket. The subordinate adds the real bombshell. The boy had exclusive access to the chairman's private study all summer, a level of favor that has everyone on edge. Hearing this, The old man narrows his eyes, completely recalculating the entire board. His daughter, silent until now, finally snaps. Her fiancé had been complaining that the chairman's study is a sacred ground, not some public market. Even the vice presidents and older grandsons have to wait in the lobby. Yet this kid gets private audiences with the head of the family. The subordinate adds fuel to the fire, noting that even Vice President Jin Dong-ki never had that privilege without being shadowed by Chief Lee Hak-cheon. Up until now, Lee was the only person allowed to speak with the chairman in total privacy. Coldly, the man orders his daughter to use her fiancé to find out exactly what kind of power Do-jun holds in that den of vipers. He emphasizes that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They can't let it slip away. They must sharpen their blades and wait for the day Chairman Jin's entire legacy falls into Jin Dong-run's hands. His daughter's expression turns sharp, filled with a mix of burning hatred and pure envy. Meanwhile, at a deserted parking lot, Do-jun calmly asks Assistant Kim if their tale is the real deal. Kim nods, confirming the car has been following them since they left the mansion, but the driver is refusing to show his face. Do-jun takes a sip of water, a cold smirk playing on his lips. I know what you're thinking. A high-stakes game of cat and mouse? Oh, absolutely. He knows his uncle is desperate to secure the throne. Calculating his next move, he pulls something from his pocket and presses it into Kim's hand, telling him to use it when things get desperate. Assistant Kim stares at the thick envelope, his eyes wide with confusion. Do-jun simply tells him to use his judgment, leaving the assistant stunned by the young master's sudden and overwhelming generosity. Do-jun's expression shifts as he delivers a harsh lesson. Those who only follow orders are worth nothing more than cheap vegetables. Real talents are standing in a long line, just waiting for a scrap of favor from the Soon-young family. Kim starts sweating, terrified he is about to be fired, but Do-jun hits him with one more psychological blow. He tells him that once they enter that holy land, Kim must decide his own fate and use that money to buy the loyalty of useful pawns. With that said, he tosses his empty coffee cup into the trash and turns back with a chilling, knowing smile. Let's go. Assistant Kim is left dazed, realizing he has just been recruited by a master player, and quickly moves to follow orders. The next morning is bright, but a storm is brewing at Oh Se-hun's office. A terrified receptionist rushes in with bad news. Both Oh Se-hun and Do-jun are caught off guard, wondering what could be wrong. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens when the chairman of Daeyoung is suddenly announced, leaving everyone in the room completely and utterly paralyzed with shock. All right, you and I are about to watch a high-stakes game of mental chess. Do-jun hides nearby to eavesdrop on the conversation. Oh Se-hun nods frantically. If that old fox sees the grandson of the Sun-yang group here, their entire master plan will go up in smoke instantly. Do-jun quickly pulls his hood up to hide his face and makes a break for it before he is spotted. Oh Se-hun tries to look professional, but it is a small world. As soon as Do-jun steps out, he runs straight into Chairman Ju's massive entourage. The old fox senses something familiar about the young man and narrows his eyes, staring him down. Do-jun keeps his head down and walks faster to escape. When the door finally opens, Oh Se-hun bows low, formally inviting the billionaire into the lion's den. The chairman plays it cool, reaching out his hand to thank his host for entertaining an uninvited guest like himself. Oh Se-hun quickly flatters him, saying that in all of South Korea, no one would ever dare call him uninvited. Once they are seated, the chairman lets out a deep, calculating smile that screams trouble is coming. He drops a compliment laced with gunpowder, saying a young company swallowing in motors is definitely a force to be reckoned with. He tells Oh Se-hun to stop acting humble. Oh Se-hun turns pale as the chairman suggests there is no need for fake modesty between them. We are family after all. Do-jun listens in, analyzing every single word. He wonders if the rumors are true or if the chairman's intel is just that good. The old man thinks he is surprisingly calm despite being caught. Since he is so composed, there is no need to waste breath. Let's just have an honest conversation and skip the games. He waves his guards out for a secret meeting. The bodyguard acknowledges him and quickly exits, shutting the door tightly behind them. Now pay attention, because here's where the masks come off. The chairman asks him bluntly what he really wants. Oh Se-hun smirks and replies that he obviously wants in motors. The chairman immediately starts questioning his true motives. Since he is backed by investors, isn't profit the ultimate goal? He offers to pay a massive premium just to end this corporate war right now. Oh Se-hun frowns, asking if he really intends to just throw money at the problem to make it go away. The chairman laughs like a cat with a mouse, calling it a simple play to drive the price up. It is a clever move, but Oh Se-hun just shakes his head, telling the old man that he has completely misunderstood their intentions. We investors are fickle, he smiles. We just want some entertainment. Everyone loves cars, so we thought we would buy an entire factory as a toy. The chairman is turning purple with rage. The idea of a young brat spending billions on a car factory just for fun is insulting. He realizes Oh Se-hun has no intention of negotiating. The chairman threatens to leak to the press that national assets are being drained by foreign capital. Will you have anywhere left to hide? You saw that smirk, right? He is playing with fire. Oh Se-hun says the bidding results will show who truly loves their country. The chairman's face goes dark, and even the sound of his phone seems to vanish in the sudden, heavy silence. The room falls into a terrifying quiet. Finally, the old man snaps and asks what it is he really wants. Oh Se-hun tells him to empty his coffers and compete on the purchase price alone. It is a win for everyone involved. He sneers, saying that whoever wins, the overall damage to both sides will be kept to a minimum. The chairman asks if they are just going to split the debt and fight over the price. Oh Se-hun is absolutely terrified, but manages to nod. Yes. The negotiation hits a dead end, so Oh Se-hun decides to offer one more piece of bold advice. If we fight with rules, it becomes an elegant sport. Is that not a more civilized way for us to do business? The chairman's blood boils, but a fox is still a fox. He keeps his emotions hidden as he prepares his response. You are a fascinating opponent, he says. It has been a long time since I had a fair match. His face looks deadly. Daehung's reputation was not built on dignity. It was carved out of the mud and dirt over many long years. Facing this old wizard makes Oh Se-hun break into a cold sweat. The chairman stands up in a complete rage and slams the door shut. As soon as he leaves, Oh Se-hun collapses, completely drained of energy. Do-jun quietly slips back into the room, still looking a bit cautious. Oh Se-hun is worried. Was this the right move? Will a man like him ever actually accept these terms? Do-jun is absolutely certain. He says that the chairman will definitely take the deal. He smiles with pure confidence. Chairman Ju is a veteran tycoon, and no businessman would ever refuse a deal that saves them money. Over at the DJ building, subordinates are begging the chairman to agree. They analyze the in Motors debt at 3.28 trillion won. By wiping out over 1 trillion in debt, the remaining 2.52 trillion won will be converted into a direct investment. These are incredible terms to erase over 7.38 trillion won. Trust me, you and I are about to see if this old fox caves. However, alright, you and I are diving back into a high-stakes power struggle where one wrong move means starting over from zero. The chairman asks, does that kid actually have the cash? Just how many trillions of gold can he really throw around? His subordinate admits that, just like a fantasy, nobody truly knows the limits of Daejang's deep pockets. It is all backed by American capital. But then he suddenly starts to hesitate. The chairman snaps. What is with the hesitation? His assistant quickly clarifies that based on their United States investigation, they expect to have more than enough ammunition. They are a notorious big player in Hollywood. Up until now, not a single blockbuster movie has been made without Fantasy's massive funding behind it. The chairman scowls as his staff drones on about Fantasy's legendary winning streak. It is like he is swallowing a bitter pill, while they hype up the competition's perfect record. He insists that not a single investment deal passing through their hands has ever failed. Another assistant quickly chimes in to agree. They praise the rival's investment intuition, claiming it is on a whole different level. A cunning old fox like that would never jump into a suicide mission just to lose money. Yet, his underlings keep desperately pleading with him to reconsider. They remind him of his own philosophy sometimes. Reluctantly shaking an enemy's hand is the best way to survive and protect the foundation of the company. Stick with me here, because this is where the chairman actually begins to consider a strategic peace offering. It is better than a useless, bloody war. Dusk settles over the majestic estate of the Sunyang Group. While calmly sipping his hot tea, the chairman asks Do-jun if that old man Chu Dong-woo has shown his face yet. Do-jun confirms it, reporting that the old man finally folded. He is offering compensation if they agree to back out of this takeover game. The chairman smirks. He mocks the conservative old man for being backed so far into a corner that he had to take such a painful step back. Clearly, he chose the hard way instead of the easy path. A massive obstacle appeared at the worst possible time. The chairman demands to know what happens next. Doo-jun calmly explains their counter. They told the rival to play fair, compete using cold, hard cash while leaving all those juicy government favors behind. The chairman looks satisfied, realizing he just saved a fortune in wasted money. He keeps pressing to find out how the enemy reacted. When Doo-jun repeats the challenge to have a fair, head-to-head duel, the chairman bursts into a boisterous laugh. Laughter echoes through the room. Doo-jun playfully asks if his old friend is losing his mind with anxiety before asking Grandpa for some wisdom. Sipping his tea, the chairman deeply replies that Doo-jun probably already knows exactly what Chairman Chu's next move will be. If I were in his shoes, I would be racking my brain, trying to decide whether to kill off that ridiculous proposal or not. Testing him again, the chairman listens as Doo-jun calmly analyzes that the old man will simply have to swallow his pride. Since the debt reduction amount is a fixed constant, he would never be foolish enough to invite another risky variable into the equation. The chairman nods in total agreement, impressed that his grandson hit the nail right on the head. Now, you and I can see it clearly to these veteran businessmen. An unknown variable is the scariest thing on earth. These two old foxes think exactly alike. Suddenly, the chairman's tone shifts. He warns Doo-jun that all his hidden trump cards have already been played. While Chairman Chu has not made his move yet, a massive counteroffensive is coming. Doo-jun quickly guesses it will be a media attack, right? The chairman confirms it. The press will step in to brainwash creditors and the board. Plus, the government will get involved. The National Assembly and the Blue House Place's Dejong Group has been feeding for years will all start applying suffocating pressure at once. Doo-jun wonders aloud if that means no more help is coming. The chairman sighs, explaining he is powerless to help. As Do-jun looks confused, he reveals that Chairman Song Hoo-jiang has blocked all support lines. This move makes him wonder if Chairman Song is actually eyeing a piece of the Ajin Motors cake for himself. But thanks to that restraint, the Dejong faction is staying quiet. It is just mutual understanding between top-tier predators. Doo-jun senses there is more to it. The chairman adds that local officials are about to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. They've been loyal puppets for many years. If I pull one arm and Chairman Chu pulls the other, those sacrificial pawns will be ripped apart. Doo-jun listens intently to the old man's lecture. He thinks to himself that despite the smooth talk, his grandfather does not feel a shred of pity for those human shields. Clearly, a deep scheme is unfolding that he cannot yet grasp. Doo-jun pretends to be obedient, promising to coordinate perfectly with director Oh Se-hun. Hearing his grandson speak with such bold confidence, the chairman is momentarily left speechless. Doo-jun laughs, asking if he needs more help. Instead, the chairman just asks if he and Oh Se-hun are really that close. Doo-jun says yes. The chairman follows up by asking if he truly thinks the man is trustworthy. Doo-jun laughs it off. So far, so good, and trust me, you and I can see he is loyal. He counts money but would never sell out his brothers for it. Out of nowhere, the chairman flashes a sinister, knowing smirk. Doo-jun is caught totally off guard and stands there, completely speechless and stuck for words. The chairman continues his lesson on how to use people. All right, you and I are diving into a high-stakes lesson on power. The chairman says there are two types of people to keep close, talented ones like Oh Hyun and someone else. Coldly, he answers that it is someone willing to die for you. Hearing this, Doo-jun becomes more confused and overwhelmed than ever before. Sacrifice? In this modern age, what could possibly be worth someone giving up their life for? The chairman calmly declares that those martyrs will seek you out when your glory is at its peak. There is no need to work hard finding them. Doo-jun just stands there in silence, while the old man lectures him. He looks incredibly satisfied, like he just finished preaching some holy scripture to the masses. He laughs and waves him off, saying the guests have arrived. He tells him to go upstairs and change because everything is already prepared. Night begins to fall over the chairman's magnificent mansion. Suddenly, crowds of people start pouring in, making the place feel as busy as a massive festival. The guests are all elegant young socialites and famous millionaires from the world of the ultra-wealthy. The lavish party features every luxury food imaginable, from 5-story tall cakes to strawberry chocolate towers and piles of sweet lollipops everywhere you look. Finally, The bride and groom step out into a scene filled with glamorous roses and over-the-top luxury. The bride is sporting a diamond ring with a gemstone so massive, it looks like it could knock someone out with one hit. As for our main character, Do-jun, it seems like he got a lifetime sponsorship for banana milk because he is carrying a carton everywhere he goes. Do-jun quietly observes his cousin Dong-run. Looking at that passionate gaze, it seems like he is actually in love with the woman he is marrying. According to his past life memories, they only met twice at family events and had a few casual social gatherings after that. Do-jun finds it hard to understand. Is the power of money really enough to make people catch feelings that fast? Now, pay attention to this voice. It is the future sister-in-law, and she is already starting her mental games by complimenting Do-jun's looks. She calls him the most handsome man in the family, forcing him to act his heart out while congratulating her back. Dong-run is thrilled and thanks him. He gives a quick introduction before rushing off to meet his parents' calls. He leaves his future wife behind, telling her to bond with her new brother. Do-jun just stands there, dying of embarrassment. After the greetings, he has got nothing left to say. Luckily, the sister-in-law breaks the ice by calling him every girl's ideal type. It is so sudden, it almost makes him jump. She starts her psychological play, pointing out that he is tall, handsome, brilliant, and the youngest in a powerful family. No need for inheritance wars. I know what you're thinking, she is, telling him to just sit back and enjoy the luxury. But watch his reaction. Do-jun just scratches his head and laughs. It sounds nice, but he knows this is a deep, calculated move to test him. He plays dumb, claiming the family fortune is so far away he won't even get a taste. She laughs it off, asking why the chairman's favorite grandson would worry. But immediately after, a heavy, calculating silence falls between them. Do-jun knows he is being investigated. That's just part of the deal when you're about to become the Sunyang Group's eldest daughter-in-law. He keeps up the poor-me act, laughing and asking what favorite grandson she is talking about. The older siblings got plenty of stocks in cold hard cash when they grew up. But for me, Grandpa just gave me a supercar. I don't even have a license yet, so I have to just look at it. She fakes shock, saying maybe he'll get something bigger later. Then she takes a jab, saying a model student like him probably never spends money anyway. Do-jun denies it immediately, saying he doesn't spend because he simply has no money. He claims he'd be a big spender if he had the funds. While holding his wine, he thinks that, if this old fox knew how much cash he's burned on deals, she wouldn't be standing so tall. She generously promises to help. She offers to sponsor his fun and talk to Dong-run for him. Do-jun thanks her repeatedly, telling himself he needs to play the role of the obedient brother perfectly. She stands there with a shy, modest smile, but her eyes are still searching for any weakness. Sensing the pressure, Do-jun makes an excuse to slip away to the restroom. She gives him a friendly, actress-level send-off, but as soon as he turns his back, her gaze becomes as sharp as a blade. She knows this kid is something else. He visits the stock market daily with the chairman, yet he has the nerve to claim he is broke. Dong-run returns and asks for her thoughts. Both of them stare at Do-jun like they're appraising a piece of expensive merchandise. She remarks that the boy is incredibly tight-lipped, but his rich, composed aura is impossible to hide. Dong-run nods, remembering how Do-jun used to be a weak, pathetic kid who was always shaking in fear. And that's where we leave it. You and I just saw a predator think he found a pawn. He has no idea who he's really dealing with. Diving back in. You and I are entering the Sunyang family drama. The wife gives her husband a mysterious smile, acting cute to secure her allowance. Dong-run just laughs it off and agrees immediately after all. In this family, giving the youngest some pocket money is just common sense. Meanwhile, over in the men's restroom, Do-jun walks in, complaining about how inconvenient his formal suit is. He is about to handle his business, when a voice calling young master makes him jump. He turns to see Assistant Kim out of nowhere. Seriously, this guy is like a ghost. You can't even use the bathroom in peace. Do-jun is shocked since he told the man to rest, but Assistant Kim looks dead serious. This level of tension means something huge is coming. But since nature is calling loudly, Do-jun tells him to meet in the parking lot to talk once he finishes his private business. However, even after relieving himself, Do-jun feels uneasy. That awkward, shady expression on Kim's face is stuck in his mind. He rushes out to the parking lot to find his car. The problem is, this billionaire mansion is massive. It is like a total maze. He wanders around for a while before finally spotting his car in a corner. The moment he gets inside and sits down, Do-jun immediately demands to know exactly what kind of crisis they are facing. But Secretary Kim plays coy, telling him to wait so the team leader can explain in person. Do-jun narrows his eyes, wondering who this man is. Kim respectfully confirms it is the genius brain of the strategic team he mentioned once before. Does it ring a bell? Do-jun realizes who it is and asks if it is that dangerous guy who caught the eavesdropping incident. Right when the air gets heavy, pay attention, a dark shadow suddenly appears at the window, nearly making Do-jun's heart stop in shock. The mysterious man bows politely and coldly introduces himself as team leader Shin. Looking at the man's face, Do-jun feels like he has seen him somewhere before, but no matter how hard he searches his memory, he cannot place the name. Team leader Shin quickly apologizes for the sudden intrusion. Even though Do-jun waves it off, he still cannot shake that feeling of recognition. It turns out they had met at the Jungsimjae villa. This was the guy who escorted him home on that fateful morning. Hearing that, Do-jun smacks his forehead. No wonder he looked so familiar. He vaguely remembers saving the guy from a losing situation back then and throwing out a bit of bait to see if the fish would bite. He had waited forever with no response, so he eventually just put the whole thing out of his mind. Not wanting to waste the young master's time, team leader Shin gets straight to the point since they are on a tight schedule. Now watch this. He drops a massive bombshell, revealing that his entire group, the third generation, has been under constant surveillance for an entire month already. Do-jun's eyes go wide as he asks to be sure, is every single person being targeted? The team leader nods, confirming these people are tracking every move. Even Do-jun's brother is on their blacklist, nobody was left out. Do-jun's mind starts racing. Could his eldest uncle really be heartless enough to hire people to stalk his own son? If that is true, this move is way past the line. But if it is not the eldest uncle, who else would be brave enough to pull this off? Team leader Shin bitterly admits their own manpower is spread too thin, making it impossible to track down the mastermind behind this scheme. They are just secretaries used to paperwork, not professional agents trained for these cat-and-mouse games or counterattacks. Do-jun narrows his eyes suspiciously, wondering why the man chose him to leak this secret information to. Normally, he should have reported this to his superiors like the chief secretary or the intelligence team. Knowing the rules, team leader Shin clenches his fists to find his courage. He admits a harsh, embarrassing truth. He wants to find a solid foundation, a lifeline to pull him out of this dark swamp. Do-jun is confused and asks what kind of lifeline he is talking about. Is it what he thinks it is? Team leader Shin nods immediately, saying the strategic team is now like a sinking ship. The future is so dark that staff members are leaving. Even someone who stayed for years like him cannot see any light at the end of the tunnel. Do-jun is still not convinced. He argues that he is just the youngest with no power in this massive Sunyang group, so why would anyone use him as a ladder? Secretary Kim tries to step in, but Shin stops him to speak from the heart. He asks bluntly, is Do-jun just going to stand by and watch, or will he reach out to save him? Do-jun stays cold and calm, replying that he cannot just team up with anyone. Is there really nobody else to trust besides him? And that's where we leave it. Shin's face turns deadly serious as he makes a life-changing suggestion. Stick with me, we are about to watch a masterclass in reading people. He firmly declared that if a single trustworthy hand is reached out, he would risk his life to grab it. He shouted passionately that if it were anyone else, he would have just laughed them off with total contempt. But out of all Chairman Jin's heirs, only Do-jun is composed, sincere, and hasn't been tainted by the world of lies. The team leader bowed deeply, pledging to work like a beast of burden according to his expectations and limits. If I fall behind, I am ready to be cut loose without a single word of resentment. Do-jun finally spoke, making it clear that he didn't need any kind of blind loyalty from them. This is just a straight business deal. Your team gives me what I need, and I provide the compensation you deserve. It could be cold, hard, cash, or that bright future you have always dreamed of having. Fearing the coldness, the leader asked if Do-jun was being this distant because he didn't feel like he belonged in the Sunyang Empire. Without blinking, Do-jun said his trust in them was exactly zero, so they should just treat this as a transaction. If you want more, then prove it through your actions and change how I see you first. Do-jun thought back to his past life where he never knew true loyalty, but he knew how useless and incompetent loyalty was. He shouted a command that made Assistant Kim jump in surprise, then ordered that he would only use taxis from now on. Your job is to follow the tail that is currently stalking us. Now, pay attention here. This is the exact moment where Do-jun finally stops playing nice and starts giving orders like a powerful young king. He ruled that every secret report from the strategy team must be delivered to him before anyone else. If I set a red line, you are forbidden from reporting to the chairman or anyone else. He added a final blow, telling them not to worry about money or live a frugal, miserable life. Just tell me how much cash you need for operations or your own personal pockets. This big spender will cover it all so none of you ever feel cheated. Hearing that Do-jun would sponsor everything, the two men were moved to the point of tears. Do-jun leaned back against the luxury car window, closing his eyes. He was satisfied with today's big harvest. You saw that too, right? He just exposed a total fox while gaining 2 loyal spies in one move. The next morning, at the main headquarters, the news was screaming about a massive scandal where Fantasy was allegedly using shady Japanese capital to swallow the Ein Group. Conspiracy theories claimed Ein Motors would become a stepping stone for Japanese cars to invade the Korean market. As his blood boiled, Oh Se-hun screamed at Do-jun that they absolutely had to hold a press conference to clear their names. This is a fatal blow to our national pride. Once labeled a traitor, you cannot wash away that sin even in the grave. Do-jun calmly asked if there was any actual evidence, but Oh Se-hun was panicking, saying their rivals had used a famous company called Powerbank as a shield. That's a major listed company in Japan, so everyone will believe we are just Japanese puppets. Do-jun frowned and asked, "A correction won't matter now." Oh Se-hun said gloomily that since the news was already out, the entire deal to buy Ein Motors was basically dead. Do-jun snapped that if they were going to use dirty media play, then he would have to call in the chairman. If the labor unions use this as an excuse to riot, then everything is ruined. Oh Se-hun was terrified, calling it their last hidden card, but Do-jun coldly said holding back now would lead to ruin. He shuddered, thinking about how dirty these rich families play, using a national TV station to spread fake news without any proof at all. This was definitely the style of the DJ group, who were experts at these kind of backstabbing tricks. At the fierce press conference, the media vultures were fighting to snap photos with flashing lights. Oh Se-hun tried to stay calm, stating that the rumors about Japanese capital were totally made up. Fantasy had simply made a massive profit in Japan, and then pulled out. That money was the prize of war, not a loan. A sharp reporter cut in, asking if that yen was still fundamentally Japanese money. Oh Se-hun explained that they were actually using Japan's own cash to save a struggling Korean company. But the reporter wouldn't let go, asking why a vulture fund would buy a dying car company. He argued that a risky investment like this would never see a return. The risk of losing everything is high, so there must be a hidden motive. Are you taking this massive risk because you are actually just a puppet representing the Japanese auto industry? Furious, Oh Se-hun screamed into the mic, asking who started the rumor and where they got such garbage information. Trust me, you and I are about to watch and see if he can actually survive this insane media storm. Do you actually dare to confirm that under oath? Let's dive in as Do-jun watches from the shadows, shaking his head. He realizes his uncle is a total rookie when it comes to the media. Honestly, who tries to argue with a pack of vultures like that in public? Suddenly, a powerful delegate stands up and boldly declares that he knows every single detail about the technical ties between Ein and Japan. He stakes his entire honor on the guarantee that the Japanese are completely uninvolved in this massive corporate deal. But the reporters are still whispering, clearly not ready to let this go yet. One journalist targets the chairman, asking if their alliance means he's secretly backing Fantasy's takeover of the AJ Group. Talk about a loaded question. Chairman Song remains as calm as a mountain, simply replying that, yes. That is exactly the case. He adds that it's not just him. Every single employee at Ein is united on this decision. The union even swore to freeze wages and stop all strikes until the company is profitable again under Fantasy's new leadership. He declares this a life-or-death resolution, sending the press into a frenzy of camera flashes because this news is absolutely shocking. Then comes the final blow. He reveals that director Oh Se-hun has guaranteed 2 golden conditions, starting with separating ownership and management. Second, they'll revive Ein without a single layoff, promising to pump in endless capital to save this sinking ship. This is a massive game changer. Oh Se-hun's rage vanishes instantly. He sits there in total silence, hanging on every single word the chairman has to say. The chairman continues, his voice growing even more steel-like as he adds two more critical points to the entire discussion. He reminds everyone that corporations shouldn't just be about chasing profits and nothing else. They are homes and workplaces that provide a livelihood for thousands of ordinary people and their families. He warns that if the Daehin Group takes over, they won't hesitate to throw half the workforce onto the streets. Now, pay attention here, he calls it a declaration of war. Even Do-jun is left speechless, watching with his jaw on the floor, absolutely stunned by this bold move. This is the crucial message they needed. The chairman's eyes turn sharp as a blade as he continues his powerful speech. He points out that if Daehin swallows their rival, they'll control nearly 70% of the entire domestic car market. If a monopoly only cares about money, the choices of the people, the true kings of the market, will vanish. In that case, where else would the people even turn for help? The crowd starts buzzing as if this whole thing was perfectly orchestrated. They can't let the soul of Ein be overshadowed by these Japanese rumors anymore, especially since the Ein Group has already poured so much public money into this entire operation. Song's voice carries a strange magic as he talks about making Ein a national enterprise, drawing a hard line between management and ownership. That is the real issue that everyone in this room needs to consider. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupts throughout the room, leaving Lucy with a very satisfied smile on her face. Success. The message landed perfectly, reaching every corner of the room. But the timing of this move was actually a massive gamble. This fateful press conference was supposed to be a masterstroke for the team. It should have happened just one day before the final audit to give Daehin zero time to react. That was the core strategy. But rushing the plan was a risk. You and I both know that showing your trump card too early gives the enemy time to breathe and plan a brutal counterattack on this global racetrack. In the fierce world of international cars, a massive war has been raging. Only the top 10 global players have any real chance of surviving. The sales structure for the Daewoo brand had already expanded globally, far beyond what the domestic market actually needed. If Ein and Daehin actually merge, they would undoubtedly create a level of competitive power that is completely off the charts. They could synchronize designs, optimize the entire supply chain, and link their massive sales networks together for maximum impact. Consumers would naturally get much better prices on their cars. Of course, restructuring the staff would be hard to avoid. But you can't have workers without a company large enough for them to serve. Chairman Song pleads with everyone to look at the much bigger picture for once. They can expect thousands of new jobs once the Daewoo company becomes a global titan, finally breaking into that elite top 10 circle. After watching the news play out on the screen, Do-jun clicks off the TV, thinking his old set is looking pretty rough and outdated lately. Definitely time for an upgrade. He lets out a long sigh, his earlier confidence completely gone. Beside him, Oh Se-hun is a total wreck, his nerves stretched thin. Do-jun asks how the stock prices are doing. His uncle replies that Daehin's share value hasn't budged an inch. Do-jun is disappointed. All that effort, and we barely made a dent. Wild, right? All right. You and I are diving into a high-stakes world where two fierce opinions are clashing head-on, leading to this chaotic mess. Half the people see the Asian Motors takeover as a disaster, while others see it as a golden opportunity of a lifetime. It is a total stalemate. Do-jun wonders if both sides will eventually just accept the change in corporate ownership to the Daehin Group. Oh Se-hun lets out a heavy, worried sigh, clearly shaken by how terrifying and intense this whole situation has become for everyone. He asks how a mere advertiser could possibly pull the strings of the entire media landscape and manipulate news like this. Do-jun pauses before telling Oh Se-hun that it is not the massive conglomerates they should fear, but the powerful press. They write for money, the pen follows the wine, and the lens swallows whatever news pays the highest price at the moment. Oh Se-hun is left speechless, shocked that this young kid is suddenly acting like a wise old teacher lecturing him on life. He sounds just like a social elder. Do-jun quickly scratches his head, claiming these were just his grandfather's wise words. If something bad happens, it always starts with the media covering up the truth to protect those standing at the very top. Oh has done it before, too. Do-jun realizes he should have never blocked the Asian Motors takeover all those years ago. This is the first time he has found himself caught in such a bizarre and difficult corporate situation with no easy escape. Pay attention here, his mind is spinning as he tries to find a solution to this impossible corporate puzzle. Du Jun tells his uncle to forget work for today and go grab some drinks. Oh Se-hun is totally caught off guard. This is the first time the kid has ever invited him for a drink, so he panics. Du Jun asks if he is not grown. Oh Se-hun waves his hands, asking if Du Jun even knows how to drink or if he has ever tried it before. Du Jun remembers his past life. His body was practically ruined from how much he used to drink and party back then. He realizes if he had saved all that money instead of drinking, he could have bought several luxury apartments by now. He stands up, deciding it is finally time to see exactly how much alcohol his new young body can handle. He pulls out a legendary black card, dark as the night, and tells his uncle the drinks are on him tonight. Since there is no limit, he tells Oh to pick the most luxurious and expensive place he knows in the whole city. Oh Se-hun is stunned. He takes the card and realizes it is the elite pass from the Hamsung Daily newspaper. Du Jun explains his future sister-in-law is from Hamsung Daily and she gave him a little bit of spending money. You see that? Between his family and his connections, the sheer power this kid holds is absolutely insane. Oh Se-hun is so shocked his jaw nearly hits the floor. But Do Jun is not finished with his mind games yet. He claims this is all about the pride of a third-generation chaebol, telling his uncle to just enjoy the ride. If they are going to spend money, they might as well show his sister-in-law how big they can really play. Seeing a kid throw money around like it is nothing makes Oh Se-hun feel pretty pathetic about his own wealth. After processing all the shocking information, Oh Se-hun cannot help but let out a loud, disbelieving laugh. He calls Do Jun's way of thinking completely bizarre, but he eventually agrees to go along and see what happens next. Back at the mansion, the old man asks why Do Jun is visiting so late, surely not just for a few drinks. Du Jun gets straight to the point, telling the chairman that everything is far from over. The chairman is confused. He asks what hidden card Du Jun is still holding. Du Jun says he wants the card the chairman is currently clutching. The chairman is stunned. Du Jun clarifies he wants Sunyang Motors and asks when the old man plans to step down. This question leaves the chairman completely frozen. Du Jun keeps the pressure on, not letting him breathe for a single second. Sunyang Motors is the key. Announcing the merger between Wajin and Sunyang will be the lever that flips the entire board. He brings up the merger ratio mentioned before and tells the chairman he wants to speed up the process. Every word Do Jun says is calculated. There is no hidden agenda needed here. Now is the time for the chairman to show ambition. After a long silence, the chairman asks what Du Jun is willing to trade in exchange for such a massive deal. He explains that a merger combines what he has with what Du Jun has. But Du Jun owns nothing yet. The chairman has Sunyang, but Du Jun is coming to the table with empty hands regarding Wajin Motors. Du Jun argues that the merger announcement is the only way to reverse the situation and secure the company for good. However, the chairman begins to backtrack, showing his true colors as a cunning and ruthless businessman. He claims the previous talk was just a test, asking if Do Jun thought he could not change his mind about it. Turning dreams into reality, that is what a real negotiation is about. Trust me. You and I are just getting started. Alright, you and I are about to see that in this world, no negotiation is impossible if you know how to tip the scales. To seal this merger announcement, I am ready to put even more on the line right now. The chairman smiles. Oh, have you really grown this bold? Fine. Let's say I agree to announce the merger before the audit as you suggest. But keep in mind, this doesn't mean the situation will flip in your favor. Du Jun interrupts. This isn't just an announcement. We're about to see two massive forces collide. The chairman cuts him off, reminding him that the Sunyang Group name still carries more weight than the Dang Group. Exactly. Now, the media, the government, and the judges will weigh Sunyang against Dang, not fantasy. So what's left? The chairman asks. Du Jun gives a calm response. It's peace of mind, wrapped in balanced and fair control. The chairman is stunned. Peace of mind? Yes. Any image of fantasy investment being a predatory speculator will vanish completely, like it was never there. Hearing this, Chairman Jin Yang-chun falls into deep thought. He stares at his brilliant grandson and finally speaks. The scales still don't match. Du Jun replies instantly. If we adjust the merger ratio, we can make them match perfectly, grandfather. But the chairman keeps that superior smile. Unfortunately, I still don't feel it's enough. Du Jun is shocked. After all that effort, the old man is still unsatisfied. He grits his teeth in frustration. So greedy. Please, am I really not even worth your consideration? Do you really have no intention of letting me have Sunyang Motor? Or is this just another endless test I have to pass? Dujun continues, lowering his voice. I've already collected all the shares from the subsidiaries Sunyang Motor holds. The old man is stunned. You said we should spin off Sunyang Motor. Dujun replies, with 8 subsidiaries, including Hajin and Sunyang, we'll create a massive automotive empire. Listening to this, Chairman Jin Yong Chun begins to waver under the weight of Dojun's bold arguments. Dujun watches the chairman's face and suddenly notices something startling. Wait, what is this? The way he's looking at me, there's a hunger in his eyes, more intense than ever before. I have to figure out exactly what he wants for this negotiation to succeed. Dujun frowns, calculating a daring move. He continues. Isn't announcing that Sunyang Motor will spin off entirely to merge with Hazen Motor a bit too hasty? Declaring a spin-off will cause the Sunyang Motor stock price to go into a total freefall immediately. The chairman is genuinely surprised. He didn't expect his grandson to target this specific strategy. Dujun pushes forward. When the price hits rock bottom, I'll buy everything up under a different cover. The chairman holds his breath. After taking over and merging with the Hazen Group, Dujun says calmly, for many reasons, the spin-off will be treated as if it never happened. This will solidify Sunyang Group's dominance even further. We could even merge all of Sunyang and Hazin. The chairman starts sweating. If that happens, investors will surely bail to avoid risk. Now pay attention to this metaphor. A massive carriage is moving forward with unstoppable force. There are small stones stuck to the wheels, but we can't stop to avoid every single one. The chairman asks, will those Sunyang Motor shares make you a major shareholder? Dujun smiles. Isn't that a wonderful gift? If the stock price rises, I'll make a fortune without paying a single cent in income tax. Hearing this, the chairman flashes a grin of pure satisfaction. This kid is daring, so young, and yet he's already mastered the art of breaking the rules. Dujun is slightly rattled, unsure of what that compliment really means, but he quickly regains his composure and flashes a winning smile. It's a success. Immediately, the chairman turns to his staff. I've decided. We are acquiring the Hazen Group. You saw that too, right? His subordinates are completely stunned, staring at him like he's lost his mind. The secretary thinks, I knew it was important, but not this. Called in the middle of the night, he tries to intervene. The Hazen chairman has already leaned toward Diang Group, sir. There's no time to prepare, and more importantly, we simply don't have enough cash right now. Another aide agrees. It's too risky to jump into this fight so late. The chairman calmly interrupts. We only need to get one foot in the door. That foot is you. He shouts the secretary's name, scaring him half to death. The 2 aides look at each other, totally confused. The chairman explains the play. If Fantasy acquires them, Hazen Motor will merge directly with Sunyang Motor. This is exactly your mission. Within the entire group, only Sunyang Motor is the right partner to unite with Hazen. These 2 companies will have a fresh start, and Yunki will be the CEO. The executive standing nearby can't hold back anymore. Chairman, no matter how we adjust the ratios, Fantasy will still end up being the largest shareholder. Fantasy's CEO reached out. If this continues, Sunyang will just be doing the work for someone else. You and I need to see what's next. All right, you and I are about to see how a new car company gets gift-wrapped and handed straight to Sunyang. The secretary asks, what about Fantasy? They are just money players who will be happy with that expensive wrapping paper. I will handle the chairman position of Sunjung EUI myself. Do not worry about it. Just help Yunki get ready. The chairman issues the order. The next morning at the Hyun Motors office, the tension finally starts to lift. Did your grandfather really confirm he is giving you Sunyang Motors? Ose Hyun asks. Dojun just shakes his head. Not quite. He is not the type to just hand over something he built with his own blood and sweat. But why? If he splits the motor division and gives you Hajin, does not Sunyang Motors become yours? He knows Fantasy is your company. That is because the merger ratio is not settled yet. Dojun smiles. If he does not yield, the owner of that chair must change. Ose Hyun frowns in confusion. What are you calculating now? What do you mean by accepting the merger? Now pay attention. Dojun is about to explain the deep strategy here. Grandpa will not just take assets and give me a small piece. He will seize everything first, then redistribute a tiny portion. Hearing about the sheer ruthlessness of the chairman's strategy, Oh Hyun can only stand there in stunned silence. Dojun thinks to himself that Oh Hyun will never understand Chairman Jin's true nature. He is a man who values ambition far more than his own family bloodline. Without that cold drive, Sun-young would never have reached the top. So, has the merger ratio been decided yet? Oh Hyun asks. No, not yet. We will discuss that after the Hajin Motors deal is finalized. Dojun stands up and looks out over the massive city below. I will handle that problem myself. From the window, he starts sketching a new plan to counter his grandfather's cunning moves. The moment the Hajin deal finishes and the merger begins, the harshest winter in history is going to hit this country. Sun-young, Dae-young, and even the government will be left broken and exhausted, with nowhere left to turn. By then, Grandpa will have no choice but to accept the proposal. Dojun calculates that he will offer the chairman a glass of wine, and the old man will have to accept it with deep gratitude. The very next day, the press conference begins. The spokesperson announces Sun-young Motors will spin off into an independent entity and merge with Hajin to lead the entire automotive industry. Reporters are in a frenzy. Down in the hall, Oh Hyun speaks out as the official representative for Fantasy. I want to confirm that Fantasy is not just speculative capital. We are committed to taking the Korean auto industry into a new era. The room immediately falls into chaos. Is there a secret connection between Fantasy and Sun-young? Everyone wants to know. You and I saw this coming, right? Just look at this absolute madness as everyone tries to figure out what is next. Meanwhile, at the Dae-young mansion, another remote control is smashed to pieces. Chairman Dae-young is furious. How could this happen? He roars at his staff, asking why there was not a single leak. A subordinate reports that they were tracking both Song Hai-trang and Oh Hyun, but they saw no unusual movements at all. This only makes the chairman explode. Are you people blind? The fact that there was no movement was the biggest sign. How many calls does it take for them to reach a deal? They must have met dozens of times. What on earth were you doing? His face turns bright red with pure rage. We have been completely blindsided without any warning. Now, every single one of you, find a way to fix this situation. His staff just stares at each other in silence. Not only are you blind, but are you mute now as well? He screams. Why is nobody saying anything? The subordinates can only look at each other with expressions of slow-motion panic. The chairman slams the table. You have 2 hours to find a way to reverse this. Mobilize every family connection for lobbying. Pressure everyone, civil servants, the press, bank employees. Do not hold back. Use every bit of leverage we have. His roar sounds like a monster backed into a corner. That morning, the chairman's mansion was in a state of total uproar. The eldest son rushes in and pushes the door open. Dad, this is unacceptable, he shouts at the top of his lungs. Chairman Jin stays terrifyingly calm. He just invites his son to sit down and share a cup of tea with him. Why are we giving up the motor company? The son is fuming. The chairman calmly says, there is nothing left to regret. I have thrown away everything that was holding us back. His total indifference only makes his son explode even more. And Tenut? Dad, how could you do this without saying a single word to me? This is a massive reorganization. Did I really have to see this on TV? Is my title as vice chairman just a joke? Chairman Jin quietly watches his son's rage. Then, Director Yoon Jae-ho arrives with all the approval documents for him to see. So, what do you and I take from this? He just announced the merger using his own son's signed consent. All right, stick with me. The tension explodes as the son asks his father if he is just a puppet. Chairman Jin cuts through his son's rage with a voice like ice. Are you finished? Is your tantrum over yet? The uncle freezes, totally lost. Since you have vented your frustration, the chairman says, let us move to the next part. Did you come here just to throw a fit? The chairman asks, making his son grimace even more before he shouts. Father, seeing his son lose control, the chairman turns purple and slams his hand on the desk with a bang. That slam definitely hurt his hand. He bellows, that is enough from you, you brat. Realizing he overstepped, the son stands still like a statue. Now it is the chairman's turn to roar. Are you ashamed of being vice president of Sun-young? A puppet? If that title brings you so much shame, then quit. Give it all up right now. The uncle tries to de-escalate, begging his father to calm down. But the chairman keeps going about that shameful title. He sneers that the entire country would fight a bloody war just to have a position like that. All you have ever done is be born as my eldest son. Because you got this lucky title for free, you do not value its true worth. The son stammers an excuse, but his father is not having any of it. Not at all. You are over 40 and only just became vice president. If you were not my son, do you think you would ever even have the chance to be a manager? The uncle stands frozen as those blunt words strike him right where it hurts the most. After that heavy showdown, the two back off for now. The next day, the executive director orders his subordinates to keep a very close eye on Jin Do-jun. The kid is acting as a messenger between Oh Se-hun and the chairman himself. He knew about the recent merger from the very start. His subordinates listen, though they still do not fully get the point. One asks if Jin Do-jun is the final heir. The director gives him a sharp look. No, that is impossible. He thinks to himself that while the chairman adores the boy, he did not stop him from choosing law school. With his brains, Do-jun could be top of his class, but if the chairman wanted a lawyer, he would just buy one. Word is, the boy has no intention of following a traditional academic path anyway. My father just wants a trophy to brag about. A smart grandson to show off to the world. He expects Do-jun to bring honor, not run the company. If he wanted an heir, he would have chosen business. So why hand him over to Oh Se-hun of fantasy? Is he not just a piece of decoration? The director chuckles, responding that even decorations can be useful if they have utility. Now pay attention here. He realized the kid has a gift for moving money, a true talent for wealth. He might swallow up the entire financial sector, from insurance and pensions all the way to education. But the director tells them not to worry too much. This entire war is going to end quickly with one single, decisive strike. We just need to build our reputation step by step without making any mistakes. If we rush in now, the entire plan will fall apart completely. He asks if the stock price for Sunyang Modo is dropping. His subordinate quickly confirms that it is. Smart investors are pulling out. Buy everything once it hits rock bottom, but do not separate the branches. The subordinate is shocked. But sir, I thought we already decided to split the branches? Look at that sinister smile. We both know that his father would never hand his hard work over to someone else. If we reclaim our status, stocks will skyrocket, and our control over the group will be set in stone. Prepare thoroughly and leave no room for error. The subordinates bow and agree to the plan. The next day, at a lavish dinner, Do-jun is enjoying a gourmet meal across from his curly-haired cousin. Did you know about the Sunyang Modo merger beforehand? His cousin asks with suspicion. Do-jun wonders how this guy can be so transparent. If he wants to play, it is time for a direct attack. Yeah, I knew about it the day before it hit the news. How? His cousin demands. Director Oh Se-hun asked me to present the proposal to grandfather, while also sending along all the detailed plans and the specific conditions for the whole merger. His cousin slams the table in pure rage. Why ask you? He could have just met grandfather himself. Do-jun explains that the group is monitoring Oh Se-hun. If he met the chairman directly, the other side would have found out instantly. Do-jun thinks to himself, why does this guy know so much? It is definitely suspicious. Did he tail me himself? You and I are definitely going to want to see what he does next. You and I can see how annoyed the cousin is getting while questioning if Do-jun is really just acting as a messenger. Do-jun fakes a look of pure terror. You are scaring me. Why are you shouting? His cousin forces himself to sit back down. Do-jun takes a breath. He mentions a secret contract between Grandpa and Director O, but claims he simply cannot talk. It is the truth. After all, he has no choice but to stay silent until the official announcement finally drops. The cousin is fuming. Am I a stranger to you? Do-jun watches him with secret joy, hiding a satisfied smirk. Why not push him even further? Well, you are an outsider now. Sung-jun, you have zero authority left in this company. The cousin screams in frustration. He realizes Do-jun rejected being his right hand just to stay close to Grandpa for an opportunity. And then, the real kicker. Actually, what I meant was that I want to compete directly with your father. Do-jun stays perfectly calm. Brother, do not look so stressed. From where I am standing, I am just an observer. As the youngest, he claims he has no greed for the Sunyang group. Honestly, he says there is nothing for him to regret. It sounds arrogant, but if he studies hard, he will pass the bar exam in just 2 short years. Total confidence. He has always been the smart one. The cousin asks him with an edge in his voice. And then what? Now pay attention here. Do-jun starts describing his dream of becoming a respected prosecutor who never has to worry about money. His father is a massive star in the film industry, and beautiful actresses are always flocking to him for a chance. A third-generation chaebol prosecutor and son of a film director? No girl on earth would ever say no to that. Do-jun keeps bragging on purpose. Brother, have you ever been so lost that you could not find your way back home? It is not guaranteed that Dae-yang will finalize the Hajin Motors deal until they are actually in full control. The cousin is so angry he could spit blood, but he is completely and utterly powerless in this exact moment. He growls, asking if Do-jun is giving up on Sun-yang. Do-jun just laughs. Who said anything about giving up? Suddenly, his face goes cold. If it is the top spot, I might try. But currently, you are not the leader. Being torn apart by Do-jun's words, the cousin can only sit there and swallow his bitter, growing pride. He tries to fight back. If I take that spot, I will not keep you around. You know, we have many cousins, and I doubt you could last even a single week against Sun-yang's heavy stock attacks. Inside, Do-jun mocks the guy's ego. Resorting to threats already? He replies with a perfectly calculated and mocking tone. My answer stands. I have no regrets. What my family has now is enough to make everyone else feel jealous. He knows it is time to end the conversation right here. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Do-jun is definitely seeding massive doubt while acting like he has zero political ambition. To be honest, being the youngest in a powerful chaebol family is much more comfortable for everyone. His older brother even dropped out of college to chase art in New York. They do not reach for things out of reach. The cousin is stunned by that remark. Do-jun's plan is working. The seeds of insecurity and doubt have finally been sown. Brother, just remember one thing. Your uncles and aunts? They are all incredibly ambitious. This will not be simple. They will not just let the Sun-yang group fall into your father's hands. The cousin snaps back. You think I do not know? My father will handle it. My side of the family will not just sit and watch them take everything from us. Suddenly, he freezes. Wait. Does that secret contract you know about involve the structure of the inheritance? Even the cousin is terrified of his own realization. Meanwhile, back at the chairman's mansion, the tension is rising. The heavy dialogue between father and son continues. The eldest brother stands frozen like a statue before his father. He mumbles that his father is being far too harsh. The chairman's anger only flares up more. Harsh? Look at yourself acting like a brainless scarecrow. How dare you even try to talk back to me in that pathetic state? The chairman looks at his eldest son with pure disappointment. After a heavy silence, his voice finally softens. Young Ki, I know the news was a shock, but that is how I use public opinion. Focus on the future instead. Think about the preparations we need and the massive benefits our entire group will gain from this upcoming merger. That is the duty of a vice president, not exploding in anger like a child over small things. He reaches out his aged hand and places it on his son's shoulder as a small, silent gesture of comfort. Young Ki, you only need to work 10 minutes harder than anyone else, and this top position will belong to you. And there we have it, trust me. You and I are about to see if they can actually protect this massive empire. The eldest son bows submissively while the chairman pats his grown son's shoulder. He mocks himself a man over 70, yet still stuck coddling his own child like a little boy. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, a tense showdown between Do-jun and his cousin is far from over. His cousin watches him with suspicious eyes, his mouth twitching as if he wants to say something. Now, watch this. You and I are about to see a simple conversation turn into a complete mental breakdown. The cousin suddenly lets out a loud scream. Do-jun frowns in annoyance. Are you really raising your voice at me? Suddenly, the cousin flips his attitude, acting as submissive and sweet as a little rabbit. Do-jun, think about it. I am the eldest son of this family. I cannot just be ignored like this. Do-jun gives a cold laugh. Brother, a throne should be inherited by bloodline from the eldest son to the eldest grandson just to keep things stable, right? If a second or third son takes control, it always leads to a brutal and bloody purge within the family. By that logic, power should belong to the eldest uncle, and then eventually pass down to you. That is why I must take the Sun-yang chair to protect our family's assets from unnecessary losses. The cousin suddenly brightens up, nodding his head in total agreement. Of course. Our Dujun truly sees through everything. Even though he tries to act wise, the truth is he is just a puppet dancing in Dujun's smoke and mirrors. Dujun lets out a heavy, fake sigh, continuing his masterpiece of an act for his cousin. Regarding the Sunyang Motor merger, shares in the motor subsidiaries will be transferred to a completely different branch of the company. Pay attention here, you and I are watching this guy walk straight into a trap thinking he is a genius. Exactly, the cousin replies confidently. But what happens if the person holding the keys to that company is not the eldest uncle, but someone else entirely? The cousin freezes. Is that a secret clause in the contract? Dujun does not answer immediately. If you just think logically, you will realize this is not some massive secret. He continues calmly, saying that is exactly the title of the document that I have already seen recently. It is the governance restructuring plan. The cousin looks like he was struck by lightning. Restructuring? My father was trying to help me, Dujun concludes firmly. Now, the responsibility to protect it falls entirely on the eldest uncle and you. The cousin stammers a confused reply, his mind a complete mess since he is only used to a life of luxury. Seeing his utter helplessness makes Dujun feel incredibly satisfied. Trust me, you and I are about to see Dujun stop playing around and finally show his real claws to this family. Let the sharpest claws slowly reveal themselves. We will see who is truly the strongest. Meanwhile, we cut to the office of Oh Se-hyun once again. Grandpa is busy reviewing his own images and the latest headlines in the daily newspapers. It has finally come to this. He mutters that while they are the ones being bought, he worries they will be pulled into the Sunyang vortex. Every time he visits, Dojung gulps down a bottle of banana milk. When do we pay for the acquisition, uncle? Oh Se-hyun puts down his paper. After the 1.2 trillion merger, we have to transfer $1 billion. So that means next year at the earliest, right? Oh Se-hyun replies that he should ask his grandfather about that. If procedures finish by year-end, it totals $3.2 billion. The current rate is 1,100 won per dollar, but it has already climbed over 3,500 won. Dujun bites his straw. How much money is tied up? $600 million. Just as you said, this year I am focusing on holding cash instead of investing more. That 600 million will be recovered next year. After finishing his milk, Dujun falls into a deep thought. Managing that amount well is quite a lot. I have used my entire memory to aim for a profit 100 times the initial capital. What would happen if the person reincarnated was not me, but a cutthroat fund manager from the heart of Wall Street? That person would surely become the richest man in the world. In the office, Oh Se-hyun suggests moving $1 billion now to guarantee payment at any time. Dujun stops him immediately, saying there is no need to rush. Besides, the payment does not have to happen until the end of the year. Oh Se-hyun looks confused by his nephew's calculations. He asks, in surprise, have you already noticed the unusual fluctuations in the exchange rate? Is everyone else just pretending to ignore the obvious signs? Dujun argues that the dollar jumped 250 points in just 1 month. Can you not see it rising like a massive tide? But is that not just the market stabilizing? Oh Se-hyun asks. Dujun thinks to himself that some people ask useless questions. Everyone feels the great storm coming, the collapse of corporations, and the weight of the election, but they are all trying their best to ignore it. He explains clearly that there is a massive difference between an exchange rate hike and the actual devaluation of the currency. If you hold tens of billions of won right now and the dollar value spikes, that money will become practically useless. Compared to 10 billion won sitting on a deserted island, a single loaf of bread is worth far more in a crisis like this. Oh Se-hyun smirks. Are you implying something about the US dollar? Dujun looks at the older man and nods. Yes, he knows the financial crisis will explode soon. When that happens, no matter how hard people look, they will not be able to find any dollars. Oh Se-hyun probes further. If the rate keeps rising, will you use dollars to buy Hazen? No, and trust me. You and I are not ready for what he does next. Dojun keeps it cool. I am going to negotiate. Negotiate what exactly? Trust me, you are about to see a masterclass. The Hajin deal must be paid in our US dollars. Oh Hyun freezes, then roars with laughter. Haha, exactly. Why trade gold for a life jacket? In this crash, The US dollar is like human blood. If it stops flowing, the whole body dies. When you hold the blood supply, you can easily strip the gold from those who are currently collapsing in despair. Oh Hyun gazes at Dojun with pure admiration as the national reserves hit zero. Could this kid actually be the savior we need? Dojun just smiles back. I am not the owner of fantasy. Oh Hyun lets out a grin that is actually a bit chilling. Is he hiding because he is young? What are these two really keeping secret? Dojun turns the question right back on him. If you held 1 trillion won, what would you do? Bribes? Inheritance? Would the world really let you go public with that? Oh, Hyun grows cautious, but Dojun just shrugs it off. Still, the old man maintains his gentle, grandfatherly smile. Fine. From now on, I am your horse. Feel free to pull the reins and swing the whip however you like. But time is running out. I am 50 now. I have got 5 years left, tops. Even if you take over, I will need my rest. Dojun looks at his uncle in total shock. Retiring at 50? But you are at the absolute peak of your career right now. Oh Hyun just shrugs. True. It is early. But I already have way more money than I could ever spend. If I do not start enjoying it now, all that hard work was for nothing. Dojun cannot believe his ears. Oh Hyun points at him. For 5 years, I have treated you like my own blood. Now, I just want a deserted island where I can finally live in peace. He leans back with a satisfied look. Dojun stands there in silence. Beyond the talk of money, he honestly has no idea what else to say. The next evening at the Sunyang Group headquarters, the chairman is listening to a report from his eldest son. Is that so? He asks. Yes. Dojun saw it with his own eyes. Father. The chairman slams his hand onto the desk with a heavy thud. Man, that had to hurt. Now pay attention, because this is where the betrayal hits deep. He promised a board seat, but was he secretly planning a coup behind his back, feeding him sweet lies while hiding his real moves? The son's eyes narrow, like a cunning fox as the realization sinks in. His uncle tries to calm him down with a forced voice. If spinning off the motor division is mandatory, they just need to tweak the structure. The foundation might be shaking, but it is not a disaster yet. The son, however, is getting seriously impatient. But father, if the motor shares transfer, the chairman cuts him off, furious. I told you it is fine. I know exactly how to handle this. As for production, we just need to focus on getting the process back to normal. Do not waste this chance. Show me what you are actually capable of. Silence by his father is cold response. The son just bows. I understand, father. He bows quickly and rushes out of the room. Left alone, the chairman sinks into thought before turning his rage on an ancient desk phone. Why is he even using this outdated piece of junk? He screams into the receiver toward the planning department. Everyone, in the meeting room, right now. He slams the phone onto the floor. If you are going to break something, just do it already. What is the point of this? Father, before you make any more insane decisions, I need to kick things into high gear and finish this race. A bit later, the loyal secretary and the younger brother step into a private room together. The brother rushes to greet him. Sorry, am I interrupting your busy schedule? The secretary just smiles. It is fine. I always have time for the chairman. Haha, the brother starts sucking up immediately. Please, sit. You know, I am still trying to wrap my head around one thing. If we merge Sunyang with Hajin, who really comes out on top? Of course, father must have handled everything perfectly already. The secretary smiles back. That is true. Honestly, even I am a bit overwhelmed by how fast everything is moving. Seeing the secretary agree, the brother suddenly feels a surge of annoyance. Is he really going to play dumb till the end? He gets straight to the point. If the motor division splits, Director Du will not have any ties left. It makes me so sad. You and I saw this coming. Are you sincere, or just testing me? Because if you are testing me, I am truly disappointed. The chairman's son freezes. It looks like his gut instinct was dead on the money. The plan was not just to work with Hajin, it was to swallow them whole. The director forces a laugh. Me? Testing you? I was just being cautious, that is all. The secretary gives him a cold look. I have followed the chairman for over 30 years. In all that time, I only ever disagreed with him once. Do you have any idea when that was? Of course I do not know, the director thinks. It was back when we started the oil business in the Middle East. Trust me, You will want to see what is next. War broke out, and the oil supply hit a state of emergency. All right, you and I are about to witness some high-stakes corporate warfare over a Texas steak dinner. The chairman and I drove hours across the highway before hitting a local steakhouse, but the heat was brutal that day. I was completely drained and didn't want to eat a thing. The chairman ordered a massive steak to share. Even the smallest cut, there was 600 grams. He looked hungry just thinking back on it. The director plays along, saying how unique those South American steaks taste. Ha ha. But the secretary pushes back, insisting on separate plates. The director asks if he's planning on another trip soon. The secretary's reply is chillingly simple. That's right. The director realized this wasn't just small talk he was being toyed with. He finally gets the hidden message. Refusing to share the meat was a protest against splitting the company. He tries to handle it diplomatically. Director Do hates sharing, but I can't stand seeing waste. If we don't finish it, it just gets tossed. Secretary Do shuts him down. The chairman and I cleaned our plates. It looked like a lot, but I handled it. Now pay attention here. The secretary is dropping a truth bomb. If you actually try, 600 grams isn't that much. These old-school businessmen might just be employees on paper, but they're built different. They treat the Sunyang Group like a family heirloom. Even if the owner changes, these drivers worry day and night about the chariot breaking down. That's the nature of a loyal worker. But to own the chariot, you first need a master driver. Director Yanni starts acting incredibly fake. You've got quite an appetite lately, Director Do. The secretary cuts him off. I can't eat like that anymore. I'm old. Well, you look healthy enough to me. I'd say you're far from old. Director Yanni pushes back with a smirk. You finished 600 grams of steak, after all. Secretary Do is getting annoyed. He addresses him as Yankee. Director Yanni responds with fake respect. Yes, brother. But Secretary Do gets serious. Vice Chairman Yankee is your older brother and the firstborn. There's no room for you, brother. You know he has no talent. Secretary Do stays calm. You have the talent. So just stay by his side and support him. You and I both saw that coming. He just called him useless. A useless person only brings trouble to those with talent. Director Yanni tries to be friendly again. Brother. But the secretary is done. You won't get your brother to help you. That idea is dead on arrival. Yanni tries one last bribe. I'll give Yanni a few subsidiaries to manage so we each have a piece. But Secretary Do won't budge. He says he's just a farmer for Sunyang, but he's proud of how he helped this land grow. I won't let it be torn apart. Director Yanni grits his teeth, refusing to back down now. He thinks his true intentions are out now anyway. I can make this land even more fertile. I'll expand this into a massive plain. Isn't that exactly the vision you want to see? Secretary Do listens quietly before replying. The chairman isn't the one who decides the successor. He looks the sun right in the eye. Stop dreaming. Yankee is shocked. I'm wide awake. No power to decide? What does that mean? He'll keep testing and grading until his very last breath. The heir to Sunyang might only be revealed in his final will and testament. Director Yanni is furious. Won't we get hit with massive taxes without a plan? Can't you see? Compared to taxes, the future of this company is far more concerning. Yanni's rage is boiling over. So what's your point, Director Do? What are you saying? Didn't you just act like Yankee gets everything? The secretary stands up. That's just my opinion. Isn't the chairman asking for it? Yanni freezes, realizing he said too much. Is this a warning? Is he being told to back off? Don't underestimate the man holding the reins. Don't think you can just swap out the master of this chariot. He knows the opinions of people like Ho-Oh carry massive weight in the chairman's final choice. Even so, he sneers. The battle hasn't even started yet. I'll remember this conversation. Secretary Do just smiles and walks away. The next morning, in a mysterious office, a man in glasses is working when a guest arrives. What brings you here in person? What's the occasion? Little brother, am I not allowed to visit? Why the surprised face? It's the chairman's second son. He smiles and shakes hands. It's been 10 years since your visit. You and I are in for a wild ride. 10 years passed just like that? The second son is stunned. You and I both know time flies when you are busy building an empire. Dad answers with that same fixed smile. His son stays quiet, likely mourning all those prime years lost in the brutal war for power. I heard you made a killing lately. But why do you look so raggedy? You look like a complete mess. Even if he earns some cash, he will never match his brother's success. Dad's blunt reply clearly rubs the second son the wrong way. You are an eyesore to me. Tomorrow, I am sending people over. Clear out that director's office and for heaven's sake, dress properly. The man in glasses flatly refuses him. I cannot do that. I am still in debt to someone. Debt? The second brother is shocked. What now? Did you blow it on company bonds? Dad just waves him off. Don't look so surprised. I did not touch company bonds. This business deal was actually backed by Do Jun from the start. Didn't you know I sold the ranch for capital? Turns out, this man is actually Do Jun's father, looking totally detached from greed. He says calmly, if you borrow money, you pay it back. If you take it, you return it. Listening to him, you realize he believes in zero free rides. What is earned must be repaid immediately. Wait for it. This is where the vibe shifts. The second brother laughs, but Dad instantly waves him off when Do-jun is mentioned. Let us drop it. What wind blew you here today? The older brother stammers, suddenly forgetting where he is or why he came. A moment later, he presses Do-jun's father. Yoonki, are you really planning to chase this path forever? Yoonki is completely lost. I mean, is that movie finally over? The second brother snaps. Is there really nothing to expect from that company? Do-jun's father asks back, looking gloomy. Yeah, you and your son, the second brother, suddenly gets serious talking about kids. I do not want to lose my youngest brother. The two men stare at each other intensely, like they have just spotted a prize catch. The younger brother is confused. What are you saying? Our eldest brother is still there. He hasn't been a brother to me for ages. The second brother replies coldly. That boy is just a puppet, playing the role of the eldest brother in name only. This declaration leaves Yoonki deep in thought. The second brother panics. What? You have your own ambitions now? Yoonki stays calm. Not exactly ambition, but I think I will try being a real father for once. So, what do you think about Do-jun? The eldest brother asks impatiently. The boy wants to be a great businessman just like his grandfather. The second brother flinches. Now pay attention, because here is the real kicker. Yoonki waves his hand, don't misunderstand. He is not just running some errands. He wants to build his own empire. Hearing this, the eldest brother thinks father and son are just dreaming big. Yoonki continues, saying he will give everything to support Do-jun. But what does that have to do with the company? The brother asks. Yoonki crosses his arms. Even if I am the youngest, I still carry the Sunyang bloodline from the chairman himself. I won't refuse your offers, but without a specific plan, I will only take my legal share. The eldest brother is getting a headache. He realizes something and goes silent. Yoonki shifts gears. For you to act like this, something big must have happened on your end. Do you think this stock market chaos was caused by Sunyang Moto? The eldest brother snaps back, saying, that is not it. He stands up. Just side with me. If I win, I will find the funds to make Do-jun's dreams a reality. What if the eldest brother wins? Yoonki persists. If he wins, you have to fight him to be a real father. The second brother declares his terms. Do-jun's father remains silent, not saying another word. The eldest brother stands, staring at a Titanic poster on the wall. He asks blankly, what movie is this? What is Titanic? The younger brother explains, it is a movie his company is releasing next year. They are looking for theaters. The eldest brother makes a kind offer. Let me know if the tickets do not sell. I will just buy them all myself. The younger brother is thrilled. Late at night at the chairman's mansion, the eldest son and his wife face Chairman Jin. Chairman Jin looks at them and sighs. Are you two really coming to me just to borrow money at this hour? He frowns, clearly dealing with a total mess. She came by this morning, and now you are here tonight. What is happening in this house that you don't even know? A department store director has to borrow from a film director. Is a whole day's profit at a mall really only worth a single movie screening? The younger brother feels humiliated. The sister defends herself, saying when Dad took over HBO, he drained all the available cash. All the money in my department store is frozen, and I still sent you every spending report. The brother is horrified. What now? The sister turns her anger on her husband. No, this is all his fault. Dad locked our accounts because this guy is dreaming of running for mayor again. I can't even touch the mall's money. Mayor? The brother is stunned, but his sister keeps pressing. Anyway, you and I both know you've had a big year, right? Stick with me. You and I are about to see exactly how a secret billionaire handles his greedy and annoying relatives who only want his money. Do you even know the production costs? It is 6,000 times 6,000. He growls, eyes narrowing at them. 670,000 viewers only brings in 4 billion won. After production and distribution costs, what is even left? You two need to talk based on facts, not fantasy. Hearing the 4 billion won figure, the brother-in-law snorts with a cold smirk and stands up to leave the room. Forget you ever heard this. The couple storms out, finally convinced that while their brother-in-law has a sharp tongue, he is actually completely broke and useless. The man rubs his head in frustration, exhausted from being hounded for money since early this morning. As the couple mopes toward the yard in disappointment, Do-jun arrives home and immediately spots them. He calls out politely, "Oh, Auntie and Uncle, is there something urgent that brings you to our home at this hour?" Seeing her handsome and wealthy nephew, the aunt cheers his name in delight. Do-jun walks inside and finds his father sitting in the living room. "Hey Dad," he says. "Do-jun, sit with me for a moment." His father sighs, and Do-jun apologizes for being late today. "I will try to be home earlier next time," Do-jun quickly promises. "I am too tired to keep tabs on a grown man's schedule," his father replies warily. There is a clear hint of bitterness in his voice as he continues to speak. "Uncle Sang-ki visited this afternoon, and Aunt Sang-mi just left this evening too." "Is that so? I just ran into her outside at the gate," Do-jun replies. The father takes a slow, quiet sip of his coffee. Do-jun starts to feel a sense of unease growing. He finishes the coffee and stares directly at his son. "You are clearly my child. But why on earth are you nothing like me at all?" Now, watch closely. This is where the tension hits the absolute roof for our main character and his dark secret. "I pride myself on my artistic sense and taste," the father says. "But you do not care for popular music at all. Trendy pop music just does not seem to be your thing, does it? Calculating money always bored me. Yet my son has a talent for investment that seems almost like magic. Is it not strange that we are so different?" Do-jun panics internally. "Why are you saying this? Does he already suspect that I am not the real Do-jun anymore?" Seeing his son freeze up, the father asks, "Why do you look so surprised by what I said?" "I just do not know what to say," Do-jun stammers. Suddenly, the father looks at his successful son and breaks into a proud, happy smile. "Actually," he continues, "Oh Se-hyun already told me everything that has been happening a long time ago." Do-jun pauses, wondering exactly what that old man leaked to his father behind his back. "My son owns 3 trillion won, bought out the Hajin Group, and holds the real power in a major Hollywood investment firm. Can you believe that? You and I saw that coming." Oh Se-hyun just could not keep his mouth shut about the secret money, could he? This is really bad. Years ago, in a foreign land, those two relied on each other and became inseparable friends from that day on. Keeping a secret like that for 10 years would have been the real surprise. The father laughs, remembering his own shock when he first heard about the boy. Do-jun bows and apologizes for hiding the truth, but his father just waves it off, saying it was actually better that he found out this way. Imagine a high school student managing 20 billion won and speaking perfect English with ease. Do-jun is dazed, still fearing the truth about his soul. But his father just laughs and says he did a truly wonderful job. Do-jun feels his eyes sting. This is the first time he has received true and sincere praise from his father. "Do you want to take over the Sunyang Group?" Do-jun smiles, saying that the company is just a tool for his future, not his ultimate goal in life. "Is that so? Then what is my son's real dream for the future and his life?" He sits up straight, his voice filled with confidence. "I will build a global empire that leaves even the mighty Sunyang in the dust. Just you wait. To do that, I need a strong parent company, so I will buy out Sunyang Motors first to secure my power. Of course, I need branches from other giants too. I am not just limiting myself to Sunyang." His father smirks. "Is Sunyang some corner store you can just buy up like a local grocery? Do you really think a giant conglomerate is that easy to acquire for anyone?" Do-jun challenges him. "Dad, I do not care about grandfather handing the group over to me. Why should I accept people whispering that I only got lucky because I was born into a wealthy family with a golden spoon in my mouth?" His father's gaze turns sharp, So how exactly do you plan on buying it then? By acquiring Sunyang's core companies? Du Jun answers with total calm. His voice is cold as ice. If that is the best gift I can get, then it is just a distant dream. His father gives a mysterious smile and admits that in this situation, he might not be able to help him at all. I have thought about this for a long time. Du Jun is stunned by his words. About what? His father says he found a way. Trust me. You and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right. You and I are about to watch a father drop a legal bombshell that leaves Du Jun completely speechless. Rights as a son? What exactly does his father mean by that? Suddenly, the man stands up and places a heavy, mysterious hand on his son's shoulder. He admits that despite the family rift, he must fight his own brothers. He even suggests negotiating with subsidiaries for cash or stocks. Du Jun is utterly paralyzed by this sudden shift in the situation. This was a move he never saw coming. This wasn't in the script. While Du Jun stands there frozen in shock, his father begins walking toward the stairs with total composure. He claims he is tired of the constant fighting for power. But then he asks, doesn't Du Jun actually need those things for himself? It's late. I'm going up to rest. You should sleep too. Du Jun snaps out of it and calls out, begging his father to wait. Wait, Dad. He even tries to act cute to keep the conversation going. Just a little longer, please? Talk to me. But his father is gone. The next morning, at the chairman's mansion, Du Jun finds himself wandering through a sea of luxury supercars. The sight is incredible. There are so many guests today. He slowly climbs the massive stone steps leading into the heart of the estate. Now, pay attention, because the atmosphere inside the chairman's meeting room has turned absolutely icy. The stakes are massive. Every cent of foreign currency matters: dollars, yen, won. We must urgently restructure our short-term offshore payments before it is too late. It seems the banks are sitting still, fighting over every dollar they can get. The chairman listens to the report in grim silence. Exchange rates are soaring. Profits look good on paper. But converting that money back into won is becoming a nightmare of delays. Secretary Ju stands by with a deeply concerned expression. He asks the chairman if they have reached the vice prime minister yet. The chairman snaps. Did you call him yet? Secretary Ju replies. I have been calling repeatedly, but he refuses to answer his phone. The chairman shouts that the official surely knows a call from the secretary is the same as a call from him personally. He's likely busy talking to other economists. Then, the chairman demands to know the total internal cash remaining within the entire group. The secretary reports that between now and the end of the year, things are looking very grim for their liquid assets. After paying off high-interest debts, only 400 billion remains. Foreign reserves are at rock bottom following the Hanbo acquisition and constant capital injections. The chairman's fury boils over. He roars at them to stop pouring money into that pit and start recovering their capital immediately. He orders all cash to be converted to US dollars, but a brave subordinate suddenly dares to interrupt his command. He argues that even if they set their internal exchange rates much higher than the market, it simply won't matter anymore. Everyone is desperate for dollars. The chairman glares at the man's insolence. But the subordinate insists there is still one key factor. Even if the exchange rate hits 2,000 or 3,000 won per dollar, they are so scarce we simply cannot find them. A suffocating silence fills the room. The executives can do nothing but wipe the sweat from their brows as the clock ticks. The secretary finally breaks the quiet, mentioning the Hazen Group. The chairman screams in reflex, demanding to know what they are up to. Have they hidden more dollars in a secret vault? No, sir. The 1.2 trillion won from the acquisition deal is still there. You and I saw that look on his face, right? The tension snaps and is replaced by pure, cold-blooded triumph. It's Fantasy's money. They will be holding that massive amount in US dollars. The secretary confirms the news with a look of pure relief. Yes, we take the dollars and pay in 1.2 trillion won. We have plenty of won, we only lack the dollars. Furthermore, we can issue Sunyang bonds to absorb all the excess US currency that Fantasy currently has in their possession. If we offer an interest rate higher than Fantasy's annual profit margins, this deal is a guaranteed victory for our group. Manager Lai asks a critical question. Surely Fantasy has also sensed the massive currency crisis happening across the entire country by now. If the exchange rate doubles, their profits double. Why would they ever settle for the interest rate on our corporate bonds instead? The secretary corrects him. We have to pay the 1.2 billion US dollars, according to the current exchange rate. He's talking about the interest on the surplus dollars after the trade is done. The subordinates are amazed by this brilliant calculation. The chairman sits back, finally satisfied. He lets out a loud, booming laugh. I can solve this problem quite easily. The team looks on in confusion as he laughs. He explains that he has a very close relationship with the real owner of Fantasy. The secretary tries to warn him. Chairman, please be careful. Oh Se-hyun is not the type of person who is easily swayed. That man knows the true value of every single dollar his company holds better than anyone else in the business world. The chairman gives a mysterious, gentle smile. Manager Lee, do you really think Oh Se-hyun is the one in charge of that firm? He reveals that Oh Se-hyun is merely a representative. The chairman is close with the actual owner. The entire room goes silent. They all stare at him in total disbelief. Why are you looking at me like that? The chairman snaps at their shocked faces. Don't misunderstand, it's not my money. But it makes you think, doesn't it? The real master is always someone you'd never expect. Bridge 1. All right, you and I are diving into a story where money is everything and mercy is non-existent. The boss rages while the secretary sighs at his own laziness. The chairman slams his hand down on the desk, masking his pain with a roar just to keep his pride intact. He kicks everyone out, and they bolt like they just got a death row pardon, all except for the secretary who stays with a conflicted look. He bows and turns to leave, his heart heavy with the frustration of a long, suffocating meeting. Meanwhile, the chairman lets out a wicked laugh, savoring the success of his latest sinister scheme. Outside, the staff is celebrating, genuinely believing that the storm of his anger has finally passed. Do-jun sits on the sofa, watching them like they just finished a karaoke session while he sips his milk. I thought there was a crisis, but everyone is so happy. It is almost weird to see them like this. Is Sunyang really that stable? Suddenly, the chairman flings the door open with a massive, welcoming grin. Welcome, welcome. The master has arrived. Do-jun steps in, completely caught off guard by this high-energy welcome. Master? Did he just name me his successor in there? No, there is no way he would do that. Chairman Jin looks at Do-jun, but the warmth is gone now. He is looking at a dangerous rival. My grandson? No, I should call you the owner of Fantasy. Do-jun knows this name change means trouble. Why are you talking like that? It is scary. The chairman just laughs. Stop pretending, kid. Your mask is off, and it is fascinating. Do-jun realizes the chairman is the one truly enjoying this game. Bridge 2. Now pay attention here. This is a high-stakes power struggle where negotiation is basically dead. Neither grandparent holds all the power, but both are hiding a lethal ace up their sleeves. My cards are on the table, but why is Grandpa so calm while the financial crisis looms? Do you have enough cash to take over Hain? Do-jun plays the innocent child. What cash do you mean, Grandpa? Just moving funds from overseas, right? The chairman beams. It has to be in dollars, right? Do-jun sees the trap. Yes, I have dollars ready for when the exchange rate inevitably crashes. My money is in American banks, so we are talking about 1,000 to 1,200 billion. $1 billion? Perfect. Let's finish this deal tomorrow. Do-jun just gives him a sharp, wicked smirk. He leans back, cool as ice, and drops a single, devastating answer that stops the room. I do not want to. The chairman's smile vanishes instantly. Wait, what did you just say? It is too complicated. Why use overseas accounts when a direct bank loan is much simpler for us? Chairman Jin is losing it now, practically screaming at the boy with pure rage. Don't you see? I have my own sources. Dollars are skyrocketing. Plus, the merger has to finish first. The lenders need to sign the purchase certificate before we can even talk about payments. For me, paying later is actually better. The chairman looks like he wants to kick his favorite grandson. Bridge 3. You and I both expected him to explode. Right? But watch this, he does the exact opposite. He laughs out loud, looking genuinely satisfied. That is my grandson. Now, the real fun begins. Do-jun looks at him with a mix of pity and disgust. The old man is a master of stall tactics. Is he senile or just buying time? Fine. How about a rate of $1,500? Dojun starts haggling. A little higher? The chairman laughs, you little thief. Fine. 1,601? Still not enough. Dojun shakes his head, pushing for more. Kid, didn't you get those dollars from the farm I bought you? Have you forgotten that? That was a fair deal. I got perfect grades and made you proud. You gave me a farm. You spent millions, but buying your joy was a bargain. I'd say the deal was perfectly balanced. A few tens of millions of one to you is like pocket change to a regular person anyway, right? The chairman scratches his head in pure admiration. You are vicious, kid. Do you remember everything? You are the one who brought up 10-year-old history. The old man roars with laughter. I fell for it. No more games. He moves to his final move. Fine. How much do you want? Tell me your price. Dojun straightens up, pulls his chair closer, and calls out to him with affection. Bridge 4. If you want to trade worthless scrap paper for gold dollars, the scale will tip, and you and I are about to see exactly how much. All right. You and I are about to watch the chairman get cornered. You need something of equal value on that scale, Dojun declares. What? Worthless paper? The dollar shortage is real, and the chairman knows his grandson is the only hope he has left. Dojun stays cold and analytical. If money cannot do its job, then it is just scrap paper, right? Hearing that sharp logic, the chairman actually panics. He narrows his eyes, his mind racing through every possible calculation. He taps the expensive wooden table with a menacing rhythm. The silence stretches on so long that even Dojun starts to feel nervous. Did I push too hard? He wonders. But seeing the old man struggle like this? Yeah, he is definitely starting to soften. Part of him wants to help with some cash, but he has to maintain his dominant position despite the family connection. No. He shakes the feeling off. He cannot throw away this golden opportunity for a moment of weak, temporary sentiment. The chairman remains silent, those fingers still drumming against the precious wood table. The pressure in the room is heavy. Finally, he asks, how did you know we are short on dollars? Dojun just says, from the news. The chairman is shocked. What? The papers? Yes, the warning signs were everywhere. The journalists saw the disaster coming, but knew it was already too late. The old man tries to play it off. The press just loves a scandal. They are exaggerating everything on purpose. Now pay attention. The more he downplays it, the more we know he is terrified. Dojun sees right through the bluff. He tries a different angle. Grandpa, the truth is a lot like a collection of poetry. The chairman is confused. Poetry? What is he talking about? Dojun explains that even if most people ignore poetry, new books are still published, and yet some poets still win the Nobel Prize. The chairman slowly nods, finally starting to see the point. You are right. Truth has power, even if everyone chooses to ignore it. He turns serious and asks for the price. Dojun watches him, calculating his next move. He needs to make sure the scale is perfectly balanced in his own favor. He is not going to just hand over the dollars. Sun Yang is a sinking ship, and he holds the only lifebuoy. He will wait until they are drowning. Once the water hits their noses and they drop their gold, then he will help. He smiles at the thought. The chairman is losing patience now. Enough games. Tell me what you want right now. Dojun drops the bomb. He wants to negotiate the merger ratio. The chairman looks totally confused. The merger ratio? You saw that, right? The predator is now the prey. The old man points at him and says, look at you. What a dark-hearted person. Dojun just laughs to himself. Grandpa is sharp. His condition is that when the companies merge, he takes the control. He wants the group's shares moved to Sun Yang Motor, tilting the entire power structure directly toward his side. It is not a dark heart, sir. It is just a reasonable request for a high-stakes negotiation like this one. The chairman scolds him for being so slick and oily. You are way too ambitious for your own good, kid. Dojun hits back like a business pro. In this world, Grandpa, find me one person who is not ambitious. Is not business just about crushing someone else's dreams to fill your own? The chairman is left speechless by the lecture. He concludes with a challenge. Besides, being ambitious just means people will curse you. He is ready for that. I am already being cursed, so I might as well aim for the top. He locks eyes with the chairman. That unwavering gaze makes the old man pause. Then, a satisfied smile spreads across the chairman's face. A filial grandson, the old man corrects himself. That is what you are. Do-jun immediately starts playing the part. Of course. I have always known exactly how to make you happy, haven't I? From studying hard to preparing the cash he needs now, no one understands the chairman better than his grandson. But the old man says, you have given me something much more valuable than mere money. Do-jun is confused. He explains that while building his empire, no one ever dared to actually stand up to him like this. Everyone else just bowed their heads while trying to sneakily steal from his pockets. I waited for someone brave enough to try and take it by force, but no one showed up. Do-jun is confused. Does he want to burn at 70? Is he really treating his grandson as a rival to test his fire? I will share my wealth, but I will never let anyone steal it. The old man's intensity is absolutely terrifying. Grandpa, this isn't about fighting over the inheritance, is it? The chairman just gives him a wicked, knowing smirk. He wants to reignite the fire in his soul. Exactly. I am going to make this dying flame burn bright again. Let's see who wins this war. Do-jun is visibly panicked. Grandpa, come on. I am your favorite grandson. And trust me, you and I are about to watch the ultimate family civil war unfold. This is going to be epic. All right, you and I are about to see the old man drop the act and go full tycoon. The easy fun is over. Since you are sitting on a massive pile of dollars, my dear grandson, I will let you hear my first proposal. Do-jun waits in silence as the chairman offers to set the merger ratio based on shares moved into the Moto subsidiary. Just accept it. What I am giving you is worth more than anything you could win by fighting. I am your grandfather, after all. Do-jun fires back with a cold, mocking smile. I am your loyal grandson, which means I must always be respectful. The old man lights up with joy. So, does that mean you are actually agreeing to my offer? Do-jun just sneers. But what if this respectful grandson decides to ruin every bit of your fun instead? The chairman is shocked by the sudden venom, but then he bursts into a loud, booming laugh. That is the spirit. Giving up without a fight is not the way of a real man. I knew you would refuse my first offer. Do-jun asks for the second option. The chairman smirks, calling it more of a threat than an actual proposal. Now watch this part closely. The chairman is playing dirty. Do-jun feels a chill, wondering what kind of card the old man is holding. On the surface, there is nothing left for him to threaten at this point. Since you refused, the merger is dead. Do-jun is stunned. What? The chairman continues his little imaginary victory speech. Tomorrow, Director Joe will announce the takeover failed because your investment firm made impossible demands. The public will blame you. I will simply apologize for making everyone worry about this whole mess. The old man finishes his monologue, leaving Do-jun frozen. He finally found a way to corner his favorite grandson. Grandpa? Do-jun's voice drops to a low, chilling frequency that feels like it is crawling straight out of hell. I hate to say it, but your threat feels a little bit weak to me. The chairman is speechless, stunned by the sudden challenge. The two of them lock eyes in a deadly, silent standoff. Do-jun keeps his innocent face, looking handsome and calm, while the old man struggles to understand what weak means. He barks out, asking if Do-jun really does not care about the entire acquisition falling apart and failing. Are you taking this lightly? Do you really want to back out of the deal just because things got difficult? The deputy prime minister is literally begging allies for loans on television, right? Do-jun calmly interjects. I am not saying your power is fading. I am saying it has already vanished. Your influence is completely gone. We are talking about the end of your era, Grandpa. The chairman's smile freezes as if he just got slapped. What? He growls in pure disbelief. I might struggle to survive, but will a single phone call from you even carry weight in this new world? You saw that look on his face, right? Do-jun is about to get terrifyingly polite while he tears his grandfather's logic apart. Look at the reality of the situation. Even if your influence shrinks and we have to rebid, it is not a disaster. In fact, I should thank you. Without you, there is nobody left to compete with me anymore. This becomes a monopoly for fantasy. Think about it. 1.2 trillion won will not be the same price anymore. Even if I bid only 800 billion, the lenders will have no choice but to kneel before me. The chairman sits motionless, listening to his young grandson's power play. Do-jun just blinks with a fake, innocent look. The chairman of Daehyun is likely panicking right now, terrified because he has zero cash left to survive. The old man finally understands the chessboard. He calls Do-jun's name, but the boy raises a hand with absolute conviction. Silence follows. Deep down, the chairman is desperate for a way out of this nightmare, or perhaps a miracle. That is his only hope. Suddenly, Do-jun's voice goes cold. It sounds like a whisper from an abyss. That miracle is never happening. Grandpa can only watch as his grandson turns ruthless. You need to look at the cold, hard facts of the world right now. This entire country is on the verge of a total economic collapse. Do-jun feels the unease of reality setting in. Not just you, but everyone believes a massive economy like Korea could never truly fall apart. But that belief is just a mask for the fear that is already eating them alive. Are you sure about this? The old man asks. Yes. A massive disaster is coming in just a few days. Sunyang needs the $1 billion I have. The national reserves are down to only $2 billion. And trust me, when I control half the nation's cash, every business and bank will be begging at my door. All right. You and I are about to see a grandson play a dangerous game with his legendary grandfather. Do-jun remains perfectly polite, claiming his grandfather is actually number 0 on the list since he is speaking directly to him right now. With that sharp retort, the two of them dive straight into the brutal details of their upcoming high-stakes corporate showdown. The chairman is torn between immense pride for such a worthy successor and the crushing weight of the harsh reality ahead. He decides to act fast, laughing as he calls Lee Hak-jae immediately to renegotiate terms with his brilliant, bold grandson. Do-jun is caught off guard, trying to figure out how that specific name ties into their current financial power play. He realizes the chairman just retreated for the first time ever, actually listening to a proposal from his own young grandson. Despite the massive victory, Do-jun does not smile, suddenly declaring that he has lost all interest in the entire deal. The chairman explodes, asking if the kid thinks a few dollars gives him the right to mock his own grandfather like this. Do-jun replies calmly, stating he must finalize the Hain acquisition quickly because even bigger plans are already in motion behind scenes. Chairman Jin stares him down, his voice dripping with suspicion as he questions what could possibly be more important than this. He wonders if anything matters more than deciding the fate of this massive fortune. But Do-jun remains perfectly composed and steady. He explains he must move his capital into another conglomerate, while negotiating for the absolute best exchange rates available on the market. Chairman Sunyang has spent decades ruling the market, yet he is now forced to witness his own grandson bragging about his currency advantage. Now pay attention here, because this is the second time the legendary chairman has been left speechless by this kid. In this fleeting moment, Do-jun has completely outmaneuvered Jin Yang-chun, the living legend who built the Sunyang Empire from the ground up. Do-jun feels a surge of triumph as the chairman's face turns red, demanding to know exactly how much cash he is hiding. He smiles confidently, refusing to show his hand but guaranteeing he has enough to buy out all of Sunyang Motors easily. The old man is stunned, struggling to process that his grandson actually has the capital to swallow their entire automotive division whole. Remaining calm, Do-jun reveals his plan to seize both Hajin and Sunyang Motors, rivaling the scale of the massive Dang Motor Group. He slams his hand on the table, vowing to take them all and hang the Sunyang sign back up for his grandfather. Shocked, the chairman suddenly feels an unexpected sense of loyalty and filial piety radiating from his young grandson's bold, heroic promise. Do-jun continues, calling this his second gift to his grandfather, offered with the sincere heart of a truly devoted family member. He urges the chairman to convene his board quickly and make a better offer before the line of competitors grows even longer. Irritated that Do-jun is speaking as an equal partner, the chairman growls that his intimidation tactics must be getting weak lately. He reminds the boy that nothing is over until the final whistle, throwing Do-jun's own words back in his face with intensity. Do-jun just laughs at the lecture, reminding his grandfather that he also taught him exactly when it is time to retreat. Hearing his own wisdom used against him, the chairman cannot help but burst into a roar of genuine, booming laughter. The two of them laugh together in the silent room, sounding like men who just walked away with the ultimate lottery jackpot. But as the laughter fades, we see the chairman sitting alone, deep in thought, as he taps the expensive wooden table. He privately questions the sheer depth of the danger ahead, realizing the coming storm is far worse than he initially feared. This is not a standard currency issue that the government can fix by simply borrowing from the United States, Europe, or Japan. He thinks back to Dojun's warning that the nation is completely powerless to avoid the catastrophic financial crisis that is currently coming. With only $2 billion in reserve, he knows that even with foreign aid, they are like men starving for fresh water. In the end, they won't die from a lack of food, they will perish from the absolute thirst for liquid capital to survive. Chairman Jin imagines himself shriveling up in a vast desert, a pathetic and ugly end for a man of his legendary stature. Just as fear begins to consume him, a knock at the door snaps him back into his usual, commanding, and dignified persona. His staff enters for their usual lecture, but he immediately orders the electronics division to hold every single dollar from their exports. He commands that all necessary payments must be pulled from existing loans instead of touching their precious American currency reserves today. He barks orders at construction to bid 20% lower on overseas projects, demanding they make absolutely no concessions to anyone else. In exchange, they must secure all down payments and brokerage commissions as early as possible to keep the cash flowing in fast. The director in charge of construction nods his head frantically, desperate to keep up with the chairman's sudden and aggressive new strategy. Turning to finance and insurance, he orders the immediate withdrawal of every cent invested in foreign financial products across the entire board. He tells them to ignore any contract penalties and cancel everything just to ensure they keep every single dollar in their hands. The insurance head frantically objects, warning that this move will cause massive, unavoidable losses. Trust me, you and I feel his panic. All right, you and I are about to watch a powerful business empire finally reach its absolute breaking point. The chairman roars at his staff to shut up and just do it. Even the secretary, who is usually the first to make a sarcastic remark, just stands there in total silence. Still, he gathers enough courage to open his mouth. Chairman, please stay calm. I have already prepared everything with the utmost care. Right now, I am strictly controlling the foreign exchange reserves for every single one of our subsidiary companies. But the chairman just brushes him off. Being prepared is not enough. You must be ready to lose an arm or a leg to survive. The secretary asks in shock, Sir, have you tried speaking directly to the owner of Fantasy? Mentioning that company only makes the chairman explode with even more rage. He snaps back with a blunt response, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turns as cold as a freezing hell. His team realizes the negotiations have failed. That ironclad, billion-dollar link has been completely severed. The secretary persists with his questions, asking if they were really rejected. The chairman sounds bitter. Even during the war on June 25th, he made money. He does not fear war. But now his face is twisting in pain. Now, I am actually feeling afraid. Even the secretary feels a cold shiver run down his spine at those words. If the boss is scared, the employees are terrified. The followers stand frozen, wondering if their future of wealth and power is about to vanish into thin air. The chairman continues in a low, heavy voice. There is someone out there holding far too many dollars. Someone I cannot eliminate standing right beside me, actually daring to threaten me. This is the first time I have met someone even more cruel than myself. Now pay attention here, because this is the moment the chairman realizes there is a monster even more ruthless than himself lurking in the shadows, leaving his secretary wondering who this mysterious owner is. Suddenly, the chairman screams at the top of his lungs at all his employees. Get determined, everyone. On November 19th, 1997, Lim Chang-yul is officially appointed as the new Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. He boldly declares that he will solve the crisis without any intervention from the IMF. But just 2 days later, at 10 p.m. on the 21st, he holds an emergency press conference, revealing that this was actually a request from the IMF. They officially ask for a bailout to stabilize the international balance of payments, control currency values, and improve corporate transparency. The following day, the president delivers a special national address to the people regarding the decision to seek help. This is the start of the credit crisis. South Korea's rating plummets as the stock index loses nearly 400 points. 9 major financial institutions shut down, and the Hanwha Group officially declares bankruptcy. Then, on a beautiful day, just like any other, Oh Se-hyun is at his office, shouting into the phone in pure frustration. Chairman, did we not agree to pay the acquisition price after the merger was finished? Read the contract carefully. Negotiations last until next February. The response on the other end leaves him stunned. What? Why demand payment in dollars? We will use your royalties to cover that 1.2 trillion. Just make it happen. He slams the cheap phone down in a rage. Do-jun asks if it was the bank on the line. Yeah, and not just them. Everything is a mess. How about you? Is Chairman Jin still considering your offer? Do-jun responds casually. Yeah, he probably will not take it easy on me just because I am his grandson. He truly is a cruel man. Oh, Se-hyun laughs. You cannot be a tycoon without being ruthless. You are the same, already looking for ways to drain your grandfather's assets dry. He asks further. But if the exchange rate spikes to 2,001 per dollar, what is your plan? Do-jun replies. Then it is even better. 3 trillion will be worth 5 trillion. Oh, Se-hyun narrows his eyes at the boy. I know what you and I are both thinking. 5 trillion in cash at 26? That has to feel absolutely incredible. Do-jun just smirks. No need to worry about me. I am already itching to take this mountain of money and enjoy all the luxury Europe has to offer. Hearing this, Oh Se-hyun stares in surprise. If you want it, go for it. But seriously, is it better to be the king of a nation or just a wealthy guy living comfortably in Europe? The old man, having never had that kind of money, just sighs and calls the kid boring. Do-jun gives a meaningful smile. Just be patient. I will become the king of Korean tycoons and then support your luxury retirement in Europe like a true aristocrat. Oh Se-hyun laughs heartily at that and agrees to wait. After all, what could be better than getting spending money from your brilliant, golden grandson? That afternoon, at the Sunyang headquarters, under a blood-red sunset that signals a coming purge, a subordinate vows to remember this favor forever. Chairman Jin scowls, telling him to cut the flattery and keep it moving. Your only mission is to hold on to those $2 billion and then deliver them directly to me so I can swallow them whole. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are just getting started with this cold-blooded war for the throne. All right, you and I are about to watch a high-stakes power game that defines what it means to be a chaebol. The aging secretary stands nearby, clearly unwilling to let his boss rest as he prepares to deliver more news. He asks the chairman if he can finally reveal who is really pulling the strings behind the Fantasy group. He offers to personally go and settle things once and for all, but Chairman Jin waves him off, saying he will handle this himself. Just focus on scouting the opposition for now. Take some high-end health supplements as bribes to smooth things over and get straight to the point. If we secure $2 billion in aid, the Federation will fully cooperate with the next administration. Knowing he can't get anything more out of this old fox, the secretary accepts the secret orders and leaves. After a grueling mental battle, Chairman Jin finally finds a moment of peace. He glares at the dark folder on his desk and scrutinizes the contract. Trust me, that 17.7% stake is enough to make any man sweat. The weight of that 17.7% is more than just $1 billion. It's a legendary currency play. That kid keeps claiming he'll return Ajin to the family once the merger is complete. But that's a fairy tale. He's a fox who devours everything and never lets go of a single hair. The old man slams the paper onto the desk, thinking he can't let this slide anymore. If he splits his wealth between his 5 useless children, they'd each only walk away with 20%. Even though he ruthlessly tossed aside his son for his grandson, he knows Do-jun is the only one worthy of the throne. Looking into those ambitious eyes, he sees his own younger self staring back, someone who knows the intoxicating thrill of stealing from others. For Do-jun, that 17.7% isn't the finish line, it's just the opening shot for a massive takeover. A monster born with ice in his veins who values profit over blood, the other heirs are essentially finished. The old man shivers, genuinely fearing his own grandson's cold-hearted ambition. He knows Do-jun will turn Ajin into a massive, untouchable fortress. He'll build the walls so high that no one else can ever set foot inside. Yet, the kid showed some heart by fulfilling his father's impossible dream. The more Jin thinks about it, the more uneasy he feels. But he tells himself this isn't the time for sentiment, the group's survival is on the line. He sighs, consoling himself that if he's being robbed, at least it's by his own blood. Then, Chairman Jin sits in the silence of his empty office, a lonely figure in a massive room. Now, let's head back to the tense atmosphere of the main headquarters. Oh Se-hyun frowns at the documents, asking which company actually has the best chance of surviving the collapse. The uncle replies that the one at the top of the food chain with superior tech will always win. Don't you want to make a fortune that'll shake the world? Dojun smiles and says he's going all in. He starts picking apart every line in the file. The uncle takes notes on the red flags but wonders if Day construction could really fall. Their reserves and orders are massive. You and I both know Dojun is ahead of the curve, but even his partner is doubting his godly vision. Right now, only Ajin and Di-hin have the strength to weather the coming financial hurricane. Everyone else is just a flickering candle waiting for the wind to blow them out. The uncle argues that if the government steps in with a bailout, Day might just barely survive. Realizing the man is too stubborn to see the truth, Dojun just gives a mysterious smile. Just keep your eyes open and watch what happens next. Oh Se-hyun is fuming, unable to understand the kid's game. Meanwhile, Dojun quietly makes his exit. He leans back in the car and tells assistant Kim to head straight to the chairman's den. Kim shouts his agreement and hits the gas, the car tearing through the night like an arrow. Dojun knows why his partner is skeptical. Dae was always seen as a rock-solid titan. If they weren't so strong, he wouldn't have wasted a second investigating them. And trust me, the upcoming 1997 crisis is going to change everything. All right, you and I are diving into a brutal new era for Korea, a ruthless wild where predators and prey live side by side, and only the strong survive. In this place, the true nature of these corporate beasts is impossible to hide for long. But from now on, it's the age of the jungle, where only a few rare, bloodthirsty monsters dare to show their claws. To claim the throne, you have to strike fast and hard. Just then, Assistant Kim calls out, his voice tense with an urgent report. Young master, based on the intel I gathered and Captain Shin's reports, it's clear Hansung Daily has been secretly tailing your every move. Dojun hears this. His eyes turn sharp as he asks, Hansung Daily? Aren't they the ones our family is supposed to marry into? Assistant Kim answers without a second of hesitation. Yes, sir. That is correct. Dojun is stunned into silence, thinking to himself that this is a complete shock. He was sure it was an inside job, but it turns out outside vultures are already circling and drooling over him. Assistant Kim continues, giving him the full, detailed breakdown of the situation. Actually, I knew early on, but since they're future in-laws, I was careful. That's why I'm late reporting. Besides, the chairman already knew everything from the start. The security team told the chairman, but he ordered them to act like they didn't see a thing. That's when I knew my hunch was right. Hearing Assistant Kim's full report, Dojun is absolutely stunned. He thinks of the chairman. The old man knew, but stayed silent? Pay attention, because his schemes go deeper than we thought. Even if Hansung Daily makes a move, they aren't even worth the trouble of a second thought as an opponent. Is he being cautious because they're in-laws? I have to analyze every single tiny move this old man makes. He tracks even the smallest details. That's how he builds his master-level strategies and tactics. While Dojun is lost in thought, the car glides smoothly up to the massive family estate. As the home of the richest man in Korea, this place is basically an airport. The car has to drive for miles just to reach the main gate. Dojun hands Assistant Kim a mysterious black card and gives him an order. Today, use this card to treat the advisory team to the best meal ever. Kim bows in gratitude. Dojun adds, don't worry about the price. Just go wild and buy the most expensive stuff you can find. Overjoyed at his luck, Kim quickly thanks him. Dojun then steps out of the luxury car. He slams the door shut, thinking to himself this time, I'm definitely going to use my sister-in-law's black card and spend it to the absolute limit. He enters the house, and the chairman immediately asks, so, what do you think? I assume that's enough to satisfy you? He hands Dojun a file. Dojun opens it to see the number 17.7%. Dojun calculates it 17.7% of Aang Group. After the merger, this entire company will belong to him. We both see the power here. He plays dumb, asking, Grandfather, is this just a simple business deal? Or is this part of the inheritance I'm supposed to receive? This question clearly rubs the old man the wrong way. But then the chairman bursts out laughing. You little brat. How big is your ambition? Inheritance? Why on earth would I share my wealth with you? I only share with my own blood. You should be getting your inheritance from your own parents. Dojun plays it innocent. It's just that my dad isn't a business legend like you, so I'm a bit more proactive. The chairman gives him a sly look. That's your problem. Handle it yourself. Dojun thinks, inherit from my dad? That means he'll only give my father a tiny scrap. Suddenly, the chairman's voice turns firm. This is my second and final offer. Sign the seal and transfer $1 billion to me now. Dojun realizes he can't haggle anymore. If he tries to dodge this, he'll likely take a massive hit to his reputation. A tiny pebble can create huge ripples in a perfectly calm lake. No matter how much he's spoiled, one wrong move and the thin ice between them will shatter without mercy. I can't let that happen. Thinking fast, Dojun replies, understood. I'll prepare $1 billion at 1,600 won per dollar. The old man is stunned. 1,600 won? Dojun fires back, yes. Why are you so surprised? Did you really think I'd make you frown again? The chairman stares at his grandson, who's acting oddly loyal all of a sudden. Dojun continues, I'm always on your side. I'm your advisor. Since you've stepped back this much, I shouldn't be too greedy or overstep my bounds. The chairman can't believe his ears. He smiles, but his eyes are suspicious. What's your angle? What are you plotting behind my back? Dojun acts shocked. What do you mean? The chairman replies, you think I'm that easily swayed by your sweet talk? You and I are far from done. You and I are about to watch a genius grandson outplay his own billionaire grandfather. Dojun knows this man never drops his guard, so he simply says their deal is done. It is the 8th, and the rate is 1342. Since I promised to pay you at 1,600, there is no way for you to lose money now. The old chairman simply smiled and replied that the exchange rate could easily soar past 2,001 very soon. If your $1 billion falls into my hands now, you will face a catastrophic loss that might take years to recover from. Dojun wondered if the rumors about the chairman hoarding all the top experts at his research institute were true. He decided to test the old man's foresight. Acting innocent, he asked if the exchange rate would really climb all the way up to 2,000 just like that. The chairman replied, there is a 90% chance it hits 2,200. That was the prediction from his top scholars, and they were rarely wrong. This was the prophecy coming straight from the elite doctors at his private research center. Even if it felt like a gamble, those experts usually hit the mark. Dojun felt a slight chill hearing such a massive number from the tycoon himself. Right after that, the chairman questioned if his grandson was bitter about the rate potentially climbing so high. Dojun calmly replied that he already warned him it would break records, so he did not feel a single bit of regret. Being the eldest grandson, it would look terrible if he sat around wishing for his own grandfather to lose everything. The old man nodded, admitting the boy was not stingy, but his crafty nature was truly second to none. He frowned and snapped at him. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me. What on earth is this extra condition you are asking for? Dojun calculated his next move. Since this old fox is as suspicious as a warlord, acting too much would be a mistake. It was time to show his hand. He held up 2 fingers and said he needed 2 small favors. Hearing the scent of a new deal, the chairman laughed with pure delight. He urged his grandson to speak up and see if the request was actually worth the price or just an invitation for trouble. Now, watch closely. This is where the real plan starts to unfold. Dojun pulled a map of Seoul from his pocket and spread it across the table. He pointed to the areas circled in red, explaining that these spots were all public land owned by the city. His ambition was to snatch up all this prime real estate for a bargain. The chairman narrowed his eyes, asking if he planned to use his name to bully the mayor. Dojun shook his head, explaining that the current mayor's time was almost up and he was not the target. He was aiming for the successor instead. The chairman's face turned pale as he asked if Dojun planned to push his useless uncle-in-law into the spotlight. When the grandson gave a firm nod, the old man jumped back in total shock as if he had just stepped on a hot coal. Dojun remained persistent, promising that he would be the one to personally fund his uncle's entire election campaign. Once he takes office, he will sell the land to us. You just need to give the politicians a small nudge to make sure they approve it. They would likely submit without a fight just out of fear. The chairman shouted that he had already forbidden any family involvement in politics. Dojun kept pushing, arguing that in this struggling economy, the city needs all the help it can get. If Seoul sells some wasteland to raise funds for the hungry, the citizens will actually stand up and cheer for the move. The chairman was fuming, his teeth grinding in anger at his grandson. But Dojun simply asked why he was being so stubborn about this one person. The old man gave a blunt answer. It was because that man carries the Choi name, not the Jin family bloodline. You and I both know that is a weak excuse. and Du Jun sees right through it. They both stood in silence for a few seconds as the tension rose. Du Jun argued the mayor would not be able to touch the group, but the chairman countered that the husband was just a puppet for his ambitious wife. Du Jun realized the truth. His Aunt Yoon was planning to use a political path to fill the void of power she felt within the family. The old man had seen right through her hidden agenda from the very beginning. If her husband gained real power, she would use it to scrutinize every dark corner of the corporation like a microscope. At that point, she would demand an equal share of the company, just like the sons. Du Jun understood the board was being reset. He flipped the situation, suggesting they turn the couple into puppets for the group instead. Let them do the dirty work until they reach the mayor's office. That would make them nothing more than scarecrows. The chairman worried that if the group's dirt leaked, they would all sink together. But Du Jun confidently promised that he would be the one holding all the evidence and keeping them in check. Since he would have a knife to their throats, his grandfather could sleep peacefully without a single worry. The chairman was stunned, but Du Jun added the final blow: he would be the personal bank for them. The old man snapped, feeling his words being stolen. He told him that if the money was covered, he could do the dirty work himself without asking for permission. Du Jun just gave a cunning smile. He pointed out that without the chairman's approval, his uncle would never even make it onto the candidate list in the first place. Hearing such a sharp and cold analysis, the chairman felt a shiver run down his spine. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a kid who understands the game of politics better than any adult. All right, you and I are about to watch a high-stakes play for power. Du Jun holds up 2 fingers, 2 terms. Let Uncle Choi be the puppet mayor for 8 long years while you loot and clean up. The chairman stares at those 2 skinny fingers, calculating every single gain and loss. Finally, he crosses his arms and asks, "What on earth is the second condition?" Du Jun knows he has bit the hook and waits before delivering the final blow. "You want to swallow Day A construction whole?" The chairman is stunned. Why would you suddenly drag another massive business into this? But Du Jun does not flinch. "Cut off their financial lifeline right now," he says. "Block every single dollar of government relief funding from reaching Day A." The old man is in total shock as the name is spoken. Du Jun adds that he cannot just take that land to build a boring parking lot. He needs to erect something massive on that ground. To do that, he needs a small construction firm as a springboard. The chairman's voice turns sharp with anger. "Do you think Day A is just some junk shop? They are one of the top 500 contractors in the entire world." Du Jun does not hesitate. "Sir, I am the one leading Ein, and I am the owner of Owang Motors too. Compared to my empire, Day A Construction is nothing more than a tiny little corner store." The chairman stays perfectly silent, listening to every single detail of the plan Du Jun is laying out. He lets out a mysterious smile and says, "Du Jun, you really have the guts to be rich." The boy is left wondering what he meant. Now watch this. Here is where it gets interesting. The chairman realizes the boy wants to build his own world, not just take a handout from Ain. Du Jun immediately pushes back. "If my father had asked, would you have just handed it over to him so easily?" The old man just plays it cool, replying indifferently that he might have, or maybe he would not have at all. Du Jun glares at the cunning old fox, knowing this is just a provocation. The chairman mumbles that Day A could actually work. "No business can escape the currency storm that is raging across the world right now," he continues. "Day A is definitely starving for dollars. Close the government lifeline, and they will collapse in an instant." Du Jun looks the chairman straight in the eye and declares, "That is when I will seize it for myself." The chairman turns back, staring intensely at his incredibly sharp and devious grandson. He nods slowly. Day A is a sick company, but a few bags of blood could bring it back to life. "So, do Day A and the mayor position sit at the same table?" Du Jun asks with a calm smile. "Yes. If I support the mayor, the flowers will bloom beautifully." The chairman stays silent, absorbed in the boy's strategy. "Once it thrives, I will carefully attach the Ain name to it," Du Jun continues. "You and I saw that coming, right?" The chairman is shocked. Then his scowl turns into a look of pure joy. "That makes me truly happy. In this family, you are the only one besides me who can actually expand our empire." A chill runs down Du Jun's spine. What is this? He tells himself this feels like a very bad omen. Something is wrong. That smile is definitely not a smile of genuine happiness or pride. I will think about those two conditions, the chairman says. Now, is our original deal officially over? Then move faster. The managers are shaking. You need to pour in $1 trillion right now to keep them quiet. Dujun simply nods. I will do exactly as you have commanded, sir. He bows and walks out, his mind racing. That cold air in the room was terrifying, and he does not know why. The old man stands behind, his eyes never leaving the boy as he walks away. The boy's brilliance is becoming clearer. A mayor who will help rebuild the national economy. Selling public land to raise relief funds is a masterstroke. Supporting the mayor to grab that land. Then swallowing a construction firm to turn that land into a mountain of pure gold. It is a perfect script, throwing down billions now, while exchange rates are about to explode. Does this kid really have the confidence to pocket hundreds of billions of dollars from us? The chairman looks at his palm, like an expert reading a destiny he can hardly believe. He had to fight the urge to nod immediately. He cannot let himself be used so easily by anyone. He clenches his fist, shivering once more from a deep, primal sense of dread. Beneath that handsome, scholar-like face hides the nature of the world's most bloodthirsty beast. To fix Ain and Dae, he will swallow Ain Motors and Ain Construction whole. The chairman sits in sorrow. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are back with a genius grandson who is literally outsmarting his own grandfather. It is a sunny morning at Dujun Nai's place when a panicked voice rings out. 40 billion? His uncle gasps, listing it out. 3 billion for the special party fee, 5 for the leaders, and 30 for the campaign trail. They need extra for backup, bringing the total to a cool 40 billion. Hearing this, Dujun smirks internally. 40 billion is not pocket change for anyone, and these people clearly have no clue how the real world is changing. How can they ask for that much cash? So casually, without a plan. He plays along with a wide-eyed look. Wow, that is a massive amount of money. His aunt asks impatiently, why are you so surprised? Do you not have that much? Dujun pretends to be struggling. I am actually quite short on cash. I would even have to pull from my dad's cinema construction fund. His aunt quickly chimes in. I can gather 15 billion. So you only need to find 25 billion. Does that work? Dujun immediately agrees. She is relieved, but says she cannot pull 15 billion all at once. The first 3 billion is due early next year, so get that ready first. Dujun just thinks to himself, is this really how the elite brain works? Are they this out of touch? How can you just casually borrow billions from a 20-year-old nephew? Still, he smiles and says he will get it ready quickly. Then, pay attention here, because Dujun drops a bomb. Oh, we should probably sign a contract, right? The couple freezes. Wait, a contract? Dujun keeps it cool. For this much money without a receipt, we need at least some legal binding, do we not? They just stare at each other in shock. His uncle scoffs. You are still young and do not understand how the world works. Who signs a contract for campaign funds? His aunt joins in, saying he is just too used to dealing with professional investors. Dujun laughs on the inside. They really just see him as a naive, rich kid with too much money. He plays the innocent card again. Ah, I should have explained it better. I totally forgot. Just wait a moment, someone will be here to explain everything in detail. The couple is left standing there, totally confused. That is when Dujun looks toward the stairs and calls out. Uncle! My aunt and uncle still do not quite get it. Suddenly, a man walks down the stairs. Oh Se-hyun appears and says, it is a pleasure to meet you both. Dujun loves every second of this. The next day, back at the office, Se-hyun remarks that the aunt is definitely not a simple woman. She was frantic about the money at first. But the second she realized this was a political business deal, her face changed completely. Dujun remembers her arrogant expression and laughs. Well, she does have my grandfather's blood in her. Se-hyun sighs. I have no idea when you plan to use this contract as leverage, but make sure you wait until I retire and move abroad, not while I am headed to prison. Dujun just grips the secret document. You and I knew he was smart, but Se-hyun is stunned. You already know how to use this bomb to create real power? But Dujun surprises him. No, I am planning to give this to my grandfather. Se-hyun screams. Are you crazy? Giving that contract to the chairman is like handing him your own leash. He will have you by the throat. Du Jun explains. He does not care about the business. He cares about controlling the owners. This stops his aunt and uncle from scheming. It ensures his uncle stays under the chairman's thumb. That is the only way he will agree to the mayor run. Se-hyun shifts the topic. By the way, that 17.7% stake in Sunyang, that is what you currently hold, right? Theoretically, you need 80% to actually become the chairman of the whole Sunyang group. Even if 80% is just a number, you might not even reach 10. So, how much will the chairman actually leave you? Du Jun says his father is in his head, but nothing is in his heart. Se-hyun is baffled. What does that even mean? No one else in Sunyang is fit to be CEO besides him. But the chairman only truly cares about himself. He is not the type to just hand over his hard-earned assets when he dies. He might even try to take the whole company to the grave with him. Se-hyun looks at Do Jun with total doubt. I do not ask about the chairman's ambition, because I know his motives. But you seem so indifferent. Do Jun just shrugs. When logic and emotion clash, logic does not always win. You really do not know? Se-hyun cannot believe it. I do not care what he thinks. I see the inheritance as a reward, even if it is a massive one. In the chairman's eyes, I am the ideal grandson. One who does not crave the fortune, but has all the talent. He looks at the papers. Because I do not care about inheriting it, I will end up winning the biggest piece. This contract is the key. Du Jun marks it off. Step 1 is complete. Now it is time to move on to step 2. He turns to Se-hyun. Sunyang converted 1 billion of the total 3.2 billion. We still have 2.2 billion left, right? Se-hyun is floored. What are you planning with $2.2 billion? If it has value, move it now. Trust me, the real game is just starting. All right, you and I are about to watch Do Jun play a game so big it will change the entire country. He plans to use his massive fortune as a victory gift for the next administration. Oh, Se-hyun practically screams. What on earth are you thinking? Are you trying to act like those old-school tycoons? No, I am not building Media City just to attract residents, Do Jun quickly clarifies. We will bring in corporations that fit the vision, like major broadcasting stations. But Se-hyun thinks taking on TV networks is just too much. Do Jun just smiles. Terrestrial, cable, we take it all. Everything has to be done one step at a time. He continues his analysis, explaining that from a national standpoint, the Sangam project is actually a brilliant strategy. New infrastructure solves unemployment and kicks the economy into gear. For this new government, his business model is going to be irresistible. Now, here's the part that will blow your mind. Se-hyun realizes he is throwing $2.2 billion at them and calls it pure madness. But Do Jun is surprised. The government has to exchange that into dollars for me first. That is when Se-hyun finally gets the real plan. It comes with all the public land in Seoul. Do Jun grins. Exactly. This entire investment package is designed to solve the nation's most urgent needs. Korea is desperate for US dollars right now. Suddenly, a private investor brings in $2.2 billion to build a media empire. That is enough to make the entire country cheer for him. Se-hyun can only nod in realization. If the Seoul government collaborates, we might even score central government funding. It would be the perfect setup. Do Jun is thrilled, but Se-hyun just stares at him with a strange look. Are you a carbon copy of your grandfather? How can you calculate things to this level? I am not pretending to be good, Do Jun says. This is all just for my father. Se-hyun nearly chokes on his water. What are you talking about? Where is the filial piety in any of this? Do Jun just laughs. Once I turn DMC into a media titan, I will hand it over to my dad. Se-hyun stands up, completely speechless. Movies, TV production, cable networks, and the internet business. Do Jun explains that as the son of the Sunyang chairman, his father needs that kind of scale to keep his status. Se-hyun is still dazed, but Do Jun keeps going. Plus, our fantasy company in America has deep ties with global giants. If we connect them right, we can build a truly global media corporation. Meanwhile, the chairman puts on his glasses and reads every single word of a document. Finally, he asks if this is what they got. Look closely, because this is the ultimate leverage. With this, even if the son-in-law becomes mayor, he can never defy you. If this contract goes public, his career is over. and he will end up in court for illegal political funds. The old man's voice drops. So you only want a few pieces of public land? Yes. You can keep the rest, Grandpa. Dojun mentions that his aunt was actually quite helpful during the drafting. His aunt? The chairman is puzzled. She didn't understand the immediate value of that land. She told me to stop dreaming about trading campaign money for public assets. The chairman asks, so I should take all the land and just give you a small slice of it later? Dojun knows he has won now that the old man is interested. Still, he keeps up the act. My goal isn't making money from apartments, he says. The chairman shakes his head, warning that this is a risky bet. Since Choi might not win, Dojun is confident. His chances just shot up because you are finally thinking positively about the situation. Chairman Jin sighs, admitting he just can't beat his grandson's sharp instincts. Dojun smiles secretly. He wonders who the next political puppet will be for his uncle. Whoever it is, I feel sorry for them. Sunyang's team will dig up every single piece of dirt they have. One tiny speck of dust and the media will explode. The person won't even be able to fight back. The chairman finally agrees. Fine, you helped me get a grip on the mayor. I'll use my own power when the election starts. Dojun bows politely, thanking his grandfather. But the chairman looks at this genius boy and wonders. He made a move for political control, but is he actually the one being used by Dojun's plan? He tries to hide his unease, asking if there is anything else Dojun is unhappy about. Dojun acts like it's nothing. The chairman smiles, trying to regain the upper hand. Don't be upset. I'll give you a gift too. Just tell me what you need help with. I am planning a new business, Dojun says. Once the election is settled, I'll show you the plan. A business that needs government interference? Chairman Jin frowns. In these sensitive times, things get unpredictable once politicians get involved. Their web of interests is far more complicated than ours. They don't just want help, they want everything to look perfect, even when they are suffering. Trust me, you and I just saw Dojun learn a very dangerous lesson. He stands up, promising to share the full plan later so his grandfather can give his final judgment. All right, you and I are about to see if this genius move pays off. If you object, he says, I will stop. Chairman Jane just laughs, telling him to use his own money since he does not need permission. Failure would be a valuable lesson anyway. Hearing this, the ruthless chairman flashes a smile that is surprisingly warm and kind. Dojun watches him closely, realizing he still cannot read the true thoughts hidden behind the old man's eyes. On the morning of December 19th, news breaks that Kim Dong won the presidency through a massive alliance between Kim Pil and Parzun. The next day, at a local dive bar, a friend orders a round of drinks and some dried palak. Dojun agrees, asking if they want seasoned or fried chicken before ordering enough for the entire group. His friends stare at him, wondering how a guy like him knows how to navigate a place like this so well. A third-generation heir at a dive bar is unthinkable, but Dojun is actually curious about his own cousins now. Have they ever sat in a smoky bar, sipping soju and eating hot fish cake soup? Probably not. He tells his friends he visits places like this often, though his family usually prefers going out for barbecue. My cousins and I drink soju with hot fish cake soup too. Did you think we only ate at luxury restaurants? Even at home, we do not have 12-course banquets. It is just soup and side dishes, nothing special at all. He knows he is a commoner at heart, so playing the part of a regular student is actually quite easy. Now watch how he uses this moment to shed his rich kid image. Suddenly, a senior student in the bar bows. Hello, senior. The group looks up in surprise as the senior apologizes for interrupting their little gathering like this. Dojun stands up respectfully, but he can see the senior is looking extremely anxious about his future. I have something to ask you. Since the new year is coming, can I just be direct with you? Of course, senior. Please, feel free to say whatever is on your mind. To be honest, we all applied to finance firms. One went bankrupt, and the other two canceled our job offers completely. They say no one is hiring this year. As Dojun's friends look on in confusion, the senior quickly clarifies his point. Do not get me wrong. I am not asking for a job. I want to know about the IMF and what America does next. You have access to much better info than us. If the job market stays dead, I need to start studying for the civil service exam. Dojun sits up straight, feeling the weight of everyone's eyes as they wait for his expert opinion. He hesitates for a moment. Should he tell them the brutal truth, or just give them empty words of comfort? He sips his water, stalling for time. Even if he tells these kids the future, will they truly understand how brutal the reality will be? Taking a long breath, he sets his glass down and prepares to give them the cold, hard facts. My advice? Forget about landing a corporate job and start studying for the civil service exams immediately. The senior is stunned. Is the job market really that bad because of the IMF? Do-jun remembers it all perfectly. From next year on, things will be brutal. Job opportunities will vanish, and even students from Soon University will not be safe. He announces that even people who already have jobs will face massive, unexpected layoffs. A wave of firing is coming under the name of restructuring. The word alone sends a chill through the entire group. You and I know this was a dark time in history. Major corporations will cut at least 30% of their staff. Our country is on the brink of total economic collapse. Suddenly, the festive atmosphere vanishes as everyone worries for their future. The senior falls into a deep silence. The era of lifetime employment is officially over, Do-jun continues. Companies will be able to fire anyone at will. A new, terrifying term is about to emerge in our society. Non-regular workers? A friend asks, looking completely lost. What does that even mean? Before he can explain, others start asking about taxes and pensions. Do-jun turns back to the senior to explain. What about pensions? The senior replies bluntly that part-time workers do not get any pensions at all. If the boss says leave today, you leave. Do-jun nods, confirming that this is exactly what it means to be non-regular. It is not just small shops. Even the massive conglomerates will start hiring people this way from now on. As Do-jun explains everything clearly, the senior is left speechless, and his friends' faces turn pale with pure anxiety. Do-jun pulls himself together, concluding that it will be a very long time before the national economy truly recovers. If you are not studying for exams, then just enlist. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving into a story where a single warning feels like a bucket of ice water to the face. Casual observers just laughed it off, but those who knew Do-jun was a chaebol heir were absolutely floored by his words. Do-jun knew his warning wouldn't hit the freshmen immediately, but a massive storm was definitely gathering on the horizon. Now, pay attention once the wave of layoffs hits next year. These students will finally realize why avoiding the rain was so critical. The senior looked up, practically snapping out of a daze. Thanks to you, I am wide awake now. Thank you, he said gratefully. Do-jun noted the senior's mature attitude. It is nothing, really, he replied, keeping his cool as he usually does. He added, maybe I sound too negative, but the executives I know are always bracing for the absolute worst-case scenario. The senior raised his glass. He is right. We need to prepare for the worst, especially with graduation right around the corner. Sorry for killing the vibe, everyone. Let us just have a drink and celebrate for now. He raised his glass high. You all still have time to prepare for the storms ahead. Don't worry, just drink up tonight. The students cheered, happy for an excuse to drink. Do-jun knew it was a forced smile, but it helped lighten the heavy atmosphere. As the group moved from table to table, not a single person noticed the door to the bar swinging open. Even our main character was caught off guard. A pair of fresh Nike sneakers stepped into the dimly lit room. Jin Do-jun. Long time no see. Do-jun froze. Standing there was a girl so beautiful she practically stopped time. He thought to himself that even 40 chapters in, he had not seen anyone this stunning in his entire second life. Do-jun could only stare blankly. She pointed at him and teased, "Don't tell me you have already forgotten who I am?" And let's pause for a second, because once the senior shouted the name Min-young, everything finally clicked for our main character. Maybe living two lives made his memory a bit sluggish, but there was no mistaking her. This was Seo Min-young. She sat down elegantly, asking for only half a glass of beer. Do-jun watched her, looking like he was completely mesmerized. The senior joked about how law students preparing for the bar have no lives, asking why she finally emerged from her books. Min-young's reply was as sharp and witty as her reputation suggested. It seems you seniors aren't too busy if you're sitting here. It only takes 2 years for the civil service exam, right? But the bar exam? No one can be 100% sure, so we all judge our own progress. Do-jun was lost. What was she even talking about? Did this have something to do with him? Another senior cut in, confused by her topic. Min-young fired back. Aren't you all busy seniors who only came here to verify something with Do-jun? You want to know about the current business climate and how long this foreign exchange crisis will last, don't you? Dojun stayed silent, but secretly, he was impressed. This girl was definitely on a whole different level. He thought she was just a bookworm dreaming of being a judge, but she clearly understood exactly how the world worked. She slammed her empty glass onto the table. Rumor has it even Seoul National University students cannot find jobs these days. The economic winter is here, and every graduate is crying. That cold wind is not going to blow over anytime soon. We are lucky we study law. At least the public service exams will not be that difficult for us. Dojun wondered why she sounded exactly like him. Suddenly, a senior piped up, asking if the two of them were actually dating. Dating and talking about the economy? One of the guys in the group, clearly obsessed with her, jumped to his feet. No way. Dojun isn't even from this planet. How could a beauty like Min Young date an alien like him? Min Young laughed. Hardly. He is the one who said people who flaunt money and power are absolutely despicable. The guy pointed right at Dojun. This kid has money and power, so wake up. He then turned his focus toward Dojun. Go back to your own world, Dojun. You should be dating Chaebol Harris's or famous actresses, not a normal girl like her. Seo Min Young finally spoke up, her voice tinged with a bit of irritation. Seriously, why is this taking so long? I have only seen Dojun 3 times since we started school. How on earth could we be dating? A senior nearby agreed. He does not have the time or the opportunity. Dojun barely even shows up to his classes anyway. The others just sat there, smiling with a hint of jealousy as they watched the two of them interact. We are just middle-aged men with dried-up romantic spirits. The pressure of work has completely crushed our hormones, they joked. Min Young stood up to leave. Well, I have seen you now, so I will be heading out. But then she suddenly stopped and called out to him. Dojun, stay behind for a moment. We need to talk. Dojun was stunned, having no idea what she wanted. But trust me, you and I are about to find out what she needs to clear up. All right. You and I are about to see. Dojun's grandfather watched this girl with a totally stunned expression. The two of them step outside to enjoy the cool breeze. Dojun asks, "It's freezing, what's on your mind?" Min Young looks absolutely mortified, but she is desperately trying to keep her cool and stay composed. I'm dying of embarrassment here. But listen, think carefully before you answer. Dojun sees her serious face and nods. Min Young hesitates, acting all refined, before finally blurting out her goal, passing the bar exam before she even graduates. Dojun replies, I get the goal, but why is it an obligation? Min Young explains, my whole family are lawyers. In her world, almost everyone passes that massive exam before they even finish their time at law school. If she fails, her family will never stop judging her. Dojun hears the long explanation but asks, so, what's next? Pay attention here. Min Young suddenly steps closer to Dojun, looking him straight in the eyes with a serious gaze. The point is time to date you. Dojun is hit like a bolt of lightning, totally lost on what she's saying. Seeing him dazed, she rushes to explain. I'm literally confessing that I like you, and that's all the reaction I get? Dojun is shocked. I heard you hate guys who flex their money and power, but I have both of those. Min Young insists it doesn't matter because he's just so handsome. Honestly, Dojun has no idea how to even respond. She keeps pushing him, frustrated that he only has one expression. Seeing his confusion, Min Young just lets out a sigh. She gets back to the point, since neither of them has time and he's barely at school, they need a plan. It's decided. We'll grab a meal once or twice a month, no need for us to meet up all the time. Dojun listens to her rapid-fire logic, still not realizing she's just decided they are officially dating right now. You saw his grandfather's face, right? He's lurking nearby, wondering if this girl has completely lost her mind today. Seeing how beautiful she is, Dojun just laughs and asks, do you even have my phone number yet? He thinks it's a bit creepy she found his number after only 3 meetings. He tells her, just call, I'll send a car. Min Young is confused. What car? Dojun replies, a chauffeured car. Did you forget who I am? I'm a 3rd-generation tycoon. Our dates won't be ordinary, so you better be prepared for what's coming next. A clumsy confession met with an even clumsier acceptance. She's still struggling to process the whole situation they're in. Dojun turns and heads inside, leaving her alone. She yells out, Dojun, this has to stay a secret. If anyone asks, just say I forgot my notes and had to ask you. Do-jun easily agrees to the plan. As he steps back inside, a group of suspicious old men stop their conversation to stare him down intensely. Before he can use the fake script, the door flies open. Min-young pokes her head in and screams she's dating him. The men are paralyzed with shock as she slams the door and vanishes into thin air like a ghost, leaving Do-jun all alone to face the pure, burning jealousy of every single person left in that room. The next day, powerful men in suits hide their ruthless nature behind polite smiles. "It is very nice to meet you. I'm Lee Jong-chon," a polite man says while shaking hands. Oh Se-hyun thanks him for his precious time. Lee Jong-chon smiles. "Don't be formal. You're the one who saved Hain from the brink of a total crisis." Do-jun watches silently, his eyes like lasers fixed on Lee, remembering a secret conversation with his own grandfather. The Sunyang chairman once admitted that the head of the procurement council, Lee Jong-chon, was a truly formidable man. He was a high-ranking graduate of the 16th class of the National Military Academy, a former congressman and intelligence official. Now, in the present, Lee turns his gaze toward the young Do-jun. "Who's the kid?" Oh Se-hyun quickly introduces him. "Oh, he's my interpreter. We have no secrets between us. I plan to share the entire contents of this meeting with him later. Hope you can accept that, Do-jun bows." Lee Jong-chon shrugs it off. "Understood. There's nothing to hide anyway, so don't give it a second thought." He jumps to the intense part. "Sun-young mentioned you're moving $2.2 billion from New York to Korea." Oh Se-hyun nods. "Exactly." Lee Jong-chon asks point-blank if there are any conditions attached to the deal. "Yes. The reason I'm here today is specifically to discuss those conditions with you." Oh Se-hyun slides a folder across the table titled SMC Construction and Media Plan. Chairman Lee just glances at it. Do-jun observes closely. The man isn't shocked at all by the mention of $2.2 billion cash. You and I have to wonder, why is he so calm? Does he not realize how insane that amount of money is? All right. Stick with me, you're about to see a high-stakes business pitch that changes everything. Chairman Lee asks why these investors want to control finance and cement. Those sectors don't seem to match at all. Oh-hun is quick to reply. Cement isn't actually the main focus of this plan. It plays a specific role, but that's a completely different angle. He asks the chairman to please look at this more positively. If I am positive, the chairman asks, will you actually pour dollars into Korea? Exactly. Oh-hun confirms it. The chairman gives a cold laugh. Bringing in dollars for profit and then taking it back to America, isn't that just the obvious move? You normalize the market, break it apart, and sell it off. In the end, all that profit still flows straight back to the United States. He gives them a sharp, suspicious look. Am I right? Oh-hun quickly fires back. No, chairman, it's not like that. We do the exact opposite. The opposite? Now, he's intrigued. Do-jun steps in, explaining that Fantasy is committed to reinvesting their American profits right back into Korea. So far, they have invested in Martin Computer, Microsoft, Hollywood Films, and Power Handover in Japan. After making huge returns, they use that cash to acquire Hazen Motor, the true backbone of the nation's exports. Chairman Lee scowls at the term backbone, then suddenly bursts out laughing. He thinks this young man is just making a joke. Do-jun replies, isn't exporting just about bringing in foreign currency? We aren't selling products, but we're still bringing wealth back home. For now, maybe, the chairman chuckles. But what about the future? Oh-hun steps in, trying his best to win him over. Chairman, if we only cared about currency exchange rates, our foreign profits would have already doubled by now. But if this plan succeeds, the gains will be legendary. Now, pay attention here, he practically begs the chairman to review the entire proposal. Chairman Lee is swayed and slowly picks up the folder. To a man in his 70s, exports are a symbol of absolute national pride. The people who watched Korea rise from poverty through exports have zero patience for greedy currency speculators. After quickly skimming through the report, the chairman finally speaks. This plan to develop Korean media doesn't sound bad. Are you really putting $2.2 billion into this? Oh-hun replies that they plan to invest across multiple different industries, not just one. They will let locals run the firm in the United States so they can focus entirely on Korea. Chairman Lee suddenly sits up straight and gets serious. He asks about the industry. Oh Se-hun is surprised that a veteran politician would actually show this much interest. But you and I know Dojun sees this as a golden opportunity. In a crisis, the government always prioritizes IT and culture to rebuild. If you look past the fact that they are technically an American investment firm, the Media City project perfectly aligns with the new government's goals. Dojun explains that IT will be the ultimate leverage for small businesses. Just look at Silicon Valley in the United States. The venture company boom once caused bubble fears. But with the right government direction, results will show up incredibly fast. Chairman Lee is impressed kids these days are so smart. He then asks if they would consider investing in the medical sector. The chairman waits for an answer. Dojun replies flatly. Fantasy has absolutely zero intention of ever investing in the medical field. Both older men are stunned by the blunt answer. The chairman's good mood instantly turns into pure frustration. What did you say? Dojun explains calmly. Tech businesses need real breakthroughs and core capabilities to actually survive. If private capital jumps in too early, they just steal ideas. We shouldn't let big capitalists rob young venture investors of their futures. Chairman Lee is taken aback. So the government must be the one to nurture the industry? Dojun confirms exactly. Dojun adds that the government should build the incubator and the infrastructure, then just sit back and watch the results happen. That is how Silicon Valley became a legend. It makes sense, and the chairman starts running the numbers in his head. Oh Se-hun stays quiet. He's completely blown away by the level of high-stakes strategy being discussed right in front of him. After a long silence, the chairman finally concludes that he has heard some incredibly sharp perspectives today. He'll study the plan and get back to them. But first, he wants more details on that $2.2 billion reinvestment plan. He wants to see if the government can support it through policy. Oh Se-hun is shocked, while Dojun just gives a knowing smile. When a man like him says positive review, it is basically code for approval. Oh Se-hun reaches out for a handshake to seal the moment. Dojun watches as they shake hands, already calculating the massive profits coming their way with a satisfied grin. Even though Dojun made the winning argument, the chairman shakes the older man's hand. That is just how the hierarchy works here. Later, the two walk down the street together. Oh Se-hun asks if he was actually serious about skipping the medical industry. I am dead serious, Dojun confirms. Oh Se-hun is baffled the government is offering support, so isn't that a total gold mine? Many funds are already reaching out to us. Dojun just sighs, trust me, we can't do that because we're direct rivals with Daemoto. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where venture capital is just a playground for kids chasing short-term profits. We have to aim for the major leagues. Oh Se-hun frowns, telling him he is being way too arrogant right now. Large scale does not mean we are allowed to ignore these chances, Dojun retorts with a cold and sharp comparison. Before semiconductors blew up, do you know Sunyang Electronics' operating profit? It was nearly 2,000 billion won. Even the biggest venture startup is not worth Sunyang Electronics' time or attention. He silently thinks that with thousands of opportunities waving, he cannot waste time on small companies that take decades to grow. Oh Se-hun counters that big money starts with pennies. Who knows if a new Yama or a new Sunyang might appear? Dojun arrogantly replies that he should just invest a bit in what he likes, at least to earn some coffee money. The older man glares at his stubborn nephew with an intense gaze as sharp as a dagger. Now, watch this. Dojun is already calculating because the truly valuable companies like Nexon and NCSoft have not even debuted yet. Suddenly, Oh Se-hun shouts from behind him. Jin Dojun, do not you dare get the wrong idea here. Dojun spins around, startled. What did you say? He asks, completely caught off guard by the sudden outburst. Do you think touching billions of dollars and government power makes you a real tycoon chairman already? Oh, Se-hun asks angrily. Dojun is stunned by this sudden explosion of rage. It is the first time in 10 years he has seen this. Oh Se-hun explains coldly that Chairman Jin directly manages businesses worth billions of dollars every single day. He eats with top politicians just to protect those massive interests. That is the real heavy burden of a chairman. Those leaders manage tens of thousands of workers who earn every cent from simple meals to build massive steel factories in China. He emphasizes that without workers there is no boss, and without farmers there are no landlords. Without people, there is no king. But you have no workers or farmers, you only have piles of cash. And yet you are already trying to act like a chairman? Those workers' pennies can add up to tens of billions. That is the true price of their hard work. For the first time, his strict uncle gives him a severe scolding. I know what you were thinking, and Dozun realized it too. 10 years of reincarnation made him act way too arrogant. After reflecting on his pride, Dozun bows his head in a deep and sincere show of respect. I am sorry. I was thinking too shallowly. Oh, Se-hun is left speechless by this sudden and humble obedience. He awkwardly admits he is a fast learner. So, where do you think is the best place to invest our money? Dozun looks back at him and suggests that the uncle should just go ahead and make the final decision. Oh, Se-hun refuses, saying his direction is one thing, but Dozun's gut feeling is the key factor. Tell me your choice. Dozun thinks for a moment, then chooses the online gaming sector, surprising his uncle who knows nothing about it. He explains they will put 1 billion in 2 different places, leaving the rest for the uncle to decide freely. After reviewing the plan, Oh Se-hun makes the final call to commit all 10 billion won. Those 2 games get heavy backing, while the rest is spread out. Dozun agrees that only one needs to succeed. Oh Se-hun laughs, saying the next government will pour money into the medical industry, not just one single place. Dozun just smiles, thinking about how his mentor will retire in 5 years. Such a real shame. The winter of 1997 was unusually cold, the only year without Christmas carols ringing through the air. Frost covered the skyscrapers. But inside, another building, high-ranking officials were gathered for a very serious meeting. Those involved in bribes whispered in the shadows, while the tycoons kept a cold and distant silence from everyone. The people holding the world's largest fortunes should have been calm and relaxed in this situation. But this cold economic wind had them more panicked than they had ever been in their entire lives. An elder asks if the Sunyang motor merger is finished so they can finally start the buyout procedures. Oh Se-hun replies that they have not actually put pen to paper on the merger documents just yet. Sunyang Group is still adjusting its share structure. The official asks exactly when they will be finished. Oh Se-hun snaps back coldly, asking why they are questioning him instead of asking the Sunyang Group directly. Another director interjects that Chairman Jin already promised, but then Dozun suddenly speaks up to interrupt. The directors stare at the young kid in total confusion, wondering where he even came from. And trust me, you and I are about to see how this kid's presence shocks every powerful man in this room. All right, you and I are about to watch our main character take full control of this high-stakes negotiation. Hearing he's an elite from America, the directors go dead silent before reluctantly standing up to show some fake respect. They've been way too disrespectful. Do-jun calculates every move. He knows they're dying to know who he is, and they'll definitely test him to see if he's actually qualified for this seat. The directors stare at the name on his business card, Haoko Jin, looking completely baffled and confused by the unfamiliar identity. Do-jun introduces himself, saying he's second-generation overseas Korean and prefers his English name, so please excuse the lack of formality. He knows exactly who he's playing. Hookin, a key player at the fantasy headquarters in America, a young mastermind running their core investment systems. The implication is clear. Korea is in such deep trouble that even the main US office had to intervene directly in this mess. A general manager politely asks him to continue his presentation. Do-jun takes his time, calmly explaining that the headquarters audit team is now thoroughly reviewing this deal. The directors are hit with instant panic. What? You're reviewing the acquisition deal all over again? Wait, why a re-audit now? What's going on? Oh Hyun sits nearby, adding to the heavy tension by looking just as serious about the situation. Do-jun thinks to himself that in this cutthroat world, banks never bother wasting their breath on low-level servants or mere messengers. They only talk to those with real power. That's when Oh Hyun scratches his head and admits that things are exactly as he says. Everyone knows those guys overseas only follow the system, and they definitely don't listen to local directors when it comes to the business. Now, pay attention, because this young man carries the viewpoint of every American investor at Fantasy. You and I need to listen very carefully here. The bank directors are completely overwhelmed after seeing that card. Do-jun clears his throat and begins presenting the case details to the room. He starts breaking it all down. Originally, the Sunyang Group wanted Hain-Moto, but they'd spent all their cash on Hano Steel and were basically broke. That's when Fantasy stepped in. We planned to take over Hazen temporarily and sell it back to Sunyang for a massive profit later. Simple, right? The directors are terrified now, worried that Do-jun might actually cancel the entire acquisition right here and leave them hanging. Do-jun keeps pushing, reminding them that Korea is standing on the edge of a massive foreign exchange crisis that could ruin everything. If the price was 1.2 trillion won at an 800 won exchange rate, that's $1.5 billion. But now, it's plummeted. If the rate hits 2,500, we're talking $480 million. Hearing that, the three bank directors look absolutely horrified by the math. One director desperately argues back, "You're wrong. The IMF intervened and already pumped in about $2 billion to help us out. There's no way it hits 2,500. The rate will definitely drop below 2,000 and stabilize soon. You'll see. It'll be fine." Do-jun stays cool, his voice never wavering. They promised 55.5 billion. But they've only actually sent 2 billion so far. The government has changed. And now, they're forced to renegotiate every single term with the new cabinet members in charge. Finding $50 billion isn't something that happens overnight. The three directors fall into a heavy silence. One adjusting his glasses to hide his nerves. Another lets out a fake cough, trying to distract everyone from the pure embarrassment and fear written all over his face. Do-jun continues, "There are only 2 days until 1998. You need to finalize this year's accounts, but the books won't help you. When the new government takes over, they'll likely restructure and force all these banks to merge into something else entirely. If you want to survive, you'll need Fantasy's dollars in your vaults before the new year even begins. No other way out." He knows exporters are hoarding dollars, while importers are starving for them. The demand is about to go through the roof any second. You and I both know he's got them cornered. If Fantasy holds the dollars, every single business will be begging these banks for a way out. Do-jun doubles down. From Fantasy's perspective, Korea is just too unstable. International observers doubt this economy can even recover from this blow. Korea might get downgraded to Southeast Asian standards. This brutal statement leaves the entire meeting room in a state of absolute shock. One director finally gathers his courage and asks, "So, what exactly are you trying to say with all of this?" Do-jun looks him dead in the eye with a cold stare and declares that despite their priority status, they're walking away. The director's eyes nearly pop out. Do-jun adds that if they don't buy Hazen, maybe the Daeong group will step up and save them. Why don't you try negotiating with them instead? The directors feel like their heads are about to explode from the pressure. There's no way Dae-yang would step in now. They're too busy putting out their own fires. Cut to the chairman's mansion for a talk. The chairman looks at Do-jun with a sharp, meaningful gaze. "If you weren't my grandson, I'd say you're acting like a common thief." Do-jun just smiles. What kind of thief sits down to negotiate? The chairman grins, knowing he's trapped the mouse and forced a choice. He listens to his grandfather's philosophy, while remembering that 800 billion figure he dropped at the bank. It was a cold, calculated move to win. The terrified bank director asks, "Isn't that price only 60% of the original deal? That's way too low. You and I just saw a masterclass in power. Stay tuned for more." All right, you and I are about to watch a power move worth $400 million happen this very afternoon. The directors are lured by the massive sum but hesitate to agree immediately. Do-jun knows they can't possibly turn this down. Back in the office, the chairman warns that even a cornered rat will find an escape if given too much time. Do-jun confidently replies that by tomorrow morning, their entire leverage will have vanished like smoke in the wind. The chairman asks if the next step is to finalize the terms and secure the conditions for his grandson's big move. Do-jun nods in agreement, but deep down, he feels a slight chill from his grandfather's intense and probing gaze. He requests a senior advisor position at Sunyang, offering to personally cover all costs associated with the role. The chairman smirks at the boy, noting how fast he learns bad habits. Do-jun silently thinks he learned everything from the people who raised the chairman's own children. He claims he is just a student of the game. The chairman simply nods, acknowledging the boy's sharp wit. Pay attention now, because the secret folder the chairman hands over is a gift that leaves Do-jun absolutely speechless. The cunning old man speaks. He calls it a gift, while Do-jun acts innocent, asking if these banks on the list are really going to be sold. The chairman laughs, saying minor news like this doesn't reach him, as he is far too busy dealing with the Daeong group. Do-jun is completely shocked, frozen in a daze and losing his ability to even react to the news. The chairman continues, explaining that restructuring is coming. It seems like Do-jun's luck has finally arrived. Once he graduates, these banks will be desperate for his help, potentially even thanking him for choosing them. Staring at the paper, Do-jun feels a wave of regret. If he had known this, he would have demanded a 50% stake instead. His grandfather's voice snaps him back to reality. Next year, Sun Yang will announce a massive, company-wide restructuring. Do-jun calculates the risks, realizing that moving $1 billion is far more difficult than he ever imagined it would be. He wonders just how many companies will be wiped out in this massive corporate purge decided by his grandfather. The chairman sighs, planning to gather all the uncompetitive branches and liquidate them once and for all to save the group. He wants to ensure that nobody can ever accuse him of being unfair when the layoffs finally begin. You and I can see it now. This crisis is just a golden opportunity for big groups to dominate the entire market. The chairman stands up with an overwhelming aura of authority. It is time to settle old debts. He promises Do-jun a gift for finally reaching his 20s. He offers him a small portion of group shares, which Do-jun can buy at a discount during the restructuring. Do-jun is genuinely confused by this sudden burst of generosity from the typically cold old man. The chairman laughs, asking why he's so happy about small shares after already taking over Sunyang Motor. Meanwhile, at the mansion, the phone rings. $400 million has hit the account, and Oh Se-hyun immediately notifies the team in New York. The next morning, a fleet of lawyers gathers at the main bank to finalize the deal for Hanjin. They meticulously review the contract with Do-jun's updated terms. By that afternoon, the deal is finally signed and official. Do-jun is now officially a major shareholder in Korea's second-largest auto company as 1998 begins at the mansion. At the family mansion, the atmosphere is warm. The chairman asks Sang-jun about his music studies. Sang-jun bows nervously, explaining he's training to be a composer. The chairman seems genuinely surprised by the news. Sang-jun explains, but the chairman snaps back, insisting he isn't so old that he doesn't know what a composer does. Sang-jun trembles with fear, nervously asking his grandfather if his career choice is actually okay. The chairman softens his tone, telling him that doing what he loves is all that matters. This unexpected kindness leaves Sang-jun in shock. The chairman then turns to his second son with a sharp look. He asks if he's the boss of the country's biggest film company now. Do-jun's father humbly says they aren't there yet. The chairman scoffs, questioning what he's actually achieved in 10 years in such a tiny, insignificant industry. His father promises they will reach the top this year, begging the chairman to stop the harsh scolding for once. The chairman mocks him again, asking what he has actually accomplished in 10 years working in an industry as small as a rat's tail. This time, the son stands tall, responding with absolute confidence. He declares they will definitely take the top spot this year, so his father shouldn't worry anymore. And that's where we leave it. Sang-jun realizes that his grandfather's legendary temper hasn't changed a single bit. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see this legendary family dynamic take a very unexpected turn. Even San-dung's mother is stunned seeing the fierce chairman acting so unusually gentle. The chairman calls San-dung's name, and he nearly jumps out of his skin. Terrified, he rushes to answer immediately. I expect great things from you, just like your father. The chairman's voice is filled with heavy, serious expectation. Wrap up your studies immediately. In 10 years, you must transform into a leader who stands proudly above everyone else. The most successful cannot disappoint their grandfather. San-dung cannot believe how strangely kind and gentle the old man is being. Hearing those words, San-dung's fists tighten until they turn as hard as stone, fixed in a cold grip. He bows deeply and vows that he will become the most outstanding talent, never failing his grandfather's immense trust. Meanwhile, Do-jun just stands there silently, with a mysterious smirk, not saying a single word to anyone. The first news report of the new year breaks, with a massive deal involving the transfer of two major banks. One is a savings bank from 1929. The other, a local bank turned national powerhouse in 1959. Now, pay attention, because here is why this news is about to send shockwaves through the entire country and beyond. Both banks have been singled out as prime targets for high-priority acquisition by massive and powerful foreign corporations. Everyone sees these banks as the nation's gold mine, the very lifeblood of the entire country's financial system. The public is boiling with rage now that the IMF is moving in on the emergency financial bailout. My gratitude vanishes instantly. I realize they aren't here to help. They are just using loans to snatch our banks. It is an incredibly sinister move. Out of millions watching, I am the one most shocked, staring at the screen and unable to believe my ears. I have scoured my notebook of past life memories dozens of times, but this event was nowhere to be found. In my first life as a student, I was too busy partying all night to care about boring economic news. You and I both know how much is at stake here, as two conflicting thoughts begin racing through my mind. If I had known sooner, could I have seized these banks? Is there still any chance for me to buy them? The major corporations and banks are all drooling over this, but they can only watch helplessly as the prey slips away. If I could grab those banks, it would be like a tiger growing wings. My power would increase 100 times. What is the price tag for these banks? Tens of billions or trillions of won? The numbers are absolutely staggering. My joy about dominating the car industry vanishes the moment this much bigger prey appears right in front of me. Something much larger. Something much more lucrative. The fire of ambition burns within me. The desperate desire to seize this prize makes my blood boil with intense excitement. Reporters are swarming like a hive of bees outside the chairman's magnificent mansion gates, waiting for the big wedding. A parade of expensive luxury cars lines up to enter the estate, creating a truly grand and spectacular sight for everyone. Elite guests whisper among themselves about how lucky they are to finally see the inside of this legendary estate. Seeing the chairman of the Xuanzhang Group's residence in person confirms just how massive and grand his empire really is. Another guest praises the family's prestige, noting that every descendant is handsome and clearly born into the highest nobility. Where is their honeymoon home? Is it a villa in Hannam or one of those incredibly expensive luxury apartments in town? The young bride smiles with pride, explaining that her new husband's family lives in a massive, sprawling private mansion. The young bride officially steps into the world of the elite, beginning her new life as a wealthy daughter-in-law. A friend jokes that this billionaire clan still lives with the old, stifling luxury of the past, refusing to modernize. The bride giggles, calling her friend foolish for thinking anyone would ever want to move out of a palace like this. No member of a royal family would ever choose to live outside the palace walls, and neither would she. I am the daughter-in-law of Xuanzhang's vice chairman. Do you think I will be stuck in a kitchen? My life is simply sitting at the table for meals while sharing a graceful smile. That is more than enough. The bride looks down her nose, claiming that her high status means she is entitled to enjoy every bit of luxury. In another corner of the massive courtyard, a group of men are casually chatting and sharing the latest spicy rumors. Now that Dong is getting married, which one of us is going to be the leader of our group now? Another man sneers, telling him that marriage is just a formal duty he has to finish to keep up appearances. And trust me, you and I can bet that Jong-un will still be out partying with the boys just like before. Let us dive into the story of a playboy trying to survive a high-stakes marriage. Dong-un sighs heavily, looking exhausted before his expression suddenly changes. Anyone watching would think this room was filled with nothing but single bachelors. I am the last one to get married in this whole group, he says. His friends just shake their heads, feeling sorry for him. After getting married, everyone else just stays glued to their wives' sides. We just wanted to warn you not to make the same mistake. Someone else chimes in, saying it is because their wives' families are much wealthier than they are. Since they are rich, they have to live like that. So how could they ever be as reckless and wild as this Dong-un guy? Dong-un crushes his cigarette under his shoe and says, "Fine, fine. Once I am married, there is no more sneaking around for fun. The old man is forcing me to act decent and work a real job now." He gestures with his expensive shoes while grinding the ashes into the floor. Even if I do not care about my wife, I at least have to watch out for my father-in-law. Everyone has a father-in-law, so playing around needs to have some limits. His friends listen and nod along. All right, we get it, they say. Dong-un waves them off and shouts back that he is going on a romantic honeymoon. Wait for me to get back, then we will have a real drink together. He says this while glancing at one specific friend. The two of them move to a corner to whisper quietly. Dong-un asks if that actress from yesterday was really there. You mean the supporting actress from the movie yesterday? Dong-un replies. Exactly. In 2 days, arrange for her to fly to me. I will send the hotel name and address. You handle the booking and make sure the agency in Korea keeps things quiet. Hearing this, his friend laughs and says, "You really are a legendary player, a true master of the game. Now, here is where it gets crazy. This honeymoon is 10 golden days. How can I stay with a stranger for that long?" He asks his friend. "I deserve to enjoy myself and have some private moments." His friend agrees to handle everything as a late wedding gift for him. Meanwhile, inside the magnificent mansion, crowds of flatterers are bowing low to the ground. "Congratulations, Chairman." Everyone is ducking their heads and shouting their well wishes to the powerful man. Chairman Sunyang politely replies, "Thank you, everyone." Suddenly, an older man's voice cuts through the crowd. "Chairman, or should I say, my new relative?" An old man walks straight up to shake hands. "This guest room is too lavish for such a small wedding. My precious granddaughter should have been comfortable at our house instead. I have gone way overboard with this." The two chairmen shake hands, but the tension makes it look like they are in the middle of a duel. Sunyang smiles awkwardly. "I have something to discuss. Can we go to a private room?" Chairman Hong does not dare refuse and agrees immediately. They move to a separate room with a table so large it takes up almost the entire space. They sit at opposite ends. You and I can feel the tension, like a first date gone wrong. Chairman Sunyang slowly puts down his tea and speaks. "Chairman Hong, we are family now. It is time for you to stop your current behavior." Chairman Hong looks confused and asks what he means. Chairman Sunyang's face instantly turns cold. "You have people following my family members. You need to stop that right now." Hong's face freezes like it was hit with glue. Sunyang warns him that his precious granddaughter is getting married with him as the guarantor. "I accepted you wanting to know about the in-laws, but that ends today." Chairman Hong quickly tries to deny everything. "No, it is not like that, sir." But Sunyang gets angry and tells him to shut up and just follow orders. Since his company is smaller, Hong just stays quiet and swallows his pride. Sunyang continues in a powerful, shaking voice. "The boy is still immature and loves to play even though he is over 30. You probably think you can easily control him." Chairman Hong denies it again, saying he absolutely has no thoughts of doing such a thing. Sunyang keeps up the pressure. "It does not matter if the boy lives a life full of mistakes." "Why?" "Because he is my grandson." Hong does not dare interrupt. He just sits there listening to the lecture, clenching his legs in pure rage. "Do not call my grandson to your house whenever you want. He does not need to see your family outside of business. If you miss your granddaughter, just call her home. Today is the last time Dong-un meets your family like this. Any future meetings will only be for work or advertisements. That is the only reason they should ever see you." Hong cannot understand why he has to listen to these insults, but Sunyang is not finished yet. No one named Hong is allowed to set foot in any building owned by Sunyang. "Even the press can be crushed by my money." Chairman Hong remains silent. Being poor is truly a massive disadvantage in this world. Chairman Sunyang coldly walks away, leaving one final warning. "Do not take my words lightly." "So what do you and I take from this?" Chairman Hong is frozen in his chair, furious, but his mind is already calculating his next move. You and I are about to witness the moment the old man finally picks his true heir Jin Sung. Men like him and Chairman Jin are running out of time, but the path for the youth is wide open. Both Hong So-young and Jin Sung-jun are in the mix. He wants to warn others, but time is against him. Late at night, the office lights burn bright. For the first time, father and youngest son sit face to face. The son's voice trembles as he asks what his father wants to discuss so late in the evening. The chairman asks if his success in the film industry is real. The son confirms it is crisis-proof. But pulling in investors during a financial storm isn't easy. The son looks his father in the eye and responds, "It is tough, but we are holding steady in the storm while other companies are fighting just to survive." Hearing this, the chairman actually smiles. He crosses his arms and offers to give his son a helping hand. The son instantly puts his guard up. He warns his father he is not easily manipulated anymore. The chairman just sighs. After a brief silence, the son tells him to just speak his mind plainly. The old man closes his eyes, calculating his next move before finally speaking. "Now, pay attention to this deal." He offers the medical foundation and training center. "Stick with me here, because the son's reaction is priceless." The Sunyang Hospital is one of the top 3 in the country, with annual taxes reaching 1 billion. However, The training center is just an independent entity for staff and executives. It doesn't actually make any real profit. The father watches his son and asks why he is reacting that way. He asks if the offer is lacking. The son thinks about just taking whatever he can get right now. Then he thinks of Do-jun, his precious son. He grits his teeth, fighting back his rage, and tells his father that the offer is still not enough. The chairman cannot believe his ears. They just stare at each other in a heavy, suffocating silence. He asks why his son is suddenly greedy when he seemingly gave up on the company long ago. The son explains he is just fulfilling his responsibility as a father. It is not about personal ambition. The old man is shocked. He asks if this is all about Do-jun. The son looks his father in the eye and confirms it. The chairman sighs and tells him to ask Do-jun what the real value of the hospital and training center is. You and I both know that kid is brilliant. If he heard this, he would be celebrating right now. The son is shocked because he never cared for these non-business assets that don't bring in cash. His money came from his son. The chairman tells him to protect these gifts and hand them over to Do-jun when the time is right. He will look after Do-jun personally. He won't give it for free, but he will sell it cheap. The son is shocked. Is he really selling to his own grandson? The old man just snaps at him. He says, Do-jun will understand this better than his father ever could. The son stops asking questions. The chairman concludes by saying this must remain a secret for now. The son bows in deep gratitude. The father waves him away. Later, on a luxury flight, a newlywed couple sits in a cabin that is completely and unnervingly empty. The new bride looks around for someone to talk to, but the entire cabin is completely empty. She asks her husband if he chartered the whole plane. The Chibol heir just lets out a snort. He says he only booked first class and business. Those seats are for his 6 personal bodyguards. She is stunned. This is the Chibol life. Not even their own fathers live with this much luxury. Inside the luxury cabin, the silence is suddenly and violently broken. She pulls a file from her designer bag and tells him to look. He opens it with total indifference. At first, it is just charts. But then he realizes it is detailed intel on his own family. His face turns purple with rage. Someone had to be watching them 24/7 to get this kind of detail. The targets are Jin, Yangi, and especially Do-jun, who is now working closely with the fantasy CEO. He roars in fury, his face twisting like a demon from hell. He can't believe her audacity. He understood the youngest's motives, but how dare she monitor his entire family like some kind of criminal? Seeing his terrifying face, the wife begins to shake. He shreds the reports while screaming at her in rage. Nearby flight attendants see the chaos and quickly shut the cabin doors, too terrified to even step inside. He shreds the documents and stands up, fuming. Trust me, this is only the beginning. All right, stick with me, because this family's power struggle is about to get absolutely ruthless. He glares at his wife with pure hatred, telling her she should know her place before spying on this family. Your only purpose here is to give me a son. If you act without my permission again, you will be locked in the back room for the rest of your life. The wife can only sob in silence, too terrified to fight back. The husband barks out for Secretary Choi, ordering that their luggage be separated the moment they arrive. Find me a hotel immediately and keep her under tight surveillance. She is only allowed to go shopping. Don't let her do anything stupid. Secretary Choi simply obeys, though he can't help but feel a flicker of pity for the weeping wife. The husband storms out of the cabin, finding another first-class seat just to be away from her. He thinks the whole situation is revolting, but it's convenient. This is the perfect excuse to enjoy a 10-day honeymoon all by himself. He has completely broken her spirit on the very first day. Now, pay attention, because here is where the real game begins. Do-jun tells his father he suspects Grandpa is secretly using the hospital as a hidden base of power. His father is stunned as Do-jun explains that Sunyang Hospital is secretly hosting elite VIP guests. High-ranking officials value absolute secrecy about their health, and Sunyang is the only place that offers total privacy. Top celebrities are no different. Do-jun pushes further, suggesting his father act as the middleman for these elites. This is how you build an unbreakable network of influence. When making movies, Dad can even secure treatment for directors and top stars at Sunyang Hospital. And as for human resources at the training institute, every single promotion has to pass through their doors. The institute filters candidates. Dad is speechless. knowing Sunyang's training center is famous for its strict management. It's like a judicial training center. There are zero loopholes during their workshops and evaluations. Dujun is skillfully flipping the script on his father. If dad wants to be a major player in the group, he needs control over that development center. Soon, everyone will be begging him for favors, creating a massive web of connections. The director of Sunyang looks incredibly pleased with this plan. Exactly. This will build a rock-solid foundation both inside and outside the entire conglomerate. Dujun adds that Grandpa wants these people on Dad's side, but Dad just laughs, saying they'll actually become Dujun's people. Dujun just smiles, staying quiet. His father wonders how he can understand the old man's intentions so perfectly. Dujun simply replies that Dad just wasn't interested enough to see the hidden pattern. The father shifts the topic, asking about the current share structure and assets of the training institute. Dujun turns serious. This isn't just about networking. If the other uncles found out about this secret setup, they would lose their minds in protest. His father frowns, realizing there's even more secrecy hidden beneath the surface of this deal. Dujun chuckles, noting that Grandpa is a man of many secrets. His father sighs, admitting Dujun is more like Grandpa than he'll ever be. Dujun watches his father soften up and just keeps a quiet smile. The scene shifts to the decaying offices of Deha Construction. Employees still show up despite not being paid, clinging to the tiny, desperate hope that they'll get even a fraction of their wages. This false hope is a slow torture. Below the building, Dojun and Oh Se-hyun watch. You and I both know Dojun isn't just watching, he's about to play the savior for these desperate people. Pay their back wages and give them a bonus to boost morale. Now, to the chairman's office. A heavy-set man stands up, introducing himself as Kang Moo-sun, the CEO of Deha. Dujun and Oh Se-hyun face off against three men from the company. Dujun is disgusted that only a manager is present with no owner in sight. Fantasy Investment bought 5% of the company the moment shareholders blinked. Staring at the empty chairman's seat, Dujun knows buying a failing company requires lightning-fast action. Moreover, when a predator like Fantasy appears to swallow Hanjin, they become even more terrified. CEO Kang forced a smile, surprised that a giant like Fantasy Investment would care about a small fish like them. He asks for the reason behind the investment, while Oh Se-hyun flashes a standard corporate smile. Investors don't need a grand reason to buy, it's always about the money. An old man nearby tries to sound wise, asking if they even read the news. Investing in a collapsing company like Deha is a massive risk. So, what do you think? Is this a genius move or a disaster? We're about to find out. Alright, you and I are about to watch a masterclass in corporate intimidation. Another old man chimes in about high interest rates, and Oh Se-hyun's face instantly twists with pure contempt. Is your rank higher than the executive director's? He glares even harder. If you do not hold a high position, please get out of my sight right now. We summoned every shareholder holding over 5% just so the executive director himself would show up to greet us. Dealing with a mere representative instead is already insulting enough. Who do you think you are to interfere? The old man turns pale and shuts his mouth in shame. Dujun stays silent, watching Oh Se-hyun lean into his irritation like a total pro. Suddenly, the portly director jumps up, bowing low for forgiveness. He explains they are just desperately trying to raise capital to save the company. He even mentions meeting with an assistant from the Sunang Credit Fund, glancing over at the embarrassed old man. The old man takes the hint and stands up with a deep bow. I was out of line. Please forgive me. Oh Se-hyun just crosses his arms, his voice like ice. Then you should know when to disappear. I need private space to talk. The fat director signals the old man and his buddy to leave the room. They exit quietly. Once the room is clear, the shameless director smiles and tells Oh Se-hyun to continue his proposal. What is your sudden reason for wanting to buy shares in our company? Oh Se-hyun fires back with a razor-sharp response. Now, pay attention here, watch how Dujun analyzes the situation. Oh Se-hyun demands. Before I answer, shouldn't you tell me why you wanted to meet me? It is the first time he has seen his mentor act this aggressive. He is certain Oh Se-hyun suspects the board is draining Deha Construction dry. The fat director pushes back. I just want to know your angle. You are clearly aiming for something specific. Be direct, the director says. The board's job is to listen to shareholders. Oh Se-hyun scoffs. I already told you I want to make money. That is the core of any investor. The director reaches out. To profit, you would have to sell those shares at a much higher price than you paid. But that seems completely impossible right now. Oh Hyun just smiles and feigns a casual scratch of his head. I am not so sure. There might be someone willing to buy them at a much better price, right? The director's face instantly hardens. I see how it is. We will have to review our options. There are still plenty of people who believe Daha Construction can bounce back. Those people are definitely preparing to buy up the majority of our shares. Do-jun carefully weighs the man's words. The opposition is not going to be easy to handle. Oh Hyun tells him that since they have come this far, today's meeting was a success. Can you find that buyer quickly then? The director promises they will move as fast as humanly possible. He wonders if they will scrap their plan before he can destroy them, or if they will just stall for more time. Oh Hyun stands up. We have said our piece, so we will take our leave. The director rushes to put on a polite act, reaching out his hand. I am glad this shareholder is satisfied. We promise to find a suitable buyer and fill Director Ose's pockets very soon. Ose Hyun flashes a cold, professional smile. Good. Then move fast. My deadline is tomorrow. The fat director is horrified. Tomorrow? Director Oz, that is practically impossible for us to manage on such short notice. Oz Hyun stays cold. Is that so? Then I will call for an emergency shareholders meeting the morning after tomorrow. If you want to stop that meeting, you better move fast. Goodbye. Oz Hyun and Do-jun walk out, leaving the director in total shock. You saw that look on the director's face, right? Once they are in the car, Oz Hyun pulls at his tie. Those dogs are definitely up to something shady. Do-jun speaks up. We move tomorrow. We need to assert our right to audit their books and inspect all of Daeha's assets immediately. Oz Hyun is impressed. You learned that move fast, didn't you? Do-jun just smiles. I'm still a long way from graduating, master. Oz Hyun lets out a loud laugh. He pulls out his brick of a cell phone, dials a number, and speaks into the receiver. Yeah, it is me. Get the entire appraisal team over here right now. Send a request to Samjun Accounting for their full summary. Tell the field team to stand by. We are meeting in 10 minutes. The scene shifts to the massive, sprawling mansion of the chairman. He sits with his arms crossed, asking Do-jun, why the urgent meeting? You wouldn't even let me step outside. Do-jun replies, I need your help, grandfather. The chairman smirks. Let me hear it first, then I will decide how much to charge you. Do-jun chuckles, knowing the old man always gives more than he takes. After all, he has always. Do-jun gets straight to the point. I am going after Daeha Construction. They are essential for the MAPO SMC project this year. The intro is too long, the chairman says. Get to the point. Do-jun's voice turns cold. The owners are looting the last remains of a decaying corpse. I want to take over this company before they finish stripping it bare. What do you think? The chairman is stunned for a moment before a delighted grin spreads across his face. He laughs, what a lucky kid. So, what do you and I make of this? Do-jun thinks it is best to let the old man believe he predicted the entire plan and its fallout. Grandfather looks thoughtful and asks, who did you say was the executive director of this construction company? Was it some guy named Kang? All right. You and I are back with Do-jun as he prepares a power move against the corrupt elite. The old man asks if he met the target yet. Do-jun confirms he went personally and found proof that these executives are gutting the company from the inside. Exactly. As soon as Fantasy secured 5% of Daeha's shares, they reached out to us immediately. He wants to buy those shares back. The chairman is stunned, noting that in the stock market, wolves usually strip the bone just like that. Turns out, this whole plan was actually Hyun's idea. Since Daeha Construction is failing and rumors of bankruptcy are everywhere, we won't need much capital to take total control of it. Using a small stake to disrupt a company isn't just for failing businesses. Some predators buy into healthy firms, become major shareholders, and then sell their position back at an absolutely astronomical price. But they'd have to drop a massive fortune to own 5% of a healthy company. Average wolves never dare to move. Pay attention to this masterclass in business warfare. If I call a shareholders meeting tomorrow, they'll lose sleep. Do-jun simply replies with a different plan. Instead of a meeting, I'll audit their books tomorrow to gather hard evidence of their massive and systematic embezzlement. The chairman asks if he's tossing them in prison. Do-jun says yes, but only after recovering every single cent they shamelessly stole. If we rebuild the company for a brand new start, it will eventually become a household name again. Dojun stays quiet, carefully watching his grandfather's reaction. The chairman thinks for a moment. Director Kang Musen's family is still holding on to a very large amount of stock. Controlling those shares makes securing management rights easy. Embezzled cash and assets will lead to heavy fines. If the Kang family is forced to turn their shares over as restitution for what they stole, we won't need nearly as much capital to seize full control of the firm. The old man is delighted, since the CEO essentially controls all the company's collective wealth. Dojun smiles. Yes, that is exactly the plan. The chairman continues. We have a long road ahead, and we are running out of time. We must finalize the Deha acquisition and stabilize everything by next month. Only then can we move forward with the Mapo project alongside your uncle once he's settled in. By then, your uncle will be the mayor of Seoul. Dojun replies that is exactly the time he'll need a favor. The chairman is shocked. At that time, he pauses to think before reminding Dojun that time is a priceless resource that money simply cannot buy. Dojun calmly pushes back. While money can't buy more years of life, it can absolutely be used to purchase the lives of others. You used salaries to buy the lives of 100,000 Sunyang employees, didn't you? The chairman looks at Dojun with a mix of shock and a growing headache. This kid is too much. First, we must block the Kang family from leaving the country entirely. The amount of money they moved abroad is absolutely staggering. Dojun's eyes light up. You saw that coming, right? He knows exactly how to play his grandfather to get what he wants. The old man tells him to keep massaging. Then, he picks up the phone. Inspector Kim, are you busy? With the national economy in this state, we cannot ignore a company on the edge of ruin while its executives hoard stolen wealth for themselves. The chairman's voice turns authoritative. No. First, we stop them from fleeing overseas. I'll get more details to you later. We need a private meeting very soon. Having secured exactly what he wanted, the chairman finally hangs up and turns his full attention back to Dojun. Are you satisfied? Dojun smiles and continues massaging his grandfather's shoulders. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, just auditing the books won't be enough at all. You must gather at least one solid piece of evidence to charge the board with embezzlement. If the tax office and prosecutors move in together, the enemy will definitely surrender. Dojun is surprised. Surrender? What exactly does surrender mean in your script? The chairman slowly closes his eyes. What is the core goal of taking over Deha Construction? To ensure the project's success, put those other things on hold for now. The chairman says to handle the later steps one at a time. Dojun takes this lesson to heart, focusing only on the target right in front of him. The more urgent the situation, the more you must narrow your vision to short-term goals. His grandfather continues. If you want to team up with your uncle after the June elections, you need Deha under your thumb by early next year, right? Exactly. If the prosecution begins an official investigation, the battle to recover those frozen assets could drag on for several long years. Deha will collapse in the meantime, and creditors will take over. It would be 2 years before you hold it. Dojun realizes the core problem is time. He asked for a way to speed things up, and this is his grandfather's answer. So, your definition of surrender means we must provide them with an escape route? Exactly. Prosecutors are just tools to scare them. Give them a choice. Prison or handing over assets to flee. Trust me. You and I are watching a legend in the making. You and I are about to see how terrifying real power is. The power to control the prosecution and tax offices at will. To start or stop investigations on a whim. Even spending $1 trillion could never buy that influence. Grandfather used time to fill the financial gaps and used money to buy the conscience of officials. Once sold, he owned them completely. That is the Sunyang power cycle. Dojun's fingers start to tremble. He truly feels the weight of the phrase, money can buy time, while his grandfather remains lost in deep thought. The wealthy must always calculate. Dojun quickly regains his cool. I will handle the surrender part of the deal. You just continue moving the prosecutors and the tax office according to our plan. The chairman laughs heartily. Let us see what you can do. Work hard and do not just give me empty words, he warns. Dojun respectfully replies, just give me your orders, grandfather. I will listen to you very seriously. The chairman thinks then says, if you take Deha Construction, you must put my people in the leadership vacancies. Jun completely freezes up at the demand. If even the CEO and every single person making final decisions is one of Grandpa's men, then who exactly owns Deha Construction in the end? Chairman Jin looks at Jun, his voice full of hidden meaning, as if knowing he has no reliable allies. If you do not use my people, who did you have in mind? Jun suggests a solution. Plenty of high-quality staff still remain at those two collapsed firms. Promoting those managers to directors at Deha would fix the entire situation immediately. The chairman is shocked. Oh, you even planned the personnel appointments? Jun fakes a smile. Is that okay? The chairman's tone becomes mocking. Of course not. Construction CEOs are only good for managing messy sites and rough laborers. Men who drink rice wine at lunch and bully locals? You are saying those people should get high-ranking promotions? Jun stays silent. He completely underestimated the human factor within the construction industry. He thought anyone above a CEO could be a politician. Maybe this move was a total mistake. The chairman notices his grandson's hesitation. You are wavering, aren't you? Wondering if the glass I gave you is poison or medicine. You are afraid that a company full of my people means you will lose everything to Sun Yang, right? Jun is frozen. You and I both know nothing. Gets past this veteran tycoon. Jun tries to stay calm and says, I already told you I would give it back to Sun Yang. Chairman Jin laughs coldly. An ambitious man like you giving it away? Should I really believe that? Jun is stunned. How does he know everything? Seeing his grandson standing there like a statue, the chairman asks with a mysterious look, What are you thinking about so seriously? The chairman continues to provoke him. All you have is cash. You have no time, no power, and zero manpower. Plus, if you refuse my offer, not just you, but even SMC will vanish instantly. Let us pause for a second. Jun realizes he only has one choice if he wants to survive. He agrees to the staff but refuses on the chief auditor. That position must go to Oh Se-hyun's man. The chairman laughs craftily. You want the key to the treasure chest? Jun stays silent. Now, the chairman turns serious, his voice full of experience. Jun. Construction people are masters at stealing project costs. They can move hundreds of laborers in the blink of an eye. You think that is all? What if they swap out high-priced timber worth tens of millions of won for cheap scrap worth almost nothing? Can Oh Se-hyun, a man who only types on computers, actually tell the difference? They will steal the weight of the steel and even the workers' lunch money. Jun realizes he missed all of this. Chairman Jin is excited. Do you still not understand me? Jun thinks deeply, then it finally clicks. Construction is the hotspot for Korean corporate corruption, slush funds, and secret deals. Is he really telling me I need to master this entire system? You have to get your hands dirty to see the real truth. The chairman looks at him with pride. If you can easily control the CEOs of construction firms, it means you have learned how to manage servants. They will find ways to get you the money you need. And when you need dark deals, no one is more reliable than construction firms. Jun finally understands his grandfather's true intent. Taking Deha Construction is not just a step forward. It is a way to protect his secret funds from any financial trap. He smiles at his cunning grandfather. Trust me, you and I just watched a masterclass in dirty business. All right, you and I are about to see how a real corporate takedown looks, starting with an audit that will ruin lives. Jun realizes his grandfather paved the way perfectly. If he cannot swallow Deha Construction whole now, he is truly a failure. He bows deeply in thanks. The old man just scoffs, telling him to save the gratitude for when the job is finished. Jun looks up, stunned. The chairman clarifies that this isn't just for his grandson's benefit, it is for the good of Sun Yang. Protecting the company comes first. He warns the boy not to sit there crying about getting his hands dirty later. Chairman's son roars with laughter. Jun sighs, realizing the old man loves playing high-stakes games, pushing him right to the edge. Now, pay attention because this is where the professional sharks finally enter the water. The lobby freezes as Oh Se-hyun leads his team inside, their sheer presence radiating a cold, overwhelming authority. The fat director panics, asking what is going on. Se-hyun just smirks, asking if he really wants to discuss this publicly. Unless he wants a scandal, he better keep quiet. The director is furious, but he is too terrified to argue. He stammers for them to enter the meeting room. Once inside, he demands to know how they found a buyer overnight. He claims he was going to settle everything today anyway. He is clearly desperate and scrambling for any kind of leverage. Oh Se-hyun stays calm. He asks if the CEO is even coming, before coldly declaring that the game is already over. From this moment on, they are acting on behalf of the shareholders. The director stares at Se-hyun, completely paralyzed by shock. A man in a sharp black suit steps forward, citing Article 14, Clause 5 of the Act on Independent Auditing. As shareholders and creditors, they have the legal right to inspect any and all business documents at a moment's notice. After paying the required fees, they demand the immediate handover of all records. Se-hyun asks if the director heard him clearly. He orders the last 2 years of financial statements and all supporting documents to be brought to this room immediately. As a shareholder, he is officially questioning their management. He wants to see exactly how they ran this company into the ground. The fat director turns pale as a ghost. He watches, frozen, as these newcomers completely seize control of his territory. One of Se-hyun associates snaps at him, asking what he is waiting for. Move now, or things will get even uglier. The pressure is mounting. The director starts sweating bullets, realizing he has absolutely nowhere left to hide. Elsewhere, a voice screams in rage. Fantasy wants an audit? They are already waiting in the conference room. He demands to know what happened to the peaceful resolution promised yesterday. The fat director stammers, trying to explain the mess. He claims he only meant to sell shares, not get rated. Turns out, this angry man is the CEO, Kang Moo-sun. CEO Kang is fuming, and the fat director has no choice but to stand there in a heavy, guilty silence. Kang Moo-sun frantically dials a number on his desk. He barks into the phone, asking to speak with the director. He is suddenly panicked. What? Your side too? Did they really just storm into your accounting offices as well? The person on the other end is barely coherent. The Kang brothers pace the room, looking like cornered animals. You and I know these villains always think they are smarter than they are. He is convinced their secrets are safe. He claims it is just a scare tactic to get a better deal. He thinks finding the truth is impossible. Kang stays silent while the fat director remains arrogant. He is convinced the auditors have no idea what to look for. He laughs, saying they will be calling for mercy once they realize they are drowning in a sea of documents. Meanwhile, in a massive archive room, Doo-jun team is already tearing through the records, hunting for any trace of embezzlement. Every single person is focused, meticulously tracking every lead. Doo-jun himself eyes a specific sheet of paper very closely. An employee rushes over to Oh Se-hyun. He has found something suspicious, highly irregular foreign exchange transactions. Se-hyun leans in to examine the data. The employee explains that the trail gets much darker the deeper they go. The final transfer never even made it back to the country. It looks like they have been pocketing dollars. They used fake invoices for raw materials to secure the currency, then gambled it all on the fluctuating exchange rates. With the market so unstable, they have been siphoning off massive amounts of cash. Doo-jun asks if the import was fake. Exactly. The records claim they were importing high-end luxury furniture and massive chandeliers for their construction projects. On paper, it should have been 6 full containers. In reality, they only ever received a single one. These guys were even in bed with customs. Se-hyun stares at the documents, asking if they are absolutely certain. Positive, the employee replies. They have handled these specific luxury items hundreds of times throughout their careers. And that is the smoking gun you and I were waiting for. Se-hyun closes his eyes, knowing the trap has finally closed. Bridge is shown. Stick with me. Doo-jun is finally pulling the trigger. The old man heads for the office, but Doo-jun stops him. Wait, confirm it with a call first, Doo-jun says, pulling out his phone. On the other end, a voice asks, what is it? Doo-jun says, you sent the best of the best. They found their secrets in 2 hours. At this rate, we will have full control. The chairman roars with laughter over the phone. See? I told you professional talent gets the job done every single time. Doo-jun responds with total confidence. I have seen it with my own eyes, so I understand completely now. I will call the prosecutor's office today and have them bring a search warrant, the old man says. Doo-jun bows his head in gratitude. Thank you, grandfather, he says, before hanging up with a satisfied smirk. He turns to the others. Time to go. They head to the CEO's office, where the fat manager greets them with a fake, oily smile. Wow, you guys sure are fast. There is still time for a checkup. Don't you want to see the documents everyone has been dying to get their hands on? Kang Moo-sun wears a thin smile, but Do-jun just stares at them. Seeing you two like this explains why this company is failing. Did you really think we spent the last 2 hours just flipping through papers and making a mess? Bridge #2. Now watch this part closely. The Kang brothers panic, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Talking to us like that?" Do-jun laughs. "I am the one who just reported the entire board of Daeha Construction to the authorities. Is that enough for you to speak politely?" Both brothers jump up in sheer horror. Do-jun stays calm. "You probably have 3 or 4 moles in the prosecution, right? If you do not believe me, go ahead and check for yourselves." They exchange a frantic glance, and the fat brother dashes out to verify the claim. Kang Moo-sun points a trembling finger. "What game are you playing? I am ruining you. Once this company goes bankrupt, your shares will be nothing but a pile of worthless napkins." Do-jun watches him like a pathetic circus clown. Oh Se-hyun just scoffs in silence. Suddenly, the fat brother bursts back in, screaming, "Brother, the financial investigation unit is already moving. It is happening too fast. Someone is putting massive pressure on the prosecutors." Do-jun smiles at his grandfather. The Hazen acquisition and Sunyang Moto deals are closed. Now, we just need the right eyes on them. We need to have our own eyes and ears inside those deals, do we not? The Kang family broke our deal. Director Kang Moo-sun, does it count as bribery when government officials decide to help us out of their own free will? With all your vast experience, I am sure you can give me some truly valuable advice. Bridge #3. Trust me, the look on Kang's face is priceless. Do-jun turns to them, his voice turning cold. The entire family and board are now banned from leaving the country. Do not even dream about escaping on a midnight flight. Just sit back and enjoy this trip to prison. The brothers are paralyzed in shock. Oh Se-hyun steps forward to twist the knife one last time into the chaos. "If you get too scared during the interrogation, feel free to call me. You remember my number, right? Oh, and do not bother making up any stories." The brothers are left frozen. That night, an emergency meeting of top construction giants is held at the chairman's massive mansion. The chairman looks around the room with a sharp gaze. Who is the youngest person currently in this room? Song Chun stands up. "Chairman, it is Director Kim Yoon-gok from the Construction Support Department." Kim Yoon-gok immediately bows. The chairman looks stunned. "When exactly did you get promoted to director?" "Last spring, sir. I was promoted during the last regular performance review. Only 1 year to reach director. He is definitely a rising star." "You really have the perfect timing," the grandfather remarks as whispers fill the room. "Moving from director to executive in just 1 single year." The secretary explains that a transfer to another company is coming, with much better pay and a higher rank than Sun Yang. Confusion spreads through the crowd. A transfer? Is this just a fancy way of saying he is getting demoted? The secretary continues the announcements. Executive Park will be the new representative director. Yoon Kang-tae moves to vice president, and Kim Yoon-gok will lead the business management department as the new managing director. Every position is being shuffled. What is this new company? If it is on Sun Yang's level, this is a massive promotion. The secretary finally reveals the shocking name. Your new company is none other than Daeha Construction. The room practically explodes. Daeha is on the brink of bankruptcy. Plus, it has zero ties to the Sunyang Group. The chairman speaks up, his voice cutting through the noise like a final sentence. "I will explain the situation so you can all relax." Everyone sits down instantly. The old man laughs. Daeha Construction is about to fall into the hands of Fantasy Investment. Someone asks, "Is that the same investment firm that took over Hazen and merged with Sunyang?" Exactly. That is the one. The partnership is moving forward. In 2 months, they will be the majority shareholder. A bald director interrupts, worried about the bankruptcy. Bridge #4. And that's where we leave it. The chairman will fix everything before it falls. You and I know it's about to get wild. You and I are watching a legend work. Don't interrupt me while I'm speaking, he warns. Basically, your mission is simple. Make sure Daeha recovers as fast as humanly possible. Understood, Chairman. He closes his eyes with a very smug smirk. Once Daeha is stable, it'll be a Sunyang subsidiary for 2 years instead of a direct merger into Sunyang Construction. A merger would cut too many jobs. Daeha will stay an independent construction unit within the group. A veteran executive in glasses interrupts Chairman Jin. Sir, excuse me, but what exactly is the link between Fantasy and Sunyang? Could Fantasy be the secret investment firm you've been building in the shadows? The room turns ice cold at that question. Chairman Jin just smirks. I wish Fantasy was mine, he says. I heard they're sitting on a massive mountain of cash. The executive is still confused. But before he can ask more, the chairman crosses his arms in deep thought. Secretary Lee holds his breath, too scared to make a sound. Will he finally get his answer today? Suddenly, Chairman Jin reveals everything. Fantasy's majority shareholder is someone I trust completely, just like everyone here. You could say that person used their own capital to build that firm. Secretary Lee is completely stunned. Only one face comes to his mind after hearing that high praise. Jin Do-jun. He clenches his fist. The secretary watches the chairman's mysterious smile as the final puzzle piece clicks into place. Chairman Jin would never back anyone who wasn't his own flesh and blood. The only person he trusts entirely, the key player hunting down domestic assets for Fantasy, has to be Jin Do-jun. The inheritance might be going to the grandson, not the son. The secretary stays silent, accepting the reality. Meanwhile, the power balance shifts at the prosecution office. Surrounded by mountains of paperwork, Kang Moo-sun sits across from Do-jun, Oh Se-hyun, and a mysterious man. Do-jun speaks in a smooth, negotiating tone. Chairman Kang, could there be any deal better than the one I'm offering? Kang scowls in silence. Do-jun keeps pressing him, giving the man zero room to breathe. You get enough cash to retire and won't have to flee the country. You can come back whenever you want, or even just stay right here in Korea. But if you refuse, every single cent of salary your kids ever received will be flagged as illegal. You will have to pay it all back to the company. Kang Moo-sun stares at the man with the bowl cut, eating calmly, gritting his teeth in rage. Watch this. He flashes back to the chaotic confrontation that happened just moments ago in the office. The man points to the seal and gives him a warning. Kang roars, "You bastard! How dare you!" The man just takes a calm drag of his cigarette. "You scum! While the country is on the brink of collapse for lack of dollars, you drained everything for yourself. Would anyone even object if you were sentenced to death?" Kang seethes with resentment as the director offers him a smoke. "Want a cigarette? This is a joke. Why is the prosecution office doing this to me, of all people?" The director takes a slow, long puff. "In your opinion, who holds absolute power in Korea these days?" Kang is panicked. "Is it the high-ranking officials?" "No. Right now, whoever holds the dollars is king," the director replies. "Fantasy Investment has the dollars and they're negotiating with the government. Their CEO promised to release the funds once they land Daeha construction. Unfortunately for you, Director Kang, you've become their target." Kang Moo-sun feels his entire world falling apart. Plus, the director adds, "The evidence of your embezzlement is airtight. We have witnesses from the top down and all the documents. You can't wiggle out of this. So, does that mean I'm being prosecuted? You and I are seeing the endgame. To avoid disaster, don't pick a side." Kang snaps back to reality. "Fantasy Investment, huh?" Finally, he opens his mouth and asks Do-jun, "What is it you actually want from me?" Do-jun replies, "Bring back every cent you embezzled from the company. Do that and we'll buy your family's shares at a very fair price. That money means you won't have to worry about your old age." Do-jun smirks, promising the investigation will be closed immediately. Kang's face turns pale. He knows all too well that he's lost this game completely. He bows his head in surrender. "I'll cooperate fully. But you better keep your damn promise." Do-jun grins like a farmer with a bumper harvest. He has finally cleared out this trash. Then, his luxury sedan tears across the boulevard at high speed. Inside the car, Oh Se-hyun starts crunching the numbers. "We probably squeezed about 8 billion out of this, right?" But Do-jun shakes his head. "It's at least 150 billion. Oh's jaw nearly hits the floor. 200 billion? Yeah. Oh grits his teeth. Those parasites. That 8 billion was just the tip of the iceberg from last year. He sucked the life out of that company. We have to take back every last penny he stole." "We will," Do-jun replies. "You and I just saw a legend take back what's his. That old fox will suffer for every cent he swallowed. All right, you and I are about to watch our main character absolutely ruin a villain's life." Oh Se-hun is still incredibly furious, thinking about how that piece of trash might actually retire wealthy from selling stocks. But Do-jun shuts it down coldly, saying that won't happen, because every cent will be seized by the company. Oh's eyes widen in shock as he asks if Do-jun really intends to turn the man into a total beggar. Do-jun shrugs, saying reincarnation is an art. You need a legendary grandfather like his. Oh is left completely speechless. After those words, Do-jun stares out the window, lost in deep thought about the cycle of human life. Life truly is a dark comedy. The entire world seems to spin based on the whims of those in power. The rich treat the world like a playground, while the poor see life as a living hell on earth. He's felt this cruel truth in his very bones. The scene shifts to the chairman's powerful and quiet office. The chairman sips bitter coffee and asks if that stubborn director really gave up his bones so easily. Do-jun reports that the man confessed to embezzling 80 billion gold during his time at the company. Right now, the audit teams are digging through years of dark records to uncover every last secret they can. Now, pay attention here. The chairman asks if he'll pay cash for the stock transfer. That's huge money. It's not a small amount. Do-jun just smiles, knowing the truth will eventually come to light regardless of everything. Since the theft is out, he'll use the stock money to pay the company and avoid rotting in prison. The chairman laughs, realizing the director is about to join a group of beggars on the street very soon. Do-jun's face turns stone cold as he admits he can never forgive a man of that low character. The chairman is shocked. He wonders why his usually calm grandson is suddenly acting this furious and intense. What exactly could have happened in the West District to make him lose his cool like this? Do-jun says he would have been merciful if the man had spared a little to pay his poor workers. Instead, he only cared for himself, leaving 2,000 employees in total misery and struggling just to survive. With banks frozen, many people had to rely on corporate bonds just to survive through their difficult days. A man like Director Kang deserves to taste the same bitter desperation he forced on everyone else. The chairman sighs, wondering how a young man like him understands the pain of workers so deeply. Do-jun bows his head. He knows it because he was once a regular worker himself in another life. He remembers the feeling of opening his bank account only to find his monthly salary had been cut. You feel that too, right? This isn't just business, it's personal. Because he's felt that crushing debt before. Do-jun says he can never forget the look on the faces of those employees when he first arrived. The chairman closes his eyes and tells him never to forget that feeling as long as he lives. No matter what, make sure your people eat. Nothing is more tragic than a person going hungry. Do-jun looks up in surprise, wondering if this cold, calculating old man actually has a human side. This is the same man who ignored costs and even deaths at construction sites for the sake of business. The chairman explains that people will turn on you the moment they are pushed to the absolute edge. When you take away their livelihood, they have nothing left. Just look at the state of Dae now. Those employees are now working together to hunt down every cent the director is hiding, aren't they? Do-jun realizes the chairman's advice wasn't about kindness at all. It was a tactical warning about business survival. The old man says only two types of people betray you: those in despair or those who are greedy. The first type is your fault for not feeding them. You failed to provide for their basic needs. The second is your fault for misjudging their nature. He tells Do-jun to carve this into his heart. Do-jun acts respectful, but internally he knows the chairman is just being extremely cautious, not truly compassionate. On May 25, 1998, the new president of South Korea is officially sworn into office. He gives a speech to the citizens, promising to serve as the country's 15th president with great honor. It's a beautiful, sunny day as the new era of leadership begins across the entire nation. Inside a massive skyscraper, Oh Se-hun and Do-jun sit with high-ranking officials to discuss the fate of employees. And trust me, we're just getting started. You and I are about to witness this game of power get intense. You and I are diving into a power play that will leave you breathless. Oh Se-hun presents a stack of classified documents, leaving the officials staring in total confusion. He continues, "Looking at this chart, you can clearly see we have a very tight-knit connection with the Xungjiang group." The officials start whispering among themselves, murmuring in shock. Oh Se-hun then asks them, "So, what do you think?" By now, I assume no one doubts that an investment fund focused on profit knows how to run a construction empire. The officials just look at each other, stunned into silence, and not a single person says a word. The man in the middle speaks for them all. I agree. The fantasy board definitely has a grand vision. So what does the Fantasy Alliance truly want from us? Speak your mind. Oz Hun replies. We need you to extend our credit for at least 1 year. The officials ask, is there anything else? Oz Hun continues. Secondly, we want interest rate cuts, delayed payments, and debt forgiveness. Beyond that, transfer the voting rights of DIEA shares that the bank is currently holding. They glance at each other again. A heavyset official speaks up. Stock is our final safeguard for supervising and managing a debtor's business. Are you really asking us to hand over the stock? Now pay attention here, because his confidence is about to silence the entire room. He vows to return the shares once they have recovered their status. Over at the Sungjiang skyscraper, the uncle is holding a very important personnel appointment order in his hands. He wonders why so many construction directors resigned at the same time without giving him a single word of notice. A subordinate reports that Director Hong and Mr. Gu have taken orders directly from Chairman Ha. Director Hong masterminded the recruitment of CEO Bin himself. And get this, everyone who resigned is now working at the fantasy office. At the Jagudo Sanctuary, the uncle's jaw nearly hits the floor when he hears Fantasy and Oz Hun mentioned together. His subordinate confirms that the takeover of Sungjiang Motors by Fantasy is almost certainly connected to the old man, his own father. The uncle's head is spinning. He tells himself there is no way Fantasy is his father's secret treasure chest. If that old fox was hiding a pot of gold, he wouldn't be foolish enough to make such a loud scene. Furious, he snaps at his men, demanding to know if they have any real intel, terrifying the poor subordinate. Stuttering and apologizing, the man explains the other side is airtight, so everything is still a complete mystery for now. The vice chairman wants to investigate personally but fears losing face. He growls that his father's men are all old foxes who won't talk. Thinking fast, the subordinate suggests a specific name, Kim Du-shich. This young man is hungry for power and wants to climb the leadership ladder, so if the vice chairman just waves once, he will come running instantly. It sounds promising, so the uncle orders a private dinner, warning them to keep it subtle so they do not alert the enemy. At a fancy dinner, the uncle acts friendly, pouring wine to congratulate him on his promotion, even if it is a bit late. Hearing the big boss praise him, Kim Du-shich quickly stands up and humble brags while denying the compliments. The uncle pretends to be surprised and asks why he resigned right after being promoted. Kim explains he left too fast to say goodbye properly. The uncle laughs generously, saying that whether he works inside or outside, he is still part of the Sungjiang family. He pauses to read the man's face, before asking if working with director Oz Hun has been putting a lot of pressure on him. Kim honestly admits that since Director Hun lived abroad for so long, his personality is incredibly blunt and straightforward. You and I can see he's falling for it. The vice chairman sees Kim isn't on guard and starts fishing for info. As soon as work comes up, Director Kim spills everything about the DAEA acquisition and the massive Som Media City project in great detail. Everything is loaded and ready. It will all be finished within the next 6 months. The uncle's head is ringing. He wonders what on earth this guy is rambling about regarding a digital city. Getting excited, Kim accidentally praises manager Du Jun for his talent. He feels like the kid is the real boss, not just some apprentice. Like father, like son. Hearing Du Jun's name, the uncle flinches and asks if he's talking about his own youngest nephew. Kim asks back, surprised, "Wait, you didn't know the young master was assisting Director Hun?" The chairman cannot believe his ears and wonders what his precious nephew could learn there. Kim laughs awkwardly, realizing he said too much, but the uncle just waves it off with a smirk. He claims he is too busy to worry about his nephew's little games, so Kim should just feel free to keep talking. Feeling relieved, Kim declares that the young master's goal is to become an investment shark and a master of mergers and acquisitions. So what do you and I take from this? The uncle is thrilled his nephew wants to be a businessman instead of a rival. Stick with me, we're about to see why he'll never even touch that throne. He's relieved that his nephew didn't become a prosecutor. Turns out the kid is just as greedy for cash as the rest of the family. Pouring another glass of bamboo wine to loosen Kim up, he subtly asks if that trillion-won project is actually worth the investment. Feeling the buzz, Kim pounds his chest, guaranteeing a 100% success rate with zero room for error. Hearing that massive number makes the vice chairman think of his old man, leaving him looking dazed and distracted for a moment. Kim snaps him back to reality, so he just mumbles through it. declaring that even if the project succeeds, fantasy will swallow it whole, leaving Sun Yang with nothing. Now watch this. Kim accidentally blurs out that the chairman said otherwise, and those words hit the uncle like a massive electric shock. Lost in his father's schemes, he spaces out until Kim's voice pulls him back to the present. He fakes a nod and continues. Even if the project is a hit, it'll be nearly impossible to merge it with Sunyang Construction. Day A is destined to be taken over by fantasy, but Kim Yun-sok stammers that the chairman had a completely different plan. At the mention of the chairman's intent, the uncle tightens up and instantly feigns a professional distance. We're just talking business here, nothing more. Now, eat up. Tensions flare at Sunyang. When the eldest sees his younger brother in the office, he coldly asks why he didn't call ahead. The second brother admits he's still annoyed from earlier, especially since employees from the neighboring office have been stopping by. They've never stepped foot in here before, the younger brother says defensively. The eldest just smirks, choosing to probe rather than explain. Do you know that the directors at Sunyang Construction all quit at once? The rumors are shaking up every company in town. Of course I know, the brother replies cautiously. When asked if he knows the real reason, he claims it's just rumors. Nothing certain. Does it involve director Oh Se-hun from Fantasy? Word is, they're currently operating out of Ajin. The eldest confirms his suspicions. Jin Young-ki's spies really are everywhere and hearing everything. He's sure they know this is a play for Dae Construction. Then, he pivots to a much more dangerous question. What's the link between our father and Oh Se-hun? The brother plays it cool, asking if the eldest is suspicious of something. Not yet, the brother says. Is this all because of Yoon-ki? Father adores Do-jun, so naturally, he favors Yoon-ki. Besides, the kid is a money-making machine now. Maybe father wants to give his youngest son a parting gift. The eldest scowls. You think father is handing Yoon-ki both construction and motors? Isn't that a bit too much favoritism? You mean Dae Construction? Dae's assets are barely half of Sunyang's. Father isn't exactly breaking off pieces of the main group for him yet. Hearing this, the eldest lets out a smug, sarcastic laugh. He's ready to launch his next attack. You're too calm. You clearly don't know what Dae's first project of the year is. The brother realizes he's in the dark. Does he know a secret? The eldest teases him, knowing his brother's pride won't let him ask for the details. You and I both know a $1 trillion deal is insane. The second brother leaps up, stunned by the sheer scale of it. Exactly. If it succeeds, Dae will be standing on equal footing with Sunyang Construction. We need to find out why father handed this to someone else. The brother is still reeling from the shock. With the country drowning in the IMF crisis, a $1 trillion project is impossible. Especially for a bankrupt company like Dae. They should be using that cash to pay debts. But what if father is the one pulling all the strings behind the scenes? He stares at his brother with pure suspicion, unable to tell if this is the truth or just a sick joke. The eldest pushes harder. Father gave Yoon-ki an auto company. Now, what about this $1 trillion business venture? Should we just consider this the next massive gift for Yoon-ki? Furious, the brother clenches his fists and shouts. What are you implying? What do you want me to do about it? The eldest calmly tells him to go ask father who he's protecting and why. He suggests that in this brutal war for Sunyang, the two of them should be the only players left standing. The brother is losing it. You're always like this whenever something happens. You go running to whine to father. Aren't you afraid he'll get sick of us? He snaps, but then goes quiet, actually considering the elder brother's words. He explains that if they tell father they're acquiring Dae to ensure the project's success, it becomes a serious business proposal rather than just running to him with more complaints. If we don't want father to see us begging, we need to get our stories straight and share information first. The younger brother is irritated by his elder's condescending, holier-than-thou attitude. Calming down, he says it isn't Yoon-ki's doing. I've spoken to him, and this isn't what he wants at all. He just wants to leave something behind for Do-jun. He's a father too. You and I can surely understand that. Trust me, if he actually had designs on Sunyang, he never would have said those words. We just need to make sure we don't disappoint him. Compared to Yoon-ki, Do-jun seems to hold way more power. Their father truly values Do-jun, and the kid has never let him down. The eldest son concludes it's not Yoon-ki. It looks like their father is grooming Do-jun to become a top-tier finance and investment expert. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. The boy is currently under Sehun's wing, learning the ropes of the business world. But the younger brother fires back. If you can't think of anyone else, Sehun would have been pushed aside a long time ago. Hwa Young doesn't even have a chance to step in. The two brothers fall into a tense silence, unable to identify the mystery player behind these moves. That night, at the chairman's massive estate, he confronts his two sons with a sharp question. Are you two asking what my connection to fantasy is? Both Jin Yankee and Jin Donkey stay silent as the chairman grows visibly annoyed. Hey, Jin Yankee and you too, Donkey. You need to learn how to tell the difference between someone holding a knife and someone bringing roses. Don't you two think you're getting ahead of yourselves by discussing who deserves to inherit the entire Sunyang group? The sons are stunned by their father's bluntness. The chairman continues, don't you remember? Just about 3 or 4 months ago, they brought $1 billion and said they'd convert it to local currency, including all those massive exchange fees. Now pay attention here. In all my life, I've never seen a group of robbers so bold and shameless. And yet, you two still have the nerve to ask what my connection is? The eldest son breaks into a cold sweat, unable to speak. The second son asks, if you didn't know them, why accept such a shady deal? The chairman just snaps back, what if I hadn't? The second son realizes his mistake. Back then, the company couldn't have survived 10 days, let alone half a month. I was terrified the company would go bankrupt back then. No matter how outrageous the demands were, any of us would have been forced to accept. He bows his head in shame, admitting he spoke out of turn. But the chairman isn't finished with his cold lecture. I traded Sunyang Moto and a tiny slice of the group to survive the IMF crisis. Don't act like you've been wronged. The eldest son speaks up, but father, we didn't need to go out of our way to help a robber holding a knife. The father fires back. Before you try to lecture me, think long and hard about why I would make a move like that. It's ridiculous that you dare to gossip about my decisions. Both sons quickly scramble to deny it. Don't misunderstand, father. We just wanted to understand your brilliant mind better. The chairman continues, what do they call it? During a war, when they build a giant wooden horse and hide soldiers inside? A Trojan horse? The eldest son asks. Panicked, the chairman hears this and lets out a cunning, wicked smirk. You and I can see right through him. He wants his profit back with interest. His sons finally realize they're just kids playing at business, still begging their father even at 50. But father still hasn't answered the big question about Dojun and the situation with Dae Construction. The chairman looks at Dojun, who's holding his ground, and that mysterious smile of his gets even deeper. Fantasy is using me. They'll use Sun Yang's power and connections to swallow Dae Construction and launch that massive project. They're going to grow massive. That's when Dae will infiltrate the Ain group, and then we will seize control of Ain ourselves. Losing Sunyang Moto was the price of entry, but gaining Ain Construction and Dae is the profit. Makes sense, right? The eldest son hears this and feels like an absolute idiot for doubting the plan. The chairman adds, I don't know the exact timing, but you two will be the ones to execute it. The eldest son is thrilled. However, the second son is still lost in thought. He knows deep down that this isn't the whole truth. His father always pretends to tell everything, but he's definitely hiding his true strategic cards. The second son questions him, even if we take Ain and Dae, the ultimate owner won't be Sunyang. The chairman is surprised. What are you saying? The second son continues, Sunyang Moto has been completely split off now. I think we should hand this sector over to Yunki. Of course, the top priority is still winning back the Ain group. The chairman is stunned to hear his second son mention Yunki. Beside him, the eldest son grinds his teeth in fury. Does this younger brother really dare to jump over the eldest grandson of this house? The chairman watches them in silence. He sees the eldest son barely holding back his rage, while the second son acts indifferent but hides every calculation. You and I just witnessed a total power play. They're just bystanders while a child steals their whole company right under their noses. The chairman calls out to Donkey. The son quickly answers. The old man asks, where did you learn to treat my things like yours? The second son was trying to look kind, but didn't expect to get scolded like that. He quickly bows, apologizing for speaking out of turn. He claims he just felt bad for Dojun, but the chairman cuts him off. All right, you and I are about to dive into a corporate chess match where every move is lethal. The chairman dismisses his sons, telling them to go find a way to reclaim what was stolen. They both nod obediently. Yes, father. The chairman adds that at the end of this month, they will finally announce the massive relaunch of the AIN Group. You two should attend and offer your congratulations. Oh, and don't forget to encourage Director Du-ho. He's going to be busy fighting on a completely different front. He looks at his sons again, his voice dropping to a soft, dangerous tone. Watch carefully as our Sunyang falls into the hands of a complete stranger. Do you understand? The two brothers, each with their own hidden agendas, get the message loud and clear. They don't say a word as they turn and walk away. Once his sons are finally out of sight, the old chairman lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He thinks to himself that protecting his grandson from these wild sons is no easy task. He mocks himself for having to play the lying clown at his age. Later, at the massive relaunch event for AIN Group and the inauguration of the new company's director, the director steps up to the podium. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for taking your precious time to be here and make this day truly complete for us. Once again, I find myself standing in this position after nearly pushing Ain over the edge of a cliff. He pauses, faking a look of deep emotion before continuing. A young business always looks toward the future, always preparing thoroughly to achieve the impossible through creative thinking and a rock-solid will. Now, watch closely, because this name change is much bigger than it looks. We're burying the names of Ain and Sunyang. From this moment on, we are Ain Moto. We promise to make this legacy last forever. We are committed to making sure this place exists for all time. Back at the massive mansion, the chairman is surprised to see Du-jun arrive so early. The young man walks in, playing the role of the perfectly obedient grandson. Grandfather, why are you here so early? The party is just getting started. Thanks to you, I've officially become the chairman of AIN Group. Du-jun responds with perfect manners. How could I enjoy this alone? I wanted to invite you to share a celebratory glass of wine. The chairman raises an eyebrow at the bottle. Wine from a company on the brink of bankruptcy? Du-jun just gives him a knowing smile. This wine carries 70 years of history. Even the founder of the BWA brand, Jang Hakseo, probably never expected this product to last this long. Even though the original company collapsed, Brand B wine is still being sold everywhere. He looks his grandfather in the eye and promises that Brand B will never disappear. The old man takes the bottle, inspecting the label with a sharp gaze. Exactly. Even if the owners change, the brand remains stubborn. He raises his glass. I like that sentiment. Let's have a taste. The chairman definitely catches the hidden meaning. Brand B is the future of Sun Niang. Or more simply, as long as the bloodline remains, the master can always be replaced. The chairman raises his glass in a toast. Congratulations, my grandson. I am incredibly proud of you and everything you've done. When I was your age, I only had a few gold pieces. But at 20, you already own things I didn't get until I was 40. Du-jun stands up to thank him. That's only because you weren't gifted a multi-million-dollar farm when you were only 10 years old like I was. He bows his head. I am deeply grateful, grandfather. This is all thanks to you, not my own doing. The chairman disagrees with a proud look. Plenty of other rich heirs were given million-dollar farms at 10 years old. But now that they're in their 20s and 30s, all they do is play and waste it. Only you have grown that farm 10,000 times over. What you've achieved today wasn't a gift from me, it's a miracle you created yourself. You have every right to be proud. Du-jun can't help but feel a swell of pride. It's weird. You and I know he's rarely this nice. He's unusually cheerful as he drains his glass. I've had this drink countless times, but I can't seem to find that old flavor anymore. Du-jun looks at his own glass, lost in thought. Me too. Back then, I used to love drinking this with pork belly. But now, the taste is different. So, how's the DAEA construction situation? The old man asks about the bank negotiations. Both sides are finally starting to compromise, and the administration team is calculating the exact figures. They're slowly recovering the money stolen by Director Kang Musan. The chairman fakes some sympathy, noting that the prosecutors must have worked hard. I sent them a very generous thank you fee. But Director Kang is still stubbornly refusing to hand over his shares. Even after the police threatened to arrest both his daughter and grandson for embezzling company funds, Du-jun sighs to his grandfather. Money is truly terrifying. To be that stubborn even after all that. The chairman pauses. It's not about the money. Those shares are his very last weapon. The chairman explains that Kang believes it's not yet time to completely retreat during this decisive moment. Du-jun is confused. But Director Kang doesn't have much time left. If his whole family is convicted and arrested, all those shares will be seized to pay off the fines, right? Yes. So how does he have any chance left? Hearing this, the chairman gives a seasoned laugh. Do-jun is still a total rookie in this power game, waiting for an explanation. That money will just get sucked into the state treasury, where even you won't be able to touch it, the old man says. Do-jun starts doing the math. If Kang doesn't return the shares, his family faces life in prison. If he stays stubborn, the money goes to the state. Let's see if you and I can guess who blinks first. All right, you and I are about to see why the grandfather thinks a cornered rat like Kang still has a move left. Chairman Jin stares at Do-jun, his voice dropping into a tone of cold, hard philosophy. You are drowning in useless emotions and letting chance slip away. You have forgotten the core spirit of a true businessman. Do-jun snaps back immediately. Useless emotions? No way. I am only thinking about the future of Dia Construction. That money will stabilize the company. Suddenly, Chairman Jin shouts the word justice, making Do-jun flinch in surprise. The old man continues, "You are only angry because of this pathetic sense of justice. Director Kang and his family stole from a dying company to live in luxury while starving their workers. You think that is unforgivable, right? That director out there sees you as a real predator. He believes Do-jun will make an offer that squeezes out every last cent. That is why he is holding out." Do-jun is stunned by how well his grandfather reads people. Now, pay attention, a businessman is not a moral judge. How others live or what they think, it means nothing. Your only job is to move money from their pocket to yours, down to the last penny. Those ruthless words leave Do-jun feeling like his world is crumbling. He realizes his rage toward Kang is just buried compassion for the workers, a feeling his grandfather is trying to kill. Chairman Jin orders him to think. To take the money from Kang's pocket, how much must you leave behind to make him surrender? Do-jun tests the waters. You mean I should leave enough for Kang's family to buy their way out of prison? Exactly, the chairman laughs. If he returns half of the stock sale money to the company, we call it remorse and lower his sentence. It is a win-win for the entire group. Do-jun is furious, but he knows he is just a pawn in his grandfather's game. The old man reads his mind. Do not look for another way or try to keep that money for yourself, just to settle a score later. Focus only on the cash. Unless Kang threatens your profits directly, throw your morals out the window. Stunned by the old man's insight, Do-jun bows. I will remember. My decision will be that of a true businessman. He feels himself being crushed under the weight of this raw, heartless capitalism. Next morning, in a high-security prison, Do-jun faces Kang. Is the prison food to your liking? He asks politely. Chang scoffs. I only ended up here because I underestimated a nameless little company like Fantasy. Stick with me even behind bars. This guy is still arrogant. Do-jun realizes Kang is still a dangerous, sharp weapon. Following his grandfather's warning, Do-jun cuts straight to the chase. Visiting hours are short. Will you return the stock sale money, or just hand over all your shares to the company? Kang sneers. I know what you want. You are asking me to donate my assets to the state. Do-jun exhales. Do it. And the investigation stops. Your sentence is suspended, and we will hire you as a consultant. The pay is great if you cooperate. Kang stays silent, as Do-jun follows the pre-planned script. We will help wash away your reputation as a shameless parasite who bled the company dry. We will call it a misunderstanding. You were just working hard. We see your goodwill, hence the consultant offer. The media will use fancy words to clean your image. Do-jun knows this old man values his pride above all. A consultant title might be small, but it is better than being a convicted embezzler. Kang listens before asking what the boy really wants. Do-jun is blunt. Return every cent you stole. We will buy back your family's shares at a fair price. Simple as that. Do not worry about your retirement fund. But Kang counters as a consultant. I expect a much bigger paycheck than what you are offering. Do-jun just shrugs. Well, you will have to pay very high taxes on that. Kang laughs out loud and offers his hand. Paying taxes is a citizen's duty. I look forward to your help. Do-jun shakes the hand of the thief who robbed his company. Fine, I will prepare the consultant contract. Later, Oh Hyun is shocked. He actually agreed to be our consultant? Do-jun stays calm. Yes, he is handing over all Daya shares. All he gets is a salary, even if it is a bit high. Oh Hyun double checks. Are you absolutely certain he accepted those terms? Do-jun replies coolly. His whole family was heading to jail anyway. He is using the shares to pay his fines. Trust me, you and I just witnessed the ultimate power play. How much are we going to pay him? Do-jun already has the answer ready. He explains that the man wants a salary equal to 3 to 4% of the stock value. Oh Se-hyun thinks it over. That amount is enough for a safety net, but his salary will definitely be way higher than the previous Daeha director. Do-jun just smiles and says, only at the start. Se-hyun looks surprised, not catching what he means by the start. Now watch closely, because you and I are about to see how ruthless our main character can really be. He needs to feel the struggle of not getting paid too. Se-hyun stares at him, wondering exactly how Do-jun plans to pull this off. Do-jun continues. The country is facing hard times, so until Daeha turns a profit, everyone has to tighten their belts. You know the deal. He always promised Daeha employees their back pay would depend on the actual situation of the company. Cut to the plane, where Do-jun is relaxing and reading a book. Assistant Kim looks around nervously. So Do-jun tells him to just relax. Everything is on his tab. So grab a drink or some food if he wants. It is a long flight, so have a glass and get some rest. Assistant Kim quickly nods and agrees. Then he asks, Manager, I have some info on Vice Director Jin Sung-jun. Do-jun raises an eyebrow. Sung-jun? Kim confirms it. He was appointed as director, but only for Sunyang Construction. He really wanted to lead the electronics division, but Vice President Jin Young-ki completely shut down that request. Do-jun notes that Daeha was kicked off the board. There must be plenty of openings. Surely he could have landed one executive role. That is pretty cold-blooded. Here is the part you and I should pay attention to, because the power dynamics here are shifting incredibly fast. Between the director of Sunyang Electronics and the managing director of Sunyang Construction, who do you think holds more power? Assistant Kim scratches his head. I suspect the key position at Sunyang Electronics would carry more weight. Do-jun mumbles something very quietly to himself. Then he says louder, things like driving or reporting office gossip. I can get any Sunyang employee to do that. Assistant Kim is visibly startled by the coldness, but he stays silent and continues to listen intently to the young boss. Do-jun asks, I told you and Manager Shin that our relationship is strictly a business transaction, right? What do you think we need to do to move past that and actually build some real trust? Assistant Kim stays silent and keeps his professional cool. Do-jun continues to guide his subordinate. Do not just report what already happened. Let's pause here, because this is where Do-jun starts molding his team into something much more dangerous than just simple office workers. Assistant Kim bows his head and says, Yes, I understand. Do-jun smiles and adds, Only when your judgment is proven right over and over will you actually build that trust. A business partner can change at any time, but trust is irreplaceable. Assistant Kim replies respectfully, I will definitely keep your words in mind. I cannot seem to break my old habits as a gopher. He corrects himself. Thank you for the advice, or rather, the warning. Do-jun stays silent, thinking to himself that he really hopes the man takes this to heart. Many people show determination, but those who prove it through their actions are rare. The plane continues its journey toward the horizon. The next morning at a university in the United States, the scene shifts to a records room. Countless books and newspapers are piled up all over the floor and chairs. Do-jun is there with a heavy-set, middle-aged man. The man asks in surprise, Why would Hollywood magicians want to see me? I am just someone struggling with math formulas. Do-jun replies, Hollywood is just one small part of our overall investment strategy. We are always looking for new companies that own advanced technology. Samuel asks, Are you specifically interested in Cognitech? Please, Professor, tell me more about it, Do-jun requests. Samuel thinks for a moment. Cognitech is a three-dimensional optical solution that can measure the absolute precision of metal parts or complex assemblies. That is the name of both the tech and the company. Do-jun smiles. The technical details do not really matter. This man is a genius professor, and every single product he creates will have a massive global impact. I want to add this company to my investment list. Samuel is shocked. Added to the list? Yes. The reason I found you is that I am specifically looking for tech that can provide camera data to users with zero margin of error. Professor Samuel is stunned, asking how on earth he could possibly know that. Do-jun replies, I skimmed an article about artificial intelligence and computer vision systems. Well, actually, my staff found it, and I just grasped the concept. I only have a general idea of how it works. Samuel asks, do you really think that concept is enough to break through to the global market? Do-jun strokes his chin. Samuel replies, of course, but I am also curious about your thoughts. And trust me, you and I definitely want to hear his answer. All right, stick with me. We're about to witness a genius play that changes the world of tech forever. Do-jun continues his pitch, envisioning a car built with the professor's breakthrough technology. What if a tiny camera collects environmental data and warns the driver with minimal error? It would alert them before any external collision. If we mount it on the rear, the driver sees everything on a screen and won't need to turn around while parking. A front-facing camera could calculate the distance to the car ahead perfectly, cutting down on accidents. It could even brake automatically when it detects traffic lights. Samuel is absolutely floored by the potential. If that works, I'll focus on lane recognition to keep cars from ever drifting off course. By turning analog data digital, we can fuse it with modern car systems. Do-jun smiles knowingly. Exactly. The professor's ultimate goal is a car that drives itself, the birth of the self-driving revolution. Now, pay attention here, because Do-jun is about to lay his real cards on the table. Samuel wonders why Do-jun crossed the ocean for a theory that's barely off the ground. Do-jun tells him not to be surprised by the terms of this secret investment he's offering. Samuel is stunned, insisting that the development of true self-driving tech is practically impossible right now. It sounds like science fiction. Theoretically possible, sure, but nobody knows when it will actually be practical. Do-jun smiles mysteriously, noting there's no greater joy than turning wild dreams into reality. Our company is called Fantasy. Think over the investment conditions and contact me whenever you're ready. Don't forget Cognitech too. Samuel stands there frozen as Do-jun prepares to leave the room. I'll get back to you, the professor finally says. Do-jun simply walks out with a silent smirk. Soon, this man will lead a 10 trillion won company holding the core of autonomous vehicle tech. I'll accept any proposal he makes. I'll use this technology to boost Hajin Motors' market share in Korea and compete with foreign high-tech systems. The scene shifts back to the chairman's massive and imposing villa. The old man is fuming. Why would you go to such a dangerous place like that? I barely held back from calling you. Worried I'd interfere with your important work overseas. You should have called Grandpa. I was just getting some fresh air across the world. Stop the empty talk. I didn't call you here to discuss your travel itinerary or excuses. A knock at the door interrupts them as the chairman's daughter walks into the room. The old man stares as the couple enters, his face hardening for a major announcement. He asks Choi if the mayoral nomination is still on track. Choi says everything is going smoothly. You see that look on their faces? They think they've won, but we know better. The chairman drops a bomb, telling them there's a harsh truth they need to face. The ruling party has already chosen Go-gu-pil as their candidate. Their faces instantly turn pale with shock. Do-jun remembers that in his past life, Go-gu-pil was the one who actually won this election. Choi just hit a massive brick wall. The chairman laughs, asking if Do-jun wasted his money. But Grandpa, I haven't seen any news reports about this political decision yet. How do you know? The chairman scoffs, revealing that Go-gu-pil called him this morning. He asked for advice on joining the ruling party. Do-jun wonders why he needs permission. He used my favor to climb up. He wouldn't dare challenge my son-in-law without my okay first. He promised not to interfere. Later, Choi is on his knees, begging the chairman for help. The room stays deathly silent. The chairman's wife glares, clearly disgusted by the display of weakness. Does it matter who the candidate is? If you're not confident, you should just quit now. Choi stammers that Go-gu-pil was unexpected. His wife begs her father to say one word of support. Just tell him your son-in-law is running. He'll back down the moment you speak up. The chairman roars. You think stopping him solves everything? What if someone scarier shows up? Am I supposed to clear the path every time? The couple stands there, utterly humiliated. So, what do you and I take from this? In this family, a path of flowers is earned, not given. All right. You and I are about to see if our main character can survive his grandfather's most brutal and complex test yet. Do-jun wonders. Is this just another way for the old man to push his limits? The test is way too heavy for a 20-year-old. The chairman barks at his son-in-law to stop whining and go deal with the officials himself. Mayor Go is the top choice in the local election right now. You should be working harder. Think of a solution. The two of them leave, bowing like servants. Doo-jun watches them leave. The chairman clicks his tongue, mocking the spoiled heirs who cry the moment things get tough. The Choi family really has no clue how to raise kids. Then he asks, "What do you think? You know who Mayor Go is, right?" Doo-jun thinks to himself, "Of course I do." Back then, the media was always buzzing with his successes and his failures, but Doo-jun keeps his poker face. Never heard of him. He lies. The chairman explains that Go was a high-ranking diplomat and a former ambassador. He's older, which makes people feel safe, so he won't face many hurdles. Doo-jun asks if his uncle is the one with the hurdles. The chairman laughs. How could a Sun Yang son-in-law have scandals? With a father-in-law like me and a rich wife, only an idiot would take bribes. But pay attention here. Being a son-in-law to a mega-rich family is actually his biggest weakness. People blame the big corporations for the financial crisis, so the public already hates them. Doo-jun curses his past self for not paying enough attention to politics back then. He couldn't remember who the rivals were. He asks, "Do you have no intention of helping your son-in-law, Grandpa?" The chairman looks shocked. "Me? Why? I have nothing to lose either way. If Mayor Go wins, he won't refuse my requests anyway. It doesn't matter who comes out on top." He smirks. "It's like I'm holding a flower in both hands, but you think it's a waste of time." Doo-jun stares at his grandfather, who is clearly enjoying the chaos way too much. Without that big media city project, DAEA construction will starve. But I've already sent my people there. They're probably going hungry. Doo-jun realizes the old man is just baiting him. If I ask for help, I'm no different than my uncle. Go is only human. Hit his weak point, and he'll scream. I just need to find that spot. Besides, being a son-in-law to a tycoon could actually be a massive strength. The old man sits up, intrigued. How on earth is that a strength? Rich people don't need to steal tax money. Plus, his uncle can use your legendary name to win votes. Use my name? Doo-jun smiles, painting a picture of the future. Yes. Just promise that Sun Yang will create thousands of jobs and build new apartments in the city. Chairman Yang snaps back. Why would I do business there? I know what you're thinking. That's a total lie. And Doo-jun agrees. It's just the kind of empty political talk that voters want to hear. The chairman nods, looking impressed. It sounds logical, but you know that's not a guaranteed winning strategy, right? Doo-jun stands tall. Elections are all about competition like this. I'm going to go meet him myself. The chairman is stunned. You want to talk to Mayor Go? What for? I don't know yet. If I like him better, I might just switch sides. You've already invested a fortune in your uncle. Are you really okay with throwing all that money away? Doo-jun smiles darkly. I'm building a business that can easily earn hundreds of millions of dollars. It's not about losing 40 billion, but gaining 400 billion. The chairman wonders if the uncle will tell everyone. Would Go actually keep a promise to someone who lost? The odds of a deal are incredibly low. That's exactly why I need to meet him in person. The old man goes silent, thinking. The next morning, Sehan pulls out the files. The military records of the Go family. It's true. The man himself was exempt, and so were his brother and his son. Truly the sons of God. Let's leak this to the military. The real election battle starts long before the official campaign. Go's only weakness is dodging the draft. My uncle's weakness is his chaebol connections. While the two sides trade blows, Grandpa introduces me to a certain someone. He's Go's right-hand man. And trust me, you and I are about to see the best strategist in the business. All right, stick with me because if Go Kung-jian becomes the mayor, this man will be his deputy. Enter Wan Hiu. So, you are the one who asked to see me? A business card is presented. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Jinun. He sits down across from him. It was pretty hard for me to turn down an invitation from a person like you. Wan Hiu looks up, shocked to find the man from the firm that bought out Ain Group. Dozan starts the conversation. Thank you for making time to be here. I will try to keep this as short as possible. I know your time is precious, and I will not waste it. He reaches into his pocket. Wan Hiu hands over his own card. I am Kim Wan Hiu. The main character takes it and looks it over. Dozun responds with perfect politeness. You are a busy man, so I imagine it is hard to find time for a real meal. I ordered some simple dishes. I hope I have not offended you. His attitude is the complete opposite. Forget it, I am busy, so just get to the point. Won-hyu states firmly that whatever you have to say, my answer is no. Most importantly, you are never going to get a meeting with the candidate himself. Do you still have something to say? The main character keeps his smile, but this guy has a temper. Dozun wonders, is he looking down on me because I am young? He keeps his cool, reminded that he is used to serving the people at the top. Now, Dozun starts to play his real cards. Now pay attention, because the person I want to meet is not the candidate. I am looking right at him, my business is with you. Dozun thinks to himself with total confidence. Just wait, I'm going to make you very interested. Won-hyu gasps in pure shock. Me? Dozun confirms it. That is right. I have no intention of meeting candidate Go Kong-jan. Not now, and not ever. He lets out a mocking laugh. For an overseas investor, you sure seem to know a lot about our local politics. Usually, the point of a favor is to meet the person in charge. He quickly explains, you have misunderstood me. I have no intention of opposing Go Kong-jan. He takes a sip of tea and continues, if a businessman has no intention of opposing us, why bother meeting me at all? Won-hyu is testing him. Are you just being careful because I was so blunt? Dozun repeats it one more time. No, just like I said before. My only goal is to meet with Director Kim. He falls into a deep thought. Won-hyu sets his teacup down, listening intently to hear what this young man's real purpose is. He gets straight to the point. Thank you. And though I still have much to learn, I want to ask you one question. Dozun's voice is full of meaning. Is there ever a case where the person in the number 2 spot actually inherits the position of the person at the top? Won-hyu frowns slightly. He continues calmly. The person in second place will always just be in second place. The right hand of a powerful person eventually becomes a tail, and in the end, that tail always gets cut off. He is clearly agitated, telling him to keep talking. Where do you think terms like number 2 or right-hand man come from? These words are not meant to praise anyone. He shares his observation. They are used to trick you into being loyal, making you believe you are as vital as a part of their own body. Being the leader's hands and feet is just an excuse, so the person at the top does not get blamed after using and exploiting their second in command. Won-hyu clenches his fist as old memories start to echo in his mind. People told him they trusted him and asked him to climb to the top together. Standing side by side, he cannot help but question it. Those words were so sweet. Dozun feels a bit of nostalgia. He once fell for that same sweetness, willingly acting as someone else's errand boy. He gave everything, even taking the blame for things he did not do, just to prove his loyalty. Stick with me, because Dozun was thrown away and killed in a forest like he was nothing. Now he is here, and he knows Kim is trapped in those same dark thoughts. Kim is about to lose control, and the main character just needs to stir those doubts up. He smiles with a calculated look. Dozun states it clearly. The truth is that you, director, currently hold Go Kong-jan's entire life in the palm of your 2 hands. He plays to his ego, saying his political future will be filled with joy or sorrow depending entirely on what you decide to do, Director Kim. Do you not agree? Won-hyu bites his lip and lets out a very tense laugh. You really are a wicked young man. Won-hyu breaks into a cold sweat, thinking this kid is exactly like the person who gave him this job. He tries to get to the point. What is your main goal? I already know all of that. Dozun makes a bold proposal. I want to buy the rest of your life, Director Kim. Won-hyu. Kim is stunned. What? The main character keeps pushing. Why be a right hand for a mayor when the path to the Blue House is so uncertain? Of course, becoming the mayor is not a sure thing, and the road to the Blue House is even more difficult. Dozun is brutally honest. Furthermore, from what I can see, the chances of you ever actually getting that position are basically zero. He tries to negotiate, suggesting that instead of chasing after fragile power, you should think about selling your future to me for a very high price. His hands are shaking. Won-hyu glares at him, asking, what on earth do you mean by that? Dozun acts like he just remembered. Oh, and I will also take full responsibility for your children's future as well. He is visibly shaken, while the main character calmly promises to support his children in doing whatever they love. If they want to live a life of pure enjoyment and luxury, I am more than happy to pay for it. Dojun acts very friendly. Do not misunderstand. I am not asking for anything huge. You and I both know that one single sentence is all it takes to shatter your loyalty to him forever. He confirms the details with complete honesty. But if the candidate truly values you as his right hand, he won't dump you over one tiny slip of the tongue. Stick with me, because Dojun is about to test if this guy is a loyal ally or just a puppet. Silence falls. Once a seed of doubt is planted in someone's heart, it is only a matter of time before it blooms. He has already succeeded in phase 1. From here on out, that seed will be buried deep. Dojun continues. Just one sentence to make candidate Gokung Jian lose the election. Just make it look like a slip-up. Give me a number and I will pay you 20 billion won. I can hide that money in Sweden or the Virgin Islands. Plus, I will bring you on as a board member for fantasy. If you want to live abroad, just name the country. I will build a branch there and hire you. He states it firmly. You will naturally enjoy all the perks and power of an executive. Now, pay attention. Dojun knows every deal has a price, and an unthinkable amount of money can shake anyone. He thinks back to his time with Jin Yoon. Dealing with the powerful is actually easier than it looks. Dojun learned that while investigating family finances, he already calculated the 20 billion won cost to trigger this betrayal. To him, that money is nothing. Whether it is the ruling or opposition party, a few billion handles everything. He aims to stop being someone else's right hand and instead become the one who creates them. He speaks calmly to reassure him. I do not know who arranged this, but you should trust them. Wan Hai Yu looks up, full of tension. Dojun is the first to stand up and leave. My offer is not nonsense, and nothing you say here will ever leave this room. Dojun plays it cool. I will give you time to think. If you do not call by tomorrow, I find someone else. Someone else will eventually expose the candidate's weaknesses anyway. The man seems stunned. He smiles warmly. In an age where people sell family gold, I am sure many would sell their souls for 20 billion. Hai Yu freezes completely. That evening, Yang Cheon asks a question. Who exactly is Kim Kwan-hyu? The old man casually replies that he has no idea. I just had a contact set up a meeting with Jion's closest ally. I stayed anonymous to avoid any misunderstandings. I know what you are thinking. What did they talk about? A bribe or election support? He answers bluntly. No. I told him to betray Gokung Jian. The old man's eyes go wide with shock. I promised him a deal that would completely change the rest of his life. Yang Cheon is confused. Why mess with the subordinates when you can just control the candidate himself? Dojun explains his logic. If he accepts my offer, he will be eternally grateful for the support. Even when the project moves forward, he will see it as a personal favor from me. The dynamic of giving and receiving matters. You cannot have someone you are paying looking down on you. Dojun realizes that people like his uncle or Hyu-si will work tirelessly to repay a debt of gratitude. He asks the old man if those who answer his calls immediately usually bow before him. Yang Cheon bursts out laughing. This kid is trying to buy people and he is already judging their loyalty? Dojun wonders how he will be judged. The old man realizes he still only saw him as a grandson. Young Cheon is fascinated. I thought you would control the candidate, but you are throwing massive cash at his aid instead. He smiles with pure satisfaction. The grandfather offers a sincere compliment. I never thought you would exceed my expectations like this. Dojun feels a chill and celebrates quietly. Early the next morning, posters are everywhere. Hyu-si sits in deep thought, his mind racing. He remembers the promise. One sentence to make the candidate fail, and I will give you 20 billion won. Plus, I will bring you on as a board member for fantasy. He clenches his fist, making a choice. If you want to move abroad, I will build a branch for you. You will have all the benefits of an executive. Just then, Gokung Jian walks in, asking if everything is fine. He starts cursing. Jian grumbles angrily. They called me when they needed me, but now they are playing games. He stutters in confusion as his boss loosens his tie, and trust me, you and I know what comes next. All right? You and I are diving into a high-stakes game where soon district politicians are demanding half of the election funds just to move their organizations. Won Hyuk is sweating, completely torn. It is not the time to verify this, but crises always reveal a person's true nature. Won Hyuk finally speaks up. Mr. Candidate, he says, deciding to test the waters with a sudden question. His tone is off, making Choi Kyung-jan look up sharply to ask what is going on with him. Won Hyuk claims family issues require a week off. The boss immediately snaps back, asking what he thinks he is doing. Do you know how critical this timing is? Forget about home, Kyung-jan says, effectively silencing him with a glare. How could someone as sensible as you say that? He shouts. Nobody here balances family and work duties. I have lived in hotels for 2 weeks and barely remember my kids. Won Hyuk feels a growing sense of resentment. Kyung-jan keeps complaining. He orders Won Hyuk to treat the local officials to an expensive meal to show them the money. Let them see the funds we spent. Won Hyuk looks dark. Understood. Suddenly, Kyung-jan calls out to Director Kim. Yes? Won Hyuk feels a spark of hope. Surely he was just too stressed and is finally going to ask about me. But wait for it, he only asks for last week's poll results. Won Hyuk is left completely speechless by the coldness. He manages to stammer that within the margin of error, the candidate is currently leading the race. The gap is widening, so next week looks even better. Kyung-jan nods, satisfied, leaving him standing there alone. The disappointment is heavy. He just wanted one simple question about what was wrong. He tries to suppress his emotions. In a campaign where every second counts, a manager asking for time off should have sparked some concern. He should have asked what happened. Instead, Won Hyuk feels a deep and painful sense of betrayal. He cared for his boss's life more than his own family for years. And yet, not one sympathetic word was spoken. Won Hyuk grits his teeth in pure frustration. 10 years of service, and he never once complained about the burden. He settles down and waits. No, he tells himself, I should not judge him too quickly. He hopes the boss will ask tomorrow. Time flies, and a week later, Won Hyuk is nervously chain-smoking while waiting for a call. He lights another cigarette and crushes the pack in pure rage. To hell with this. He decides to take action that very night. Doojun is surprised. Is the close relationship between Fantasy and Sun Yang actually real, or just a rumor? Won Hyuk confirms it immediately. Yes, we even went ahead and acquired Sun Yang Motors to seal the deal. He asks sincerely, is this not about the companies, but the leaders? Is all of this just a scheme to make your son-in-law the mayor? Doojun wonders if he means he will just accept the rewards he is given, instead of wasting his time on useless tasks from now on. Doojun smiles and shakes his head. That has nothing to do with it. If Sun Yang just wanted a mayor, they would not need such a complex plan to get there. Won Hyuk nods. Fine, let's talk straight. Why does Sun Yang want him as the mayor of Soon so badly? Doojun refuses. This is a corporate secret. Now, you and I both know that is not what he wanted to hear. Won Hyuk slams the table. An outsider? I am a traitor now. If you exclude me, where do I even belong? Doojun remains perfectly calm. You will be an insider the moment Choi Kyung-jan fails the election. Until then, just consider yourself a line in the sand that has not been crossed yet. Won Hyuk laughs bitterly at the reality of his situation. So this is what it feels like to be a traitor. Until the bridge back is totally burned, you aren't recognized as a traitor. It's a tough pill for him to swallow. Doojun tilts his head. Sorry if this is blunt, but vowing loyalty to friends and colleagues is one thing. Losing trust with a superior? That is just the end of a business relationship that is no longer worth maintaining. Won Hyuk pauses. Doojun pours wine, asking if he was truly that close to a man like Choi Kyung-jan. Did you serve him without asking for anything in return? He draws Won Hyuk in, step by slow step. This is the modern world, not the feudal era. Loyalty like that needs to vanish for everyone's sake. Doojun's eyes turn cold and dark. Why be loyal to a superior who treats subordinates like dogs? People are not meant to be animals. Thinking of his past, he urges him to stop. You are not being respected here. Trust me. I have seen this before. Won Hyuk sadly admits he is just a materialistic man. Doojun calmly accepts that without any judgment at all. Most people are, but many never actually make real money. Won Hyuk snaps back, clearly feeling the sting of the words. So what do you and I think? Will he take the offer to keep the money and the position he wants? All right. Let's watch a genius strategist tell this man to stop being a right-hand man and run for Congress. He guarantees that the fantasy team will give him every bit of support they have to offer. He has no idea that Congressman Dozan already has a plan ready, even with 2 years left until the 16th general election. Between the parties and the lack of funding, he doesn't have the time to prepare. Won Hyuk stays silent as tension rises. He has made his decision. Move the money into a Swiss bank account or somewhere safe immediately. Now, pay attention, he tells them to have the reporters ready 2 days before the vote. He plans a massive stunt. He smiles warmly, telling him not to worry about money. He values trust and has no intention of stabbing him in the back. Se-yoon is nervous, noting that despite his care, this will be difficult. She is clearly restless and can't sit still. With only 10 days left until the election, the gap in approval ratings between the candidates just keeps getting wider. Se-hyun raises an eyebrow and asks her if she really wants to give up when there are still 10 days left. Se-yoon says they don't want to quit, but the situation is bleak. To flip the script, they need a major event. Her face pales as she recalls the warning. Fantasy invested 40 billion in them, so they better not take it lightly. He used money from American investors to acquire IN and build up the DAEA construction company from the ground up. He holds the contract. The old man warned that if they show any sign of giving up, he might cause serious chaos. That is the real reason she needs to talk to Se-hun. He sits there, lost in thought about the situation. You and I both know he has an ace. He stands up suddenly, offering to flip the script while Se-yoon stays confused. At the banquet table, thick envelopes sit discreetly in their places. You don't even need to guess what is hidden inside those. Bak-hun smirks, wondering if this meal will give him indigestion, given the mysterious nature of the meeting and the gifts provided. Se-hyun laughs it off, telling reporter Park, the money is just pocket change from a boss. Who would cause trouble over spending money from a superior? Even the president tosses his wallet sometimes. The man agrees with a sigh. He finally makes his request. In exchange, stop reporting rumors about the dark future of DAEA construction and the people responsible for it. The man on the other side is stunned. What? Se-hyun explains his stance, asking him to understand. Everyone knows they need those people to help clear out all the corruption. Bak-hun waves the envelope, calling it their Achilles heel. Se-hyun frowns, making it clear that this is his only request. He raises his glass for a toast. In the next room, they are also celebrating. He tells them to drink all they want. After the vote ends the day after tomorrow, Go Keon-jeon will be the new mayor. Se-yoon's eyes widen at the name. Se-hyun takes a sip of wine and waits. It's happening. The others are curious if this person is actually involved. He hushes them, recognizing a familiar voice from next door. Everyone leans in, focusing all their attention on the conversation they overhear. Se-hyun sighs, asking why everyone stopped drinking. He tells them to quit getting distracted and just enjoy the wine for now. Yoon immediately cuts him off, telling him to be quiet so he can listen to the voices next door. The reporters are hungry for news, terrified of missing a single word. Se-hyun's trap is working as the voices drift over clearly. They have gathered for one last meal to boost their spirits before the final day of the election arrives. He promises never to forget their hard work once the election is over. Someone asks if the director will definitely become the deputy mayor. He asks them what they take him for. Does he really look that obsessed with a position like deputy mayor to them? Everyone realizes what is happening. They exchange shocked looks as the name Kim Won-hyuk is mentioned for the role. It's a shock that the man next door is the center of the election. Reporters have their recorders ready, listening to Kim Won-hyuk. The other side stammers in confusion. No, they claim the director is supposed to be the next in line for the mayor's seat. Won-hyuk slams the table, teeth clenched. He's the one who put candidate Go into office, so why talk about inheritance? Inherit what? Candidate Go is his ticket into the Blue House. He's the one who cleaned up all of the man's dirty secrets. Someone asks if the rumors are actually true. Won-hyuk raises an eyebrow, asking which rumors they are even talking about. He mentions the military service exemptions. Won-hyuk just laughs mockingly, asking if he's being naive or just plain stupid. Won-hyuk confirms it bluntly. Why would a top-tier candidate like Go Keon-jeon ever let his own sons serve in the military? Military service is only for commoners like us. Se-hyun sips his wine. his sharp gaze watching everything unfold exactly as planned. The reporters freeze at the news of the draft exemption. The conversation continues to leak every dirty detail of the truth. And trust me, this is the end. He brags about personally forging dozens of fake medical records to get the Suns out of the draft. Stick with me, you and I are about to see how a single scandal can burn a political empire to the ground. He sneered, mocking the mayor for not having his kid in America. Sunde quickly disagreed. Even with American citizenship, the boy had to volunteer for the army once his father was nominated as the mayor of Sun. Hon Hyuk nodded in agreement. That actually makes a lot of sense. Lo suddenly asked why the third son joined the civilian defense instead of full service. He took a sip. Oh, that story. Hon Hyuk was ready to spill the truth. Actually, he whispered, it is because he is not the biological son. What a massive bombshell. The reporters were speechless. An illegitimate son? Even Sehun was caught off guard by this news. Absolutely wild, he never saw it coming. The conversation was still being recorded. It all happened back when the mayor was working alone in Japan years ago. A man working abroad for years without a woman? It was bound to happen. He had an affair with a staffer from the foreign ministry. Hon Hyuk explained that the wife only allowed the kid into the family registry on one condition: he had to serve in the military. The story went even deeper. So why was he sent to the civil defense force instead of the front lines? His eyesight was poor, so he only did basic service. Silence fell over the room. They handled this better than expected, leaving him with nothing to say. Se-hun wondered to himself, what on earth has this kid Do-jun been eating to grow up this sharp? Reporters lit their cigarettes, hungry for more gossip. Suddenly, he spoke up, telling reporter Choi and reporter Baek to stay calm for a second. Baek-hyun whispered, asking how anyone could stay calm after hearing this. Se-hun rushed to stop them, pleading not to leak the story yet. Dropping this tomorrow, right before the vote, will flip everything. Pay attention here, this is where the real power move happens. Ewan agreed immediately. The country hates two things: draft dodging and affairs. That is half the parents and women's votes gone instantly. Game over. He analyzed the situation with a frown. If this gets out, the entire political race is finished. Se-hyun tried to act like he was standing on the side of justice. In terms of skill, candidate Go is better than the Sun Yang son-in-law, so burying this for personal reasons is a waste. He strongly disagreed. You are a reporter. How can you say that? You should report what you know and let the voters decide for themselves. He gritted his teeth as Se-hun suddenly brought up a very different point. Are you two only saying this because you will get fewer benefits if candidate Choi wins instead of Go? Are they all in this together? Dieman barked out a question, asking what he was talking about. Others looked annoyed too, but his analysis was actually spot on. If this article drops, the first media outlet to reveal it becomes the top ally who helped candidate Choi win. Do you think Sun Yang will just sit back? Se-hyun tempted them, saying they would pour even more money into advertising. He threw out the bait like a pro. You guys might even land a full 1-year advertising contract out of this. Se-hyun muttered, mocking these idiots for needing an explanation to see a story's value. You and I both know he's playing them like a fiddle. Now, I have given enough evidence to convince even the editor-in-chief. Gukjin stood up first, offering to buy a drink next time. The 5 reporters left one by one. I should also, Se-hun stammered, but nobody cared as they hurried out to catch the scoop. He stood there, dazed for a moment before quickly pouring himself another glass of wine. Se-hun knew he had succeeded. The next morning came quickly. The office was buzzing, and Kung Giant's face was dark with rage. He was finished. From the morning news to the papers, everyone was talking about the draft dodging and the illegitimate child. Support dropped 10%. Won Hyuk stormed in, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding to know which bastard leaked the information. He pointed directly at Lee Wo, asking if it was him. No answer came, just a painful blow before he turned to kick someone else. Was it you? Won Hyuk was visibly shaking as the tension turned explosive. Suddenly, he dropped to the floor and started hitting his head against the ground. I am so sorry. This is all my fault. He wailed and begged for mercy. I drank too much and let my big mouth slip. You can kill me if you want. Kung Jian stared blankly at the ceiling while Wan Hai-yuk cried so hard he started hiccuping. Hidden beneath the tears, he was smiling. He was not a traitor anymore, just a man who made a stupid mistake while drunk. The real traitor was hiding among them. Outside, the supporters cheered loudly for candidate number 2, calling him the choice for the city. They shouted for everyone to mobilize. The only candidate for the whole country, everyone was filled with fire and passion. One vote for the safety of Soon. Yang Qian sat in his car, listening to the chants for candidate number 1. He wondered what kind of scheme this kid was cooking up with the director's right hand. Yang Qian frowned slightly. I have seen so many people throw their entire lives away for the sake of politics. Men with big ambitions only chase the money they need for power, while the low-level ones see money as the power itself. As the top lieutenant, he is driven by raw ambition, not just money. And that is where we leave it. Trust me. This game is just beginning. All right, stick with me, because we are about to see a power move that will leave you speechless. The chairman has arrived. 2 people look up in shock, almost in unison. Chairman, Grandpa. Yang Chun just smiles, noting how busy they both seem. Se-hyun quickly stands up, assuring him they always have time to talk. The old man nods, offering a rare bit of praise. Your vibe has changed. Director, you actually look like a chairman now. The man laughs awkwardly, blaming it on his recent weight gain. Yang Qian sits down comfortably. He is not talking about weight, he is talking about the authority in his attitude. Se-hyun is visibly flustered. Tea is served, and the chairman notes everything is unfolding exactly as Do-jun predicted. Yang Qian leans in with curiosity, asking, how exactly did you get someone like him to compromise? Do-jun explains that Kim Man-hoi isn't a man who settles for second place. His ambition is massive, he'd step on anyone to climb higher. Se-hyun shifts the topic, asking if the chairman has received the early election forecasts yet. The old man frowns. Didn't you get them too? The man just flatters him, saying the chairman's intel is always on another level. Yang Cheon smirks with satisfaction, a 7% gap. Do-jun's fist tightens in silent tension. He excitedly shares that, according to their investigation, it's actually 10%. If nothing changes, the uncle is definitely winning. The old man is confident. With only a few hours left, there is no time for a disaster. Everything is set. He asks Do-jun if the project has passed the 5% mark. Do-jun wonders if he's underestimating its massive scale. The chairman sees right through his thoughts, this kid. He explains that the one setting the table and the one eating aren't the same. Soon, everyone will be trying to grab a spoon. Yang Cheon's eyes narrow. If they can't get a taste of the meal, they might just flip the entire table over. Do-jun considers this carefully. This man knows construction better than anyone. This isn't just a hollow warning. Suddenly, the chairman speaks up, Director Oh Do-jun. They both answer immediately. How about you hand the Media City project to me? Do-jun can't believe his ears. He's absolutely stunned by the sudden demand. Now watch this, pay attention, because Grandpa is literally trying to steal the meal. Do-jun prepared. He asks if they have a problem. Se-hun is rattled. He asks for clarification, what exactly does giving it to him mean? The arrogant old man explains. Sun Yang Construction will sign the main contract. Day A, they'll just play a supporting role. Se-hyun is shocked. So Sun Yang takes the lead and we just become a subcontractor? Yang Chaeyoung just laughs. Subcontractor? Why use such ugly words? He calls it joining forces for maximum power. A chill runs down his spine. No matter how ambitious the chairman is, how could he rob his own grandson's massive project? Do-jun keeps his voice low. Grandpa, are you being serious right now? Yang Chan just leans back, looking bored. Have I ever joked about business? The threat is clear in his eyes as he stares them down. He claims the project is too much for them to handle, especially with construction companies collapsing everywhere lately. Do-jun bites his lip, refusing to back down. The survivors won't just let a prime target like this go. Yang Qian justifies it as a matter of national business. Do-jun asks the question again. So you're saying we aren't capable enough to handle this? The chairman confirms it instantly. Do-jun's eyebrows shoot up. I know what you're thinking, why not just help? Do-jun asks why he wants to take the whole thing instead of assisting. He insists that, without him, the project will be torn to shreds. They would be lucky to keep even 20%. The cold analysis continues. Rivals will flip the board and create a whole new game in a year or two. By then, Day A won't even have time to recover. Se-hyun tries to protest, arguing their leaders are all Sun Yang alumni. He believes they have collaborated enough already. Adding Sun Yang construction into the mix feels like overkill.